and it was like supposedly what I heard. It's like a Mercury ritual because Mercury has to do with travel and something about that time of the year. I don't understand astrology enough, and I'm trying to figure it out. But we were talking about it before. You know,
Well, look,
the stars.
there's something to this with the astrology and things being timed. That's why I brought up the thing with George Floyd. The fact that the sun set at 8:46 on that day, and he was suffocated for 8:46, and then what's more, because that's a connection to 9/11. Well, on the day that Derek Chauvin was in court, which was 9/11, the 19th anniversary, George Floyd's defense team, his legal team, were out there protesting Chauvin, and they all had 846 over their mouths on their masks. Meanwhile, all across America, people were out in their front lawns waving their flags at 8:46 for 1 minute for 9/11. So, this is synchronizing hundreds of millions of
Which
people.
I heard 9/11 was like a kind of Mercury ritual too, because the planes, Mercury is its esoteric nature as a god has something to do with a lot to do with travel. That's why Mercury is like Quicksilver. So
Well,
a lot of
there's
these
something to it.
false flag rituals they do that have to do with travel is has something to do with Mercury.
Yeah, and alchemy is all about metals, and we're talking about this alchemical, and the phoenix is also an alchemical symbol. And here's something
Yeah,
that's also noteworthy: the Twin Towers. The construction began in 1968, so that was also the year that 911 became the national emergency here in America. So 33 years after the two towers are built, they're brought down. And one of the plans that Donald Trump was part of was to replace them with a single tower called the World Trade Center Phoenix. So there you have
yeah,
33 and Phoenix hardwired into that. So, yeah, clearly I think it's a ritual. And then you have the two towers turning into one. Some sort of alchemical ritual is being expressed here.
yeah. I think we're going back and forth here about like everything we know, but I just wish everybody else knew it.
Well, this is all stuff I think that's been the purview of the elite, and I feel like right now we're living in a time of it is something of a like revelations. Everything's out there, but it has to be deciphered, and it doesn't even
Yeah,
matter. You can show people something like, oh look, no planes in 9/11, the buildings just blow up. It's not going to change anything, even though that's a major story.
you just reminded me of one of my points I passed over was with the astrology is I guess we're moving into the era of Aquarius. That's what they've been saying for a while now. And that's like the Great Awakening, right? So I guess it's bound that something's going to happen. And I think a lot of people are kind of like getting the picture here. Maybe not as much as people who listen to your show, but in general, people kind of realize that wearing two masks is pretty stupid, and they're like, they don't want to rebel against it, but they don't want to wear the double mask either. I mean, you got your people that take the vaccine, and it seems like a lot of them, but I think we're coming to a breaking point pretty soon here. That's why they got these Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. California says they're not going to sell a internal combustion vehicle after like 2030, whatever it is, 2035 or 2030 something. Like, my own state where I live is talking about green energy stuff that isn't sustainable. Like, I don't know how they figure they're going to do that. Um, I think maybe there's a zodiac, by the zodiac, there's an era change happening,
Yeah,
and shit's
I've heard there's a
gonna
lot
be
of
different.
conjecture. Yeah, people don't have like an exact agreement necessarily on when the new age kicks in, the age of Aquarius. Some think 2012, some think 2020, but whatever it is, within the new age movement, this great work, which is described explicitly, is concurrent with the age of Aquarius. And I actually think that the space program and the space age is actually the new age, and that it's a new iteration of the old world order, but it's just dressed up with science. So I kind of think we are going through some sort of a change of scenery. I just don't think that the boss is different, no matter how the scenery changes. I could be wrong.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask you because I know what your channel's all about. I don't really subscribe to the flat Earth thing, so but I'm open-minded to anything. We may be in the Matrix. Who knows? How are the planets explained in the movement? Like we just had that Saturn Jupiter conjunction, and I watched it all year, and it was like I knew it was something. And then later in the year, they started talking about it, and then I'm like, dude, it's like astrology telling me, like, yeah, this year's like crazy. But like, how does flat Earth explain those like planetary, astrology events?
Good question. And first, the Great Conjunction was described as another star of Bethlehem, which is very interesting because that was the star that marked the year zero. So it's a reset year. So we have the Star of Bethlehem, and they all start chanting about reset. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So clearly their agenda is tied to this. But these are, of course, I think the markers of their scripts. And I think this is definitely something they had in mind. The reset corresponds to this particular conjunction. But as far as the topic of the Earth, the anybody who says that they know it's flat is coming from like where? Have they been to the edge? My conjecture here is I'll say that we don't have enough evidence to conclude what the model is in its entirety. And that includes globe, because I don't trust what we've been shown. And everything that we see above can be explained as local light sources much closer, just as you could explain them as being very far away. So it's just a difference in distances. So for example, they'll say, why can't you see the same constellations in the southern hemisphere that you can from the northern? And the explanation is because the bulge of the Earth is blocking them. Well, if we're on a flat plane and they're closer to the Earth, like within a few hundreds or thousands of miles, then they would also be blocked just by the horizon, by your line of sight. So it's somewhat ambiguous. But as far as what's at the edge, I'm convinced right now that, if anything, there are more continents even within the region that we know of as a globe. Like, I wouldn't be surprised one bit. We look at this thing, it's like, oh, it's 70% water. Maybe it's like 50%. So even if it's not flat in the sense, and if it is flat, then it's consistent because, the galaxy's flat, the solar system's flat, and the universe is flat. But, regardless, I think that even if it is a ball, they're probably still hiding land.
Yeah, I can agree that I don't know either.
That's smart.
I mean, I'd like to see what's in the Oort cloud, right?
Well, look,
a
lot of the things that we take for granted, like orbiting satellites, here's one that got me really questioning. The Starlink satellites are launched and they're in low Earth orbit, 185 miles above our head, going at 17,000 miles per hour. Every 90 minutes or so, they make a loop. And I've seen video that purports to show these things passing over our heads. And if you just do a simple calculation here, it's like, well, if it's 11 o'clock at night and the sun set at 9 o'clock, would it even be possible for these things to pass overhead with stars behind them? And it turns out the shadow of the Earth would actually block you from seeing most of these low Earth orbit satellites, if not all of them. So my contention is that they're faking the existence of space, but I don't know what we're on. I mean, I'm not going to say we're on a turtle or that there's an edge.
I know, I know they're faking a lot of stuff, so I basically agree with you, dude. You know, like they're not telling us what's really going on. If there is something going on up there, you know, they got those guys on the strings and the floating dildo up there.
Right, right. And you know what? The thing is too, it at this point people can debate all day about the shape, flat or round, and I'm like neither party has enough information to fully debate like they know. So it's a belief system versus a belief system. And so it's like the people who say I don't know are the ones to follow. So I'm comfortable not knowing the answers. And so I don't know how
Yeah,
far the
me
sun
too.
away is. Like,
Me too.
yeah,
I agree with not knowing the answers. Like, it's like the main belief system for so many years, the religion, which I don't think that's bad either. But it's like I don't know, was it Lenin or something said religion is the opiate of the masses, or one of those guys said that. Like I think the religion was originally like uh, the world order. That's the old world order. Now we're going into like a technotronic age. So they got to do away with the religion, and
I think so too. I mean, I've been looking at the architecture of the world view that we have, and I think it's based on an older one. Like they need us to be afraid of the sky, and they used to say, "Oh, the gods will throw lightning bolts at you or create a storm." Now it's might be an asteroid tomorrow, So they've replaced traditional fears, or rather, superstitious fears, like the fear of the flood. Like if we keep sinning over here, or if those guys keep sinning, God's going to flood the place. Nobody really believes that anymore. Just a few pockets of people, but the scientific minded people, the modern mind has accepted that this group of people and their consumption of fossil fuels is going to cause a flood. So they've reintroduced superstitions and archaic fears. We live in a fearocracy, is what I call it now.
yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, right? They use the
Absolutely.
same story. Oh, it's going to flood because of climate, because of you, not God this time, but you. There's nothing new under the sun, using
And
the same stories.
and they barely even hide it. Like if you look at the group that works with NASA, it's called NOAA. Their symbol's the dove, and that's Noah's symbol. The dove with a branch in its mouth that says you can go back
Yeah,
now. And I'm like, so the space program is the new system of arcs to save us from ourselves when we destroy the world. And they've replaced Noah, the prophet, warning everybody, with a group of scientists. And so now the atheists are the most God fearing people on earth right now.
yeah, yeah,
The fear of God programming is in them.
yeah. It's ancient, you know. It's that's. I mean, like I said when I first started this conversation with you, they love they love the psychological angle of controlling people ever since ancient days. They're just running psyops, dude.
Machiavelli said it best. He said, "Never do with force what you can accomplish with deception," and it makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean,
Exactly.
uh, and today they can literally fake anything on TV. And if we're all home and quarantined and we're not talking to each other, they could have Godzilla rise up out of the oceans like a literal kraken on the west coast, and people will lock down and put on scuba gear if they say so. People will put on hard helmets if they tell us space junk's going to hit us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Mark Twain said it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And they've had the holograms that we know of since 2001, 9/11, right?
Right, right. I mean,
Allegedly.
well, look, this is a great point. Somebody on New Year's Eve was recording the Seattle Space Needle from their apartment window, and they had a big screen TV, and they were showing, hey,
I
look,
saw it.
yeah, on TV it's fireworks, in person it's dark, and it's like, wait, they can have a simultaneous, I mean, two different universes colliding here, and as long as everybody's home, they move into that one. They slip into that simulation where that really happened. So replace those fireworks with airplanes, and now you have a new war on terror. You just fake it on TV.
Yeah, that was. I saw that. That was crazy, dude. They were like, "Oh, you got to see this," and then I'm like, "Wow, that is crazy." You
Hey,
know, and they don't show you stuff. They show you stuff after they've already had it for a long time. That's just the way things go.
yes, that's absolutely true. Recently, the hyper realistic silicone masks that are foolproof have been declassed, like within the last few years. And that's probably because now they're using very sophisticated digital deepfake technology. So now they don't care if we know that people like Michael Jackson and others are probably still living among us, just wearing these hyper realistic masks that the intelligence agencies had kept under wraps until like 2015.
Yeah, I've been listening to all the Biden stuff, and there's this stuff coming out about him, like just faking all his like the inauguration and his like his stuff he's been doing on YouTube and stuff, and it's like I'm like, who knows? Maybe they are just everything's just all scripted and recorded now. So
Look, there's no reality testing, and that's the problem. And this is why they don't like real independent reporters, because we can do reality testing. Back during the early days of the quarantine, the people who were going around checking the news reports were finding that what they saw on the streets didn't at all align with what was being reported in so many ways. And so it's the reality testing that we're doing here, and that's considered to be dangerous hate speech and misinformation. Uh, by the way, they would describe it. But
yeah, they got them. They don't got us though. But hey, so you start your show every night at what time?
yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, basically midnight Eastern time, and then we carry on as long as I
Okay,
have calls.
that's what I thought. All right, Tim. I gotta hit the road.
Appreciate it very much. Call back anytime. Have a great night. We all appreciate
All right.
callers like you
You
stick around.
you you too, you're the man, bro. Later.
Awesome. Thanks. It's a whole hour there. That caller, very interesting ideas. And phones are still open 833-311-1984. And yes, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. One of the things we're doing this year for 2021 is we're maintaining a schedule because it's been chaotic. Dodging the censors, jumping platforms. I mean, we've tried everything, every platform, every bit of software, whatever it takes to make this work. And now I'm using restreaming software. We're multicasting everywhere. We're also on the Dark Matter digital network. So there's a lot of people listening. We're going to be doing these open phones minimum 3 nights a week. It'll probably be expanding. In fact, tomorrow night, you're not going to want to miss it. There is a special guest. I'm not going to disclose the guest or the topic, but if you like what we generally talk about, science fiction, that's a main part of it, AI, simulation theory, that kind of stuff. It's actually an author. And I'll fill you in later on, actually early in the morning. And that will be tomorrow night, same time. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Tim Truth? How you doing?
Doing great. I just wanted to call in. I heard what you were saying about the censorship and jumping platforms, and I think Odyssey is looking like a good option. Have you used that one at all? It's I guess they're rebranded LBRY.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if it was a rebrand or if that was just like a side thing. So library, LBRY, you actually got me onto that. So for people who don't know, library auto backs up everything I do, and it's uncensorable over there. But I haven't jumped onto Odyssey yet. Would you explain what that is?
Absolutely. So every video that you put on LBR, by the way, also goes to Odyssey. So you're all covered there. You just have to upload to one of the two. But Odyssey is really cool. And basically, creators earn somewhere around, like, I'm earning 9 cents for every view that I get. So it's actually like kind of like YouTube back in the old days where people can actually get rewarded for good videos they put out. So I think it'd be perfect for you and your audience. And if you share your invite link with people, you get 8 of the tokens, which is like $1. So it's just another way that people can actually monetize with a great YouTube alternative that actually leaves our videos up. So I think it'd be perfect for the penguins out there.
You know, that'll probably be a better solution than DLive was. They took away my bananas, but that's because they're not really a free speech platform. But Library has been really good. You're the one who actually recommended that, and I moved over there as a result of your recommendation. I'll definitely have to move on over to Odyssey because I have no plans to censor any of our speech. What I'm doing is just becoming censor proof. So Odyssey, again, getting paid for your content, that's rare these days. I've been demonetized really since 2018, I think. So no, this is excellent. How do you spell it, by the way?
Yeah, and yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just it's ODYSEE, like to see. So it's not spelled normally at all, but it's pretty easy once you figure it out. ODYSEE.com.
Got it. This is excellent. Okay. I'm definitely going to expand over here. And I did have something. There is a way to stay censor proof on YouTube, and they hate this, I'm sure. Just never turn your videos off. I have a 24/7 stream. So if I ever do turn the stream on and off, the video is so big it never renders. So there's no way you can isolate a hate speech on there.
That's awesome. Yeah, it seems like they always wait till like right after the video ends and then they flag stuff. They never do it while the stream's going on. So that's a good workaround. That's awesome.
But we're going strong this year. I don't have any issues with YouTube these days. We have too many channels, so they take one down. There's plenty more. We're like a hydra. And I'm doing this Monday, Wednesday, and Friday as a routine now, which will make it easier for people who've been lost, because that's what they do. They kill your networks. So I'm hoping to, aggregate all those lost listeners and callers again.
Yeah, man. And it's, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I've been having bad luck with YouTube lately. On my main channel, they flagged me for just talking about what people were reporting in terms of a certain medical intervention we're not allowed to talk about. And I guess they didn't like my tone or something, or the conclusions that somebody may draw from the evidence that I was providing. But it's eye-opening that they can just make whatever terms and policies they want. They have their algorithms doing all the heavy lifting in terms of shadow banning and shadow promotion. And I liken it to like a really good chess computer. Like you don't even know why it's making the moves it's making, but it's like lulling you into traps and stuff. I think people, when they go to the YouTube homepage, which is what most people do when they're looking for videos, I think that they're getting mind controlled at a level never before done in human history, because these computers are finding all these patterns and showing people things that seemingly look up their alley, but it's steering their minds ever so slightly.
I don't think it's an exaggeration to say mind control. When you think about the effects that a liar can have in a controlling relationship, a manipulator can steer you into almost an alternative universe. They can keep you from seeing opportunities. They put you in basically like an echo chamber. And so yes, they have a system that they can effectively lock you in an echo chamber as long as you're not being critical about information. And most people aren't. So it's MSM tube is what I have taken to calling it.
Yep, and even if you are critical about the information, they'll let it slide until you reach a certain impact. So most people will try get their feet wet. They'll put something out that's edgy, and they'll be like, "Well, they didn't delete my video." It's like, well, they only delete it once you get to a certain level and you're actually having an impact. So the vast majority of people don't understand how big this issue is with censorship and shadow banning. And I hope people wake up to it. I recommend people, make videos and put it out there, because I think it's, first of all, good for people's minds to not just input, but also output. But also, I think people need to understand the landscape that creators are going through, because as viewers, we're impacted by what the creators are going through. So I just admire your perseverance through all the BS. And I was going to bring up one other thing. Did you see that Time magazine piece today where they were talking about like a secret cabal hijacking the information flow but for good or something.
Oh, you mean they were? Yes, exactly. A Time magazine all but admitted that they manipulated the election, but they did it. I guess it was for our own good or something. They said that they were what was it? Uh,
Because
protecting.
Trump's bad, so it's all okay.
Right, but they needed to protect the integrity of the election, so they were actually protecting it. And the way that they described it is very condescending. That they're like,
Right.
it's like almost like the same thing with YouTube though. We need to make sure that you don't hear theories about the Earth being flat because you might go drive off the edge. Like they can't even let you make the errors on your own.
Right. They want us to be dumb, but they want us to be useful idiots. They don't want like people to be quote unquote incorrect in a way that's inconvenient to their power. You know, it's so obvious once you see it. Like that's why they hate the flat Earth theory so much. Even if it's not true, it's just such a thorn in their side because anybody who embraces it full on, they just totally check out of all of the mainstream propaganda, and they cannot have that. So that's why I thought it was, back in the day, I was really interested in it, still am, because of the implications it has on the psyche of the people, the subjects to the tyrant's rule.
Well, yeah, because you're generally talking about just world view. I mean, it has very little to do with the shape because you can't see it one way or the other. So it's a world view question. This, even bringing that up, and I thought too the idea too. It's you're looking at a canary in the coal mine. If you don't have the right to be wrong, then you're not free. And what if it's just fiction? I mean, and this is the thing too. You can talk about alien abductions if you're a celebrity and you get interviewed, but you question the establishment science and you get lambasted. So they're setting an example here. But I did find
they only want people. Oh, go ahead.
no, I found that article here. I can't believe they wrote it this way. This is from Time. It actually says this: the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then there's that obvious crisis actor with the horns, and it's just a big joke. They're just like, hey, let's just put it right out in the open. But yeah, I hate how they phrase everything. They're like, yeah, we have to take down that content. It's misinformation that's going to harm people. We're going to hear a lot more of that going forward. Misinformation that harms people, and yeah, we can't even question anymore. We can't even laugh about their propaganda without saying that we can't say that we don't trust them anymore or question them. It's getting beyond ridiculous.
Oh, and I saw your exchange. I did see the email exchange you had with YouTube, and this was Kafka-esque is the word I would use. You're dealing with this ultimate arbitrary power, and you're just a number to them, and they can just destroy your livelihood if they feel like it because they decided that this word was hate or whatever. And yeah, it's surreal and it's dehumanizing because free speech is one of these things.
Yeah.
Free expression, it's an inherent right. It's what makes us human. And they're like, nah, you don't even need a mouth anymore. That's just a disease spreader.
And yeah, cover up the mouth. And we didn't hear you muffled enough in our AI, but no, it's crazy. And I was just asking them, trying to hold their feet to the fire. What was the example of medical misinformation? If you guys really care about adding truth to your information environment, you should tell me what I said that was incorrect, because at least fact check me and say what the claim was that I made that was incorrect. And they would not do that at all. And yeah, it's really crazy. And about Kafka, that was like my one book I liked. Actually, I liked two books in high school that I had to read for school: The Stranger and The Trial by Kafka. And yeah, it is a lot like that book, The Trial, in that you don't even get to hear what they're accusing you of. But we all know it's basically just they don't like the impact we're having. And that doesn't mean I'm correct, but I know they don't like the impact I'm having. So yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And the funny thing is that was the only paper about those two books that I failed in high school, which makes it all the more
ironic,
absurd, right? And Kafka. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It does. It does. But look, this is the world we live in today where, like you said, they're using this system where they get into YouTube and their interpretation of events is now being framed by them because they don't like us competing. So if they get their information from YouTube first, they think the Capitol siege was like a real siege, and they, it was like a 9/11 event, and
like a white supremacist insurrection. That's what people think.
yeah, exactly, that was an insurrection, and like the news media didn't even report on the White House siege plans back when you had the Antifa and all the rioters fighting with the Secret Service this summer. Like nobody remembers that.
Storm the White House, right? It's it's crazy. It's beyond bizarre, and that's what we're up against. Though we have a lot of people who have been impacted by what Time magazine would call the secret cabal, and these people don't even know what they're missing because they've only been fed data points that point in one direction. So they all go to that conclusion, like they what's that John Lennon song? They think they're so clever and classless and free, and I really feel bad for them, and we need to show them evidence, but it's so hard with all these walls they put up between us.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, actually yesterday I was talking about this word conspire and conspiracy because they're calling us conspiracy theorists, and you get down to the verbiage here that they're using. Conspire racist has racist inside of it, but conspire breathing together, meaning you're in a room and we're breathing the same air. They're pretty much putting a ban on that, on breathing in the same air with people you don't know. And when they fully implement their lockdowns, it's impossible to actually do that. And I think that's a big part of their thing here as well. Getting rid of human contact so that now we're used to it'll be easier for us now to relate to the androids. That they're going to send you from Amazon for companionship or whatever in the future.
Right. And ultimately what they don't want us to do while we're breathing the same air in the room is have any sort of conversation about how to fight back and anything that they can't surveil and oversee and make sure that it's authorized. And that's why I think we saw all these news stories and pushes right before this whole thing rolled out, which seems like interesting timing now, talking about killing off encrypted conversations. So it's just, back to like postal censorship and the Civil War and the World Wars and stuff. They just want to be able to see what everybody's saying to each other, and they pretty much can. It's very, very evil in my opinion.
And that reminds me, I'm about to get a PO box for people who want to send stuff, and they don't want to do it electronically. But I think it's important to have mailing lists. I'd like to get something print going, like the Auto Hoaxer Weekly or something, where we break down all the major hoaxes, promote all the major channels or relevant channels, transcribe interesting conversations, and publish it, because they digitally burn books by the millions and they brag about it. And you've seen it. You've seen YouTube CEO brag about, oh yeah, we deleted 500 billion hateful comments. I'm like, that's destruction of human culture, spontaneous interaction. I mean, the miracle of instantaneous worldwide communication with strangers, the unity that it gives us, and now they're just destroying it. I'm like, wow, this would have been considered impossible, unthinkable, unimaginable a couple hundred years ago, and now we have this technology and they're trying to bury it. It's amazing.
Yeah, it reminds me of this quote. I forgot who said it, some Catholic priest, I think, and he said, every evil screams only one message: I am good. And that's what they do. They're like one of the most wicked, insidious, awful organizations ever. And yeah, they've delivered a lot of value to people, but it's at a price. And here they are deleting just troves and troves of, very powerful text messages and videos and such. And then they pretend like they're doing humanity a service. It's really sad. And also their strike system, I feel like, is designed to get people to delete their own stuff and also not ever stray too far from what's authorized to say. Like I find myself every 2 weeks, it seems like, getting another second strike. And then I have to go through and delete everything except for a couple videos and then wait for my strikes to wear off. So I'm ending up deleting my own videos and all the comments underneath just to, keep those connections. Like you said earlier, they just snip all these lines of communication between people who want to voluntarily interact. It's crazy. And that's why I really like Odyssey as another option. And I think they're about to roll out live streaming on Odyssey, which will be awesome as well.
Oh, that sounds like a big step up. First they burn books, then they burn people. That's the expression. And I'm here to defend people's right to be wrong about things. It's like they want to remove ideas they consider to be borderline, and they shrink the universe of ideas, and then they want to protect everybody in this new within these parameters so they don't encounter bad ideas. It's more of this benevolent dictatorship, but it's not realistic. It's like we should know what the wrong answers are so we don't repeat them. As you said with your channel, if they could just tell you, what meme was it that got you canceled, then you could just not spread that meme again. But they'll never tell you. They'll never tell me on a 4-hour live stream what it was I said that got me kicked off. They like to keep it vague because there's power in having that arbitrary judgment.
Right. It makes people err on the side of caution. And it also, like, they've done studies about negative versus positive reinforcement. And one thing that'll happen to animals or humans when they get negative reinforcement is they'll stop even trying to make the correct answer. They just kind of say, hey, it's not worth it. I'm not going to, I don't want to get shocked again, even if I might get some food. And I think that that's what we're seeing. And it's sad. I don't know about you, but when I go to YouTube, there's nothing. I mean, there's practically nothing on YouTube, with a few exceptions maybe every day. But it used to be like one of the best sites. My favorite site in the world, really. And it was just unbelievable. Their algorithm, which was actually good at one point in terms of giving people what they wanted, which now is dangerous and unfair, according to them. And the incentives for creators to make interesting content that go viral, it's really gone downhill fast, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great thing, and they ruined it. I used to just search it like it was the internet. Like YouTube was the internet. That's where you went to search, because you would find new spontaneous content on any topics. The debates were there all the time, 24/7. You could talk to people who were asking relevant questions, and it was something of a renaissance. And they destroyed it on purpose. And it's because I think too many people were getting competitive with the media collectively. Like, they don't want this competition at all anyway. And then you have competition that's not only competing with them, but undermining their stories. And I think they drew a line with anti-establishment media auto-hoaxers and with the anti-establishment science flat earthers. They drew a line, and it's been nothing but pushback since. And they're trying to get the public to agree with the notion that some ideas ought to be banned. And Kim Kardashian and other influencers have actually voluntarily quarantined themselves on their social media, where they're saying, I'm freezing my Facebook account until the conspiracy theories are deleted. So they set the precedent here that we ought to treat information like it's a virus, and this is an infodemic, and it's worse than the pandemic, and maybe the pandemic was even caused by an infodemic.
Yeah, and you use that term, infodemic. I think the World Health Organization popularized or even coined that term, and they define it in their white paper as too much information, both factual and incorrect. It's like, are you guys really going to define an infodemic as too much factual information? I mean, it's crazy. And they want to have a monopoly on perception. They want to have a monopoly on the media. And they hate having competitors, and they want to force people out. They're going to regulate people out as well. But I'm surprised YouTube even had to stoop to this level of just so much overt censorship. I would have thought that they would be able to do it with, like their chess master moves, where people don't even know what's happening, and it seems free and fair, but really they're being progressively brainwashed. So do you think that maybe the cat got out of the bag too much compared to their predictions and their models? Or do you think that this is all just part of the plan?
It may have been. It seems like a lot of the issues they put out there that they've used as a basis for successfully censoring have been things they provoked. Like, they exaggerated this idea that people were scared of 5G towers and were burning them down. And this is part of critical infrastructure, so now they're terrorists. So now 5G conspiracy theories are now considered to be radicalizing text. So I kind of think that kind of stuff is made up and exaggerated. The danger of information has been exaggerated, largely so they can justify censoring it. And that's constantly what they have been doing, creating this misperception that those who get their news from other sources are likely to be radicalized. And they bring up the most cartoonish people. Did you see the guy a couple days ago who said he believed in QAnon? And now, because of this, he came to believe that Anderson Cooper was literally a baby eater. And he had to he went on TV to apologize to Anderson Cooper. And he said, yeah, I'm sorry, but I fell for it. And I believe that you ate babies. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, I saw that on your channel. Go ahead. That's crazy.
Well, that right there is the face of QAnon. So people think, oh, look, you're going along with some basic conspiracy theory for entertainment. And next thing you know, you have these beliefs that all the Democrats are these child trafficking, satanic killers. So now it makes you dangerous because now you could justify anything. You know, if you knew somebody's Hannibal Lecter, why wouldn't you maybe take some action? So they're trying to create the idea that these conspiracy theories make you dangerous to society. And they're even saying that the Capitol siege was basically a product of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's what they're going to say, and it's crazy because you brought this up before to me, and I thought it was such a great point. They have so many of their own conspiracy theories, but theirs are authorized, I guess. You know, you brought up the great example of systemic racism, which they're always talking about. That's a conspiracy theory. I'm not saying it's incorrect. I mean, I think it's overblown, but it's just that's a conspiracy theory. Climate change is also a conspiracy theory of sorts, and the Russian meddling and all these things that they love to talk about, but they get, to use this word or this phrase conspiracy theory and conspirapist, or what was it, conspiracist?
Yeah,
conspiracy racist. They just make up all these words that sound bad, and they're training people, and people just are hypnotized, and they're getting all these signals through their ears and their eyes that lead them to a predictable outcome. And it's to me, it's like mental rape. It's menticide.
Were you at all surprised to find out that Greta Thunberg is getting some sort of directives, like she's some sort of an operative with handlers? Were you surprised by that?
I was not surprised by that. I thought it was funny that she tweeted out a Google document that exposed herself. I don't know, I'm curious if you think that might be faked, but did you see that, not faked, but like a hoax, like they designed that to be rolled out for PSYOP or something? I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I always have to wonder, because you would think she wouldn't put out a Google Doc to something like that. But did you see that India might be doing criminal investigations into her for that? That's what surprised me more.
Right, I saw that. And basically what she's doing is she's a political agitator and influencer. I don't think that was an intentional leak whatsoever. I think we got a peek behind the curtain, mainly because it's just so inconvenient. Because just last week she was joking about people who mocked her for having handlers. She was mocking the idea that she has any handlers, and now we know it's a fact. And one thing, this Greta Thunberg character was scripted into Elsa in Disney's Frozen, who basically lectures her parents about ruining the environment, and so she has to take over. And she looks just like Greta. So it's not a small deal that Greta Thunberg is being, puppeteered like this and being used as a major influencer, because she's a major propaganda. It's not just her. She's a prop, but you see what I mean? She's a very influential character. So it's not a small deal at all, because I want to know who's pulling those puppet strings.
Absolutely. And I saw Rihanna was also in that Google document, and she got busted as well. And I think Greta is a very interesting story, because they're giving the children something to look up to. They're giving the children hey, this is how you could make it really big. You could get famous and travel the world and become the news. You could be the subject of the news if you call out the climate change inaction. And really what I see with climate change is just just an industry that they created. They knew that this was going to be, a huge moneymaker in 20, 30 years, so that they can make all the investments into all these companies that do the, carbon recapturing or whatever they're claiming that they're doing, solar panels, green energy, all that stuff. And then they can just make strategic investments, knowing that the media is going to make that the crisis. So that's how I see it. And she's definitely an important pawn in that, in especially in terms of being a role model for the children.
Oh, absolutely. It is a youth rebellion, and part of the Marxist strategy is pitting the old against the young, and social distancing helped to accomplish that. And it's convenient because now, you don't have people who remember how it used to be messing with people or communicating with people who are being told how it is now and how it was. So it's a well played plan, and we're just like right here in the middle of it. People in the chat are asking, how can they find you? What is the best way to find Tim Truth? Since YouTube is
The
obviously
best way
playing
right
games.
now, thank you for asking. It's odyssey.com and just search Tim Truth. And I hope IPS, I think you're already on there, but I hope you start uploading all the videos there and people follow you, and make sure you share your invite link because that'll help people support your channel for no cost to anyone. And these LBC coins are like really rallying right now in price. You might want to check out like a chart of how they're doing. They just keep climbing. And so I'm trying to encourage people get on there. I always like to try to take shots at YouTube when they piss me off, and I think this is how we can get a few punches in. So thanks for taking my call, man. I love your work. Keep it up, man.
Awesome. Likewise, Tim Truth. Call back anytime. And yes, excellent idea there. Look, never back down. That's been my approach here when it comes to. They're trying to bully you so you get out of the conversation. They want you off of Twitter, and they want you to hang out in Parler. It's like, wait, you're going to let them put you in a detention camp where they can spy on you, mock you, and then dox you later, and then you're no longer in the front lines. That's capitulation. That's losing. That's why we have multiple YouTube channels, and we belligerently violate their terms of service. We have no idea how many people working for YouTube listening right now are just, crying, melting snowflakes, falling on their fainting couches because of what we're saying. And we're not bothered by the threat of demonetization because they stopped this channel's monetization a long time ago. But one thing about this channel too, it has been resilient. It's in its 4th year. But it would not have been if there weren't listeners who wanted it to be here. Because many times it's taken a lot of people in a lot of different ways to help keep this channel going. There's a lot behind the scenes that goes into it. And specifically though, the audience, the network has to exist independent of any platform. And that's one of the reasons why I do want to get into print. I do think it's an easy transition to make before they say that paper carries COVID and you can no longer distribute it. Stormy Kiwi says, I got banned from my country for making smoke signals. Oh, county. Smoke signals, right. Okay, I'm going to go through a couple more links here. So Tim brought up the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. It's 1984. That's why I say that the number here, it's 833-1984, because that's the year it's always going to be. And check this out. So Donald Trump's BFF, the pillow guy, has some 3-hour documentary. I watched part of it today about how the election was supposedly stolen. And you can't even say that anymore on YouTube. So this character, again, the My Pillow guy, is going to bat for Trump in response now, and we're talking about Mike Lindell. In response, David Hogg is releasing a line of pillows to go against the pillow guy. Anyway, the Babylon Bee released this one. David Hogg to release a line of extra absorbent pillows for liberal tears. Cry Pillow, guaranteed to absorb 100% of liberal tears. So it's fair shot. I mean, it's a fair thing here. It's not a cheap shot. We're talking about a public figure and an activist. So it's okay to say this, I would think. But the fact is, this is actually considered pretty much a hate crime. And notice you can make jokes like this about David Hogg, but you couldn't make jokes like this about certain individuals from other shooting events who are notoriously litigious. But what makes a joke a hate crime? It's pretty much up to them. And I've seen a lot of the rhetoric among the media about how jokes can contain seeds of misinformation. I mentioned Prince Philip. Here's the exact quote. It's from 1988. If I were reincarnated, I would wish to be returned to Earth as a killer virus to lower human population levels. Prince Philip, 1988. So here he is getting a vax on TV. And I'm like, well, which is it? You want to kill us, save the planet, or preserve us because we're so precious? It's like they can't stand for you to go outside without a mask on, and we want to protect you so bad that if you do, we're going to baton you. So mixed messages here, unless he had a change of heart. It is believed that Michael Jackson is alive and well, living as Jack Crooner. So if you don't know who Jack Crooner is, this is the person suspected of being Michael Jackson. The other theory about Michael Jackson actually being Dave is probably true as well. He disguises himself and maintains a somewhat normal existence. I also want to recommend a podcast called The Great Reset Podcast. I'll put a link in the video description. This is with Take No Gnosis and JLB. Listen to that this morning. I've also been going through a lot of old Russian space propaganda where they really try to make it attractive, this space utopianism. It's the New Age heaven. With the other caller, I was talking about this new religion, and they've redefined heaven. I mean, heaven is the place up above where the gods are, and you want to go up there if you're good enough or whatever. Well, space is up there where all the planets named after gods are. But what they've created with space is this utopian vision of a sustainable existence, leaving behind all of the things that have pretty much destroyed the world or are about to destroy it. So it's like when you go to heaven, you're not taking your car with you. You don't have your credit card. You don't take anything with you. You divest yourself. And outer space is this utopian thing where you end up in a perfect utopian paradise. And that's what Mars is being presented as. Essentially a paradise. It's the Marxist workers' paradise. But it's going to be realized through what? Well, our salvation is through technology, through science. Commenter says that Crooner actually dances like Michael. Right. So many deep fakers. There's this rumor, a very persistent rumor, and I don't spend a lot of time on it these days because it's almost been too obscured. But the rumor was that the singer of the Weeknd is actually somebody else wearing a mask. But the more we've talked about it, the more this person has distorted his appearance. First he shaved his beard, and then he gave himself some hideous plastic surgery. But anyway, he's going to be performing at the Super Bowl on Sunday. I expect that to be something. Like, don't be surprised if The Weeknd rips his face off and right beneath his face is Justin Bieber. I've been getting a lot of images sent to me through my filmyourhospital.com website of emergency wards where it's the same footage but different cities. Same props, same actors, same footage. One in New York, one in an Italian hospital here. And this is reported by Sky News, the other by ABC. Anyway, there are a lot of these. So if there was a pandemic, because the death numbers, the actual statistics don't reflect it, if there was one, it was a pandemic that was killing off all of the rubber dolls, the rubber people. And by all indications, by the way, George Floyd's body was also replaced by a rubber dummy at some point during the performance. And they make those. Last thing I want to bring up, because we're talking about the deep fakes. You know how easy it is to create a perfectly realistic human body inside and out with organs, what they do for training these days. So there was a company in the Twin Cities called Seven Sigma Simulation Systems. They were out in the Twin Cities from 1987 to 2020. It was one of the first buildings burned when the riots started after the death of George Floyd. So Seven Sigma had actually been there for 33 years when it burned. Again, they manufacture hyper-realistic training dummies. And I did some investigation. I did some research into this company, which, well, no longer exists because they've been burned down. But they create bodies that are going through respiratory distress so that paramedics can actually train. Bodies that have blockages that they can unblock. Bodies that can be intubated. They call them modular airway trainers. If these dummies could speak, they would say, I can't breathe. I mean, that's their function. So Seven Sigma is the company. So I went through their catalog, and we went through this months ago. But they happen to have various models that have various issues that you're trying to deal with. So here's a quote. Our trainers deliver high fidelity and realistic movements for successful intubation of the look and feel of a real patient. Better training results from, and this is again, hyper realistic, so realistic as to be foolproof to the camera. It says, our talented engineers and artists can manufacture these amazing, realistic, modular airway trainers and devices. So I was looking at the pictures of these things, and it turns out that one, and if you look at the mouths, they look extremely realistic, but their primary model looks exactly like George Floyd. It's the weirdest thing. And then I was like, okay, well, it's pretty close, but that's not the one on the ground. Like the one on the ground, the one in the ambulance was a little more realistic. So I dug a little deeper, and it turns out that they can customize these. You could have one made to look like a very specific person. In fact, they're so realistic looking that I risk the channel being flagged for gore just by putting it on the screen. But again, one more thing to add to this, because the contention here is that it was a theatrical, psychological operation, that he didn't really die. That's one. Two, that the footage we did see was a combination of an actor and then a dummy. Now, when they put him on the stretcher, they did not secure his spine. There was no securing of the C-spine. Whenever a paramedic is moving somebody from the ground into an ambulance, they generally secure the body, especially if they're unconscious. Well, here you have this floppy body, and they just kind of tossed him onto the thing very limply. But again, isn't it curious that the first place to burn down the night of the riot was the place that had produced these bodies? And his body flopped around like a test dummy. And the way it was picked up off the ground, very indicative of it being a dummy. One more thing about this. His phrase, I can't breathe, which he was saying, I can't breathe, before he was on the ground. Before he was being kneeled on, he was saying, I can't breathe. If you watch the footage, it's absurd. I think he's just a bad crisis actor. I can't breathe happens to be a perfect anagram for a better China. And now all these psyops are being done for the same agenda. So it makes sense. We're talking about this reset agenda. It makes sense he would be saying, I can't breathe, a better China. Because right now, what is the slogan of the World Economic Forum? Build back better. And it's build back better because you have to destroy first. And, it's worth pointing out that you can spell build back better, if you do it lowercase, with 6s instead of B's. A little ominous. One other thing about those riots, we covered them in detail. The first place that was vandalized and destroyed was the AutoZone. and it was a cop with a black umbrella destroying the AutoZone. Before he had destroyed the place, or as in set it on fire, they had spray painted autonomous zone onto the AutoZone. The meaning of this is that after the riot started, you had the autonomous zone open up in Seattle, and it was run by a guy who had a record company called the Black Umbrella, or the Umbrella Corporation. So a lot of forecasting, a lot of symbolism with all these events. And as I talked about with the first caller, George Floyd, 846, that number is associated with this event. The sun set that day, 846, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence how connected he is. 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon? Well, George Floyd's twin, Steven Jackson, was the last one to interview Kobe Bryant. And then you look at the connection between Kobe Bryant and how close he is. It's like, it's a small world at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. And there's a point where all of these psyops are completely interconnected. The celebrities, the athletes, they all play into it. The other day, I think Cardi B was talking about spending $100,000 on COVID tests. So she's doing these, presumably, the nasal swabs or whatever, but I'm like, well, what's the deal here? She was one of the first to come out and say this thing was a hoax. They corrected her, obviously. But she said she believed that celebrities catching it were getting paid to do it, and if that's the case, let me in on it. Well, I think they let her in on it. And I'm starting to think that the COVID preventing tests, which, I mean, in a way they are, because the idea is that you're slowing the spread by finding out if you have it proactively. Taking the test. It's a responsible thing to do. But I think what they've done is they've created a demand for something that, I think that the COVID tests are going to be, to the pandemic and for the next 20 years or whatever, what condoms were following the AIDS epidemic. I think it's the same ruse. You sell people on the false sense of security. But yes, Cardi B got in on that. I mean, what is she doing with that many tests? I was very puzzled when Elon Musk said he stuck 4 of the tests up his nose till he got a result that he liked, which isn't how they work. It's not how they're supposed to work. Here's a scientific diagram. For those of you who can't see it, I'm just going to read it. It's called How High Can You Go? And it has a list of all the different conspiracy theories. It's like a pyramid of them. At the bottom, it has Freemasons, 9/11, Illuminati, New World Order. At the top, Flat Earth. And I bring up this topic not because I'm trying to tell you that the Earth is flat on top of a turtle or something, but because there's a boundary that we've been given, and it's very clear now on how far we can go in our discourse. And if you go that far to this certain area, the quote flat Earth, they throw that out there, but to me, it just represents the boundary. And even the people who go to the boundary, the ones who are supposedly on the fringe, they're actually looking in. That's why you're allowed to talk about aliens. You can say, yeah, an alien came over and it abducted me, probed me, and now I'm back. And now you're considered a scientist. Like you witnessed one of these beings that are just waiting for us to all become scientific enough. They're waiting for the world to get vaxxed so they can come down and bless us with higher technology, iPhone 33s or whatever. Like they're waiting for, that's the story with the aliens. They're waiting for us, to be good enough or whatever. But anyway, you can believe in aliens. You can believe in Bigfoot, Bat Squatch. You can believe in any of these things because they reinforce the dominant paradigm. But if you start going outside beyond that, that's where the censorship is. And so the flat earth topic's not even about geography. It's about worldview and the right to be wrong according to the authorities, which doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. Okay, so I'm going through some comments, see if I've missed anything. So again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that's our staple. We're not going to take anything off of that. Maybe add, for example, tomorrow. So if you don't want to miss out tomorrow for sure, we have a special guest. Karen says, hey, the alien BS is real. I can give you testimony. It's all a big spider web. Well, one problem I have with a lot of the alien testimony is the fact that much of the alien mythology was actually spread by agents, special agents working for the Air Force, in order to hide advanced technology and discredit people who might have seen some type of a craft they shouldn't have seen. So if you see something advanced, you might be able to go spill the secrets. You might be able to, if you were a spy or something, it might be a threat to national security. But now if you're talking about, oh, the Venetians are going to show up and steal our water supply and enslave us, well, then no one's going to take you seriously. And that's what they've done here. Pippi Langstruff says, life is a beach and then you dive. Karen says it's all the 3-letter agencies with flags on the side. You know, I've had people call in. I had someone call in like a month ago, and he said that he and his mom had actually seen a flying saucer, and it had a U.S. flag on the side of it, you know, indicating, you know, human technology, which I don't think that's all that far-fetched. There's an agenda by having you believe in aliens. And one more point on that, just for your reference, for your future reference, if there's a staged alien invasion, they're going to side with big government. You know, the aliens are going to be here to advance the goals. Just consider them to be Democrats. That's how it's split. And when you go to the fringes and you look at the political factions here, it actually goes that way. The believers in scientism see aliens as future humans. That's where we're going to be once we've advanced to where we don't need mouths and we don't need gender and everything's sterile and high tech. And you're looking at angels. It's the same description. Angels, beings of light. How do you describe aliens? Beings of light. The only time the angels are ever seen is when they're breeding with humans, which is what the aliens are presumably doing. These stories are being retold. So the alien is basically an angel that the atheists can believe in. And what's more, they probably hope that the aliens will kill the flat earthers or anybody who didn't believe. Like, because being scientific is how you're saved. If you're anti-science, you're going to die. Like all the people who refuse to wear masks. Hey, caller, really quick here. How many people do you know died from not wearing the mask?
Oh, 0. 0, literally.
Have you checked on them? Like, go to somebody's house.
Well, honestly, I can tell you this. Just 2 weeks ago, my father, like, I'm mid-30s, right? So my father was, diagnosed with COVID, but he actually almost died from bacterial pneumonia. But, they threw COVID on his thing.
Interesting. Well, wait. So this is the thing, too. My issue with that is the pandemic model is like, I have a hard time making the connection. Like a minute ago, I brought up 6 degrees of separation. And it's like, well, show me the 6 dots connecting that bowl of underheated bat soup to your neighbor.
Right.
Like how did it actually get there?
You know what's even more interesting, Tim? Like I've seen on Twitter within the last 2 days of people manhandling, like physically handling bats in their physical hands. And, there's no pandemic. But, you got to think about their forestaging. Like, oh, well, look back at this guy. He had a bat in his hand. The bat was huge. And
well, it never came from the bats. Look, the story is anyway. I think it came from the rotten banana that the bat picked up, and the bat dropped the banana peel on the waiter who fell.
It's just like AIDS. It's just like AIDS, man.
I saw the video where this woman is carrying a 33-year-old bat that was too old to fly. So she runs it around so it can exercise its wings, and then she lets it dive, and she basically makes it think it's flying. It was kind of like sweet. I didn't know bats live 33 years.
Well, that's amazing. Like I'm a student of life, and if you experience something like that, that's cool. But at the same time, we can't let these deep state assholes say, "Hey, yeah, there's your
Hey,
wet market."
on YouTube,
Because
on YouTube, you cannot put the bat and the soup emoji side by side. They actually banned that emoji combination, bat soup.
awesome, awesome. It's cancel culture at its finest, my friend. Um, a good friend of mine says that there is no peak insanity to Clown World, and so just enjoy the ride.
Agree.
And
I mean, we reached
he's from Australia, so
peak insanity,
um,
peak irony. I believe peak stupidity
it's
has
amazing.
been right.
Well, anyhow, so Karen's in the chat. Karen's sent me flashes. Very long story, very inside story, but I just wanted to touch on the alien thing. I really want you guys to think about Space Force, space traffic control. I'm not gonna sit here and hound it on you, but really think about it. Why it was necessary? Why? And I'm just a dude. I'm a guy. I have no government ties. I'm probably targeted as a QAnon follower or whatever. But this isn't about Q or anything. Really think about space traffic control. Think about Mike Lindell's thing that just came out, showing all the fraud. It was instantly banned. This is this is the Great Awakening, my friend. It really is.
Okay, wait. Mike
It's
Lindell.
for normie.
Mike Lindell, the pillow guy. Yes, he dropped this documentary. I watched a lot of it today. I mean, they have their case, they have their reality, their set of facts that are just ignored by the other side. But then I'm also following Lynn Wood, for example, on Telegram, and then I'm also following a few others.
I follow him.
Charlie Ward, and
Yep.
I'm like, okay, there's some talk here that something may go down this weekend at the Super Bowl where.
Well, dude, I saw something that I was expecting at like 3 p.m. on West Coast time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. That military come in. Didn't happen. Nothing's ever happened. But at the same time, look at old. Oh my God, I don't want to be like a Q-tard or anything.
No,
Please forgive me,
listen,
chat.
look, you're allowed to Q-tard out because we've been told that March 4th is the end date. So if nothing happens by March 4th, you got to drop Q and just go after the deep state yourself.
Tim, exactly. So here is my basic premise. Okay, so all the Q shit. Okay, think about Trump, Tesla connections, right? John Trump with Tesla had all his papers, etc. And this is just my rational brain thinking. John Trump was Donald Trump's uncle. Think about that. Trump has billions that he supposedly doesn't have accounted for. I think it was funded into that thing. And I got to say, I'm just going to come out and say it, chat. I fucking love Donald Trump. He was the best thing that ever happened in this country. He's like the next JFK, right? But anyhow, let's put all that shit aside, right? Think about the connections. Look at Elon Musk right now, Tim. He's sending all kinds of shit in space. Space Force just became a thing. What is your initial thought on just? I mean, we could go into weeds and weeds and weeds, but what is your initial thought?
My initial thought.
You inspire me.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm thinking that the entire space program is really just a cover for something entirely different. I won't be surprised if I hear that deep space is actually underground, like really, really deep. So,
let me ask you this. So, Hollow Earth theory, we'll just throw that out and move aside. But think about what one of the videos that actually Trump put out talking about. People can put things on the dark side of the moon, etc. Think about how long ago that was. And this is where it hits home with me, is because in the 40s, when my mother was born, they had these big triangles landing in my grandfather's fields, and he was a giant Freemason. He's dead now. He warned me never to get involved. So this is kind of where I draw the parallels. So, have at it, my friend.
Well,
I'm just warning people, it's huge.
I'm glad you brought
It's
this up.
huge.
I mean, we're talking about hidden technology, possibly, and all the alien UFO
absolutely.
mythology covering something up. There's some sort of truth in there. Don't know where it is or what it is yet 100%, but that
none of us
will
do,
play
man.
a role.
And that's fair, and that's where I come from.
But
I don't know what the fuck's true, but I hear the stories.
When he does the emergency broadcast, and this is what's supposed to happen for everybody here.
Oh, I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting.
So the Space Force is going to shut down the MSM globally and broadcast Trump's message. And this is what's going to cause people to recognize that the American corporation needs to go. And
No, hold on. I can take you one farther. So, Court of Florida. I cannot remember the court's name right offhand, but they literally filed. I don't know the legal language, but the solvency of the bankruptcy that was the U.S. corporation, it literally happened through Florida. So, I can't remember the whole shit, but look it up. I think it was And We Know literally found a public file of it, and I was just like, "What? Are you kidding me?" Like, that goes along with what I was thinking, what we all feel. I kind of hope so. I just kind of hope so. It's time for these fucking
so then final thing
to get kicked in the balls.
If nothing goes down, by March 4th, then I'll be disappointed if the QAnon.
No, me too.
I'll be disappointed if the QAnoners though decide, okay, back to normalcy, because that's when they have to say, hey, maybe Q got taken out, and I expect them to go and figure out where the deep state is, because it's just it'd be a travesty. This has been 4 years now.
Dude. I know. It's such a fucked up thing.
But hey, appreciate the call.
One thing.
Call back though.
Yeah.
Call back as we get closer
to March.
Bro. No. I mean, I'm not trying to hang up on you now, but keep calling back. You can be our resident QAnon.
I don't fucking know shit. I'm just a dude, but I see this thing, and I see it from like having seen this technology. I had the triangle fly over 200 feet over my head. Literally had an American flag posted right on the side. This was Northwest Ohio. I think I've told you this before, but
yes, I recall.
Generations before that, my mother, she saw the same thing. So
awesome.
Love Tim.
Appreciate the call.
You're awesome, bro.
And yeah, we'll talk again.
Truth is truth. You know what I mean? So
yeah, if it's true, exactly. It's why I won't ridicule the source or the ideas. We'll find out what's true soon anyway.
All right, man. Cheers, chat, and cheers, Tim.
Likewise, have a great night. Appreciate the call. And, right, I mean, I don't know what he saw, but it is true, though, that the QAnon narrative is coming to a head here. And if everything is going according to Mike Lindell and Lynn Wood's point of view, if everything's going according to plan or the plan, then expect something this Super Bowl. Expect something big to be revealed, and Space Force will be a big part of it. If you haven't been to the new hub, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. That's where I put the latest live streams and everything else. It's a hub. It's no longer just a site. Or you can go to darkmatter.radio. Same thing. A commenter here has spammed the chat with bats and pancakes. So YouTube has censored bat soup, but bat pancakes are still good. All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is Chief Crow, Auto Hoax. Join us back tomorrow, same time.
I'm on Auto Hoax, and it feels so good.
All right, I am hijacking this stream. Let me go ahead and Make sure I sent out all the
Welcome back.
notifications.
Today
Again, that was a replay. So let me go ahead and, like I said, we're updating the phone system. So that's kind of what's taking so long here. I don't think I'm going to get the full download right now, but it will be up shortly. Be right back. I know it's late for all that noise, but we have to heavily promote Chief Crow's work this week. As you know, he's going to be live at the Solar Return Festival in South Carolina, which is going to be later this month. I think it coincides with the equinox. So, a bunch of pagans. If you're so inclined to spend your crisis actor pay on a bus ticket or a plane ticket, I think it's called Solar. No, it's called. I'll get the domain for you. Okay, as I said, the phone system is in the middle of a transition here. And so kind of on the fly, I'm actually, as we speak, uploading the new system. And it should be ready here in like less than 10 minutes. So if you're here in the chat, let me go ahead and see who's here. Tim and Vic says, I have a sneaking suspicion Elisa Lam event was an integrated capstone event. See, that wouldn't surprise me. What isn't a PSYOP? Hold on one second. Jessica from customer service is reaching out to me. And at the moment, I'm trying to get the phone system on. So you know what? In fact, I'm pretty sure that everybody will still be here in 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the phones on. It's just I'm waiting for it to download. So just a moment, and we'll be back here in about 2 minutes. This is MVP.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right the whole time to do it this way.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the live media.
The penguin trolls. The penguin trolls. The penguin trolls. Penguin trolls. The penguin trolls. The penguin trolls. The auto hoaxer revolution.
All right, so basically, here's what's going on. Just before we started here, I wanted to get this straight. I am using a new and improved phone system. The number's not going to change, just like the year is never going to change. It's always going to be 1984, as you all understand. But I'm moving into a phone system that allows me to take third-party callers so that when I have a guest, they can take questions from the audience, and you can ask directly, so I don't have to relay the real crazy ones that I'm kind of averse to repeating. I'll let someone else do it. So it sounds like a lot more fun. And of course, having conference calls opens up a number of possibilities, but I didn't want to have anyone have to jump through hoops. Like, here's your passcode, here's your meeting number, like the Zoom conferences where you have to go through several doors. I just wanted to make sure that they can just call the existing number and be on the line, removing all the speed bumps. And we have done that, so that's complete, and that's going to be standard. So starting next week, and I want to say thanks to all of the patron supporters. Starting next week, we are going to be going 5 nights a week. We're going to have a more organized schedule, and I'm working this week on getting everything automated in terms of notifications, and we're also improving the newsletter situation, the newspaper, the news aggregator sites that we use to get our information. And we're also improving a couple of the affiliated podcasts, as you'll see. Basically, a lot of things are being upgraded this week, but first and foremost, I had to take care of the phones. So it looks like it's good to go. I believe I have it done, and I just learned how to use this system. I just tested it like less than an hour ago. That's why we're a little bit late. No big deal. I had to just do a few little adjustments here, but I think now what we can start doing is using the existing number. We should be able to quite easily take multiple callers, and I tried it out with my phone and my other phone, and basically it lines them up. You don't hear any annoying ring. I'll put in my own voicemail message, and that's another thing. We will have the ability to take voicemails, and I will be able to easily and seamlessly merge callers. Okay, so as it stands right now, the phone systems are on. And when I do formal meetings, I'll be able to invite people with an invite link or by email. And I don't want to plug them right now because it's a free trial, but I'm using Ring Central. And they've come to me recommended before. I think they will do the job. All right, I think we're just about there. I'm just doing a quick little sound check, and again, phone number on the screen is valid. So I'm going to do a test one more time just so we get this out of the way. I'll be back in just a moment again, and this is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. Be back in 30 seconds. Hello?
Hi,
Hey,
how's it
what's up,
going?
caller? How's it going?
Is this Tim?
Yeah. Actually, I'm doing fine. You asked me first, but first I want to say thanks for calling. I can hear you just fine. Why don't you speak and let's make sure that the
Okay.
audience can hear you? Oh, yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, I can move my mic. Is that better?
No, we're good to go. You don't even sound like you're wearing a mask, but
All right.
I'm not going to rat you out for that.
No, I'm wearing a few masks actually.
I wear one mask on the back of my head for every mask on the front to balance out the tug on my ears because I don't want them to stick out like Baby Yoda, like most people.
Baby Yoda, what's that?
You know, Baby Yoda, it's those ears that stick out sideways when they wear the masks too tight. I know you've seen
Oh,
it.
okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, no, I've seen that.
I take it you don't fall for any of that stuff.
No, I fall for women actually.
Awesome. Well, okay, so let's start with this. We started off tonight talking about this whole week actually, about the world having a script. And we've been pointing out that it seems like Stanley Kubrick has had a very dominant role in writing the dominant narrative of the 20th and 21st century, which is 9/11
Huh.
and even COVID. We think he actually wrote the script for that, for 9/11. What do you think of that?
Well, shoot, I couldn't tell you. I don't know much about Stanley Kubrick, and I just joined the stream a few minutes ago, so I couldn't tell you.
Gotcha. Well, I'll start with this though, because I know it's probably a new idea, but it's been rumored for decades that he's the guy that filmed Apollo 11. So we're just taking it one step further
Oh yeah.
and saying, well, he also seems to have had a role. And here's the thing: in multiple movies of his, you find these scenes that appear to reference 9/11 and even Ground Zero in very specific ways. In the movie The Shining, and in another movie as well, Doctor Strangelove. But anyway, they could be coincidences. Are you familiar at least with all the predictive programming around all these major events?
Oh yeah. Of course. So I'm here.
Right, exactly. That's what
Uh,
pulled me into it. So, what's your stance on the major psyop of the day? I guess that would be Biden. Is he a hologram, a clone, Jim Carrey in a mask?
What?
Or
You
do you
said
actually?
Biden is a hologram or Jim Carrey in a mask?
Well, I'm not the one who asserts he's Jim
Come
Carrey
on, be real.
in a
Be
mask,
real.
but I'm not the one who asserted this. There are many people who don't believe that Joe Biden is Joe Biden.
Well, then who's Joe Biden then?
That's the question of the day. So, at a minimum, have you at least seen have you seen any of the footage of Joe Biden where he appears to be, I don't know, like a little computer generated?
Um, I mean, I've seen a lot of digital anomalies, but of Joe Biden specifically, no, I'm not really. I don't really look into that stuff too much, to be honest.
Okay, well, here's the
But
thing.
I'm just like, yeah.
There's a story that came out 2 days ago, international story, and I don't look into this stuff. And it goes like this. This is some NBC coverage, and as Joe Biden was approaching the podium, the top of his head was visibly gone. Like the top of his head was flat. So what do
No
you?
way.
Yeah, I mean, millions and billions have probably seen this. It happened. So the question is, what are we looking at here? As a video editor,
Dude,
green screen.
hold on, I haven't seen that. So should I search Joe Biden flat head or something? What do I type? What do I type in?
Type in Joe Biden's head disappears. Literally, that's what I just searched, and it came up with the IBT Times. And yeah, I mean, his head literally disappeared, and it's consistent with a green screen glitch, too much contrast, poor planning on behalf of the PSYOP department at the White House.
Shoot. Uh,
Now, well, look, beyond this though,
well,
beyond
my Google is censoring that. I'm not able to find it.
okay, well, beyond this, there's other things that have led to this speculation. So, for example, his earlobes, when he was vice president, dangled freely. and now his earlobes are firmly attached to his face, like he's got Gorilla Glue on them or something. So earlobes don't.
Oh yeah, the genetics. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, earlobes don't just attach to your head over a period of 2 or 3 years, do they? I don't think so.
Well, mine are not attached, and I was born that way, so I would say probably not.
So people are wondering what happened. Was he replaced? I mean, there's all kinds of speculation about this. So I didn't start it. Then there are people who go further and they actually think, I don't even want to go here, but they think that the entire presidency of Joe Biden is being filmed at a movie studio at Castle Rock or something, which, like I said, I don't want to go there, but there are wishful thinkers out there who do believe that.
Yeah, I see the flat head. So yeah, I know Joe Biden doesn't have a flat head, and I see a picture of him with a flat head now. I see that. Um, I guess the reasonable explanation, if I were to be someone from the media, I would say, oh, that's just just an anomaly of camera stuff. But it does actually look like a different person. Like if you look at his face. Oh,
Right.
shoot, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I remember bright blue eyes before he had these deep coal black pits. And that's another change people have noted.
Pit.
Hey, I got a question here.
Wait, what did
Somebody,
you?
his eyes used to be blue. Now they're deep black pits. Like if you look into his
Yeah,
eyes.
yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah,
and,
yeah,
and
yeah. I know.
if you've ever looked at somebody wearing a hyper-realistic silicone mask, one of the tells, and you see this under spotlights, under heavy lighting, is the eyes are too far recessed into the head. And I think Biden has that very masky
Oh
appearance.
yeah.
Now, someone here on the chat
Well,
is asking a
yeah. I
question.
mean,
I have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt, but someone's asking here if you voted for Biden. You don't have to tell us.
no. I voted Don Blankenship.
Okay. How
He's
many votes did
the
he get?
Taxpayer Party. I think he got about I don't know 10,000 or something. No, I was actually a troll. Because I didn't want to vote in the federal election. I was there for state and local, and I ended up voting federal because there was like 7 different candidates or something that I could vote for, and
Right. Well,
so I voted for just the weirdest one.
that's probably more responsible than putting all your hope in some centralized leader, whether it be a talk show host or a hologram. So I commend you for that. It's not as bad as just regularly pulling the lever every 4 years.
Yeah. No, well, I didn't grow up in the time when you pulled levers. I just pushed a button on a touch screen. But yeah.
Well, I assumed
I didn't want to vote for the two. Yeah.
I mean, I assumed it was a lever, like in a casino when you play the slots, because it's just a big gamble and it's all a fraud. But I never actually pulled a lever when voting.
Yeah, well, I mean, the federal election is for sure, but the state and local elections, I mean, you can actually make a difference in your county. But for the federal elections, it's just, I mean, it's like, what is that game with the three walnuts, and they move them around? That's pretty much what a federal election is. You think you're getting one, but you're really getting screwed.
A shell game, sure. Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
And at this point, though, I think politics has been rendered to, in my view, something of a participatory soap opera and a sort of entertainment, and a very, really kind of perverse sort of entertainment, because I don't really believe that it's connected to reality in any significant way. They're all spellbound by the media, the politicians, that is. They live in the world where everything on the news is real, and every other day there's an asteroid about to kill us. Are you concerned about asteroids? Do you wear a helmet?
Oh yeah, no, I'm very concerned about ass hemorrhoids. Very concerned.
So do you
I
not?
wear a helmet all the time.
So you believe in them? I mean that's the thing. If they
Oh
got
yeah,
if
for
you got
sure, man.
you believe in space rocks that might at any moment just basically puncture a hole in
Oh
the
yeah.
sky. On what evidence?
Sorry, I think there's a little bit of a delay, but yeah, asteroids are very, very dangerous. There's big ones, and some of them have gold, and we want to mine some of them. And SpaceX is launching up dudes in special shiny suits to go mine them. Yeah, dude.
Well, there's one in particular. It's called Apophis, named for the god of chaos, that is supposed to skim by next week. And they said that one's positively going to kill us in 2029. I mean, this is science telling us this. And what's more, they're now telling us that the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs actually punctured the atmosphere, created a vacuum, and sucked the dinosaurs off the surface of the Earth and ejected them onto the moon.
No way. No way. They're on the moon now? Can I
Dinosaurs,
look up with a telescope and see them?
astropaleontology.
Fossils?
Astropaleontology, it's a new
No,
field that
astropaleontology. That's a real thing. Astropaleontology is a real thing.
it is. Oh, hey, by
Okay.
the way, let me go ahead and share something with the audience listening. 833-311-1984. It's open phones, and we have a caller queue. So you can go and call in at any point, and I can add people in or whatever, but it's not going to require that you dial multiple times.
Yeah.
So you're the first one to test it out, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I was waiting. You were saying something about you were downloading, and I was like, well, shoot, I'm gonna call.
Yeah, I downloaded Ring Central
Why
to
not?
replace my old system because Skype has failed me consistently, and all I want to do is to be able to interview guests and have third-party callers actually, call in and add their own voice to the mix. So we're going to start that pretty much starting next Monday.
Yeah. I mean, that would be cool if someone else called in right now. We could have, a couple people talking with you. I think that would be nice.
Right, exactly. And if somebody has a very specific challenge they want to give to the audience, they could take questions like that. So that's going to be the format moving forward, because I do want to make use of all the tools at our disposal here. And I kind of think that debate is usually wasted on people who are poor moderators. So many flat earth debates have just devolved into nothing. What's your opinion, by the way? How do you feel about the spinning ball?
I mean, I like to troll a lot. I like to troll people, but the Earth is observably and obviously flat. That's what obvious. I mean, I think everyone in here thinks that, unless there's someone who doesn't. But
No, I rarely
I
come
was just
across
trolling
anybody.
about the asteroid.
No, I mean, same here. I rarely come across people who are like diehard globe defenders. I talk about the space station all day long, and nobody calls in to say, hey, I'm offended. I want to correct you on this. Nobody ever does.
I'm offended.
Well, we have a...
I did actually call in with a question, though.
Yeah, by all means. Yeah, ask me anything, by all means.
I wanted to ask you about Crow 777 because he was one of the guys that actually helped me seriously consider that the Earth might be flat. And I remember you dissed him at one point. And I just wanted to ask you about that.
It wasn't that. I understand why so many people would find Crow 777 to be a gateway drug. It's a very attractive and interesting theory. And I'm all interested in new ideas and observations and observational data, but I don't care for scientific fraud. And in this case, I have a hard time believing that somebody with 25 plus years experience in photography with thousands and thousands of dollars invested into it wouldn't know the difference between a basic flaw or camera error and there being an entirely separate celestial body. And aside from the second sun thing, there are so many alternative explanations for the lunar wave, and I've heard so many squirrely ways to get out of it. And I'm like, you know what? There's a point where it becomes an act of almost like faking UFO sightings for views. And so I just think that the lunar wave phenomenon is something of a con. And there's really no other way to put it. Because either one of two things. Either it's a con. Well, it's a con in that there are so many things wrong with the proposition that he's recording the moon and he sees it wave. And so something happened to the moon. Well, Occam's razor says check your camera first. And I can name a number of ways that the exact effect has been repeatedly replicated. And these are ways that are easily explained. For example, if you're close to an airport and you get these planes flying over, you're going to have disturbances in the atmosphere, wingtip vortices, which will cause the moon to give a wave effect if you're recording it, among other things. But anyway, that's just one thing.
I mean, I mean, that's a respectable view. I mean, I don't know about the plane thing. I think he talked about that, but I think your view is respectable, and I'm not gonna hold anything against you on that.
Well, he did give an answer for the wave thing. Because, see, there's a couple of things. One, you could have a vibrating cell phone in your pocket leaning against your camera tripod. That's one thing that could cause the moon to wave like that. Another thing, though, as I said, wingtip vortices. But his explanation was that would only happen if it were a bow wave from a supersonic jet, which just is not true. It would be true with any particular plane flying over. So anyway, it's an interesting idea, but again, my question is, how could an experienced cameraman continually make that error? So I forgave that one, but then when it came to the second sun, I saw Mick West duplicate that with a slide from a microscope and an iPhone and a rubber band. And I'm like, okay, what's more likely? We have another sun and nobody noticed until the guy who noticed the lunar wave, or it's something wrong with the camera. And sadly, most people are willing to go for the more, I guess, exciting answer.
Yeah. No, I definitely see where you're coming from. And like I said, it is respectable. I was just wondering, do you ever, you have a Discord, right?
Yes, we have a Discord, and I think there's about 420 members in there right now, and about 42 people active at any moment.
Yeah, I was in there. I was in the South Pole. There's also, I don't know if you'd be interested in this, but there's a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I don't know if you'd ever want to go in there and talk with people in there, but I do that a lot. That's where I've been hanging out a lot, mostly recently.
I actually joined it. I haven't really got too engaged, but maybe I will in the future here. I think the topic there's still a lot to it that needs to be explored, and a lot of arguments that need to be kind of fleshed out. And we do have somebody. Have you seen this guy, Mark Gauld, the Scottish guy, who's raising money to send a flat earther to space?
Mark? No, I haven't.
Okay, well,
I had to pause my stream because I'm on my cell phone, so I can't see your stream right now because I'm on my cell phone, but because it paused it when I called you. But,
oh, I see.
But yeah, send me or show a link or something, and I'll pull it up.
Link,
or just tell me what to type in.
Well, his name Mark Gauld. You can actually find it at flatlunacy.com. It's a crowdfunding campaign that this globe earther is setting up to send a flat earther to space, $250,000. And so this is really where the thing needs to go. So I will have to go into this 24/7 Discord or wherever all the flat earthers are hanging out, because it's going to take a little bit from everybody to make it happen, to send, who knows?
Probably. You don't have to go there.
I'm not.
I was just wondering if you heard about it, but
I've heard about it. I think I've been there a few times, because they used to have a live stream on YouTube that corresponded with it, and you could just listen in. I don't know if they're still doing it, because YouTube, if you say anything about the Earth not being a ball, they censor you for QAnon. Everything is now QAnon.
Wait, you don't think the Earth's a ball?
No, I don't think it's a ball. I don't know it's a ball, I should say, and I hope it is, but I don't think it is. But regardless, stating that opinion on YouTube gets you branded a QAnon terrorist.
What? QAnon terrorist? What the fuck is that?
Haven't you paid attention to the mainstream media, how they have been covering the news in the last few months? We had that individual in the Viking costume run into the Capitol. They said it was a terrorist attack, that he was sent by QAnon. QAnon is synonymous with radical terrorist in America today. If you haven't been noticing, that's...
Yeah. I'm a little bit familiar. When 3/11 happened, I was a little bit interested in QAnon, because they were saying, oh, everyone's going to get saved because that's why we're getting locked down, to lock up pedophiles. I was watching it a little bit, but now it's just a bunch. I don't know. It's like you put a horse in front of you put a carrot in front of a horse, right? And you think you're going to get the carrot, but you never do. So I stopped watching.
Oh yeah, look, I gave the whole idea every single possible opportunity. We gave it till election. The day after, Sidney Powell released the Kraken. Then they said, no, it's going to change on the 20th. Trump's going to be inaugurated. One thing after another. They even said January 19th, National Popcorn Day, QAnon. Going to release all the rescued children, beat up the the deep state, execute them or whatever, on TV no less. So yes, we were all kind of left holding our popcorn with nothing to watch.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's a lot to watch, but the popcorn is kind of stale.
Yeah, it's taken too long. March 4th was the day. That didn't happen. There was like 8 or 9 people at the DC right there who were, I guess, hopeful, but that was about it. And some are still holding out hope for 320. And a few people, in fact, did you get your second crisis or your third crisis actor check?
No, I just got the second crisis actor check for 600, and it was a card this time. It wasn't a check, unfortunately.
Okay, because I heard a rumor that the new crisis actor checks were signed by Donald Trump, and the QAnoners have taken that to mean he's still in charge. Everything's going to be okay. Trust the plan. But
Yeah, trust the plan, man. This is what. Oh god.
well, I think it's kind of, I think it's kind of interesting though that they're willing to go there and trust it, because it's like, wait, you started this mission to rescue the kids in 2015. You failed at winning again in 2020, so you have to wait till 2024. You're going to be rescuing a bunch of teenagers at some point. Like, it's just taking too long.
Yeah, yeah. The teenagers are going to be adults by that point.
Then, yeah, exactly. You got to rescue them from what now? Not the deep state, but their crappy minimum wage jobs. I mean, it's taking too long. I've lost interest.
What do you think? Do you think Trump's gonna run another 2 terms or whatever? Since he got impeached twice and both of them he was acquitted.
I'm so dejected by the low quality of writing on the world stage. I'm actually expecting his son or his daughter to run or something just gross like that. So no, I don't think so. I think that this was the final season of The Apprentice, and that's about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar with The Apprentice, but I'm sure Donald Trump is an apprentice to some sort of something like that.
The Apprentice was his reality TV show. I never watched it. I knew people that watched it, but the fact that he's a reality TV show star and then he becomes a president, it's like it's not even that big of a leap. But anyway, Kanye West, someone says, will probably be the next president. I kind of feel that one too, sadly. Kanye West.
What? No, there's no way.
Wait, it's too late.
If anything, it'll be Donald McDonald. Who's that? Donald McDonald?
Oh, Kyle McDonald.
Ronald McDonald.
Kyle McDonald, right? The rapper.
Donald McDonald.
The rapper with the dreadlocks that looks like. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy. It'd probably be that guy.
I wouldn't be shocked, but Kanye's already ran. That's the thing. So it's the Overton window has been opened.
But nobody likes Kanye. At least I don't. Sorry.
Right. Well, maybe you're not what the new America looks like. I mean, the new America is going to vote for Kanye. I can already tell you. All right. Hey, thank you for testing out the phones. I got a number of people who want to get into the topic of Stanley Kubrick. Yeah. So stay listening, though, because you're going to want to hear this, because we do think that Stanley Kubrick is one of the Illuminati's top directors. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, all right, see you, man.
Okay, I have to rate that call a 5 stars to Ring Central. Again, I'm using Ring Central. It's for conference calls. It's going to be very helpful starting next week. We're going to be doing a 5-night-a-week live stream call-in program, very structured, organized. And we're going to do this on a schedule, so we don't have anybody questioning if we're live or not. Everybody will know when to call in. Okay, so today is still Sunday. It's Pi Day. Again, you know, Pi Day, 76-year-old Stephen Hawking died on a Pi Day. Einstein was born on a Pi Day, died at 76. They do these things to connect these figures in your mind, so you think that there's some part of some kind of like a lineage or some kind of, it mystifies them, in other words. But let's go ahead and go through some of the notes here. Starting with this. I didn't know this until last night. It turns out that New York City, Manhattan Island was actually discovered on September the 11th. So September the 11th, 1609, Henry Hudson, in his ship, sailed into New York Harbor and discovered Manhattan Island. On September 11th, 1941, the groundbreaking was held for the Pentagon. And of course, 60 years later, on September 11, 2001, the terror attacks struck the Twin Towers in Manhattan and also the Pentagon. And both of these events, by the way, were foreshadowed by Kubrick. So the first would have been Dr. Strangelove with a low-flying missile with Captain Kong flying the thing very low to the ground. That scene contains foreshadowing to the Pentagon attack. The Twin Towers are foreshadowed in The Shining, in the scene where Danny is on the tricycle in the hallway speeding towards the twins, who represent the Twin Towers. The way they're hacked in the midsection where the planes hit, very obvious. And there's another scene where they're in a room and he's throwing darts, re-emphasizing the projectiles. And the twins are standing beside a phone booth that says Bell. And that connects to the Bell building right there by the Twin Towers. And then we now have the Millennium Hotel, the black obelisk, based off of Space Odyssey 2001, right there at Ground Zero. Just a few coincidences with Kubrick, and we're going to go into all of those. But one of the points I wanted to start off with is that the Twin Towers were always ritual props. They were built and taken down as part of a ritual, a psychodrama. 33 years from the date of their construction, they're pulled down. This is part of a 2-into-1 Space Odyssey 2001. That's the meaning of it. In fact, after the two were torn down, Trump was behind an initiative to have them rebuilt as a single World Trade Center Phoenix. Again, the correlation between the number 33, the Phoenix, and a conflagration, a fire, the Burning Man. These are symbols and scenarios that are replayed on specific dates on the world stage, as you'll see, throughout this Metascript. And it shows us that there is a coded language, and it's revealed in the patterns. And the media knows. If they give us too much information, we start to know patterns. One of the things I wanted to also bring up too is that the Space Needle has been given as much attention as the Twin Towers in movies, as something that will be destroyed at some point in the future, in a significant event. One other thing, I believe that 2020, hindsight's 2020, I think that the script that they wrote for bringing about the new age, the new crown, new corona, it ended in 2020. 2020 was the end of the world, so if you're still here, congratulations, you survived. It didn't end entirely, but the old world ended, and we're in the new one. And the end of the world being in 2020 was heavily insinuated throughout much of the programming. And it primarily has to do with emergencies. And that's one of the topics we'll get into today. I want to deconstruct the world stage by focusing on emergency codes in mainstream entertainment. You know the expression, order out of chaos, the motto of the 33rd degree Masons. Emergency is what happens. This is what they create. They create an emergency because their new order is emerging on the backs of the chaos. They create the chaos, they burn it down, they build back better. They create chaos and restore order. It's an ancient con. So the Metascriptors create these emergencies, all of them fake. So I've been finding more information, more people have been digging into 9/11 predictive programming than ever before. And it's beyond just pointing it out, oh, that's just a weird coincidence or that's eerie. Now it's into, all right, well, clearly there's a script here. And this has been for, well, decades. In fact, Trump was written into the world stage Metascript easily as early as 1958, when he was 12 years old. These characters are written for the world stage. I'm also going to be doing a separate study. I mean, there's quite a lot that we're going to be doing in this vein, because we're kind of looking back. In fact, I do have a link to the mind map to kind of show you where we're coming from if you're new to this. But let's go ahead and scroll through my notes. I don't want to get too lost. Also, daylight savings, don't forget to set your clocks on fire. Time isn't real. Okay, the 9/11 attacks. One more thing about them. So the planners of the project, to rebuild the Freedom Tower, they built something that was 1,776 feet. Isn't it odd that 1776... Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going? It's Lickety Split.
Just going through the Metascript further into the program. So are you on the same sheet as me in regards to considering that maybe Stanley Kubrick had a role in the 20th century and beyond as far as writing the news in advance?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I've only had a little bit of time to like think about it. The most I can comment, because I hate fucking movies and like I don't watch them. I try to watch The Shining and I like fell asleep. So, but the whole fact of, so the buildings were built, like there's a 33 in the story there somewhere, right? Where they were built 33 years before they went down or some shit like
Correct,
that,
correct.
right?
The same year that 9/11 became an emergency code in the U.S. And that's the pattern here, emergency.
Right, and so that, yeah, and that gives the credit, more credibility for me at least, like the way that I like to research topics and look into things. That means that there was a plan in place at that time already. So yeah, you could have somebody like a Kubrick or whoever start to go ahead, hey, you got 33 years to plan this. And he's like, sweet, 33 years, like, great. And yeah, sure. So I look at it more like that. Like I haven't really got to look at the movies and all that kind of shit.
Well, I haven't
yeah,
read.
wasn't he a pedo too?
They're difficult to watch. I don't know about that. He was probably an adrenochrome junkie like all directors. But I was in a film studies course for a semester as my major, and I didn't realize the significance at the time, but maybe they don't even. But the curriculum had us go through all of Kubrick's film in order and treat these things like they were great works of art. Clockwork Orange. I mean, I found these movies to be trashy and disturbing, all of them. Even Eyes Wide Shut. So it's the most boring orgy scene conceivable, and it doesn't even make sense because they took out key scenes that he wanted in there. But anyway, my point being...
I'm so glad I didn't go to college. Wow, that's crazy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, that even makes it like, it kind of compounds the whole thing that you point that out. But yeah, it sounds totally plausible. I'd have to look more into it, but like I said, I just can't stand movies, and getting through The Shining was just too hard. I was calling... I noticed on Twitter that the vax is being referred to the jab. Have you noticed that?
Yes, I have noticed that. The jab, which I think is meant to take the association away from it. It's a sales pitch. It doesn't sound so bad. It's just a little jab. It's not a punch, right?
And I thought it was just kind of weird because then I thought it made me think about Jabulon, which is like some god of some people. Apparently, the OTO uses it too in some rituals.
I think I might have heard that name.
Yeah,
I might have heard that name before. Jabulon. I think I might have heard it in some dank Masonic lodge one night under torchlight. Jabulon. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. For sure, yeah. So I don't know, man. I just like jumped out at me, when I see that kind of shit, especially on Twitter, and it's just like catching on all quick. Everyone's like, the jab. I'm like, oh, the Jabulon.
Found it. Found it.
Yeah,
You're right.
anyway, this one.
Okay, so it's actually one of these names where they've combined a few different gods with it. So it's like Jehovah, Baal, and On, or something like that. Absolutely, that's their three-headed.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, so then also I was going to mention, I saw somebody talking about this possibility of vax passport. So like, I don't even know that's going to be like available because like HIPAA laws, right? Like that would conflict completely with HIPAA laws as far as privacy, and having a vax passport. It seems like, that's a public official that you're showing your passport to. So like that would be like an immediate like violation. However, I guess like in this fucking world, they can just make a law and just be like, no, it's not making it public.
No, I kind of think it's an authoritarian's like best hope. They're hoping they can make that happen. I think it's kind of idealistic on their part. At best, maybe they can give you a vax discount on your ticket, but no, there's no way they're going to be able to get that far. And competition.
Yeah, and that like it's. I was going to say with compulsory too, like it's just not going to happen. Like they don't have the manpower. Like they could never just like forcibly sterilize or vaccinate or sterilize everybody. They just couldn't do it. They have to. So like I kind of noticed like right now with the news, it's kind of going from, you know, they try to scare everybody into it, you know, with COVID when it started. And now it's kind of gradually like moving into like, well, we are not going to be able to do that. And we can't force it on them. So they're trying to go with coercion, which, you know, like that's how driver's licenses were kind of installed on everybody in the early 1900s. This is all just coercion. It's like a common method of the government. But that's because they hold the whole money thing over the states. So the federal government's just like, we'll offer you money, and then you take it, and then you just install our laws. And that's kind of like the last caller, one good thing he mentioned that he was talking about. So everyone can look this up. It's called vertical federalism, okay? And so that's not how it's supposed to be, but that's where it's the top down. It's the pyramid structure, right? So vertical federalism, that's where, so they have the money generator, so now they can just coerce and bribe the states to take on whatever laws they want. This is how you get your money. All your states are broke. They all rely on the federal government for that. So, I mean, that's just what they're doing with with this vaccination shit, too. They're going to try that. It probably won't work. Apparently, like 50% of the country hates vaccinations.
50?
I just heard that. That could be fake, too.
No, it's got to be like 10%. I mean, maybe it's like 50% might be philosophically opposed to anything mandatory. But as far as the anti-vax, like people are like truly against it and who are scared of it, the ones who think that Bill Gates wants to kill them, they're in the small minority. And it surprises me because I get on these mainstream sites just to do research, and most of the articles are like, people can't wait for the Johnson & Johnson vax. They're lining up for days. And I said this in advance. There's going to be vax junkies. There's going to be vax virtue signalers showing you their vax patch, their stickers. Like, I voted, I got vaxxed. That's happening right now. So, and it doesn't even get you any freer.
No, for sure. I know. And right, like vaccination requirements, like coercion, whatever you want to call it, it's always been a thing, like for schools. Going back hundreds of years, they've done these mass vaccinations before. So, you know, like they can do it and they will do it, and they, you know, going to school usually requires it. And so, you know, like I was saying, it's like getting a driver's license. It's all just, it's just a fucking mess, dude.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. I don't,
go ahead.
Because like I happen to think that any partisan fear is probably fake. It's just weird to me that one side fears the virus, one side fears the vax. So I have to ask the anti-vaxxers, do you think that, you know, vaccines are bad for animals as well, like your pets? And also I want to ask, are vaccines a bigger threat than obesity and cigarettes and alcoholism? Because if we're all going to start crying wolf...
Yes, I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that. Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, so here's my thing. I separate my personal view versus my public view. So my public view is, I'm with you. Like, don't attack the vax. If you're going to attack anything, attack like is the virus even a real fucking thing? You would actually do better defending yourself in court by doing what you were talking about, go after the whole foundation that they're trying to lay down, that there's a virus and a pandemic. You're way better off that than trying to be like, no, I don't like the vax, it's bad, it's unhealthy, whatever. They're like, whatever, like we already decided, and that's what a state does. So, like, that's how that works. My private view, like, I don't even like taking a lot of, like, ibuprofen. You know, I like to drink beer and shit, though, and so, like, I try to replace my, you know, what I consider pollution in my body with something else. Like, if I'm going to pollute my body, I'm going to do it my way. I want to, like, have a fucking beer or something like that, smoke a little weed.
Okay,
but
like let me
as far
put it
as,
this
like,
way.
Pharmaceuticals.
Okay, like, so this. Okay, so...
go ahead.
Okay, let's start with this. So if I were to ask somebody, would you, for example, would you consider the symptoms of heavy drinking, maybe what it does to your liver cells? Would you consider that to be worse or equivalent to what Bill Gates' vax is going to do? I'm trying to get some figure on it. I want to get some notion, like how bad is it going to be? Because 6 months ago...
Right, okay, right.
6 months ago, it was going to kill us all.
Well, go ahead.
Well, 6 months ago...
it's a cost-benefit analysis. Yeah.
But, I mean
you can only do that yourself. Yeah.
But
go ahead, sorry.
Here's the thing. No, 6 months ago, they said the vax is going to kill us all. And now no anti-vaxxers say that. They all changed their script overnight. So now the script is no, it might do damage to some, or it might sterilize the next generation. So I kind of don't know when the goalpost moved, but I find the fact that the goalpost moved to mean that maybe there's nothing to fear.
Yeah, well, vaccine comes under a special sect of pharmaceutical, and it's like back, like the Greek word is origin for pharmacy is pharmakon or pharmakos, and it means literally like a poison or a drug or a poison, one of the two things. It could be whatever happens, I guess, like whatever happens after you take it, that determines if it was a poison or if it was a drug. But that's like the old definition where it comes from. So that's actually a really interesting topic that people should really look into. But I don't know. I agree with you as far as like a movement. Movements are always, they're always taking over. As soon as if something becomes a movement, it's gone. Like at that point. So I've always been a pusher of that for sure. So I agree with you there. But
right. Well, it became
anyway.
It became a movement, like a fad. All of the people who were marching in the streets saying the Earth is flat, all of a sudden they did a swerve into 5G towers are going to kill you, into the vaccine's going to kill you, and that became their principal issue.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for the government-sponsored anti-vax hysteria to pass so they can go back to saying the Earth is flat again.
Yeah, I guess I just read something about 5G.
Wait, hey, let me hold on a second here. Let me go ahead and
here.
I got to answer somebody's question in the comment. Tim Hamby says, "Where does either one of these dudes get their info?" Okay, I don't believe in the virus. I think that the virus is sin. It's a superstition that they use to control minds. I don't believe in viruses, and I think that the fear of the vax is a massive hoax, and it helps perpetuate the existence of the virus in the minds of the fearful. So no, I'm completely outside of
and if I can answer, and if I can answer him, I get mine. I usually, as most people know, if they listen, I read case law. Like I go back 100 years and 50 years or 200 years, and then consider all of it together. And that's where I get it from. I can provide some cases. You can email me if you want, or he can go fuck himself. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I got
that's
you.
pretty much all I had. Go ahead.
No, no, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, you're all entitled to your opinions. I think.
Oh yeah,
everybody.
Have you heard of the Hilaria?
No, what is it?
I guess that's coming up. It's some strange old Roman celebration that starts in March 24th. So I don't know if I'm not saying anything's going to happen or anything like that, but yeah, it's usually like I don't want to say it on your thing because I don't want to get it all get your.
Look, I had 3 YouTube
so.
channels shut down last week. I'm over COVID. I'm over COVID. I'm over vaccine phobes. I'm over 5G phobes.
Man.
But I lost 3 channels because I'm saying this. I may not agree with the things that keep you up at night, that keep you scared. I may not believe in them, but I will defend your right to speak about them online, even if it costs me a YouTube channel.
All right, well, I'll just say it's a god, and it's one of their celebrations, which with Gnosticism and Ophite Gnosticism, it usually involves ritual sacrifice or self-mutilation, and sort of like a transgendered celebration. So everyone can go look it up and they can see. But yeah, anyway, so that's coming up. So we'll see if anything happens.
Spring break.
Anyway, I think that's all I got. Yep.
All right. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping me test out the phones, by the way. So yes, looking really good here. Valley56 says, I defend your right to be afraid of anything. Precisely. No, I think that it's pretty clear to me that when there's something that only half the side of the political spectrum fears, it's probably not real. And this is such a funny thing to me. I think it's funny that the left is terrified of global warming. They shiver when they see the sky, like scared little dogs at an approaching thunderstorm. And on the right, they laugh at them. Like, you guys are afraid of climate change. But then they see a plane, and they panic because it's chemtrails. It's like, put on your chemtrail mask. And the left laughs at them for believing in chemtrails. And I'm like, wait, you guys are both laughing at each other for being afraid of what man's doing to the environment, specifically the skies. You're both pointing fingers at the same thing, basically. But you're on opposite sides of the fence. And I'm wondering, why don't the climate change activists and the chemtrail activists unite? Line up behind Greta. And I guarantee it's the same agenda at the top of it. Fear of the sky. I think that the governments of the world like to keep human beings programmed with certain fears that have, well, proven efficacy, managing us, primal fears. And one of them being, of course, fear of the sky. That's why all the kings of the gods are always thunder gods. Tim and Vic says, talk is cheap, YouTube channels are cheaper. Well, I'm also trying to set a record at this point. We have, and there is a record of it, something like 91 channels that have been struck down. Now, if they only get 2 strikes, we just put it to the side, and then it eventually comes back. And so the ones that are on live right now were channels that were probably alive a couple years ago. And we brought them back from the dead. Okay, so I have to bring this up to you as well. It's just a picture. So Super Recognizer, one of my favorite YouTube channels, has come to believe that Stanley Kubrick employed the actor Buzz Aldrin, not just for the moon, but for, well, rather it's the other way around. He would have starred in this other one first. He's suggesting that Buzz Aldrin is actually George C. Scott. So let's start with that. George C. Scott. You know, he's in the movie Dr. Strangelove, working with Kubrick. And then Kubrick does the moon landing in 1969. And it is believed by some that George C. Scott is in fact the same guy. Now, of course, there's a few differences, but this is what Super Recognizer gets into. Specifically, though, when you get into the timelines, that's when it matches up. When you get into their birth dates and the things people have said about the two of them. So that's kind of another related rabbit trail to the conversation here about Stanley Kubrick, because you could argue that Apollo 11 was one of the most transformative pieces of cinema ever created and the most influential worldwide collectively. Like, this was a foundational myth to the new paradigm about, you know, outer space and man becoming multiplanetary. So here's just a few pictures. I'm comparing the two. And it's not completely obvious, although there was that incident where Buzz Aldrin was making these weird faces behind the back of Donald Trump, and people were kind of fixated on it. And when he makes these faces, you get a better look at his skull structure, and I can kind of see where Super Recognizer is at here. Knockout Bear says Mission Impossible stuff. Right. Well, I'm suggesting it's consistent with the overall patterns we've seen. And also keep this in mind. Later this year, Tom Cruise is going to the space station. Tom Cruise starred in another Kubrick film, Space Odyssey Eyes Wide Shut, which came out in 2001. So there's a connection between Space Odyssey and that, just in the year. And Eyes Wide Shut came out on the 30th anniversary of Apollo 11. So there's another connection to Apollo 11 in the space program. And what's more, again, Tom Cruise was the star of that movie. He's going to the space station this year, which makes me think that Kubrick has some kind of a part in that as well. I mean, obviously he's dead, most likely. I mean, some think he faked his death in 99 so he could focus on September 11th, which makes sense, but I have no reason to think he's still alive. I'm just suggesting that the Metascript that he authored or worked on continues on into the future and past the next 9/11 style event. All right, let me go ahead and go through this other document. We went through this last year, but I have to gloss through it. It's called Coincidence Theory 113, and this explains the overall idea, this Metascript concept. And the key to understanding it, I think, is noting where it aligns with the calendar. So you could cherry pick things all day long. But when it's aligned with something as objective as the days, down to the hours, to the minutes sometimes, in order to express some symbolic resonance, then more than likely you're not dealing with a mere coincidence. Posel says, what is the elite's obsession with cryogenics in Vanilla Sky? Well, see, in Vanilla Sky, he's 33 years old. This is Tom Cruise playing this character. David Ames. He is a publisher of a very popular magazine called Rise. Now, Rise is another one of these terms. It relates to the number 33, the phoenix, the burning man, rising from the dead, the dying, resurrecting character that this David Ames is portraying, because he dies at the age of 33, and 3 days later he comes back. But you find out at the end of the movie that he was actually in a simulation. He was cryogenically frozen, and his mind was in a simulation, and he wanted to wake up and come back to the real world. So his death at 33 was followed by a rebirth. All kinds of Gnostic Christian subtext. Of course, Tom Cruise, his name, phonetically similar to his co-star Penelope Cruz. Her name, C-R-U-Z, but both names to me are suggestive of a cross. In the movie, she played the role of Sophia. Sophia is the feminine counterpart to the Gnostic Christ figure, so it makes sense. And so again, 33, comes back from the dead, and this movie, I think, does tie into his future role at the space station. And what he's doing there, this is what I think is going to happen. He's filming the first movie in space. That's why it's a big deal. So the Apollo 11 was the first movie in space. Of course, the public thinks it's real, but it's something of an irony that of all people, Tom Cruise is up there, and they're calling it the first movie. I mean, just the layers that they put over reality. It's just a screen over a screen. But once he pulls this off, this mission, it will forevermore, I think, cement in the minds of the masses the existence of outer space. You won't be able to say the space station is fake anymore. Once Tom Cruise goes up there, nobody will believe you. And Tom Cruise is weirdly connected into all of the same types of symbolism you would expect. Do a search on how many times he divorced his wives at the age of 33. Or how many movies he's done. Or how many years elapsed between Top Gun and the sequel. Vanilla Sky's release date was December 14th, 2001, 33 days after September the 11th. That's also relevant for a few reasons. Okay, one of them, he's a jumper. He jumps off the top of a building at the end. It's one of the main points of it. But at the very beginning of the movie, he's running through New York, and it's empty. Like, the streets are empty. And so people compared it to after 9/11, sort of, but I think it was more reminiscent, or rather prescient. It was foreshadowing coronavirus. The timing of that movie's release, 9/11, foreshadowing coronavirus. We've seen this pattern. Donnie Darko, too, a movie heavily encoded with symbolism, has quite a lot now pointing to not only coronavirus, but also Donald Trump's presidency. And then you have the Tom Cruise deepfake videos trending right now. I have a feeling that those videos are trending right now in order to saturate the search results. So when he actually goes up there to do this movie, and the usual critics, like people like you, call it fake, you're going to search Tom Cruise, is it fake? And you're not going to find anything about what we're talking about. George Orwell says, who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. That's why they're burning all the books and censoring all the channels. It's an attempt to control what just happened. They control the interpretation. If nobody was here to say that nobody died or cried at any of the school shootings, I mean, find me one if you want to, but good luck. That these events of the last, since the inception of media, all of the major transformative psychodramas, all the major events in our history books that you're you're taught that are important and critical for your understanding of the world, these things are all staged. Broadly speaking. I mean, there might be some real stuff happening here and there, but the big macro picture is ultimately staged. And we have plenty of evidence, I think, to support this. So, coincidence theory 113, I have a mind map that goes along with it, examining a century of predictive programming and what it says about our future. Predictive programming is real, but what does it mean? How propaganda is used to give us our history as we live it. Infinite Plane Radio, do you think history is scripted in advance?
Yes, I do. This is Lickety Split again. I had a couple more things I just remembered I wanted to mention and see what you thought about. But yes, I absolutely think it's scripted in advance, of course.
One question on the side before we go in. What about individually?
Go ahead.
So do you think there's predestination individually?
Oh, I saw a great quote that it said a person's only goal in life should be the fulfillment of their own destination. And when you put it in that context, then yes, I think that's it.
Okay.
You're here to do something, and then you're gonna die.
Got it. Okay. Anyway, go on with what you were saying, because I think we've
Wait,
made the case.
where did that question come from? What do you think? Tell me what you think.
Well, I think that the simulation theorists are taking it too literally. I think the world stage is actually more than a metaphor. Yeah. And so I have no idea. I'm not really sure yet. But I'm convinced, though, that the bigger pictures are authored in advance. And I think the world ended last year. And that the new world actually started, and we're already in it. And there's nothing you can do to stop the progress.
Yeah, I can jive with that. Yeah, and I just think that there's just way too much fear of death also with everybody. It's beyond fear. It's they know. It's like a simulation of death, basically. People don't even really think about it, or it's just straight to fear. But anyway, oh yeah, so we were talking about Kubrick a little bit and how he's a pedo. And then that made me think about Tracy Twyman and Cappy.
Yeah, why don't you break down or explain?
Yeah,
explain Tracy Twyman for people who don't know, because I was not really paying too much attention to her work until I talked to Crater Earth USA, and he drew my attention to Disneyland and its seeming relation to what could be an exit from the world stage. So yeah, I'm kind of interested in this Tracy Twyman character.
Yeah, she's all right. So, I mean, I'm still on the fence of if she actually is dead or not, which a lot of people are. But so she was getting into a lot of the Pizzagate stuff, and anyway, but this is where it became interesting to me, because recently this summer I was doing a lot of road tripping around southern Utah and Arizona. And that's actually where Cappy died, right? You went to go visit the site, didn't you? Was it off the 40, right?
Pretty much. I mean, he died on Route 66.
Highway 40 or some 66? Okay. Oh, it was on 66. Oh, even better. All right, so that whole area, that's called Kaibab, and there's a lot of, it's just desert and rock area. But so I was out there a lot this summer, just camping out and hanging out, whatever. And I was driving and I saw the Best Friends Animal Shelter, and they have 2,000 acres out there, maybe more. And so they're a charity, they're a nonprofit charity. But here's the thing, and this was on Wikipedia maybe a year ago or 6 months ago, and anyone can go look it up. If you look up Best Friends Animal Shelter, before they were that, they were the Process Church, and the Process Church of the New Millennium. So they just changed their name from that to the Best Friends Animal Shelter, and it even says it on the Wikipedia. That's all you got to do, just change your name, become a nonprofit, and you're good to go. anyway, they run a big ass like I said, 2,000 acres, and I actually went out there with my fiance, and we were gonna take a tour, and like one of the founders was gonna be there, and so I really wanted to do it, but we didn't actually do it. Maybe I was kind of scared, like they were gonna murder me or something. But anyway, so this is all happening. Like this whole location is all just maybe 100 miles from where Cappy was found dead, and then Tracy Twyman tried to go to some campground, and she was investigating all this stuff on this campground in the same area in Arizona, and that's where it was. It's barely that far from Best Friends Animal Shelter, and this is the Process Church, and probably not a lot of people know what the Process Church is. It's kind of tied in with Manson, right? So
Okay, so let me
some
bring
people allege that
let me bring everybody up to
Good.
speed. So basically, you're saying that the place where Cappy died was being investigated by somebody who was also following his lead as far as what he was telling everyone about Hollywood and child trafficking and all that stuff, Satanism in high places. And strangely enough, the area where she disappears, where she was investigating, near where he died, happens to be a place that is owned by the Final Process Satanic Church from the 60s.
Yeah, they're right in that area, and they like if you ask anybody, like in Utah, so you can put little symbols on your license plate. I live in Utah right now, just randomly. It's whatever. But anyway, so
Don't tell the
like,
local. You're letting the local satanic cults know now where you're at.
I know. I shouldn't have freaking said that. I'm kind of scared. I know Timmy's out here too. What's up, Timmy? Shout out. But anyway, so I've actually seen a license plate, which is my point, with the Best Friends symbol, and you can go look at the symbol. It's kind of creepy. Just turn it upside down and tell me what you see. But so my point being that it is like a familiar thing with the locals in certain areas of the state. So that whole southern Utah into Arizona area, it is suspect. Now listen, I'm the first one to tell you PPA's bullshit, unless they're talking about foster care and, the actual government and shit like that. But the whole thing just, because I've been there and I've seen the Best Friends Animal Shelter and Process Church, it does kind of creep me out a little bit about that.
Yeah,
But
I remember.
look into it.
I've read about these various cult leaders, and the thing is, there is a lot of crossover between Satanists and animal rights activists, and it's because of their innate misanthropy. It's not because they love animals so much as I think they hate man, and their basic philosophy is that man is just an animal,
Right.
and that they happen to be philosophically, because of they're Satanists, they're better than everybody. But yeah, essentially, yeah, they really went into that. Animal rights as a cover, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. And that's funny because you were talking about Super Recognizer, and he does a really great little video on Charles Manson and how some people thought the Process Church actually committed the murders and got away with it. But I mean, he also says that Charles Manson was the leader of the Process Church too.
Wait, see, that's a connection there, though, because see, the Manson killings, you've got Roman Polanski, an associate of Anton LaVey, who was an advisor on Rosemary's Baby, and of course it was his wife that was killed. And then you have Susan Atkins, the killer, who was one of Anton LaVey, Church of Satan's topless witches. In those weird ceremonies, they'd give her acid and put her in the coffin. So I'm like, wait a minute here. That's another group of Satanists tied in with the same little group. I mean, it's such a intricate web of connections here, and I don't think it's a stretch, to suggest something here. But
yeah, and that's the thing is, like when Tracy Twyman was talking about, it was just a campsite, like a KOA campsite, and like she wasn't even really talking about celebrities. She was talking about just some campsite owner, and I think she said it's Williams, Arizona. I'm gonna get fucking killed probably right now talking about it, but whatever. And
wait, somebody here says. I'm sorry. Echo Charlie has to say here, it wasn't Kubrick that was the pedo. It was Polanski, and that's right. It was Polanski. I guess the story was the mother.
You're right. Yeah, because I said Kubrick was it. Yeah. No, Roman Polanski.
Yeah, you got to be.
France or whatever.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful. You can't be flippant when you make those types of accusations. But no, it's well known.
Sorry. Oh my God, I'm gonna get. Hey, sue me. I guess. Good luck collecting any money. I hide all my money in trust, so good luck with that. Just kidding.
You could be sold.
Anyway,
You could be sold for your adrenochrome, and it's possible that maybe adrenochrome is like wine and it ages, and the older the victim, the better, and the higher.
Come on, don't say that. No, you're scaring me. Don't say that. Come on.
I'm kidding.
Uh,
I think I'm kidding. I could be right.
But anyway, yeah. Who knows? Like they're probably listening. Some of these people. No. Anyway, so that's the thing with Tracy Twyman. She was really getting into that whole thing. Voodoo Donuts in Portland, a very popular donut place in Portland, and I don't know. There's more to it, but I won't get into it right now. But
wait, one more thing. Tomorrowland.
Yeah,
Tomorrowland.
Some really good research. Go ahead.
Go into Tomorrowland.
Oh, yeah.
Though. That's the main thing. What was Tracy Twyman on about this hidden land that the elites were privy to?
Well, okay. So that one, I remember that one, and also Equinox Gates. All right. So, but I'm going to bring up the one she talked about, the Rupa and the Mecca and the stone. So, and you might be familiar since you went and investigated the Freemasons. And, there's always the two pillars, but there's also that third pillar, right? So she would talk about in Mecca how right outside the stadium where they all walk around for Kaaba stone and do their thing, there's two pillars, but then there's a third in the middle. And I think it might have been a dome structure, or she might have been saying that the Mecca stone, the Kaaba, was the third one, right? And so the third one's supposed to be like the invisible one, unless you look at the right angle, and it's like your stairway to heaven. You probably know more about all that shit than I do. But, we're always talking about pillars and shit, but there's a third pillar offset in the background. And she talks about it's invisible and radiation comes up from this. And it's really interesting. You'll have to go watch it. Like, she can explain it better than I can right now. But she also talks about, like, the Equinox Gates and what you were talking about, where it's, like, flat Earth-based center, like, not, like, forget about the fucking ice shit around, but what's in the center, And she talks about that, how there's probably some sort of mountain that's only visible at a certain time and certain sunlight, and you'll just have to go check it out. I mean, it kind of reminds me of didn't like Ayn Rand write a book similar to
yes, in
a
fact,
theory like that? I think she might have.
I came across a few articles and a blog post and a video about this, about Ayn Rand and Tracy Twyman, and they made some statements about Ayn Rand. Her real name, I think, is something like something Rosenbaum. And so her name Ayn was specifically chosen. And the author suggested that name was chosen because of its relation to the Kabbalah and the exit out of the world. Some kind of interesting esoteric reason. But yeah, if you read Atlas Shrugged,
Oh, yeah.
she's an objectivist. So she doesn't believe in God or mysticism. But her book is just full of symbolism about Prometheus and the gods and the symbol of Atlantis. And it does suggest that it's not really a book. It's not really a good book, a good happy ending in the sense that it ends with the world going dark.
Yeah. Well, she was quite the writer too. Some good stuff. Like, have you heard of the concept of clock shavings?
Hold on a second here.
Like, she was quite into.
Let me get her real name. Let me get her real name. And if I had a quarter for every time somebody corrected somebody for saying it's Ayn, not Anne, people get so mad about that. But that's not even her real name.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm saying Anne just to fucking troll people. So it's Anne.
Well, I don't know her real name.
Whatever.
I don't really care that much, except to say that her book is probably an epic piece of metascripting. I think it's one of the best-selling books of the last 50, 60 years. And so there's plenty about her book, though, that suggests, like, it has things like perpetual or free energy. It has this idea of also this hidden land where the elite go, where they basically hoard all the best technology. And if somebody in the world is doing very well with their company and they're very successful, they're given an option. Do you want to stay here and get taxed and parasited on, or do you want to come to Atlantis? So you can kind of earn your way in, but they had this initiation oath. So it's kind of very culty as well. John
Yeah.
Galt is a cult leader.
She's probably she's probably over there. She's still alive, just like with Tupac and whoever else. But so with Tracy Twyman, like she was very like occulty herself. Like she was into like Ouija board and doing seances and try to like start her own order and all this kind of shit. But my point with that was that, oh man, I just lost my train of thought.
Okay, so wait. You're saying that Tracy Twyman was herself a Satanist, is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. And so she also like, she has some like mental health problems and all that kind of stuff, allegedly, like from what I've read so far.
Or she was really successful at being a Satanist, and demons were talking to her. But I'm thinking here though.
Exactly.
The main thing, your point you brought up here, is she's dead, and she died mysteriously after following in Cappy's footsteps.
Right. But no, I was gonna say, all right. So her website's called Plus Ultra, and we've already talked about Plus Ultra before on here. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of Plus Ultra. There's more beyond. So she was big on that. She actually followed a lot of a few penguins. Shout out to Bad Platitude. She followed him for a while, which is strange.
He's got some great memes. Great epic crop and drops.
Yeah. Oh, she was a big fan of memes. She had some really good memes. Her best one was a Q one, and she had like a line of Trumpers, and the meme just said, Q led me to this Q, which was pretty funny, I thought. So, I don't know, like, yeah, she was, read her books, Clock Shavings, like, that's a reference to making a promise to never go to heaven, and apparently, like, she did that or something like that. Like, you swear.
Well, look, I've seen everything available with regards to the supposed death of Isaac Cappy, and I'm not buying it. I don't believe he died. Yeah. So that makes everything about this questionable, especially if they were trying to create a mythos here so they could, bait the right wing into thinking they had evidence that all these politicians are baby eaters and blood drinkers. Cappy was a huge part of that. Even towards the end of October, Lynn Wood he had a big audience, millions on Twitter, and he was saying Isaac Cappy was murdered by the deep state. He was trying to reopen that. So that, to me, makes me think it's all just a psyop.
Absolutely. And that's the other side of this argument that I'm glad, of course, that's what's good to talk about. And that he's associated with Alex Jones, and you can just make the connections there. And, like, I go back to the Yuri Bezmenov whatever video, and the whole talk about the Joker and the Batman. Once you're done with somebody, you just eliminate them. So she might be dead, she might be not, but she's gone for now because she did what she had to do, and she propped up Cappy, brought him into like the more like conspiratorial world or whatever. And
maybe she
and
Cappy went off into a sunset, into Plus Ultra Tomorrowland together. Whatever it is.
Yeah, they went searching for the yellow cell.
Look, I ordinarily don't make light of people who are dead, but like these are obviously fake deaths. They gave us a CGI Cappy. The thing on the ground was an obvious dummy. The whole thing too is based on the existence of Tom Hanks, child trafficker, putting out a hit on somebody who outed him. So it's this is what Lynn Wood said. Lynn Wood was saying Tom Hanks killed Cappy, and this was right before it was announced that Tom Hanks was going to be at the inauguration. So I thought, why is he putting a target on the celebrity's back? But anyway, that's part of this.
But at the same time, I have to wonder, like, just from my own experience now, because I've been around the area, Kaibab and the Vermilion Canyon and Williams, and I've seen it, and I know that Best Friends Animal Shelter is out there, and that is the Process Church, and they're up to no good, and I know that. So for me personally, like, fuck what everybody else can say, like, they sound like jackasses, but just being out there and seeing these people and knowing about the Process Church, like, it kind of raises more questions for me personally, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, but look, the thing is too, it's all connected. Like, if Cappy died the way that we're told, and she did too, then it would follow that Tom Hanks is a baby eater and that he had Cappy killed. Those were the connections that were made. The story is pretty clear. He was being accused of things by Isaac Cappy, and Hanks apparently threatened him on Instagram through some symbolic manner, and it involved, I guess, a piece of roadkill that Tom Hanks photographed on Route 66. 42 years or days later, Cappy
I
falls
remember
on
that. Yeah,
Route 66.
Yeah, You know, I just don't know. There's just so much.
But
I mean,
can't...
her research too is just really fucking good. So like that's also kind of throws me off, the fact that her research is so good that, like, you know, that's. But what were they like trying to release that on purpose? Like, let her say this. Did she say too much? I don't know. But her research is pretty freaking good so far to me. But yeah,
I'm still looking, and I am new to the topic of this plus ultra, but you know, it's all very convoluted, and it hinges on Cappy's death being real. And if it is real, like, let's just say it was real, it happened that way, then it does have the hallmarks of a hit, because Tom Hanks did more or less call it on Instagram, and then that would have me questioning, well, then is Tom Hanks in fact a child trafficking adrenochrome junkie? So it's all connected.
Yeah. And the whole point, like, that I brought up to, you know, before, which I have to, you know, rely on my own shit. Cappy was never talking about foster care or the DCFS system, so that makes it all suspect, of course.
Well, the thing is, too, let's say he had no knowledge of that.
Go ahead.
He has no knowledge of any of that, but he does happen to be privy to Hollywood insiders because of his role in these movies. He wasn't a big league actor, so his access got him backstage, and he heard about Seth Green's Dungeon for Kids and all kinds of weird things, and he started blabbing about it. So, I mean, I can forgive him for focusing on a sensationalistic topic like Pizzagate, but, you know, he's the one who gave it credibility for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, you know, like with Bill Cooper, I always go back to him because I listened to a bunch of it way back in the day. But he was fed a lot of alien stuff, so that makes you wonder, was Cappy being fed a bunch of the, you know, the bipartisan Pizzagate bullshit, where it's like the Democrats are doing it, Hillary's eating babies, all this kind of stuff. Was he being fed that stuff, and was he just a tool for that, you know, to discredit other things?
True.
Actual problems with that.
Look,
so, you know, they always do that, feed people shit. So
yeah, I mean, think about it. They've been feeding people this misinformation to make them, to make it easy to characterize them as lunatics. So then come January 6th, they could do what they did. They could just brand this entire group as crazy. But I'm still not convinced that there's an elite group of blood drinkers at the top of this thing. But if there is such a thing, I think it's more spread out. And there's no point in saying, oh, it's the Jesuits or it's the Masons, because probably it's everywhere, and probably people you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's the foster care system. That's what I like to, like, I don't want to make a joke about it, but it's like Q's going to go save the kids from the deep state, and like he's going to take all the kids he saves out of the sewers, and he's going to go take them over to DCFS in the foster system, and they're just going to cycle them right through, you know? Like, that's the Q mentality right there. Is, yeah, we're going to save them, but you're not going to change, like, the actual funnel, the actual, like, source of it. Like, come on, Q, give me a break.
Well, Q is over. The PSYOP has run its course. There's no more drops. It's done. It was interesting while it lasted.
You think so?
I think it's done.
I don't know about that. What about, like, the woman in Congress? Like, she's going to keep that shit alive for a while. It went mainstream. Like,
well, what I mean is, it's going to exist as a cudgel to attack right wingers instead of calling them racist.
Gotcha.
It's more inclusive than saying racist.
All right, so. Yeah, we're talking, again, I'm going back because I love that Wikipedia of the simulation and simulacra, like what you were just talking about. Like, it's turned into just a copy of an unoriginal. Like, there's no more original. It's just a copy, and they're just going to copy and model it, and that's all it is. It's simulacra. That's all that is at this point. It's not there's no more, like, newness to it. There's not going to be any, like, Reddit developments or 8chan or whatever the fuck it is.
Well, anyway, when it comes to this topic of QAnon, I think it's over. I don't see any other entrances. They're only saving the only possibility that could save their whole war on the deep state is if possibly the entire Biden administration has been nothing but a basically a I guess you'd call it a reality TV show at Castle Rock. If that's true, then that's the case. But what I often find is just manufactured evidence. People are saying, I got my Trump check, I got my stimulus check, and it was actually signed by Donald Trump. And I hear stuff like that, and I don't believe it because it sounds made up. But if somebody can give me evidence of that,
Yeah.
I'll kick the queue down a little bit down the road, and we'll keep going with it. But I think it's done.
Yeah. Yeah. You're probably right. You're always right. IPS. All right. Anyway, so I just wanted to talk about that. But
Yeah, thanks for filling us
yeah,
in on the process
right.
call, Tracy Twyman. We'll look in that direction because I think it's relevant. Appreciate the call.
All right, for sure. Bye.
Right. So, yeah, the Q thing, some think it's still going, some think he's still going to do something. My point is there even a deep state? That's my main question here. Is there a deep state? Or is there just a state? It seems like the deep state is code for Democrats. And so they want to drain the swamp, meaning get rid of the opposition. And the other side wants to do the same thing. They want to, purge the radicals. I don't think that there is a deep state. I think they both are. Posel says Biden admin is fake AF. Look, they give us a lot of ambiguity. That's the thing. They give us a lot of ambiguity about Biden. Is that Biden? Is it Beau Biden in a hideous mask? Is it Jim Carrey? Is it a hologram? What the hell are we looking at with his head disappearing? Not to mention the lobes floating free. Sometimes they're stuck to his head. His eyes are coal black. They used to be blue. So we don't really know. And then there are a number of other things too where people have noted discrepancies, suggesting that maybe it's not the same place, it's a different sky. So are they deep faking a presidency? So this is the thread that they're clinging to. The thread that the QAnons are clinging onto is this: that right now the military is in control and we're watching a movie. And one of the things that QAnon used to say in his Q drops was, quote, "You are watching a movie." Always telling them to remember they're watching a movie. This is why it was constantly told that they need to sit down and eat their popcorn. So the idea is they're watching something staged and fake, and at the end of it, Trump's going to return in some final form, maybe with a tricorn hat, and they're going to start the American Republic. And the American corporation will be dead, and we'll have two presidents. And then we'll find out that the first one was simply just more or less a placeholder to keep the public from rioting or something. Does that sound plausible or believable to anybody here? Restless Bear says Trump is retired. Well, I checked actually, because I know somebody very close to the Trumps. I have a source. And the last I checked, they were doing a poll to see if people are still trusting the plan. And it's like 60-40. 60-40. 60% are still trusting the plan, even if that means extending the plan until 2024. Which means what? But again, my question is there a deep state? And are the QAnoners going to go rescue the children? Who's going to fight the deep state if Trump doesn't follow through? And this tells me the entire thing could likely have been controlled opposition to dox the opposition. So now the real commies know who the anti-commies are. Adaptivia says, I have inside military intel. Let us know. Let us know what your inside military intel is telling you about the war on the deep state. Some days they'll say, oh, well, there were 50,000 Chinese troops that were going to come in and kill us, but luckily QAnon and the white hats sent in some F-16s and bombed them. Like, you can't just make up stories about these military victories. Okay, LOL was the response, so we're not going to get the inside military intelligence right now. Posel says none of this makes sense without the alien agenda. See, that's true. And I kind of put the alien agenda on the back burner thinking, well, maybe COVID was the alien invasion that we've been waiting for. It pretty much meets all the requirements. Universal threat from beyond, requires a world government solution. So then we're looking at the Stanley Kubrick film Space Odyssey 2001, and it has a scene where all these generals are gathered in a room, and the president presumably is saying something like, how much longer do we have to maintain the pandemic cover story? And someone says, as long as we can. So in that movie, they suggest that a pandemic is going to be used as a cover story. Well, cover for what? And one other thing, the QAnon narrative leans heavily on Space Force being 100% legitimate. And basically Trump's army, and loyal to him, the Guardians, who will protect us from, I guess, China and Russia in the incoming space war. Mary Smith says Trump likes to play with his food. I've never seen that, but I've seen him eat his pizza from the crust first. I'm not sure what that means if we have any Pizzagate specialists here. What does it mean when a politician eats the pizza from the crust versus the other way? Do I want to know? Commenter says, blatantly destroying emails or ordering phone hacks on citizens without repercussions is deep state. Okay, here's the thing. I can point to several hundred psychological operations perpetrated by the media, but it's not just the media. It's the media along with the politicians who go along with it that are bipartisan. They're both a part of it. And this includes people who you would call deep state as well as the friendlies, the people you think are on your side. You know, I mean, unless you believe, I mean, this is where it gets really convoluted too. Because like if you're going to go with the QAnon narrative, you're kind of forced to go with Apollo 11 being real. Or you're at least forced to go with the whole Space Force narrative. It's a world stage conspiracy theory to explain things. Meaning it explains everything with the frame of reference being the world stage being real. Nukes are real. UFOs are real. Space is real the way they say. And so I don't operate in that universe. Okay, I got a link here. ABC 11 Skylight, Raleigh, North Carolina. So there's a light in North Carolina, most likely a SpaceX launch. Yeah, I've seen many of these videos from porch cams. They're getting people used to the idea of stuff falling from the sky. Okay, someone says that Trump eating the pizza crust first means baby meat is soft, mature meat is tough. So he eats the tough first. Okay, it means he doesn't eat babies. He was sending a sign, sending a message. Now, here's the way the media has been using it, though. Okay? You've got radical Islamic terrorists who've caught the mind viruses that radicalize them. They got the mind viruses from the Quran. Now they're radicalized and they're threats. They go into cells and they can actually spread their ideology. So you have to contact trace the various terrorists that the FBI is catching these stings to find out where they caught their radical ideology, that mind virus. And then you find out where they caught it by taking them into quarantine, which they called Guantanamo. But you can't just stick a Q-tip up their nose to find out. You got to pour water up their nose. You got to waterboard them. And then you get to find out, okay, this is where he caught the Quranic mind virus. So it was setting the stage for the future. And now they've managed to just take that same exact template and apply it to the political right. So now you've been radicalized by not Quran, by QAnon. And these QAnon verses that tell you you're fighting a war of good versus evil. It's a holy war. You're fighting against the great Satan. And how is it not the great Satan? Do you remember during 9/11, after 9/11, it was like America's the great Satan, Israel's the little Satan, and the Patriots like, well, no, we're not. So they go bomb them. Well, now it's like the Patriots are the other ones saying, yeah, actually, we are the great Satan, and the Democrats are literally Satanists and baby eaters and child traffickers. So it's a radicalizing theory that actually puts targets on very specific people. That's why I thought it was very curious that at the inauguration you had Lady Gaga, Kate Perry, and Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks, Kate Perry, and Lady Gaga are three specifically named by QAnoners as hardcore adrenochrome junkies, high-level Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, like top of the food chain. So it's like, wait, they have these individuals that QAnon have already figured as part of the other side at the inauguration. It's just too perfect. Tom Hanks, I mean, come on, it's just like, are they literally just playing them, or are they gaslighting them? I mean, what really is going on here? But again, one reason I find the whole thing very implausible is that the QAnon story is also based on the notion that only the political left is evil. That like Ted Cruz doesn't eat babies, he's not deep state, it's only Democrats. There's no way it can be like that. So I figured this was an election. Basically, it was a psyop made for an election year. How do we get the people who don't trust the news to vote for our guy? How do we get them to think in very basic good versus evil terms? I mean, we will see. We'll see. I kind of think that the QAnon is going to somewhat disappear. And right now what I see is a lot of media shaming, where they're bringing former QAnons out and having them confess what they believed. And I've seen a number of episodes of Anderson Cooper where he has people apologizing to him. I'm sorry I accused you of being a serial killer, a baby eater. And as believable as it may sound, just listening to some of these individuals and their rhetoric, when you actually hear them confront the guy, it just, I don't know, it has, to me, I get the sense that the authors of these hysterical conspiracy theories are the targets of the conspiracy theories. Kind of like blood libel. You know, if you're able to accuse the other side of just being hateful, you kind of take the moral high ground away from them. Or if you make them seem unhinged and dangerous. Remember the shootings the summer before last? Gilroy, the Garlic Festival, you had the Dayton, Ohio shooting, and then you had the Walmart shooting. Well, the Walmart shooter happened to say that it was basically QAnon had radicalized him against immigrants. All right, Restless Bear says there are Republican ones too. No one says there isn't. I have not seen anything in QAnon to suggest that the child trafficking baby eaters are purely on the left, and including the rhinos, of course. So yes, it's a little bit more nuanced, because like, yes, most of them believe that Mike Pence was a pedo and a baby eater. In fact, that was one of the statements made by Lynn Wood. I referenced Lynn Wood earlier. He represented, or almost represented, Kyle at first. Well, he was the one saying that they needed to hang Pence. So then you had these actors running into the Capitol on January 6th, chanting for the cameras, right in front of CNN's cameras, hang Pence. They got that from Lynn Wood. Agitator, obviously. Ready or Not says, Tom Hanks has a photo collection of lost shoes. That has to be a reference to something. Yeah, it is really strange, isn't it? That as unbelievable as these conspiracy theories are, there is nonetheless a lot of stuff to suggest they're right. So it's kind of a weird conundrum. So, for example, Tom Hanks talked about, first he got his citizenship in Greece or something, and somebody said that's because he can classify his condition, his predatory nature, as a mental illness. I don't know if that's true, but they said that's why he went out there. But he did say he was going to be selling hot dogs at the baseball games. Hot dogs is a major key word within Pizzagate. It refers to something terrible. And then he accepts the role of Geppetto on a live remake of Pinocchio. So I'm like, wait, you're going after a role where the character's name is literally Geppetto, knowing that your family is at the center of this controversy. And it's family. It's his wife's a part of it. She's supposedly locked up on a Guantanamo with Tom Hanks. Their son, Chet, has the Illuminati tattoos on his body. He has COVID tattooed on his chest. I mean, who gets COVID tattooed on their chest? Okay, Adaptivia says they always say the masses can't handle the info. Yes, okay, that's one of the main things here. So the QAnon story also says that the public would not be able to handle psychologically, emotionally, or otherwise. They wouldn't be able to handle the truth if it were revealed too openly. So what they're doing is they're gently going to let us in on it after Trump and the white hats have taken out the deep state. So we're going to see it all on TV. Space Force will shoot down all the Chinese spy satellites, and Trump will broadcast from the sky, and all the world will see his face in the sky, and he's going to tell us what's up with the deep state or something. That's the story. It's an emergency broadcast, and it was supposed to hit all phones, all computers, all TVs, which sounds a lot like Revelations 9:1, where everybody sees the face of the Lord before Revelations, the opening of the seals. Well, what was QAnon promising? Opening of the seals. Remember the sealed indictments? Oh yeah, QAnon's got 50,000 sealed indictments that will be opened, and it's going to be a great awakening. Great awakening means revelation, apocalypse. I think that I think the last 4 years that Trump's campaign leading up to it and this QAnon narrative, I think it was all scripted off of Revelations. I think that's what it was actually based upon, with Trump being Christ and essentially promising not necessarily Christ, but like he's promising the second coming, that there's gonna be a revelation, and maybe it is him. Brian Williamson says Tom Hanks's life is a movie. Yeah, this is the strangest thing though. Either it's true or they're trying to make us think it's true. But there's no middle ground. I mean, for example, Lady Gaga, who sang the national anthem dressed up like a character from the Hunger Games, previously performed at a music video award ceremony where she had a piano shaped like a giant human brain, and she's wearing bladed gloves, singing a song called something like I Want to Drink Your Adrenochromatica, or Chromatica, while playing piano with these bloody fingers. It's just like, okay, it's a cult of vampires, or they want us to think that they are. But there's like no middle ground there. You can't say there's no there. You can't say there's nothing. So where there's smoke, there's fire. The question is the fire actual fire or simulated in order to cause a certain segment of the population to panic? I mean, it's just so convoluted. It looks to me, though, like engineered psychodramas, just stories planted out there, rumors and panics. I mean, do you remember how they characterized these accusations of satanic cults back in the 80s? They called them the satanic panics. Well, it's an irrational fear that spreads like a virus, essentially. And I think you could say, in many ways, that QAnon has been a resurgence of a satanic panic. It's all based on rumor and conjecture. Coldcracker says, I was saying this the whole time, we're in the Hunger Games, it's just starting. Okay, so we're in the Hunger Games, we're in the Dark Winter, we're in Mad Max, next year is Soylent Green. A lot of universes colliding right now. AUWLQS Earther says, Space Trumpers from far, far away in space on Space Channel said they're going to liberate humans from bondage, and Trump is their master. Okay, okay. That's kind of the story that I got. And last year, if you heard this, the Galactic Federation contacted the head of Space Command in Israel and said, "We're sorry, but the humans aren't ready yet." So they've already put it out there into the mass consciousness that there is a Galactic Federation, and they're waiting until everybody's vaxxed or something before they rear their heads. So the reptoids don't think we're ready yet. All right, let's see. I think people are somewhat divided here. Like, there's wishful thinking, and there's true believers. And then there's the people who are open to the possibility that the whole thing was a ruse. I'd like to know how many people here are still on board 100% with the idea of the deep state about to be overthrown. And if it doesn't go through, if it doesn't follow along with the plan, if the plan just disappears, just peters out, what's going to happen? Will you concede that the other side won? 33 Ren says, "By Q, what comes next?" I guess there's going to be a void. I kind of thought that the QAnon phenomenon just came on the stage to lead people to the voting booth at a time that a lot of people were falling out of favor with Alex Jones, who was backtracking on a lot of things. He believes in the moon landing. He believes in Sandy Hook. That's all you need to know. All right, let me see here. Jordan says Einstein's scripted birthday was 3/14. Hawking's death was scripted at 3/14. Yes, and both of them died at the ages of 76. Highly scripted, and I think it's part of myth building more than anything. Okay, listen to this. So in Donnie Darko, in the scene where he's watching a football game, he's got a shirt. And the player has Donnie's shirt says Triumph on it. So Donnie Darko wearing a shirt that says Triumph. On the screen, the player has jersey 17. Now, Triumph, the word, contains Trump. You take I and H out of it. The I is 9, H is 8, 17. So it's been put together here that you have these Trump and references to the number 17, presumably Q, in a movie that references him many times. And this Donnie Darko movie is fascinating because it has so many clear examples of predictive programming that are so on point. It's just more evidence piling up here that we are indeed unraveling the Metascript, and it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's even in the children's programming. That's why one of the first things you're told to believe in is the existence of falling rocks from space that could wipe out the entire world, extinction events. That's MK Ultra, trauma-induced mind control. You grow up and first thing you see, aside from the humans, are dinosaurs everywhere. Dinosaur pajamas, dinosaurs on the walls, all the cartoons are talking dinos. And then once you learn how to speak, they say, oh, by the way, those dragons, those cool talking, colorful beasts that you see in these cartoons, right? Yeah, they're all dead because a rock from the sky. So that's one of your first lessons. You learn the concept of mass extinction, which may not even happen in reality. It may not even be a real thing. It's a pure hypothetical situation. Posel says, if Trump is out of power, then why are they constantly attacking him as a private citizen? I've seen on Twitter it was trending something like transition 45 to prison or something. They certainly do. Lane Dion says Barney died horribly. Yep, exactly. Barney. That's the dinosaur that does all the group hugs. And yeah, he probably got evacuated off the surface of the earth when the atmosphere was ripped up, and he was spat out to the face of the moon with the rest of the dinos. Probably asphyxiated. Hoaxahonta says mass extinction is predictive programming. Sure, and more than this, nearly every child's movie or TV show, on the big screen, if it's not about dinosaurs, it's about space. If it's not about space, or a dinosaur is not a main character, at a minimum, it's going to open up with a scene from outer space. Like every movie starts off with a scene of the ball Earth surrounded by space junk. Apollyon says, I find it interesting that the military is not saluting Biden. As I said before, there's plenty to go off of. It seems to be ambiguous if you really dig, and you don't have to dig deep. You'll find suggestions here and there of where it appears to be a movie set. And what's the fence for? Here's my question. Okay, because those of you who looked at it closely and honestly know that there wasn't a siege or an insurrection. It was a frat party. It was a joke. And for some reason, people are going along with the story that it was this majorly destructive terror attack or even a bombing. But it wasn't. But ever since then, they put up the fortifications, the fences, and the National Guard all around the thing. And it's like, well, who are they trying to keep out? What's the deal? It's not like there's really a whole lot of QAnoners. So I'm going to read you a couple of quotes here. Animatrix says, he said, now I don't know if this is true because it's on Twitter. He says, Donald Trump's signature is on his stimmy check. Quote, you know what this means? One, the Treasury is now in control, not the old Federal Reserve Corporation. Therefore, we're back to the Constitution of 1776. The world banking will now be on the QFS under the authority of the new republic with Donald Trump as commander-in-chief. So I got that from Twitter based off of the claim that Trump's signature is on the stimulus checks. Does anybody find that credible? Or does it sound like wishful thinking? Yeah, the bombing at the Capitol, excuse me. Brian Williamson says, Q theories give me headaches. Right. Well, you know what they are? They're called rolling conspiracies. It's like a prophecy. I would call it a prophecy cult in many ways, just like global warming cults. And it relies on a lot of people who are heavily emotionally, just tied into it. You're so emotionally invested, kind of like a bad relationship or something, where you put so much into it, you're not just going to flippantly drop it. And it's so immersive that what are you going to replace it with? So it's still, there are still some bitter clingers, I think. But, we shall see. Has Trump given any indication? Has he sent any signal indicating that he's going to make a comeback? Well, if you read between the lines, and the thinking here too is that this is some 8D chess Machiavellian plot, and in order to be successful, they have to pretend like nothing's happening. Apollyon Music said, I read a story from the White House today, and it said that Biden's signature will not be on them, but neither will Trump's. I don't know what checks they're talking about anyway. I had a understanding it was nothing but direct deposits. Like, who's actually getting checks? Where do you cash these checks? Someone says trolling prophecies. Oh yeah, that's a weird one. This is something worth bringing up. Trump did speak at a charity event about rescuing dogs from China. I guess these would be feed dogs, or dogs that they eat. And I'm not sure about this charity event. I just know that it was at his Mar-a-Lago place. He gets up and he speaks about how great of a cause that it is. But the thing is, right now, if you look at the Metascript, the big picture, the forced memes of the day, it seems like Dark Winter is not being pushed as much, and now it's this dog thing. I mean, it started really on the 2nd of February with Elon Musk's rocket blowing up, but right before that, he was hyping up this Dogecoin, which people call dog coin, doggy coin. It's got a dog on it. And more recently, Elon Musk has been referencing in his tweets the dog star in context of the dog coin, which is all just, really strange. But anyway, let me show you what he has been up to. I mean, he's got 5 million followers. I don't know if anybody reads too much into it. He's talking about buying a dog called a Shiba. This is yesterday. Elon Musk says, "Why are you so dogmatic? Dog Day afternoon." Origin of Dog Day afternoon. Ancient Romans sacrificed a dog coin at the beginning of dog days to appease the rage of Sirius the dog star, believing the star was the cause of the hot, sultry weather. Now, these are tweets from Elon Musk referencing the dog. And this is, again, an example, I think, of forced memes. A dog spelled backwards is EGOD, says Pope Elon, whose wife wants to have her consciousness beamed into a computer so she can be sent to Mars or something like that. Not into getting to a rocket. Coalcracker says stimulus checks are going to pump inflation high up, so the US dollar can't be used as TP. Right. When people were fighting over toilet paper, I thought it was an elite joke to make the masses fight over worthless paper, and it really being money or cash. Adaptivia says game to $10K is not a meme. Now, that GameStop thing is really intriguing, and this bears repeating. So you have this individual named Kevin Gill, and he's the one with the Reddit account, Kevin Gill, who started the spike on GameStop's stock. I'm going to find a picture of this guy. These individuals are so shady to me. I find them all to be, I don't know, just a little too cartoonish to believe. But you got to see their pictures side by side. So you have to compare Robinhood CEO, and his name is Vlad Tenev. You have to compare this guy to the one who really started the whole controversy. And this was the one that they called Pure Effing Value. That was his Reddit account. And it looks like the same guy, only he's wearing what appears to be a bandana on his head. So it's not even a good disguise. And I have the two of them side by side. Somebody said that there's an accent, which is like the only difference. It's like they're not even trying. At least Joe Biden keeps us guessing at who the hell he is. But this guy, I think his name is Kevin. But anyway, I'm looking at these pictures. I'll post them up on the screen. Again, it's got to be one of the most lackluster disguises that I've ever seen. Looking at them side by side. Just combs his hair different, puts in contact lenses. Nobody knows the difference. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. No, his name's Vlad, not Vlad Tepes, but this Vlad character, you've got to compare him side by side. And I think they've done interviews on the same day, possibly the same location, but it's just his resemblance to the Reddit guy. So one is on, they're playing opposite sides of this apparent game. It's like a psyop, good versus evil, But in this case, it's like it's the same guy, different hair color, bandana on his head. Okay, I'm going through comments. If anybody thinks it's the same a different person, please point me in the direction where I can find this out for myself. But all I see is a ruse, a psyop, and it was good enough for some reason. Like, they don't even try. That's why I keep saying this is Mystery Science Theater. Hoaxahanta says his eyes are too different a color. Okay, that's the thing, contact lenses. And I should probably bring this up. I mentioned her last night because, people will often say, well, it can't be the same person. They're different ages, or they're different heights, or no way, that person's got blonde hair. And she gives a very succinct explanation of how the system works when it comes to disguises. Her name is Jonah Mendez, former CIA operative. She was the chief of disguise. And there's a formula to it. And she says what you do is you make sure that every single box that somebody checks when they look at someone is the opposite of what they would normally check when they saw that person. If they have blue eyes, turn them dark. If they have short hair, give them long hair. If they look young, age them, and vice versa.
Your biggest concern might be that your next door neighbor was going to wander into that cafe at that moment and say, "Hi, Bill," when you weren't Bill. And that kind of casual stumbling upon people was an issue. And so you'd wear what we called light disguise. Light disguise can be something as simple as a wig, maybe some facial hair.
Okay, so here she gets into the detail of the disguise, but really it's about throwing off expectations first. So if someone is brought up as a possible deep faker, this person is this person, it's meant to throw you off. And so you have to kind of reverse engineer it a little bit.
You were talking to would have no idea that you were not in True Face. One of the things that was going on when I was chief of disguise was an enormous research program into the new advanced disguise system. It was basically the masks that everybody always wondered if we used masks, and this was the beginning. This is a series of photographs.
Now, the masks that she's describing were actually airbrushed out of the picture because they're foolproof, and she was able to, fool the president there. But they were including the entire headpiece. And the point is, these were actually classified until like 2015. I think now they're doing it all with, CGI. Overthought says Mendez lady is a veteran liar. Yeah, I think so. No doubt. However, I think she gives away where she's lying. There are two areas where she lies or obfuscates the truth here. One, I think that they phased this out because they replaced it with something else. About the actual techniques, she's spot on, but she claims that although they routinely pass their female agents off as men, they can never do the opposite. It's a strange thing she throws in at the end, which makes me think it's probably more common.
When you go to disguise a person, the general idea is that you're going to meet with someone in this disguise, and they're going to write a memo of the person that they just met with. We want every item in that memo that describes you to be wrong.
So every item, to me, would also suggest, pretty much everything. But anyway, the ones they show us aren't very convincing at all, which is kind of strange. I've seen Hollywood behind the scenes that are far more sophisticated than what she's revealing here. So I think she's concealing more than she's revealing. Overthought says she's probably wearing a mask in this video. And that's probably true too. I also think that, in the context of the Stanley Kubrick thing we've been bringing up, masks are a major plot piece in many of his movies. But the Space Odyssey thing has, 2001. That movie doesn't have, Eyes Wide Shut has the masks. The one that came out in 2001. It has these elite wearing Venetian masks. But I kind of think that might be a way of revealing what he's actually telling us, which is the hyper-realistic silicone masks. So you might, for example, Oprah Winfrey Do you know for a fact that's what she looks like? Or could this be a mask you've been looking at your entire life? And that's kind of what I think he's inferring here, that you don't really know, who's behind the face. And using these grotesque Venetian masks was kind of an exaggeration of the real thing, which are so subtle that you wouldn't know. They're legitimately foolproof. Going through some comments here. Ready or Not says, did you hear about the cops that got caught in Little Rock posing as blacks using this technology to cause crimes and boost percentages? I'd like to hear more. I have seen various accounts of people robbing banks, disguising themselves as white or black. In other words, as the opposite. I've seen that a few times with Hollywood-style masks, but these ones aren't even believable. If you look at some of the ones that have been used in some of these robberies that you see on TV, like there's one where a masked robber looks like an old man who's like 100, but you can tell it's a mask. The Geezer Bandit is the one. If you look up the Geezer Bandit, he robbed places wearing, I think, 16 places. He was a 40-year-old white male, but he had the appearance of being, well, I mean, it looks like a grotesque Halloween costume, but I guess about 80. It's kind of believable. All right, let us move on. But I have not heard about that, but I would be interested to know if that's true. Again, we're talking about hyper-realistic silicone masks, deep fakery. In fact, I got a really good video from Super Recognizer today. So one of the topics along these lines we've been covering has been various pop stars who, fake their deaths, or who are, believed to be playing the role of somebody else on the world stage. And these things are very difficult and tricky to prove, almost impossible. But what usually gets people to agree that it's likely the case is when the timelines match, or the backstories seem to just line up. And so I have an example here. One of the cases we've been discussing for some time is Justin Bieber and The Weeknd. So this is Super Recognizer.
From the same corner of Canada.
Super Recognizer, I brought him up a couple of times before. He's the one who first pointed out, I believe, that Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, played the role of Neil Armstrong. All right, so here we have it. Justin Bieber, Is He The Weeknd? Super Bowl face play decoded.
Canada. They're the same height, close to the same age. They had the same girlfriend in the past, Selena Gomez. And their more recent partners, Hailey Baldwin and Bella Hadid, just happen to look very much like each other. HB and BH. Look at these two. Does that mean they are the same? They look a lot alike, and they are good friends, in fact.
So what he shows here is how there are many strange coincidences connecting Justin Bieber and The Weeknd. Not just them, but their spouses, their girlfriends, their overlapping lives in several ways. However, it is contradicted with overlapping tour dates. And you can find videos of their mutual girlfriends hanging out together. His wife, his girlfriend. So it's got to be one of a couple of things. Either we're looking at, and Super Recognizer brings this up, the possibility of body doubles and lip syncing, or just basic movie magic when it comes to them being seen. You can put two people in the same scene together, the same actor. This is just very simple special effects. But are we looking at essentially movies being played out on the world stage using such special effects to convince you that two individuals are in fact not the same? Could that be? Is that even possible? Could you pull this off? And I think that although it's inconclusive in his view at the end of this video, I think there's enough of a case here between the two, Justin Bieber and The Weeknd, to pretty much say conclusively yes. If you haven't looked into it, I'll put a link to this video in the chat. The channel is Super Recognizer. Jordan says Andy Kaufman and MGR both played the same fake comedian. Who's MGR, if you could fill me in? Andy Kaufman said he was going to fake his death and that he was going to come back in 20 years and get really involved in politics. I don't know if you heard about that. Yes, he said he was going to fake his death to get away from being Andy Kaufman, and he was going to come back. And it is believed, I believe this in fact, because it lines up, that he came back as, well, Andrew Breitbart, editor of Breitbart.com. And funnily enough, Andrew Breitbart emerges on the world stage almost 20 years to the date. So Kaufman told many people that he faked his death. If he was going to fake his death, he'd come back in 2004. According to Wikipedia, Andrew Breitbart's first TV media appearance was 2004. There's only a couple weaknesses in here, and that would be age, but I don't think that's all that difficult. A Restless Bear said, I never found Andy Kaufman funny. I didn't either, nor did I find Jim Carrey's impersonations of him to be funny. I thought it was really strange, but okay, so let's see here. We're going through Justin Bieber is The Weeknd, or is he? Let me play for another 30 seconds here.
Facial confusion or wearing facial prosthetics as forms of Illuminati symbolism. The bandaged dancers suggest a group of aspiring lookalikes. Very much like this Saturday Night Live skit with Justin Bieber, they dress like him but don't resemble him. Yet. People have been known to surgically alter their faces to try to look more like a celebrity model, maybe even to be a more convincing body double. He did use them as cover to vanish from that scene. He had performed in these full plastic surgery bandages for the American Music Awards, a pretty bold, sarcastic take on the medical masking that was the big fashion trend of 2020. But the first stage of the face odyssey was this just got beaten up look. Provocative, since celebrity black eyes are taken very seriously by some as a sign.
Again, this is Super Recognizer. He's come across a lot of good information, and in his analysis, it seems to be that
it also symbolizes,
aside from the overlapping tour dates that might have an explanation, it's very plausible here. And then he comments on a couple of things we talk about here, which is the new age and how they phased out the green screen, and the new technology they're bringing in is going to be completely foolproof. And I'll play the rest of this video because it's pretty good. His breakdown here of why they would be perpetrating such hoaxery.
Face full of lights, which could represent the volume, the next generation CGI technology that was used to film The Mandalorian, where the actors are completely surrounded by LED screens displaying pre-prepared content instead of shooting against a green screen with the effects to be added in post. The Mandalorian, of course, also features hooded figures with glowing red eyes, known as the Jawa, and that show was also in the air at the time of the performance. It also works because Jawa is a video editing manifesto from Toronto, whose yearly Videodrome Showcase tournament was held not far from The Weeknd's house in Parkdale.
When you give people... Okay, and what he closes on here is when you give people too much information, they instantly resort to pattern recognition. Yeah, this is a great piece here. There are many overlapping connections. There are so many things here. It's a 12-minute video. He even goes through many of the lyrics, and he analyzes the lyrics on his performance at the Super Bowl. And the opening lyrics to the opening song had something to do with wearing a mask. I mean, that's the case with a lot of his songs. It's a lot of revealing the duplicity. The Weeknd's name is Abel, which is kind of interesting, the Cain and Abel thing, which, if you look at the two of them in their storylines, you do find, okay, one of them, Justin Bieber, finds Jesus, gets married, repents. The other guy, gets deeper into drugs and excess and makes videos about driving around drunk and doing drugs. And his music is completely the opposite of the new family values Christian Justin Bieber. So you have like a cautionary tale. I'm not quite sure where it's going, but if Justin just turned 27, so I thought, well, they could do a little twist on the 27 Club thing and kill off his double. All right, so the end of this video, he plays some of the lyrics, and I'm going to go ahead and just let you hear what he said.
In a place like that.
Take off my disguise.
Fake stars, for example.
Living someone else's life.
Billion.
All right. More hints. We found a recent video too. It's just absurd. But anyway, I'll leave it up to somebody else to determine if there's anything to it. I'm surprised at how that one is blown up. And it almost seems like the latest thing with the weird cosmetic surgery on his face was just to kind of bury the story. It's kind of a big story if you think about it, but it's not something in isolation. You know, when you go into that story, oh, that's right, The Weeknd shoots himself at the end of his last video, which has a scene in the Eyes Wide Shut place, you know, with all those masks. I knew there was a reason why. And then the head bandage, the bleeding head thing. Cain and Abel. Abel gets whacked in the head. So I kind of thought there was something to it. There's a lot of interesting layers to the symbolism. But let's move on. I didn't want to get too deep into that one. The vaccine and the satellite, a tale of two Sputniks. Okay, so October 4th, 1957, the scientists launched the first object into space. It was a beach ball-sized object that pretty much looked like a COVID, like a spiky ball. And then last year in August, they released the vaccine called Sputnik. Same name. Interesting coincidence. And this, of course, I think ties together a lot of things. But one of the strangest things about it is the day that that was released, the vaccine, a movie came out from Russia called Sputnik. And it was about an alien virus. So a movie about a virus comes out of Russia the day a vaccine comes out. Now, the virus was a space virus, as in it infects the astronaut and the alien takes over. So once it's taken you over, you're now an alien. You know, you have an alien within. And what are you if you're infected, if you're a super spreader? Well, essentially, you're an enemy of the state, an alien within, a threat. And you must be contact traced. And that's exactly what they do with all of the alien movies. They contact trace the people who've come in contact with the aliens. Another correlation between this pretty old alien invasion drama and the pandemic drama. You know, it's amazing how these things overlap in so many ways. Restless Bear says the Blue Origin rockets are awkward. Oh, sure. And in fact, Blue Origin. So you got Jeff Bezos. Then you got Virgin Galactic, the other private one, which is run by Branson. And then you got Elon Musk. These three characters are very much, if you ask me, these three characters are world stage constructs that we've been prepared for, conditioned to respond to in a certain way, based on having been familiarized with them in the culture. So, for example, Elon Musk is clearly a construct of von Braun, the Mars Project. Werner von Braun's vision come to life. And the first dictator of Mars in von Braun's story is called the Elon. Jeff Bezos, or his origins, well, he just landed in New Mexico. That's all they know about him. And he's got the one kind of crazy eye. Well, that right there is already connecting him with the man who fell to Earth, played by David Bowie, with the conspicuously strange asymmetry in his eye, which is, I think, a reference to the same cult, which if you follow the one-eye symbolism, you can see the correlation here. Now, David Bowie, his significance is he plays the man who fell to earth, crash lands in New Mexico, and gives someone alien technology so that he can get these patents, get rich, and basically become the richest man in the world, which is Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world. Then you have the story of, well, let me just bring up Bowie for a minute. First music video ever in space. Well, when the BBC was playing the Apollo 11, they played Space Oddity. Space Oddity, Space Odyssey. You see these things, there's a parallel story here. David Bowie had a song that was the first music video in space performed in the cupola by Christopher Hadfield. And then when Elon Musk sent the Tesla Roadster to space, it's playing a David Bowie song. I believe it's playing Starman, which happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan, speaking of falling to earth. So now you have Bezos, man who fell to earth. Elon Musk, creation of von Braun. Richard Branson, and all you have to do is just look at one picture. Richard Branson is based on the blonde guy, Zaphod, from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And you can see it in the pictures, same persona. They're all made up. I mean, I think they're all basically cartoons. Commenter says, The Weeknd's wig from the Adam Sandler movie. Yes, I saw that. There was a scene in an Adam Sandler movie where they had his original wig. Flat Fact says, Life on Mars, David Bowie. Oh yes, there's quite a lot with Bowie and the Mars program. And with Bowie, you also have the Thelemite, the Gnosticism, which is all very much a part of the space program and has been since its genesis, with JPL, L. Ron Hubbard, and their Babylon workings. And these are all things that are part of David Bowie's body of work. So the man who fell to earth, though, was his first, that's like his entrance, this character. But at the end of Bowie's life, or staged life, he had an album called Black Star, in which he performs a song called Lazarus, where he ascends. Well, Lazarus in the Bible dies and comes back after a few days. And a few days after Bowie's death, he shows up again at Sky News with a real dumb disguise. I mean, it wasn't even passable. It was a ridiculous mask. Not in a mask. It was like a mouth plumper and a wig. It was such a terrible disguise, they had to pixelate the interview so it wouldn't be so obvious. Tomanoid says, the Star Child is what David Bowman comes... Oh, I see. Starman. Right. Strange. There's a lot of strange little bits of symbolism tying these characters together, but one of the things that connects it all is astrology and this worship of the stars, the worship of the celestial realm and the gods. And that's ultimately what I'm saying that NASA is about. I think NASA is ultimately more about this ancient, archaic worldview. I think it's not really about science. It's about dressing up heaven and mysticism with science. Mary Smith says David Bowie had an injury. Yeah, whatever his explanation, the symbolism is pretty apparent here. So if you look at David Bowie's eyes, it's often emphasized in his own pictures. Again, this is like what you see with all of the symbolism, is the emphasis on one eye over the other. There's a few different meanings that you could extrapolate from that, but I want to compare that to Jeff Bezos. Again, man who fell to earth, starts off in New Mexico. Jeff Bezos is essentially from New Mexico, and nobody knows where he came from. Someone just found the egg and they just hatched it the rest of the way. How do you hatch like a Komodo dragon-sized egg? What kind of egg do reptoids come out of? No, assuming he had a regular birth mother, his father could still be an alien. But look, Crazy Eye Bezos counting his cash. And you've got Bowie. I'm saying It's a storyline. It's a story we've been given. Jordan says maybe they came from Terra elsewhere. Well, okay, so Bowie's connection to Mars is also very significant too, because the New Age movement, and I would consider him to be a part of it. The New Age movement is all about transitioning us into the age of Mars. The age of Mars being the age of the god Horus, who the Egyptians associate with Mars. It's their version of Mars. And Horus is to replace Osiris. So the idea is that they're replacing the old system, the patriarchy, with this new, the crowned conquering child is what they call him, or it. You can't misgender the god of the New Age. It's an androgen. But I think it's bearing out. I think a lot of the predictive programming, the symbolism, I think it's all coming full circle here. Let me go through these notes really quick. Predictive scripting proves reality metascripting. Okay, so predictive programming. Once is a coincidence, twice maybe, but we're far beyond coincidence. That's why I call this coincidence theory 113. You would have to be a coincidence theorist to just minimize this as coincidences. But the news events that are directing the lives of the masses are scripted and presented as real by the same screens that present the entertainment media. And these storylines and narratives are reinforced by celebrities who bridge the gap between entertainment and pseudo-news. And this is all to immerse us in this pseudo-reality. The Metascript is an artificial reality construct. And let me just give you an example. So I think everybody here knows that global warming is a hoax, that the world will never flood because of our lack of, recycling centers. So the people who believe it's really going to happen, though, you could say they live in a fictional universe. They live in a universe where the sky is falling, and you don't. Now, you have the inside scoop. You know it's a computer model that gives them a fallacious worldview. They think it's science. So you have two different universes. They look the same from the outside, but one person is a little bit more scared, than the person with the other view on this thing. It's more or less you have to volunteer to be terrorized in the system, or you have to fall for it. So that's why I'm saying it's on that level. I think we can all understand that, yes, you can actually put people into an artificial reality construct. It's like a false alarm. This is why false alarms are so bad. You pull an alarm, everybody's in a state of fear. Now they're suggestible and they can be directed. And that's what we're dealing with here. Contrived emergencies used as a pretext to advance the growth of state. And my contention here, and I'm not going to go through all of it, is that we have had a good solid 100 plus years of transformative events leading to the end of the world, which was 2020. Now, as far as what comes next, I don't know. The world's still going, but 2020 was the end date of this script. So let me go ahead and go through a couple of things here. One thing, and we noted this last year, was that, and the media did this intentionally, 1968 was used as a template for 2020 repeatedly. Even as the year was coming to a close, we were seeing monoliths popping up all over the place, a reference to a 1968 movie. So it was 1968 films and 1968 political events that were reoccurring in 2020. Everything was just being, updated. I have a long list of these things. Let me go ahead and, because this is a whole nother live stream, I want to go through all this stuff again, but I wanted to point out the patterns. For example, on the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima, you had 2 solid weeks of mushroom clouds. North Korea, Wuhan, Lebanon, UAE, Iraq, St. Paul, Minnesota, all with different explanations. This is from last year, and I want to point out just how sometimes this stuff is prescient. So we went over this last year, but it has relevance now. A couple things I have to add to it. So we had, by counting back and by following this pattern, we had discerned that the number 57 is being used as code for a headshot, a crown shot. Crown, skull, basically even the head of a corporation. And one of the ways, well, there are so many ways that this was indicated, and I have them all listed here. But one of the ways more recently is this. When Trump was being impeached, the number of senators that voted to impeach him happened to be 57. 57 went against him. And all throughout this Metascript analysis, that number is consistently being used with deposing a leader. Anyway, the number 113, 911, and the reversals were encoded into so many of these major stories. Let's see. Trump may compare himself to Nixon in 68, but he resembles Wallace. I also took note of many of the strange coincidences happening in the world of sports that connect to the present day events unfolding. We noted too the Turner Diaries, the cover of which was manifested in the form of the McCloskeys, who are defending their mansion from BLM. Same costume. It looks like the same art department. Quite a lot of symbolism about the protesters regarding hands up, don't shoot. Dark Knight Rises. Now that's a movie that has an incredible amount of relevance. A lot of predictive programming that people have noted within the Batman movies pointing to the coronavirus. But there was something else worth noting too, is the burning bat symbol that they used for years as a phoenix. Now the phoenix is one of the reoccurring symbols. Right now we're going through this reset, and a phoenix, a reset, same thing. Burn down, build back better. One of the things about the Batman film, though, is they used the bat as a phoenix, a burning bat. Significance there, of course. The catalyst for the reset for the phoenix was the bat, the bowl of underheated bat soup. All right, so I'm going to go through the rest of this in detail over the coming days. I have quite a lot planned. One thing, and I want to say thanks to the callers, is we're going to start working with a better phone system. We can take multiple callers. I'll be able to have my guests take questions from you. You can call in directly. The phone number is not changing. We're improving the newsletters and the websites in general. Also, I'm working on developing the forum, making it more usable. So if you go to infiniteplane.media, the homepage will take you directly to the forum, which has more participants. It's getting more interesting. And many of the things we talk about, we're posting here. And you can go back and reference these things later if you choose. Or add to it, even better. So there's a thread here going on about the Stanley Kubrick thing. Lots to look in, so feel free to go over there and add to it. Lean Dion says, the basis of Nolan's movie Tenet was climate change, but he slipped in a line about the complicated, inverted action mess it was. Future humans go back because we ruined it. Yeah, every single science movie or science fiction movie starts off with after we ruined the world. They're always post-reset. So a final thing, this is a link that you can find over there on the forums, and I'll post it here if you want it. Alchemical Kubrick. So listen to this. This is another name of Stanley, whose last name is cubed brick. This is the black stone of creation. It's one of the main features in the Islamic religion, where a black meteorite sits near the Kaaba or cube of space in the Arabian city of Mecca. Kubrick has combined these many deeply held spiritual traditions and symbols and refashioned them into a monolith, or a stone that is constructed in the same dimensions as the movie screen on which it will be projected. Kubrick is revealing that he understands the great work. He has made the book of nature into film. The greatest works of art are attempting to achieve what Kubrick is attempting here. With the understanding of what 2001 is actually saying, he takes place alongside Da Vinci. See, this is fascinating because I've been saying that his moon landing video, his Apollo 11, would have been his magnum opus. He changed the world. He could consider himself to be the greatest living artist in that sense. So I don't think he was trying to tell the truthers the truth in The Shining or in 2001 Space Odyssey. I don't think he felt guilty, because his other movies go even deeper into this mind control. I mean, this is what MK Ultra is, if you ask me. Everybody existing in a state of total hypermediation. It's like being in a cult. Okay, one last interesting note, quote, it says here, the greatest transmutation of the human species is going to take place near the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century. Kubrick's date, 2001, is close to other dates prescribed by ancient alchemists. What are we to make of the date that he picked for the final transformation? So what is a transformation he's talking about? In alchemy, it's always this 2 into 1, and that would be the meaning of the two towers being melded into one. There's quite a lot here, but the idea is that the Metascript is actually a work of alchemy or something. Alchemical transformation, initiation. In other words, it has a mystical subtext. On my notes here, if you're looking at the screen, you see Luke Skywalker with his severed hand hanging from a cross. I have a lot of notes here on this that you may want to go through, just to show you how immersed we have all been our entire lives in this type of symbolism without even knowing it. And then once you can see through it in one film, it just really stands out in everything else. So there's the link. I appreciate everybody joining. This will be an interesting week. We're doing a lot, adding a lot to the program as far as how it's organized. So stay tuned. I'll put a link below if you want to join Patreon to get live stream notifications and so you don't miss anything. All right, thanks again. This is The Phoenix.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix, these maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit, but they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Fun the jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season, the elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling, like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic. It's tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. That's me, my chalice for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
The harness roaring upward toward the heavens like a lioness. Heated hurricane, rebirth of the initiates. Segment scorching, blazing, fire priestess. So fly, wings descend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since the hypnotizing. Pyro angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Hit the quad to
ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly just like a phoenix. Tips are wavy, got a bunch of jealous beaches. World gone crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least I like you breathing. There's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order. They've inverted all the meaning, so we do this for a reason. Keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves and contest for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you have a leak?
Deep into my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is
is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. You got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. I said the people got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools.
Do you believe the things that you hear on the news? Are you just another masked fool? Don't be so obnoxious, man, don't be dumb, 'cause you'll end up unconscious. You can get my Sunday bun. We're all being held hostage, but I'm on the run. It's just so exhausting. It's just for fun. You gotta use your optics. Take a good look around. Don't be an ostrich. Lift your head up from the ground. It's the new orange. It's the one. The number they're calling. 311. It's the 311. 311. It's the 311. It's just not logical. Dancing nurses in hospitals. I never thought it could be possible. The lie is astronomical. All I hear is Black Lives Matter, that's the motto. The sheep bleed on repeat like there's no tomorrow. The elites lead and you follow. It's like everything to feed and you swallow. The pain cards like a sorrow. I'm on a case like a Poirot. No hassle, just watch as I unravel the glory. Stop finding the coffin, sorrows and Floyd. The moral of the story. What if I told you that nobody died? It's all a ploy. They're trying to get you to submit to a color. Ain't no black and white, everyone ain't my brother. Race is a motherfucking lie. It's a social construct, yeah. They had us long for, yeah. You get knocked unconscious, yeah. Knocked unconscious. You get knocked unconscious. I'm trying to be conscious. I'm trying to stay conscious, yeah. I wanna be conscious. You get knocked unconscious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You get knocked the fuck out. 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 On my right side, but it's hard trying to get the people to unite and fight back against the system. I'm not a Christian, but God knows I'm on a mission. Cause these people know they tend to listen. When they haven't got about the mission, we've been big inside the politicians. But now the time to start teaching. Get up off your house and make a difference. For politicians, I better get on lyrical machines. My aim to be a man that gets lost in questions. Using love and blessing, the power of suggestion. And learn the lessons from history so in the future we can listen goodbye and over inhibition. My state of mind is limited edition. Still I'm fishing for the answers to life's mystery. To show us some more fighting in the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Tomorrow's never promised, so you gotta move quickly.
All right, thanks for joining. This is January the 20th, 2021. And that voice you hear there is Representative Swalwell. Appreciate the soundbite. Thanks for everyone here who signed up to the mailing list, and this will be rebroadcast later and sent out to the mailing list in case you missed this, which, the Flat Earth Report is a podcast now in its fourth year, and it's the only legitimate PSYOP-free news source. Nothing we say here assumes that any of the fakery on the world stage is real. When you factor that out, you have a completely different interpretation, which is something we're going to be discussing today. Today being January 20th, 2021, the zoo may have new keepers, but it's still a zoo. And have you noticed that the world never ends? Many were expecting, as I was, the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn to result in a plasma apocalypse, some type of mass ascension, aliens. Nothing happened. QAnon followers were expecting the greatest clandestine military operation of all time to unveil the bad guys and bring about a new age of peace and prosperity. That didn't happen. I mean, the QAnoners were clinging on hope, grasping at straws, and now I don't really think they have anywhere else to go. Some have said they want to push the date back to March 4th and say that Trump's going to start a new America. It's at this point, it's almost sad, but you see a lot of grifters, and I want to see where they go. The flat versus round debate, while it is fallacious because it's premature, nobody has verified what's at the supposed edge. Just the fact that we have a debate like this, that we have such a strong disagreement on what the basic facts are, it shows how we have two worlds coexisting at the same time. And this has all been made very clear in the last few weeks. We're looking at how the siege on the riot, which looked like a frat house party, it was a joke. It was obviously staged, and you can find all the various actors, and you can see how this thing was constructed for mass consumption. But we're looking at theater shaping world views. So half the country are appalled at how this thing could actually be considered a siege, and then the other half believe the thing is actually real, and that these characters in these animal skins represent the opposition party. So the world stage itself is very polarized, and for the people who exist on it and who believe that everything that they see on TV, everything reported from their authoritative sources is real, they believe that the Earth is a spinning ball on a collision course with doom. It's going to be destroyed one way or the other. Asteroids, global warming, aliens. It's going to be absorbed by the sun. In some way, mankind is done. And even the late Stephen Hawking said that even if we're able to escape the global warming threat, and even if we're able to survive overpopulation, we might still be invaded by aliens who are more than likely to be hostile. Further, he said, even if we escape the Earth and we dodge the hostile aliens, or perhaps we become the dominant species of the galaxy, well, the galaxy's, the universe, it's all going to implode on itself at some point. So it's a no-win situation. And that's the world stage, the fictional universe they put us in. For those of us who exit the world stage and cease to believe in the televised version of reality, we're not full of the same anxieties as those who feel the need to run for the hills or to wear helmets to protect themselves from asteroids. I mean, notice how politically polarized the mask is. You wouldn't have a political disagreement on whether it's a good idea to wash your hands, basic things. But somehow they've made a very basic medical device very political, and that shows you it's merely a political prop, as is much of what we're seeing here. The world outside of your home FEMA camp, again, the FEMA camp is another baseless fear. Nobody's ever going to round anybody up. They don't have that much control, and it's much easier to let people round themselves up. So the new FEMA camp is there in your recliner in front of Netflix. It's your home FEMA camp, and everything you experience from within your little home quarantine is through a screen. And through that screen, your reality is completely filtered through models. But outside of your home FEMA camp, the Earth is stationary, ostensibly never ending in terms of time and space. So to get to the inauguration, the Space Force was there. I saw the Space Force flag, which is the Star Trek flag. It's the exact same thing. Lady Gaga was there in a Hunger Games costume. It's ominous in a sense. There's different layers to it. One, you have the symbolism of the dove, which is really just a phoenix. But the Hunger Games reference, because there have been a number of ominous things about dark winter uttered from Biden, other things about, and then the night before, he was out in Pennsylvania working at a food drive, handing out canned foods. So there's this idea of dark winter and Hunger Games becoming a reality has already been foreshadowed. So here she comes out dressed like the Hunger Games. And then Joe Biden makes an appearance as the Crypt Keeper. I mean, the whole thing is just what I'm saying here. It's a theatrical production and everybody's buying it. But enough people, I think, saw through the farcical nature of this so-called siege that I think that they're rightfully appalled. Kind of like people who see through this or that gun grab hoax. It's like, well, what do? You know it's fake. You see the agenda, but everyone else thinks it's real. So we're in a world controlled by the believers, and their puppet masters know exactly what's going on. And that's why they don't like those who have cut their puppet strings. Also, it was interesting to me that the pizza gators were very well represented. So a pizza gator is someone who's been alleged to have been part of this cult of baby eaters at the top of the Democrat Party. And Tom Hanks, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, all of these alleged baby eating politicians, and they're all there on the stage in front of this inauguration thing. And I'm like, this is interesting, because whatever you say about Pizzagate, QAnon, conspiracy theorists, they're not making this up out of whole cloth. I mean, they're actually taking bits of story and narrative planted in social media and in the news and in their own films by these various characters. Lady Gaga, for example, is friends with Marina Abramovich, spirit cooker, who's also friends with Bill Gates. I mean, you look at these people in the circle. It's a small circle, as I say, at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. But these are all allegedly part of this sinister cabal of deep staters who have literally sold their souls to the devil. And now they're basically vampires and reptoids. So they put them in front of this thing, which is, again, very curious to me, because they helped build the myth that the QAnoners bought into. The myth that Tom Cruise is a baby eater. Now, is it true? Well, there's no evidence. But you do get a lot of hints and clues that he has planted himself. So it's an area here where there's a deliberate psychological operation. And it's being used, I believe, that QAnon, and I've come to think this was like months ago, actually, I thought this, after the empty hospital phenomenon. I thought, well, if the QAnoners are trusting the plan and they're not investigating to see if there's actually a pandemic, then the Q is just there to pacify. And more seems to be the case. And the pacification happens through entertainment, where they're often told, sit home, eat your popcorn, enjoy the movie. That's one of the mantras of the QAnoners. It's all just a movie. Enjoy the show. They even called January 19th, which was an actual holiday, National Popcorn Day. This was the day that QAnon was going to expose the deep state. Well, it never happened. So this, again, it's not like nothing happened. My point is, what didn't happen was the end game they were expecting. But the fact is, somebody was there planting the breadcrumbs strategically, expertly, all along. Melania Trump, I saw her today. They weren't at the event, but they were exiting somewhere. And she was wearing, I don't know if you saw it, it was a very bright orange dress covered in hexagrams, which looked like it was something probably intended to trigger an MK Ultra assassin. Now let's get back to the flat Earth. Well, yeah, let's get back to the flat Earth topic here, because whatever happens on the world stage, the believers, they believe they're in a zoo on a ball. But the fact is, the thing is observably, demonstrably flat, stationary. You don't experience it in any other way. And this is one of their big tricks. They make you believe that you actually experienced it as a ball, that you actually experienced it moving. No, you didn't. Maybe at Disneyland, which is noteworthy. I mean, Disney and NASA have been BFFs forever, since the beginning. And here's something you might find very interesting. In the 60s, the KGB did some experiments, psychological experiments, and they found that if you bombard human subjects with fear messages nonstop, in 2 months or less, most of the subjects will be completely brainwashed into believing it. And no amount of information that they're shown to the contrary can change their mind after the fact. So we're saying 2 months of fear bombardment. Now, think about this. What have you been bombarded with regards to fear? What kind of fear story has bombarded you your entire life? Asteroids. You've been bombarded with the fear of falling rocks from the time that you were a kid. One of the very first times that you were able to even appreciate the idea of death, they gave you mass extinction in the form of dinosaurs dying off. These really cool toys. They give you these nice shiny dinosaur toys. All your cartoons are dinosaurs, Barney or whatever, talking dinosaurs. Colorful dinosaurs adorn your clothing. Your nursery is covered in dinos. Why do you think that is? Well, you form an emotional attachment to dinosaurs, and then as soon as you're able to talk, they tell you, oh, by the way, those dragons, those mythical beasts, those dinos, yeah, they're all dead. They got deaded by some big rock from space. Science. Like, they do that to you right away, and I think that's the very beginning of trauma-induced mind control. So, we're looking at this meme on the screen. It's one of these memes that makes fun of flat Earth, right? And it's a disk in space, a disk flat Earth, and it gets hit by an asteroid, and it flips all the dinos out into space. Now, this is obviously a joke. Or is it? Because science just reported that dinosaur bones have been found on the moon. So they say that the extinction event asteroid from 66 million years ago flung the dinos into space. The asteroid, quote, punched a hole of outer space vacuum in the atmosphere. Debris was expelled from the impact, and it was mixed with the dinosaur bones. So the dinosaurs surmised there must be dino bones on the moon. So looks like someone beat Neil Armstrong by 66 million years. The catastrophic asteroid crashed into what the, quote, experts say was the deadliest possible angle. Now, think about that. So the rock comes down and it opens up a hole in the sky, and the dinos all get sucked up and they go to the moon. Again, that's science. And that's exactly what this meme shows us. But asteroids are no laughing matter. Put on your helmets, they'll tell you, and you will. Because, like the KGB learned, if you bombard people with fear messages nonstop, in fact, there were 6 asteroids that were supposed to hit today, and they didn't hit. Again, I have to ask NASA, how is it that you're wrong 1,000% of the time with incoming asteroids, but you're accurate 1,000,000% of the time with every single tiny probe you send to the farthest reaches of the universe? I'm not buying it. Former flat earthers explain the reason why they changed their minds. This is an article that just came out a few days ago, and I went through it to see if there's anybody that I know here. It says a number of flat earthers have been revealing what made them see the light and lose their beliefs. Right off the bat, they're wrong. Flat Earth is not a belief. It's the absence of a belief that we're on a big CGI ball, or a ball made out of whatever, pixels. I mean, we live in a Minecraft universe, apparently. You go above 62 miles, you pass the Kármán line, and it's all pixels. Space is pixels. It's like literally the Minecraft universe, apparently. And if you didn't know, because people will say, well, you say the Earth is flat, what falls off the edge? Your solar system's flat, the universe is flat. So if you look at it, if nothing else, the denial of the ball theory is just suggesting that the universe and the solar system, what we call the solar system, that the greater area beyond is just an extension of the area that we're told is all that there is. I'm suggesting that the globe model is just a way of sectioning off a part of a larger plane. That's my thought on this, and that outer space represents the areas that we're not supposed to go to. And isn't it noteworthy that uncharted waters are believed to be filled with icebergs, and uncharted space is full of these dangerous asteroids? Think about the movie The Truman Show and so many other movies where there's always some fear at the edge. And they can always invent things. The Village is probably one of the best, where the woods outside your village are populated by monsters. Well, they've given us aliens. In fact, most of the vision, like if you think about all the different ways that you envision aliens, so most of the televised versions, the visions they've given you of what an alien should look like, most of them have been hostile, demonic, more so in recent years, or judgy. War of the Worlds, just purely destructive, but in other cases, like on Twilight Zone and other movies, they're just here to say, well, man, you screwed up. We'd give you a better iPhone and life extension, but nope, you didn't get the vax, or whatever. They're always here to judge. But the point is, the outside, whatever's out there, the way that they have established this worldview, it's pretty much off limits to us. Man's not good enough. And I don't know if you heard what the Galactic Federation said. The Galactic Federation said that, yeah, they're in touch with Israel and they are making arrangements with various governments, but they're not going to reveal themselves to us because we're not ready yet. It's like, we're not ready to get beamed up yet. Who decides? Who decides? So let's go through this. Reasons why these flat earthers changed their minds. This is from a thread on Reddit. Okay, so a tale of one convert went like this, quote, I have an acquaintance I met in the Navy who joined so he could see that the earth was flat while at sea. Okay, so some guy joined the Navy to prove the earth was flat. Every day he would chart the ship's location, speed, heading so he could make a map of their path. Ultimately, he realized that the path of the ship would be impossible if the earth was flat. Okay, that's not believable for a few reasons. One, that's a second-hand account of somebody joining the Navy to become or to affirm the earth is flat and then finding that it's not. So you have a guy who proved the earth was a ball by joining the Navy, and his friend anonymously is telling Reddit, and that's worth reporting on. Another former adherent said, quote, I fell in and out of the belief until I saw a video of an experiment where one group flew a helicopter far out over the ocean, and another group watched it with a telescope, and it lowered into the horizon. It disappeared into the horizon, and while the helicopter was still a considerable distance from the ground. So that ended the phase for me for good. Now he's referring to, I believe it was National Geographic, where they had Stephen Hawking's voice, and they had a helicopter go across a lake and go over the curve, which is pretty funny to think about, because it's like 8 miles away. Because I can look out my window, and near sunset, I can see windmills that are 262 feet tall and 84 miles away. And it's like that helicopter isn't 84 miles away from them when it goes over this supposed hill, this hump of water. But again, his evidence was what he saw on a screen, which means he didn't grasp the very concept itself. And it shows you that the authors of this article and most of its readers don't get this either. The assertion of flat Earth, it's not even flat Earth theory, if you ask me. It's more like question. It's more of a question than asserting something more likely to be true. And this question is asking fundamentally, can you trust what you see on a screen? Can you trust what your experts are showing you? Is it fakeable? And a lot of people don't seem to think it's even fakeable, and they don't seem to be aware of the nature of logical fallacies as an alternative to lying directly, which is what they're doing more and more directly now. If you lie to somebody too directly, they experience cognitive dissonance. They do that when they're gaslighting you. Well, they're doing it intentionally at times when you're talking about the media with their lies. But generally, they try to soften the cognitive dissonance, keep everybody harmonious through logical fallacies and sophistry. Okay, a third flat earther said, my mom and I came to the conclusion that the flat earth doesn't adequately explain what we see on the earth. It's been well documented throughout history, but if the earth is flat, wouldn't we see only one hemisphere of the stars at any point on earth? Okay, now the problem with that one is, and this article is just dishonest. If anybody actually believed, and I'm using that word loosely here, that the earth was flat, I think it's safe to say that they watched the Flat Earth 101 style videos, which answer these very simple questions. Because what it does is it points out the ambiguity of our perceptions. Like, either the sun is 93 million miles away, or it's local and it's smaller. Same goes with the stars. So if you're suggesting that the Earth isn't a ball, you're ruling out outer space. You're ruling out vast distances. So the reason why you wouldn't see the same constellations is because they're going out of your range of sight. They're not that high. They're not that far, in other words. Okay, one final story. My husband got trapped in a YouTube black hole of flat Earth videos. It drove me up the wall. As of recently, I discovered he changed his mind. His reasoning? He discovered that most flat earthers are Trumpers with extreme political views. My husband's flat earth ideas died that day. Okay, so once he found out that at the bottom of the flat earth rabbit hole, it's not Hitler, it's not reptilians, nope, it's Trump. He left it. I don't know if any of you in the chat have experienced that. Is this a Trumper thing? In my view, the people who are suggesting that this whole worldview is fallacious have already ruled out in their minds the idea that the politics in general or any single politician is outside of the brainwashing complex, the psyop industrial complex, all scripted, all fake. So again, the idea that this would be something that would change somebody's minds, not very believable. This article is not very convincing. And I don't think we're actually looking at real testimonies here, real testimonials. And you'll notice too, we just read 4 testimonials. Every single one was somebody else talking about how somebody they knew unflatted themselves. No direct testimony. And where is that anyway? I would like to see it. Where are the people who fell into this notion that the world wasn't a spinning ball and managed to correct their course? Like, please show yourselves, because we would like to know what you know. How did you come to conclude that the space station isn't fake despite using green screens and harnesses and swimming pools and basic movie magic, Botox, makeup? I mean, really. So to continue, someone in the chat here mentioned the Trump election. And again, we're talking about the Trump election. He was sworn in on he's the 58th inauguration. But when he came in, that was January 20th, 2017. He was 70 years old, 7 months and 7 days. Again, 777. Now, this is just one of dozens of examples that we can find where you can see that characters like Trump appear to be storybook characters, essentially, pre-scripted. Like we all talk about Elon Musk having been written in a book, The Mars Project by Werner von Braun, before he was born. And the whole book is about the first Martian colony and the Elon who established it. Well, with Trump, we have all kinds of interesting things. His inauguration was the 58th story tower. A number of movies from 1958, TV shows like Quantum Leap, actually reference Trump 58 years before the inauguration. Then you have Back to the Future, where he's embodied in the character Biff Tannen, time traveler, takes place in 85 and references 1858. So what we're saying is you find all kinds of examples of clever script writing. And it was very apparent during the Capitol riot when you get into the scripting there, the names of the characters. They chose a woman named Babbitt, literally wrapped in an American flag, which is based on a Sinclair Lewis novel about people wrapped in American flags. Anti-commies, run amok. I mean, they played this thing out like it was a movie. Then you had, in addition to the Babbitt, you had at the same event someone with with a Gadsden flag. Don't tread on me. So the Don't Tread on Me flag carrier gets trampled to death. And then you have another Trumper. This one gets tased. He self-tases. He auto-tases, if that ever happens. He auto-tased himself in his genitals and died. So it just seems like this whole thing was scripted in order to make the left wing look sane by comparison. Nobody's talking about the riots. Everybody's talking about this non-event, which was overly hyped up. And then you have the cop who was hilariously crushed in a door. And by hilarious, I mean it was a hilarious performance. He was crying like a baby, like wah, crying. Meanwhile, he's wearing RoboCop's armor. I'm like, wait, you're wearing body armor. I don't think you're getting crushed. And the people around him are all Democrat plants and actors. That's been exposed. Even the guy with the bullhorns, his parents are Democrats. He's now the face of QAnon. And he's some kind of, I think he's been called out on the appropriation of his shaman costume. The absurdity of this thing, I think, gives away how fake it all is. But I'm looking at this cop who's getting crushed in the door. It looks super fake. He's overacting, and then he does an interview and he says, it was totally worth it. I would do this even if I wasn't getting paid. I would crush white supremacy for free. I'm like, wait, he got crushed in a door. Now he says he would crush white supremacy. Again, bad script writing, and you could see the duper's delight in his smile through the mask that he was wearing. I'm actually rather happy with the whole thing. I'm very optimistic, I should say. Maybe happy is not the word. I'm optimistic. Everything's been exposed. 2020 did shine some light, and we're in a new age now, whatever that means. And we can see clearly, who's choosing to go with the televised world stage reality. So you have world stagers, self-aware world stagers. It's literally a cult. So I'm asking myself, when do we stop pretending like we're not in a world-spanning cult that worships at the obelisk? Look at the swearing-in ceremony. This is all ancient ritual. And the world stage itself is a quarantine from the real world, which is what we're discussing. And those of us who aren't buying the world stage scripts and the deceptions, we see through and we recognize the BS. But you have this consensus trance, the well-maintained status quo of cognitive dissonance, and it looks and it feels like harmony. If you watch the inauguration, it was very harmonious, very peaceful, right, on the outside? I mean, that's the definition of cognitive dissonance. The appearance is one thing, but on the other side, you have the idea that it's actually contested, and you have a large group of people who have their a completely different set of views on this. And I'm very curious to see how this ends up. Does the QAnon thing die with a whimper, or are they going to bring out some patsy to go off on some celebrity or something? I think they have something up their sleeve, but I don't want to overestimate Big Brother, which is something that I think I've done before. Like, we're expecting The Walking Dead, and we get COVID-19 in just a nanny state. They never really brought any aliens. So for all of the threats and predictive programming, there's a few things, like The Simpsons, for example. Have they been wrong yet? Because if you remember, The Simpsons have a very ominous prediction for tomorrow. But we're going to be live tonight to take calls. I'm going to be very interested to see how people interpret everything. I'm very curious to see, too, if Operation Trust is used as an explanation for what we actually saw with QAnon. Because one thing you can't say, you can't just dismiss QAnon followers as the media dismisses them. Like they dismiss anybody who doesn't believe the mainstream news. Oh, you consume less news than me? You're a conspiracy theorist. I can't listen to you. You can't dismiss them because there is a there. Somebody, not somebody. The MSM, in concert with the media, helped build this up over the last few years. And if you look into Operation Trust, which was a fake anti-communist resistance in the 1920s, you can see a pattern here. And if it's the case that this was a big pacification and maybe even intelligence gathering operation, then you'd have to consider the role of the Trumps in helping to spread it. I have a commenter here who says the deep state is in fear mode still, specifically in Sweden. Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about. The deep state, the idea that it's being fought secretly in the dark, that's the big question. Is there a deep state? Is there even a deep state? Or is that a fallacious construct? One of the things they were waiting for, the QAnoners, is they were waiting for an emergency broadcast from Donald Trump that was supposed to be today. It would shut down all the media, and Trump would expose the deep state, and we would get enough evidence to see what's really been going on behind the scenes. And that hasn't happened. But if you think about it, within the broader context of QAnon, it looks like they grafted revelations onto a political campaign where people are waiting for unsealed indictments. They're waiting for a broadcast that everybody sees. That's right out of Revelations. Revelations 19:1, where everybody sees the Lord's face in the heavens, everybody hears his voice. And they would say, well, Trump and Pence, it's the trumpets announcing revelations. So we had a lot of people waiting for revelations. And I was thinking, either this is Revelations, or the script writers behind this grafted revelations onto this modern political story and narrative, which is far more likely. Many of you noted, as we did, how 1968 was used as a template for many of the narratives that we saw in 2020. So was QAnon a pacification exercise? I would almost say so, just based on the fact that the Q looks like a pacifier. And two, QAnoners never figured out that the hospitals were empty. They were waiting for the deep state to be rounded up during quarantine. They said, trust the plan, don't violate quarantine. The deep state is being rounded up. Even yesterday, the QAnoners were saying, when the deep state is being rounded up, stay in your homes. So one of their primary messages that they've repeated and reiterated again and again is stay home and eat your popcorn. And now I'm like, well, President Corn Pop is in charge. What now? All right, everyone, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on tonight to take calls. This is the Flat Earth Report for January 20th, 2021. Go to theflatearthreport.com if you want to get this podcast directly, and also there's a newsletter there. This is Call the Bluff, JT33 featuring PGA.
I gotta just get this shit off my mind, you know what I mean? Yeah. Been going crazy lately. Fucking bullshit. These are some weird times, cause you know, JT's a little bit psycho. I might go deep inside of myself with these lyrics, like spirits that haunting me, they're taunting me, making me do all kinds of debauchery. Who's stopping me? Who's gonna get the drop on me? Cause this shit's got me grinning, I'm sinning, swimming up out of the fiery lake I've been living in. Just let me in, but not without your mask. So when you ask, I've been wearing a mask from the beginning, but I tore that shit off when the earth stopped spinning. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the crew. Like Charlie Sheen, that's right, we winning. You know the lights were dimming, and nothing is what it seems, cause life is but a dream. When I woke up, I put my middle finger in the air and I spoke up. Never choke up, I stay choked up. You stay locked down in confusion. They're trying to pull off these illusions. You can see through the delusions in my mind are killing me. This shit is really sickening. Yeah. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades. New categories of conspiracy theorists. Coronavirus deniers, 5G truthers. And we're not the same. And we're not deniers. They're coronavirus liars.
The world's gone undercover. People got a new lover. COVID introduced an even bigger brother. Cover your mouth, distance from your mother. No hugs, no grins, no face to even bother. We're all playing poker now. Texas Hold'em fucking logged up. A pandemic soda's on as fuck. You can see the graphic mock-up. We could use some good luck. We're gonna need those socks, bud. Bets who people gone insane as fuck. Driven by fear, they hold a mask up. I just wanna breathe freely and after vacation. This is silly.
The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff, yeah.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades.
I can see all faces, motions, and souls. I wanna see all lips, smiles, and grins. I crave expressions. I wanna see all anger. And I wanna see an end to this government interference with the social life. I'm tired of being patronized. Fuck social distancing. I'm ready to hug a stranger. Think before you follow.
All right, so that's Murder Hornets, World War III by One-Eyed Jack. Thanks for joining. I just topped up the phone, so if you want to call in 833-311-1984. Open topics, a lot of things on my minds. If you go to infiniteplainsociety.com, it goes to my Minds account, which is up-to-date links of interest, areas of research, things that are relevant to your interests, such as the fact that Tupac's not dead. Again, the number's on the screen, 833-311-1984. Flat Fact says, Aussies are bored with COVID. It's summer here. People are over it. They had to bump the fines up, and the police are bored with it. Good. Good. That's something we can look forward to. I expect that's going to be the case. I mean, isn't it a great thing, really, that it's not really as they televise? Like, nothing. In fact, it's underwhelming. Big Brother's underwhelming. I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, but remember when they used to tear down buildings and blow people up? Now it's just bad performance art, theater. That was not a siege on the 6th. I talked about that today with Jim Fetzer. If you missed that, go to darkmatter.radio, catch it on a replay. We're just talking about the QAnon phenomenon, because I think it's way too easy to broad brush and disparage when there's something bigger there than just one particular source. It's the idea of crowdsourced intel. It's the idea of no longer trusting the media, which I think is progress. And the level of preemptive bullshit auto-hoaxing is at an all-time high. And it's not going to go down. It's not going to crash. You can burn books. You can digitally erase the information. But the people who've learned to see through the magic tricks, you're going to have to burn them if you want it to go back. Commenter says, I listened to your interview with Fetzer. So is there anything to this January 19th, 2021 headless state? Yeah, so the concept here is that the deep state has been essentially defeated, but it has to be carried out very carefully. He described it as something like 70% of the politicians are compromised in a very specific way, and that if you pulled the rug out from underneath everybody at once, it would be a disaster. Moreover, and this is how the QAnon is moving the goalpost forward. I mean, much further than I thought they could. They're saying that January 19th, 2021, a minute before midnight, Trump basically did something to the effect of the American corporation is dead and he was the last president. Now, there's going to be a brand new America. He'll be the 19th president, based off the 1776 Constitution. Sounds like mythology. Sounds like grasping at straws. Sounds like fantasy, but this is what they're suggesting. And more, that what we saw for the entire inauguration was just a charade, a sham election. And what's more, that there's going to be some new beginning, new capital city. Washington, D.C. is considered a foreign entity. Very interesting theory, very complex, but it explains away why there weren't any fireworks on Inauguration Day, because by this theory, the white hats were allowing the black hats, the bad guys, to walk themselves into a trap that they cannot withdraw from. So they're calling into question whether or not the election, the inauguration, was even legitimate on that level. And this isn't even going into the votes themselves. People are even calling into question whether or not Joe Biden is Joe Biden. Some commenter suggested that Joe Biden might actually be played by none other than Beau Biden, who died at 46. And I remember the other day when Joe Biden was crying at the podium, he said, "Beau, you should have been president." Like, he muttered some line like that to the mic. Inside joke, I don't know. This whole thing is more comedy than horror, and it's important to keep that in mind. So many inside jokes. Like the lady with the Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," getting treaded on to death. These are inside jokes. Not meant for us, obviously. So now, if this is true, if this QAnon covert war on the deep state is true, we're probably going to find some kind of evidence to back it up. And what people have been providing is pictures. They're finding pictures of Joe Biden in office, and more it looks like he's in some type of a movie set. And funnily enough, the relevant QAnon post, and this is another topic, but how they arrive at these conclusions. But there is a QAnon post referring to a period, which might be this week, that references Castle Rock, which is pertinent when it comes to the place where they staged the fake White House. So there are people even questioning if he's even in the White House or if this whole thing is some grisly charade, which is what I lean towards anyway. Now, we did talk about the lobes versus no lobes Biden. I don't think it's inconceivable that the man could have changed that much with plastic surgery. And I think that the angle people attack him, they call him an abuser of children or whatever because he sniffs their hair. Like, that might just be a malicious misrepresentation. He might just be really ham-fisted, and they're saying, hey, be relatable, be grandfatherly. I mean, maybe given the benefit of the doubt, or maybe not, considering other people around him. Strange, though. How do you overlook some of these things? Now, again, this whole theory falls apart. This QAnon story falls apart if Trump decides just to go back to golfing. But if he turns Mar-a-Lago into a basic training camp for Trump youth, and if he sets up one of his towers to be some, fortress, then sure. And I half expect that just because of the predictive programming in Back to the Future, where Biff Tannen, who is admittedly based on Donald Trump, sets up his base in the tower, and you have tanks in the street, martial law. Like, I don't think we're at that particular part of the bad timeline. And I don't think that electing Biden saved us. I don't think there's any escaping this thing. It's all pre-scripted. Flat Flack says, is it a Q thing? To pull it off would require lawyers as high as a Queen's Counsel, and things like this have to be presented to a certain number of peers on parchment paper. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of paperwork, a lot of legal stuff. Like that does anything, like documents do anything. What does stuff is cheating and force. I mean, we see this. And psyops, really, theater. Isn't it amazing? You had 4 months of legitimate riots, real violence, real destruction, real victims. Live. I mean, you can just find it. It's there. You can watch people getting kicked in the head, 90-some people getting run over. I mean, it was pretty bad this summer. Even if you're sympathetic with the cause, you have to admit there's quite a bit of collateral damage and traumatized people. So, having said that, you have nothing but peaceful protests and rallies from the right. However, on the 6th of January, a group of obvious actors and agitators, probably paid by Jimmy Kimmel, that's what I would bet. I'm guessing Jimmy Kimmel more than Democrat operatives. Anyway, you get this clown show running through the Capitol, and they treat it like it was a 9/11. Like it was a bioterrorist attack because Baked Alaska, some guy with a mullet wig pretending to be a redneck, claims he has COVID, coughed on everything. Not buying any of it. The whole thing was a pretty big hoax. But it was, I mean, I've seen it compared to Sandy Hook. Like, that's how big of a deal that they're making out of this thing. They're making such a huge deal out of this supposed siege. And I'm just thinking, where's the bloodshed? Whatever happened to the Boston bombings? And I think I know the answer. Look back to the Nashville. What was conspicuously absent in that horrible, disastrous, shocking act of terror was, like, there's no victims. Like, why aren't they presenting any victims with any of these things? And I think the answer is this. I think that they can't bring out the old special effects they've been using for the last, who knows how long, 50 years? Because people are calling them out on it. So it's risk-free for them not to show us any victims, because we hyperanalyze this stuff. And that's why I just think it's interesting that you have this Capitol siege, and it's like they had to have planned, to make this thing a shocking atrocity, but where are the victims? And the victims they did present were all very comical deaths. not believable, very punny, each and every one of them. One Trick Pony says it's manufactured outrage. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's manufactured outrage. And I guess what they're planning on, or what they just play upon, is their knowledge about how short the public's memory. What happened last summer, they won't remember. Clean slate. All your crimes, everything forgiven last week. It's like, no, we don't exist in a perpetual now. You have to be held accountable for what you did in the past. Now, the idea that the top of the MAGA pyramid is like, you have this like layers. Like, you got the regular people, the flags, then you got the radical QAnons. And so there's a pyramid here. And at the very top, they wear animal skins, and they have white power tattoos, and they act like animals, and they're not vaxxed, and they don't look like they bathe. Like, they've presented us a caricature of the extreme. But isn't this exactly what they did this summer? You know, this summer Antifa was the same thing, where the characters they brought us are just unreal, unbelievable. I mean, you got to look at some of these characters in Portland. You know, at first I just thought, well, maybe there's something in the water or something. But no, it looks like a carnival troupe, like actors, people trying to look exotic and strange for maximum psychological impact. Maxwell Cooper says Raz Simone. Yeah, Raz Simone is a very interesting character. He had that Umbrella record label, and umbrellas are very significant here. If you remember, the riot started in the Twin Cities by some guy carrying an umbrella, smashing the windows up on a building where they spray painted autonomous zone. And it was an auto zone, but they spray painted autonomous zone. Then you have the autonomous zone open up out there in Seattle, and it's started by this Raz Simone, which, you know, Raz Simone, I don't know where he came from, but if you look, very much not somebody who was living on the street. You know, this isn't some grassroots thing. The guy's very well funded. He actually produced a movie that was really kind of bizarre, if you want to look into it. I thought it was interesting to note that his name, Raz, you know, backwards is Czar. And it's like, if there's ever a plant, some commie plant, that would be him. Flat Fact says, Tim Truth video today. Hank Aaron dies 2 weeks after new Ranvax fluff piece of him getting the shot. Oh, yeah, that's right. And they deleted his video. You can't show the video correlating the death of Hank Aaron to the vax he got 17 days prior. So if you can't correlate that, then how come you can correlate, well, gunshot wounds to the head with a COVID? You know, you could crash your car, they say you have COVID. You fall off an elevator, COVID. I mean, you fall off a ladder. You know, you get hit by a bus. It's always COVID. In fact, in Washington State, there were a number of articles where patients, and this isn't misinformation for your information. So patients with headshot wounds marked as COVID. And this was in Seattle, and this was months ago. It's pretty bad. Here we go. May 21st, Washington health officials. Gunshot victims counted as COVID-19 deaths. So I'm like, wait, if you can make this correlation, then why are we wrong to make these other connections between the vax and, you know, people having effects? Now, the only side effect I really believe in is just, I think it's mostly psychological. I happen to believe it's a placebo and perfectly safe. Also, I want to point out that not only am I pro-vax, but I'm also pro-anti-vaxxer. And is that, you know, is that an acceptable position? Like, I'm pro-vax, but I'm also pro-anti-vaxxer. Like, I respect your right to be a refuser. You have some people who are anti-vaxxer, which means, no, you don't have the right to refuse. So what about just vax and let vax or something? You know, what's this idea of compulsory vaccination? And there's a number of points worth bringing up within this topic. For example, other things that might be cheaper to solve. Like, it might actually be cheaper to solve world hunger. Like, why don't we start with that? Why don't we feed everybody first and move on from there onto these experimental things that may or may not help us prevent something that has virtually no chance of killing anybody. By the way, there's 110,000 information volunteers working for the UN. And they're tirelessly just prowling the internet to make sure that nobody says anything that contradicts establishment science. So this is a good one. When you're the first female vice president, I'm talking about Kamala Harris, but you can't claim it because your party doesn't recognize genders. Just didn't cross that finish line in time. It's going to be meaningless when the next person to land on the moon is a woman. It's like, who cares? It's an offensive term. Like, NASA shouldn't even be using that term. I think they stopped using it in Congress. Okay, again, phones are open, 833-311-1984. We had a new episode of South Pole premiere today. If you missed it, go to southpole.lol. It's a parody on the Capitol riot. Here's a quote from John Ashbrook. The gravest error a thinking person can make is to believe that one particular version of history is absolute fact. History is recorded by a series of observers, none of whom are impartial. This is one of the reasons why I talked to Jim Fetzer today. A lot of people are trying to shun the QAnon topic, shame the people who followed it closely or promulgated the notion that there was some type of intel leak from the top. So I think it's important to consider information, knowing where it comes from, of course. You can learn a lot from misinformation, if you ask me. Can you spot the Chinese knockoff? I find this to be a very interesting and positive development, that so many people are just open now to the idea that Joe Biden might be anybody. Jim Carrey in a rubber mask. Like, very few people are certain that Joe Biden is Joe Biden. And one of the things that Fetzer brought up, and I think this was brilliant, is he looked at the body language of Jill Biden when she's with Joe Biden, when she's with Joe A and Joe B, the suspected body double. And you know what? Turns out, and I'm going to have to verify this myself, apparently she likes one of the body doubles more. She loves one of them more. She's responding to one in a completely different way, highly suggestive of one of them being the real Joe, or something else that Joe should know about. You know, we did see Melania or rather Trump with a fake Melania before, and you have to assume she knows about it. And then Laura Loomer caught Kamala Harris, a body double of Kamala Harris, with the fake Secret Service agents who, they looked like they worked at Carl's Jr. They had sneakers on. They didn't look like real Secret Service. And she called her out and she said, "You're not Kamala." And this Kamala, just a clown, it's just a clown act, just sitting there waving and giggling, just took off, almost running from the scene. So auto-hoaxing is mainstream. Again, auto-hoaxing is preemptive bullshit calling. We're taught not to use our BS filters. We're taught not to call out, recognize, or notice logical fallacies because it's really easy to lie to people who don't know how to spot inconsistencies or flaws in arguments. They rely on trust. Oh, I saw it on a screen. The computer model told me. So this is a quote from Voltaire. The earth is a huge theater where the same tragedy is played under different names. And many people have pointed this out already. There's a pretty obvious correlation between vandals storming the capital of Rome in 455 and then DC. The characters who were sent in there to do symbolic things, I think the actors, for example, Jake and Jelly with the horns, he was mimicking some character from some artwork depicting the fall of Rome. Same with the guy stealing the podium. And the idea that the podium was listed on eBay, totally fake. That's fake news. It has to be. If you have an eBay account, a store, you know now that you can't just flippantly list items like that. Stolen goods? No, it was not a real listing. Okay, let's move on. Going through my Minds account. Again, if you go to infiniteplainsociety.com, it goes through the Minds feed, which is, again, stuff that we're researching right now. There's quite a lot to be said with the Hunger Games and dark winter connection. Two things that have been now correlated with the Biden administration. Force memed is the way I would describe it. Force memeing, putting ideas out there that have very specific meaning. Now, here's one of the points that is being brought up. I think this is actually from Jim Fetzer or something he said today. He said, quote, "Why have Biden's executive orders not appeared as formal documents? Why did the Oval Office not look the same as in the past? Why does it look like the Castle Rock White House stage set? Why does everything about this new administration appear fake?" And another point, there's a video from today or yesterday where Joe Biden is walking with Jill and they're passing by some Marines. And he says, "Salute the Marines, Joe." He just says it. So it leads me to think that there's an earpiece that somebody was saying to him, "Salute the Marines, Joe." And instead of saluting the Marines, he repeated it. So I think he might be remote controlled. Like, I'm curious to know whose voice Joe's hearing directly in his ear. Is it Barack Obama? Is he a puppet? Is Joe Biden Barack Obama's third term? Obama's in his flop clothes in a basement. That's what I think. Also, what's noteworthy here, not just the Hunger Games references brought by Lady Gaga, but her, Kate Perry, and Tom Hanks's role in Pizzagate, and all of them being part of the inauguration. That's noteworthy. So Lady Gaga is one of the, I think, more obvious as far as these characters out there who are flashing Illuminati signs and people can dissect her videos. She's friends with the spirit cooker Marina Abramovich, and I don't know what they call it, art. It looks to me like she's smearing things on the wall and simulating cannibalism, cutting herself, suicidal stunts. I mean, real disturbing, actually. I watched a video of Marina Abramovich where she's holding on to a bow and she has somebody else holding the string with an arrow, and she leans back so the bow is fully drawn and the arrow is pointed right at her face, and she holds that position for, I think, an hour. I mean, just the strangest and most, it's hard to watch. Some believe that that's the aunt of Lady Gaga, some believe that's the uncle of Lady Gaga, and vice versa. I mean, people have come up with some strange things. They've made connections suggesting that Marina Abramovich is the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell, is the sister of Lydia Maxwell, apparently some psychiatrist in Littleton, who was working with the shooters of Littleton from the Columbine shooting. And supposedly Dr. Fauci's wife is yet another Maxwell sister. I call them the witches of Epstein. But anyway, I was just thinking, why are these characters all involved in this? I mean, if you look into this narrative with QAnon and the deep state, one of the persons out in front of this thing is Tom Hanks. And then you have Obama ordering $35,000 worth of hot dogs, which in Pizzagate speak means something about human trafficking. So then you have Tom Hanks saying he's going to sell hot dogs virtually at the MLB games. That was this summer. Then he announces he's going to be Geppetto in Pinocchio. Like, why would you, knowing that you're the center of this controversial conspiracy theory, why would you take a role where your character is literally named Geppetto? So they're all strange characters, but now here we are. I'm looking into this Lady Gaga character today to see, okay, well, what is her role in this thing? Here she is wearing this Hunger Games costume. We've seen her in American Horror Story. Blatantly, I don't want to say the word satanic, it's overused, but if you look at the persona. So now there's a rumor that started that she killed somebody named Lena Morgana. And I looked into this. Lena Morgana, who died of apparent suicide at 19, is at the center of one of the internet's most pressing conspiracy theories. I came across this before, and the story has to do with this. So it starts in, let me go back to September 26, 2015. Here we go. This is all just conjecture, and I have my own take on it. But the story is this. I think she was thrown off a roof, but it says, it discovered that she died of apparent suicide having jumped from the roof of a 10-story hotel in Staten Island. On September 26, 2015, user Ellison Worthington linked to a Supreme Court order reversing a ruling that found the hotel guilty of her wrongful death, to put some conspiracy theories to rest. Now, the conspiracy theories are that she was thrown off the roof by Lady Gaga, who then stole her style, stole her music. I guess she was a backup singer for her, and took on her persona. And there's quite a lot there, I think, to suggest, well, a solid story. Rita G says, Google Lina Morgana. She worked creatively with Lady Gaga until one day she mysteriously fell 10 stories from a tall building to her death. It says here, seems clear to me after Evan's post, there's no video or blog or forum about her death without a mention of Lady Gaga, the Illuminati, and ritual murder. Those asking questions were either fans eager to know more about the woman who once sung songs written by their idol, or celebrity death followers who found it odd that there's so little information about this one. Again, this is the way it's being described. Here's a Baby Mua on Twitter says, so Lady Gaga killed Lina Morgana, took over her life. That's some movie shit. So that's what it looks like an episode of Black Mirror. Like she just took over. And it seems like it. She certainly, copped her style and look. I mean, they look like twins. For a moment, I thought, well, maybe this is a made-up character that she herself played. But no, it's definitely a separate person. So yes, you had a murderess at the inauguration. 5 Minutes of Fame says she then made a video about throwing someone off a roof. 5 Minutes of Fame also says her songs were 100% Gaga's style before she was famous. Yeah, I would say that this is probably true. Now, is that a deal? Was it some sort of, an arrangement? Is that how that works? You always hear about these strange initiation rituals, and she certainly does throw up a lot of the signs. When you start looking into symbolism, these pop stars, you think it would be the heavy metal guys, the black metal, the Satan worshippers. No, it's the pop stars, and they're used to catapult this completely, this agenda. It's just completely subversive. And isn't it interesting, though, just to me, it's so interesting to watch that the same ones that we see throwing out the symbols in the middle of this Pizzagate conspiracy theory, they're right up there with the president, almost as though, I don't know, to trigger the QAnoners. It's the weirdest thing. Actually, I think I know what it is. I think that whoever's behind this entire psychodrama of feeding breadcrumbs of conspiracy theories, I think that it involves more than just people in politics. I do think these celebrities are very involved in a sort of a LARPing, we could call it. Now, this is an interesting one. Let me bring this up. Someone mentioned Chromatica. Flat Fact says it's publicity. Yeah, I understand the idea of publicity, sex sells, but does adrenochrome really sell? Because I saw this video where she was performing in a piano that looked like a big brain. And her face, she had this monstrous mask that made it look like she had glowing adrenochrome in her mouth. You'll see what I'm looking at. She's playing piano on a piano that's designed to look like a giant human brain. And then her hands have these Freddy Krueger claws. So she's got blades on her fingers. So she's playing this music. She's singing the song called Adrenochromatica while she's literally putting blades where the pineal gland would be. Like she's harvesting this stuff. And I think it's pretty blatant what they're doing here. And if you had your mouth full of adrenochrome, it would look like the way she looks. Like presumably, you're drinking the lifeblood, it's glowing, your mouth is glowing. And then, of course, that's a big brain that she's using her blade fingers to play piano on. I mean, how else can you explain this? JG says adrenochrome is fake. It could be, but here's the thing about it. Whether or not it's real, or it's just some literary construct, it's real on the world stage. Like asteroids are fake. Yeah, we know this. However, the people on the world stage believe in those things. So I acknowledge that it's fake. However, it's a prop and it's central to this entire narrative of a deep state who, beyond just having different political opinions and different ideas about how to govern, they're essentially vampires. I mean, they've taken things to this level. It's like high absurdity. But then at the same time, you can find quite a lot to suggest that this is what they do. This video, this pop star showing this, this grotesque display of probably chugging adrenochrome or eating a pineal gland or whatever she's doing here, this is clearly going over the heads of the people who actually listen to her garbage music. I'm looking at this objectively because I'm not a fan. I don't know anything about the artist. I'm just saying this is the iconography, and the people listening probably don't know. Nor is it even all that believable. It's just such an extreme story. But it's persistent. And why is it persistent? And this is my point. It persists because they keep it up. They're the ones, the celebrities involved in this, the ones who are accused in it. They're constantly giving people reasons to suggest something is up. Like I brought up with Tom Hanks and the hot dog thing, or his son with his Illuminati tattoos and his fake Jamaican accent. And take a listen to this.
And I say, as of today, at this hour, we have 33 confirmed positive tests for the virus.
Yesterday we had 22 cases. Today we have 33 cases, so it's gone up by 11. That brings, those are 11 new cases. 22 goes to 33. As we sort through this.
This is just 20 minutes of politicians talking about their particular state or area reaching 33 cases. Rise to 33 was a big one. We saw when it rolled out the conspicuous use of specific numbers, and it's just a matter of historical record. It's not even conspiracy theory. It would be a coincidence theory to suggest that that's all it is. No, it's deliberate. It's one of the things we've been examining. I mean, the definition of a conspiracy theorist today is pretty much somebody who watches less TV than you. Because disagreeing with mainstream is a conspiracy theorist in the eyes of most people, in the minds of most people. Maxwell Cooper says, strictly hypothetical, but what if adrenochrome is harvested from the energies of people's emotions, like interdimensional vampires? Now, as strange as that sounds, I find that to be more likely. I mean, they're constantly scaring people with stuff that exists only in the mind. But maybe there's not a need for physical extraction. Maybe you don't need some guy that looks like Governor Cuomo to sneak, fly through your window at night and put fangs in your neck. Maybe they can actually take your energy remotely. Maybe it's just harvested and vacuumed up, by something. I don't know how it works. Although I have studied quite a bit and researched quite a bit into their beliefs, their occult, their magical system, even the concept of ley lines. And there's quite a lot there to suggest that, yes, there is some sort of mass energy harvesting going along, and that most of us are unwitting matrix batteries feeding into some design that we don't have any part of. And the last thing they want you to do is unplug from their system and do your own thing. So I do get that impression. Energy harvesting. I mean, what else do you call it? When you look at interpersonal manipulation, emotional, psychological manipulation techniques, guilt tripping, that's what we're seeing on a mass scale. And all of it really is just manipulation. Even if you don't get metaphysical about it and accuse them of being actual vampires, you can use the term psychic vampire. I've often described the state as highly narcissistic as a construct. And, you can say they feed off fear, but it's actually two things, because it's fear and hope. And that's one of the reasons why I find the QAnon topic so fascinating. Because like Revelations, it combines doomsday with hope. And I think there's this extortionist dynamic here where you promise people ultimate doom or ultimate paradise. Hope and doom, but you have to choose. It's sort of a false choice. And what we're seeing, like MAGA, Make America Great Again, is promising something better. But MAGA doesn't come until you get rid of the deep state, which is actually doomsday, judgment day. And judgment day sounds like a good thing to the people who are on the right side of it, but it actually means everybody else gets wiped out. And I'm looking at this QAnon phenomenon, and I'm starting to think that it might, well, actually, I'm not starting to think, I'm starting to conclude, because I thought this months ago, that they took the basic narrative of Revelations and they grafted it onto a political campaign, including and specifically the idea of the universal broadcast, the emergency broadcast system that's going to say to the entire world at one time, taking over. Check this out. The Space Force Guardians are going to shut down the world's media, the lying media, the deceivers. And in its place, we're going to have this emergency broadcast from Trump. Everybody will hear it. Everybody will hear for 3 days straight about the deep state. And we'll see videos that you won't be able to unsee. You're going to see all the bad guys doing the bad things. And it'll be very clear after what we have to do. Like, that's the story, right? And those people who are on the side of the Lord will fight with the Lord. It's Revelations. Revelations 19:1, you have this image where the face of the Lord appears in the sky to everybody. Space Force is now called the Guardians, like guardian angels. And I'm like, okay, I see. So in this story, the bad guys will be exposed. Revelations. And at the end of the day, when the advanced tech arrives and saves us, and all your debts will be forgiven. That's another side of it too. A whole new system. So there's forgiveness, universal forgiveness. And then we get the paradise once we've destroyed the deep state. And that's the whole idea, though. They've taken the rolling prophecy of Revelations and attached it to politics. That's what it's looking like. Like, if you look at Revelations, you could take that book of that series of chapters, and then you could look at the headlines on the Drudge Report, and then you could go to church as a pastor and probably tell everybody, hey, look, I can pretty much tell you now by the signs that the world's going to end next Thursday. And you could probably get people to go along with it. And then Thursday comes, the world doesn't end. Nobody's mad because you can say, well, we must have prayed so hard that God decided to spare us for a little while. And then you just push the dates back. And people will make fun of people who fall for doomsday prophecies and cults, but the entire cult of scientism is a prophecy cult, rolling prophecies. Look at climate change. How many decades have they been predicting and warning you that you would be underwater, submerged, if we don't go along with this or that recommendation by the so-called scientists? And it's all doomsaying. It's same with asteroids and many other manufactured fears. And to the point again, someone brought up the fear thing. Yeah, we do live in a fearocracy. And you know, the fear, even if it's not extracting your soul energy, even if you're not literally being turned into a matrix battery, they certainly get money out of you. They can extort. I mean, check this out. The UN predicts disaster if global warming is not checked. So this is science, and you're a caveman, tinfoil hatter, flat earther, Nazi if you don't agree that this is science. A senior UN environmental official says entire nations could be wiped off the face of the earth by rising sea levels if the global warming trend is not reversed by the year 2000. So that came out in 1989. So entire nations would have been wiped off the face of the world. So are we supposed to believe that they saved us? It's like, hey, thanks, UN. It only took you 11 years, and you reversed the course of global warming, and you saved mankind. But no, they're not taking credit for having saved us. They never come out and say, hey, the world was going to be destroyed. You guys, you remember, but we stopped it. They never take credit for it. And it's because it's a rolling prophecy, and they need their cult of believers to continue to shell out money to stave off the wrath of God. I mean, the most God-fearing people out there today are the true believers in this cult of scientism, the ones who actually recycle and think that they're helping to save the planet or Yes, I want to point out here, this channel has been de-lemoned. They said it's political talk, which I don't get. I don't think what we're doing here is anything other than literary criticism. We're criticizing the Metascript that the world stage uses to guide its affairs, as best as we can discern it. But somehow it's been conflated with political talk, which isn't really fair. They took away our lemons, which takes away a little bit of interactivity. People can't, well, you can still do it now, actually, if you go to Coffee. It's ko-fi.com/Tim Osman. That's a way that you can do super chats, and it gets over their head because they want to demonetize political talk. And they give you an X tag. So they gave me an X tag, which got rid of all my subscribers. So you have many people paying 300 lemons a month to be subscribers, and they got deleted. Their paid subscriptions were canceled without their permission. For their own protection, I guess, for my ideas, what we're talking about. They're trying to quarantine, they're trying to vax the internet, they're trying to treat the infodemic like it's a real pandemic. And right now they're saying socially distance yourself from this. Don't do business here. Unbelievable. And so I took the X tag off and I turned the lemons back on, and they emailed me and they said, we took your X tag off because you're engaging in political speech. So now we're X tagged, which means I don't have to wear clothes. No, I'm just kidding. It means that we're just never going to be monetized on DLive, and I turn my attention to mostly FakeOTube, Float.app, and Twitch has been very, very kind to us. 5 Minutes of Fame says, what did Eleanor Roosevelt say about people that discuss ideas? Right, she was talking about various types of people who discuss people, as in gossip, versus people who discuss ideas, which is what we're doing. And I think they're going to criminalize philosophy. They'll say it's hate speech. Flat Fact says, sea levels are not rising. Media says that they're dropping. No, you just wait. I think they said there's 74 billion tons of masks in the ocean. So that's going to be the next thing. Ocean levels are rising again. We solved global warming by killing the economy, but masks and PPE have caused the levels to elevate. That's coming next. They'll never let one problem go away without replacing it with another problem. Here's an excellent meme. Enjoy memes while you still can. Lack of food, lack of clean water, lack of shelter. But don't worry, we have billions of dollars for vaccines. Like, this makes me wonder, is he a philanthropist? Like, let's try the clean water first. Like, that might do more for preventing more than just COVIDs. But no, let's do the needle. This is why I'm saying it's not even about the needle. The needle is a symbol. The submission to the authority is what they're after. It's basically a gang initiation into the cult of the New World Order, the cult of scientism, and it shows that you agree with the basic premise that they offer. That even though sin is a hoax and there is no God, we have something that's exactly like sin, but we call it a virus. And we have something that's exactly like the devil, we call it COVID. And even though we don't have a God that might punish us and flood the world for our wickedness, we have something exactly like it. It's called global warming. You know, that's pretty much what they've done. They've updated their cult. A couple days ago, we talked about inauguration of the Hunger Games and Dark Winter. And Lady Gaga wearing the Hunger Games bird, and how it's the dove with the branch in its mouth, a reference to the reset. Remember I said that the phoenix just means reset. Well, it refers to the time after the flood. Noah's already out there in his ark, which is today the ark is the spaceship. And after the world's destroyed, they come back to fix it because now they know how to do it right. Now that the polluting capitalists have wiped themselves out. But in Noah's time, it was the wicked were wiped out. And his signal that it's time to go back to the earth came in the form of a dove holding a branch, showing that life had returned to the earth. And then you look at the Hunger Games emblem, and it's got a bird, a phoenix-like bird, holding an arrow. Same essential symbol. 5 Minutes of Fame says, smart people discuss ideas, stupid people discuss people. Interesting. Is that what she said? We do both. So I guess we're stupid smart. Every person in this chat room has an IQ of 33. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim. It's Willie. 5 minutes of fame.
Oh, awesome. 5 minutes of fame. Yeah, exactly. So D-Live de-lemoned us. How weak is that?
Yeah, it's totally weak. I'm your, I signed up for the year of Patreon for you guys, and if they, are coming to money, I'll actually reboot it again in a couple of months or whatever, because I enjoy you.
Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
You know what I mean?
I appreciate it very much.
Well, I mean, cable's a ripoff, satellite radio's a ripoff. What do we spend on cell phones? I mean, you want $17 for a year? Come on, bro.
Right.
Totally worth it.
And you know what? This is what we need now, because if I ever get censored or blocked, if you're on that Patreon list, you will always get the live notification, no matter what time of day or night. So it's a way of keeping.
And we'll always go to a new platform. You know what I mean? Whatever. That what I said before. Eleanor Roosevelt. I don't remember the whole saying, but it was smart people discuss ideas, average people things, and stupid people discuss people.
Right. And you know what? This is, I think, a very important point too. I'm always bringing this up. Like, why should there be any area of discourse that's banned? Like, why shouldn't we be allowed to talk about the ideas that are wrong, just to criticize
Because
them?
ideas are dangerous things in today's world. We're not in the, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you could do for your country. We're in, what free shit am I going to get? That's the world we're in. You know what I mean? We're into literally everybody has become a vampire of wanting to suck everything out of everybody or the government or everything. And nobody wants to contribute. And the biggest way you can improve society is discussing ideas. Sometimes you having a conversation with somebody you bump into a supermarket, you could say something at random. And this guy could be working on a cure for cancer, let's just say. And some word that popped out of your head put an idea in his head, and he's like, that's it. Now I know how to cure cancer. This is the most dangerous thing that could happen is ideas. That's why, because the world is always made better from ideas. You got to think something. How hard is it for an idea to make a world a worse place? All it could do is a bad idea could make people say, this person's a nut. Avoid this person. Right? You know what I'm saying?
This is a good
bad
point.
idea only looks bad on the person sharing the idea. But a good idea can spread across the world and make everything better.
And you're right about this random thing, because it's harder and harder to share random ideas and spontaneous moments with strangers because of the way they've put the masks on and social distancing and the paranoia. And this randomness is a key part of it. Like, I used to go to the library for my research, and you would find books in the vicinity of what you're looking for that brought you ideas you wouldn't have come across otherwise. Now,
exactly. Or you say, where did this source come from? And then that item in the bibliography leads you to a book you would have never came across before ever. And then that will lead you somewhere else. And you get this connected dot, like a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon of ideas.
Exactly.
And you go to the other side. You go to the other side of the world with something that you never planned on, and that's what makes you a better person. Like I'm 46 now. I look back to when I was like 25, when I thought I knew everything in the world, and I'm like, what an idiot I was. First of all, I thought everybody was nice. I thought people were there to care about you. This whole world is about boots on the neck to gain height in social ladders. That's what this world has become. And people with good ideas and people who just want to discuss things or question or don't swallow the authority noggin whole, that's dangerous to them because they're trying to pull the wool. Like, here's the thing. How could anybody be like for Biden when conspiracy theorists for almost a year now have been saying the PCR test is not accurate and the cycles that are used can pick up anything. Whereas like if you even gargled with orange juice and you got a swab, it would come out as a positive test. But now they're saying, we got to turn back the cycles. We got to open up the businesses. Are you making a synthetic Joe Biden save the world? Is that what you're going to do? Because anybody who listened to quote unquote conspiracies can see this very clear. But everybody else who says, CNN never told me this, they'll never see it.
No, they'll say Joe Biden's 100 days of masking saved the world. That's how they'll see it.
And I'm not going to be a hypocrite to you. I'm going to be honest with you. I wear a mask. I live in New York State. I will wear a mask when I run in 20 minutes to the supermarket. Why? Because I don't want to flip out all the libtards. I don't want the police called. I don't want all this other bullshit. And, if I had money, if I was rich, I would say, take me to court, and I'm going to set case law, and I'm going to win. Go to the judge, get a lawyer, and say, show me the law that says I have to wear a mask. The case would get either thrown out or whatnot. I would win the case, and I would free everybody from other states locking you down, because that's what you need in life is case law. That's what people don't understand. Like, you hear about the Corporation of America and everything like that. Well, the true story is, we used to have a court system that was based on facts and truths. Now what we have is this British case system that's based on case law. So when you hire a lawyer, they have books behind them, law books, that are all about case law. And what they do is they try to win your case by using other cases that have intertwining details of your case, right? That's what you're paying $500 an hour for. So you may be like, I'm not guilty. And he'd be like, listen, we're not going to go at it that angle. You don't even live in this state, so we're going to go against a non-domiciliary case that since you don't live in this state, this can't apply to you. And that's how they try to get you out of the case to win the quickest way possible. A perfect example of case law and how it gets set is Roundup. Roundup caused tumors in mice. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Roundup causes cancer. Ah, that's bullshit, right? Oh, that's a lie. It's a lie. Well, one guy with Hodgkin's lymphoma went to court, didn't take a settlement, went right to the end, won his case with a jury. Guess what? Now they have commercials that if you've had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and been around Roundup, you may be entitled to a settlement. That one person with the guts saved everybody else with Roundup non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay? Now, you look at vaccines, right? Here's how it gets so deep. Since 1986, vaccines have a separate court, the Vaccine Compensation Board. This is not a real court. Vaccine makers don't need to testify. They don't need to do anything. You literally go in front of a government judge. It's like an arbitration. They literally say to you, like, oh, my baby died when he had a vaccine. And they'd say, well, what vaccine killed him? And you'd say all of them. And they'd say, no, you can't say that. They gave 8 injections to your baby when it was 7 pounds. They put 4 ounces of chemicals into a 7-pound baby. Which one did it? And you got to go through this whole case and everything. And if you win, they'll give you a couple of $100,000. Or if your kid is permanently messed up, they'll give you like $500,000 or let's say a lump sum and $15,000 a year for the remainder of your child's life to help with expenses and education and things like that, buying wheelchairs, whatever. Okay. That is an arbitration that never sets case law. Every time somebody has an injured child, they go into that court and they pull the same shit. How do you know what did it to your kid? How do you know this and that? And you got to get all these doctors and they all heard it over and over again. They pay out billions of dollars a year, but they treat you like you are the first one with the balls to step into this court and accuse vaccines of hurting your child. Meanwhile, they know all the paperwork. They know all the proof. They can look at the shots they gave your child, and the same thing happened to hundreds of children before you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, you take that one step further. Now you have this COVID vaccine. Everybody has to sign a waiver, okay? Now, I just explained to you, in 1986, there's a law that says you cannot sue vaccine makers. But you're asking me to sign a paper about this COVID vaccine. Now, first point, I'm going to make you read the vaccine paper, and it says, do not take this vaccine if you have received any other vaccine 1 month before this vaccine. Okay? Now, that's my first red flag. How come you never tell children who get 8 different vaccines from 8 different manufacturers on the same day that maybe they should get 1 a month and space it out? Okay, that's your first. So why is the Pfizer COVID vaccine telling me not to mix this with any other vaccine within a month, but I have to do that? And the second thing is, why isn't the law protecting Pfizer from the vaccine lawsuits if it's a vaccine? because it's not a vaccine. It can be proven in court that this is not a vaccine. This is an mRNA genetic modifier that has no disease, dead disease, live disease in it at all. And you could prove it in a court of law that this is not a vaccine, so it's not covered in the law, and fuck you, I want to sue you for all your money. And that's why they make you sign a paper, because now they'll say, well, you're a full-grown adult. Why did you sign the paper? You waived your rights to sue. You understand what I'm saying? And I just thought I'd share that with you, Tim. And one last thing. We always say, Shakespeare always says, all the world's a stage.
Yes.
I wanted to add a half a line to that, because all stages are flat.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Because the stage is flat and the Globe Theater is exactly.
He was telling you the Earth was flat way back then. So anyway, enjoy your show, and I'm going to hang up and leave your phone free.
Awesome. Hey, appreciate the call. Appreciate the information very much. Thanks again for supporting the Patreon.
Tim.
Have a great night. Yes, this channel actually is Patreon supported. I used to use YouTube. I fought with them to maintain monetization, so we could maintain the channel and keep everything going. And just realized that was a losing battle. So I actually gave up on that a long time ago and went over to a few other things. Patreon's really the best because it's very simple. $2 a month, you get live stream notifications. And also, if I go on any other program or anything random comes up, you'll be the first to know. For example, today we had Jim Fetzer on for the Dark Matter After Midnight podcast, which you can go to darkmatter.radio and listen to. And I'm going to be keeping up with him. Flat Fact says you cannot Patreon anonymously. I didn't know that. No, you don't have to opt in to put out your info unless you're receiving some sort of, I don't know, I guess a card, t-shirt or something. But anonymous support is actually feasible through, I have a link, I'll drop it. There are a few other ways, but I know what you mean. I could be building a database of all the people that think that the world is flat and COVID is a fake without even knowing it. Honeypotting all of the best and the brightest so they can set out a swarm of vax drones. But Patreon deplatforming can happen, especially if you talk about certain things. That's one thing too. I remember last year they went right through. It must have been no, it was actually before COVID, actually. Before COVID broke out in 2019, GoFundMe just eviscerated their entire platform, cutting themselves off of a lot of revenue. And they got rid of any channel, any sort of crowdfunding campaign, trying to raise money to do research on vaccines or to campaign against them. So, idea control by cutting off funding. And it worked. And they do the same thing with YouTube. And then you have people say, well, I'm not going to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about the poor garbage crisis act whores at Parkland or Sandy Hook because I don't want to lose my channel or I'm afraid of getting sued. You know that's, they try to cow people with fear. And I mentioned Fetzer. He was actually sued. This is bizarre. This is just twisted, even for 2020. Okay, so he was sued by the Sandy Hookers for something like $450,000. But now, this is where it gets weird. One of these individuals one of the fathers, Sandy Hook fathers, he says he's so afraid of conspiracy theorists that now he wears a rubber mask and he lives in hiding. And so he goes on 60 Minutes and he shows off his new face. And he says, I wear this because I'm terrified that one of these conspiracy theorists will come find me. Sandy Hook father dons facial prosthetics in an interview due to online death threats. It's like, well, this doesn't really help you very much. So, okay, so you're wearing the mask and now you're showing your disguise. So now we know, well, this disguise is that guy. But it's interesting to note just what they're capable of. It's like, if you're a crisis actor and you have a mask, you can get double the gigs. Play 2 scenes. Double the pay in 1 event. Yeah, I'll die 3 times. "5 minutes of fame," says Posner. Oh, called it. Yeah, I would guess this is Parker. You know, crisis acting is a thing everywhere. And America, as much as we make fun of our crisis actors, we actually have the best ones. Like, we make fun of NASA. Well, we have the best space fakers out of all the different nations faking space. The crisis acting in China is unbelievable, laughable, cringy, hilarious. When you watch the Kung Flu's original breakout, and this is when the Wuhan flu, when it first started, people were just falling on the ground like they've been kicked on the head, like they've been punched, like people were just falling. But we looked at the actors and the actresses in the hospitals just crying like Gene Rosen. And I thought, these people must have been trained at the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. And that's what they do. They overact. And apparently it works. Apparently overacting is very effective. And that's what they do at first. Because when it came to America, it didn't have that same sense of urgency. You weren't afraid that you were going to die or see people dying on the streets. All right, so QAnon in crisis after Biden's inauguration failed to bring the storm. This is New York Post. So New York Post, they're trying to suggest that QAnon is now having a moment of crisis and the movement is crumbling and all hope is gone and all the conspiracies are just going to go away. And it looks like a lot of wishful thinking. Kind of like, I found an article the other day and it was like about flat earthers who are no longer flat earthers. And it was just accounts of, what made them stop, what made them change their minds. And this is from ladbible.com. A number of former flat earthers have been revealing what made them see the light and lose their beliefs. And what I found here, in addition to the obvious cartoons that don't even look slightly realistic. I mean, look at that. It's not even good art. This actually looks like a flat earth, if you ask me. This is supposed to be the globe. So fake. But anyway, even though this article is supposedly about a bunch of flat earthers who left the belief, which isn't even an accurate way of describing it, there aren't any flat earthers in the article. It's just second-hand accounts of other people saying they know people who stopped believing in it, but no evidence. Meanwhile, the article is saturated with CGI. But we live in a world where people can't tell the difference between CGI and reality, and it's intentional. They warped people this way. The population's 99% of the population is visually illiterate when it comes to distinguishing between real and fake if it's on a screen. And it's not an eyesight issue. It's not about eyesight. It's about perception. It's about how are they processing the information. And most of the time, the source alone makes the information real. Anyway, the article's pathetic. I haven't found any. Like, if you can find somebody who thought the earth was flat and doesn't anymore, please let me know. I can find many flat earthers who are, in jail now, or things have happened in their lives, but none of them have, quote, strayed from the faith or anything, because it's not a faith. They're just like, yeah, earth's flat and it still sucks. Or earth's flat and I love it. But they're not like debating it. It's just, you just get over it. Sky's blue, earth is flat. And a lot of people think otherwise. But I see a healthy skepticism is off the charts at an all-time high, as I was saying earlier. Now, here's something to consider, because we're going to know, and this is going to be very interesting in the coming weeks. It's possible that QAnon is a carbon copy of a massive communist psyop in the 1920s that was used to neutralize and nullify any remaining opposition to the communist takeover of Russia. And it was called Trust the Plan. So it's highly likely that trusting the plan is some type of a big sting operation. And I get the impression, especially when I look at what happened with Parler. So I'm not convinced that it's legitimate, but we'll know here very soon. And if it's not what it says it is, if it is some sort of a nefarious operation colluding with Hollywood and certain politicians to make the right look crazy or whatever their motivation is, it's going to come out. And it will be interesting if that is the case, because that would necessarily imply the Trumps, Donald Trump Jr. and others, as actively helping to promulgate this whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take off. We had a premiere of South Pole episode 7 earlier, and then I was also on a podcast earlier, so that kind of took a bit of the time. But what I am going to do now is let's go ahead and leave here, but I'm going to immediately follow this up with, if you haven't seen it, episode 7 of South Pole. And the whole premise of South Pole, something analogous to aliens. If you think about aliens in popular culture, how they're represented, they're outsiders looking in, looking down, and the obvious reason why they're not coming down is because they know it's dangerous. They're looking at basically a zoo. That's the idea. Well, the penguins, in the same way, are somewhat detached from our world. What they have going on seems a lot more pristine and pure and sustainable than what we have. And they're just kind of observers impartially from the outside. So South Pole, anyway, this is episode 7. Have a great night.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report that
All right, thanks for joining. Today is January the 24th, 2021, and this is the Flat Earth Report podcast, the only news source that doesn't assume all of the fake news to be basically somewhat or mostly true. We know it's all fake, and we discard all of it for the purposes of our analysis here. Today's live stream, today's Flat Earth Report is called Flat Earth Jihadis, and the reason why is that, and I pointed this out before, the effort to broad brush any non-mainstream brainwashed minds as radicals continues. So a couple of years ago, it went from misinformation is the same thing as a virus, and we're having an infodemic, and we need to be mentally vaccinated against misinformation. It went from that to, well, now the misinformation is causing people to doubt the authorities, putting them in danger. People who don't believe in space junk aren't going to wear hard hats, and so therefore they're in danger. That's the thinking of our nannies up there in the big brother nanny state, and that's pretty much what they're doing. Everything is here to protect us. So they'll say, well, we need to protect you from this threat, so you need a space force. We need to protect you from this threat, so you need a face diaper. Now, anyone going against their protective measures is said to be part of the threat. So now, if you don't agree with the protective measures today with the Cooties 19, well, now you're a bioterrorist. You're literally a biological terrorist. And I said this many months ago. I said, Achu is the new Allah Akbar. It used to be, you'd be afraid somebody would rip their shirt up and they have a bomb belt. And now it's no, you just look for the guy without a mask, and if he sneezes, you're all going to die. At least that's what we were told to believe. And we were told that every person infected can give it to 3.11 people who can give it to 3.11 people, and so on. So basically, your sneeze pushes the first domino in a series that brings down the human race. It's that dangerous. That's why we had to be locked down. So most of us gave the authorities, the establishment science, the benefit of the doubt and said, okay, well, this is probably true. Let's just stay home and lock everything up, shut everything down. Unless you have a political agenda, you can go riot and protest. That's fine. Anyway, the bodies never piled up the way that we were told to expect. And so it just doesn't seem as real as it used to. You see a lot of protests around the world, not just here in America, and it's really against establishment science. It's not against science itself. And that's my point here. There's a difference. You know, rejecting politicized science doesn't mean you're rejecting scientific thinking or that you're an extremist. but that's where they've gone. So here we are, from conspiracies to radicalization. And this is from abc.net. There's a growing concern among those who work to counter online extremism that the COVID-19 pandemic and political polarization has acted as a lightning rod for the spread of misinformation. Again, this is the infodemic they talked about. And I knew this was coming back this summer when Kim Kardashian froze her Facebook account. And she froze it because she said, I don't want to participate in social media until they get rid of all the conspiracy theories. Many thought this was because a photo leaked of her and it showed she has a sixth toe or something. But the point is, she was quarantining from the cyberspace where the rest of you go. So we're no longer sharing the same area. And this is all part of this conflating pandemics with infodemics. Like a meme can literally kill you now. Goes on to say, in the past few years, organizations that work to counter violent extremists, known as CVEs. So you're a CVE to the IVs. The IVs, the information volunteers that work for the UN, the United Nations. So UN IVs call you CVEs. This is very culty, is my point. So the UN has 110,000 information volunteers to snoop around and find anybody spreading conspiracy theories. So apparently we're called CVEs if we spread conspiracy theories. And what does that mean to spread a conspiracy theory? The term itself is meaningless and it's partisan. Like the definition of a church, the definition of a cult, rather. You have two churches and they're each going to call each other a cult. That's kind of how it works. Same with the media. So the definition of a cult is the church down the street from yours. The definition of a conspiracy theorist, somebody who watches less news than you. Now, this is what they're saying. They're saying that there is a link between online extremism, conspiracy theories. There is a link here that it's mostly, it says here, far right, but it says it's anti-vax, coronavirus conspiracy theories, QAnon. And now I guess you can add to it people who doubt that Biden's a legitimately elected leader. And these are all things that they're censoring. He says, it's important to say that anti-vaxxers are not violent extremists, but they do increase the chance of real-world harm. So again, you're an anti-vaxxer, you're not a violent extremist, but your ignorance makes you just as deadly, if not more deadly. Because if you have a bomb vest, because you've been radicalized one way, you could only blow up a deli. Now, if you've been radicalized to reject the medical authorities, well, you could sneeze and you could wipe out America. You could wipe out the globe. I mean, that's kind of how they're framing this here. So you're all pre-convicted as dangerous, super-spreading bioterrorists. So this is done to paint a target on the nonconformists to make them into really violent people. Now, look, I want to say I'm pro-vax, but I'm also pro-anti-vaxxer. I'm like, vax and let vax. I don't like this idea of coercion. It's my opinion, but this channel has already been demonetized all over the place. And most lately it was DLive. They're taking away monetization for any channels engaging in political speech. Now, I don't engage in political speech. I thought we were just doing satire. But that's just where we are in the world today. You can see how the trend is going, and they're trying to suggest that what we're talking about, even just discussing ideas that we know are wrong or we don't agree with, just vetting ideas is dangerous. Almost like we're playing with like in a laboratory with actual viruses and we're just mutating stuff. Oh, let's put this one and this one, mix these two vials, voila, a new virus, and it goes viral. That's what they're worried about. They don't like the way that our think tank, or think tanks in general, because they don't like think tanks, they like echo chambers. Nothing else gets in. But they don't like think tanks because new ideas come into the room. People put things together and they create something new, and maybe they come up with ideas that are off limits, and these ideas go viral. And they call these ideas conspiracy theories. I mean, you can't tell me that they're against conspiracy theories. One of the biggest conspiracy theories out there that's widely believed is global warming. Or just for a little bit of perspective, notice you're not considered to be a radical extremist if you believe in aliens. And the people who believe in aliens think that they're coming to wipe out like 95% and save the ones who believed and who watched the X-Files or whatever. Like if you have the X-Files DVD, season 1 through 5 on your desk or whatever, you get spared because you're a true believer. I mean, this is very radical. The belief in alien invasion is inherently radical. It's eschatology, it's doomsday, it's salvation. So it's as radical as any of the Abrahamic faiths. So the New Yorker put out an article a couple days ago, have we already been visited by aliens? Which basically means yes. It's safe to say yes. It's scientific to say that this painting, which is beautiful, somehow represents our cosmos or where we live. Like this is, again, just showing you the hypocrisy where you can believe that asteroids are going to kill us any day and we need to weaponize space to protect us. No, that's not radical. And they actually get funding for that. Nobody's funding the flat earthers. They've already defunded anti-vaxxers. So anyway, my point is this whole thing is just mass hypocrisy. So it goes on to say, this is from abc.net, in recent years, the conspiracy theory community has grown into its own beast. I mean, this is also why they're trying to connect conspiracy theorists to racism, which is really just blue pill politics. That's really kind of beneath a lot of the ideas that we're even talking about. But I've noticed the term, and I saw this used a lot with regards to the coverage on the Capitol so-called siege, the term conspiracist. And I point this out because conspiracist sounds remarkably like conspiracist.
Conspiracist.
I think they added it into the mix there on purpose. And if you search, you'll find that, like, does this tattoo mean the Capitol mob was Antifa, evidence debunked, he was right-wing? Anyway, the point is, the term conspiracist, the new conspiracist style, but conspiracist, it's all a smear campaign. Meanwhile, again, the doomsayers, the ones who say the sky is falling, they're not considered to be conspiracy theorists. Okay, so listen to this. How Facebook put my mom's life at risk. So this woman's describing how her mother was on Facebook reading memes that caused her to doubt the need for a test, and she almost didn't get her test, and she almost didn't find out that she had COVID. So there are a lot of people who actually agree. This is the other side of the thing, too. A lot of anti-vaxxers seem to think that nobody wants vaxes. No, you live in a world of vax junkies. People are lining up for them. There's not enough vaxes to go around. So if you're a vaxophobe, you have nothing to worry about. One, the governments are incompetent. They couldn't force you into it if they wanted to. And two, there's just not going to be enough to go around because you're going to have people who want 2 vaxes, 3 vaxes before you get yours. So too with the censorship. You know, you may think, well, we're a small minority who actually oppose the censorship. And the people who oppose the censorship are being censored, so you don't hear from them. So what I'm finding, though, more and more is that this medical pretext for censorship is working across the board. And a lot of people are congratulating the big platforms for doing what Kim Kardashian wanted. You know, purify it. Make the platform safe. And this is one of the things that I think people miss about free speech, and maybe it's just part of snowflake culture, but free speech means offensive speech gets protected. Inoffensive speech doesn't need to be protected. And, you know, for some reason, they kind of miss that point, the anti-free speech types. Okay, I want to move on to a couple other things. She resisted getting her kids the vaccines, and then the pandemic hit. A mother of 3 in Canada was opposed to getting vaccines, and then it hit. So we have a lot of anti-vax sentiment on the web, and then I'm seeing a lot of people coming out of it in these stories. People are like, oh, I was anti-vax, and then I got off Facebook, and now I'm safe. So I think these are a lot of stories that are just kind of made up, you know, PR, sort of like these stories of these people who didn't believe that they could catch it, and then they catch it and they die, and there's some big story about it. A lot of crisis actors in this in order to keep it going. But again, all of this, the reason I bring it up, because I have COVID fatigue. The whole thing is dead. I see the resistance, the arguments against it. It's not going to last. And that's the limiting factor, public belief. So I bring it up because this is being used as a way to directly attack anyone who questions establishment science. So you see evidence of CGI on the space station. Well, now they can shut you up, or they can demonetize you, which is their best attempt to shut you up. I mean, that's what they've been doing to this channel. Before they really crack down on people questioning things or going beyond acceptable conspiracy theories, because you can talk about aliens all day. You can talk about bat squatch aliens. Nothing will happen to you. Nothing will happen to you. In fact, your channel will get promoted. But once you go off that little realm of safe conspiracies, X-Files made for TV conspiracies, once you go to the point where you're questioning the productions that you're actually given that they call news, that's when they start censoring you. And that should tell you something. Years of relentless censorship of the people calling the news fake. If it's not fake, you wouldn't have to censor them. You could just call them crazy and people would know this. It would be self-evident. So, clearly somebody here has a point, and it's not the mass media. It's really the child pointing at the emperor saying the emperor has no clothes. Okay, here's something, a little side note. I mean, this is just getting weirder and weirder. Because like I said, people are coming out of the spell. I don't think they're going to be able to maintain this charade that much longer. And I'm seeing a whole lot of skepticism, like major media skepticism. People are questioning if Biden is on a movie set. Now, I actually say this is healthy. If he's not on a movie set, we're going to find out. Somebody's going to take a picture when he, in front of the White House, and he's going to basically be able to prove for everybody that, no, he's not on a stage somewhere. But the fact is, these questions are being asked. People question if Joe Biden is even Joe Biden, if he wasn't replaced. I've heard some off-the-wall suggestion that Beau Biden didn't actually die at 46, but he left the world stage to put on a mask and play the role of his father, which is kind of funny. And when Biden was giving a speech the other day and he cried, he said something about it should have been Beau as president, which I thought was really kind of unusual, if you think about it. Okay, so what we have here, heavy media skepticism, but people are watching everything, and someone caught this. This is Obama giving a speech, and he glitches, and you're not going to believe what he glitches into.
My fondest memories of the inauguration was the grace and generosity.
Now, this is an original clip from Global News.
My fondest memories of the inauguration was...
Now, at 4 seconds into the clip, you have a CGI glitch, like something you would see on the space station. But it turns Obama into a hot dog, which only makes sense if you followed up with the WikiLeaks, Pizzagate, QAnon, and you knew of Obama's penchant for hot dogs. Allegedly, he spent $35,000 on hot dogs on cocaine to be sent to the White House from Chicago. So, again, this Obama mutating into a hot dog on TV. And that's original footage. Here's an image of astronauts in training underwater. I think it's important to bring this up again and again. People seem to, you move on past certain things. Like you realize, okay, this is how they fake this magic trick. You move on to the next one. And many of us have debunked all of their tricks on the ground and up above. But sometimes I think we have to go back and revisit a lot of these old glitches for people who aren't in the know, because it is literally a magic show. And with magic shows, it's not about intelligence. It's about your perception, or rather flaws in your human perception that are understood by the magician being exploited. And so you do have to just manually point some things out. And once you see through it, once you can't unsee it. And that goes for any of these tricks. Okay, so I want to go ahead and show you something here. This is one of my favorite channels. This is Sturgio Studios 10. And I brought this up many times. I talked about this at the International Flat Earth Conference 2020. Because whether or not this is valid, it's one of the most interesting sets of coincidences. And I think it's worth paying attention to. And if you're into astronomy, if you find any of this stuff interesting at all, this should be noteworthy to you. Because what this individual has done, and this is Sturgio Studios 10, is he has superimposed a map of the Earth over the craters on the moon. His contention is that the moon is not an object, but it's a plasma event. It's not a landable object. And he thinks that the craters aren't actual divots from falling rocks that dodge the Earth and hit the moon. No, he thinks that these are actually dark spots. These are shadows from below, meaning that the moon is actually a projection. Think of it like the Batman logo. He puts the Batman logo on a spotlight and shines it on the cloud. Something like that. So his contention is that there's some kind of energetic source from below. He calls it a sun below. And that this vertical radiating energy bounces off the ionosphere, and it's giving us an image of what's beneath us, what's beneath it, what we're on. He suggests it's a map, in other words. But this theory would imply that the Earth is not a ball, because he's using the equidistant azimuthal projection map with the North Pole in the center and all the continents all around. And if you look on the screen, the area he's designated as Earth, or the globe that we know, only accounts for about a third of the craters. So in his theory, he has correlated major crater areas with continents, and they align very well. And this is the thing that I think is interesting, because whether or not you think this is absurd, you would be in denial if you said there wasn't some curious alignments between shapes on the moon that do have very startling resemblances to shapes on the ground, being the continents. A couple of differences, though, is that if this is true, then the world is flat. If this is true, then there's a whole lot more land, and Antarctica is actually comprised of several areas stitched together. And if this is true, there's another continent that they're hiding from us on the area covered by the globe. So I've covered this for some time. He would even start aligning cities and really going into detail. And again, what he's suggesting is that the projection of the moon is created by something below, an energetic source. He says black sun, whatever that means. I mean, I don't know exactly how this thing works. I'm just describing how his alignments actually do align. And the white on the moon, the lit areas, would be where the oceans are. The craters would be the land. So it's kind of like a negative, if you want to look at it that way. So I've studied his videos since I discovered his channel a couple years ago. Well, last month rather, he went further, and what he did this time is he started doing measurements from what he thinks, for example, New York to Sydney, 15,000 kilometers. So he takes the actual measurements that we know on the ground and he correlates them with this moon map model, and he finds alignments that it seems to match, seems legit. So I'm looking through it. I have to go through and check it all myself, but I'm going to put a link in the chat if you want to see it. Again, this is called Sturgio Studio 10, and this video is distances. Very interesting material, whether or not you agree with it. Now, he doesn't speak, so you just kind of have to follow along with them. And I'll be going through these videos and more. Again, I'll put the link in the description below. A couple other things. Apollo landers, Neil Armstrong's boot prints, and other artifacts on the moon are officially protected by a new U.S. law. This is one of the major hoaxes, of all time. And they're solidifying the thing. Despite how fake it looks, it becomes realer and realer. They keep on adding new stuff onto it. Like right now, you can go harvest moon rock yourself as a private company. But whenever I look at the moon photography, I immediately look for the moon, and I can never find it. And that's why I know this is fake. So I'm looking at an image of an astronaut facing the American flag, and I see the surface of the moon in the foreground, but there's no background. None. The moon is small, but it's not the size of the Goodyear blimp. It's a quarter of the size of the Earth. So if you're on the moon, let's say you're Neil Armstrong, you're standing on the moon and you're looking straight ahead. You wouldn't know if you're on the moon or in Texas based on the horizon line. I mean, it's just going to look flat and it's going to go on as far as your eyes can see. There's no moonscapes. We don't see any distant craters. Not from the ground. This was obviously filmed in a 7-Eleven parking lot or something. You know, it's inside of a warehouse. And this has already been demonstrated again and again in so many different ways. You've got the lack of parallax between hills in the foreground, mountains in the background. There is plenty there for anyone who cares. The difference between those who believe the moon landing was real and those who don't is that those who believe it's real just haven't investigated the thing. You know, 8% of the population know that the moon landing's fake. But then here's one other issue with that. Even though people are able to see through the moon landing, the ones who sell them the conspiracy, and this isn't a conspiracy theory, the ones who sell you on the moon landing was a hoax conspiracy theory are usually CIA agents. They're usually plants. And the reason why is because they're saying, yeah, the moon landing's fake. But they had to fake it to beat the Russians. And they never go further. They never say the space station's fake, the space program's fake, all the governments are colluding against the people using this false paradigm established with this space religion. No, they never go that far. It's called a guardrail. They take you just so far. This way they catch everybody who asks questions. Anybody perceptive enough to see through it will go through a certain number of arguments. Eventually they reach this point where, okay, this guy has the answers. And what's the explanation? Why would they fake it? And that's the thing they control, the explanation for why. Well, we faked it to trick the Russians. But then we did it for real later? No, it doesn't follow. If they faked Apollo 11, they faked everything since. Everything with SpaceX is fake. But try making the case that SpaceX is fake to the fans of SpaceX. At this point, it's too popular. They're too emotional. It's not science either. You know, believing in aliens isn't science. Believing in aliens is the same thing as believing in unicorns. It's not a scientific proposition. But the public has been rendered illiterate with regards to what the scientific method is to make them more moldable, controllable. And you can't say this isn't the case. You can't say that people have been rendered utterly, well, I hate to say, I don't want to be disparaging. Like they're rendered into being just automatons, robots. But I look and I see images of people wrapped up in Ziploc bags, fish bowls on their heads, dousing themselves in hand sanitizer because of what they've been told on the TV. So it's like, well, what wouldn't they do? Or, tell me people aren't ready to go into the rocket ships to Mars to go farm potatoes. Even if the only evidence they have for this place even existing is bad CGI. Okay, so I'm going to be back later, open phones, to take calls. Subscribe below if you haven't subscribed. I just wanted to go through and kind of update everyone on where this flat earth topic is going in 2021. And clearly, they're trying to push the moon landings again. They're getting people ready to go to Mars. So it's very inconvenient that you have people who believe these things are not even possible. And so they're doing their best to sanitize the minds of the public from these meme viruses that contradict what the establishment scientists say. And again, I say establishment scientist, you have to make the distinction here. Establishment scientists are the doomsayers. They are the priesthood. Very different from real scientists. Again, I'm putting a link to Sturgio Studio 10. I really think it's worth looking into, especially now that he's provided something objective here. Distances. All right, now I'm going to return back to the 24/7 stream. Have a great day. All right, it's Sunday, January the 31st, 1984. Thank you for joining, and especially want to say thanks to everyone who pitched in on keeping this channel going another month, because, as you know, DLive defunded us because apparently we're engaging in, quote, political speech. Define that how you will. You know, what is political speech? You're allowed to play video games, so if I was playing Super Mario Brothers maybe, and talking about how much I wish Tom Hanks was my dad, yeah, they would let me get paid for it. But it's like, you know, free speech, I understand. It's their platform. I get it. It's not a free speech issue. It's just their culture. But they're kind of hypocritical, the people who run DLive, if they think that the games that people are playing are apolitical. They're all part of the mass brainwashing apparatus. It's like saying that, you know, Hollywood's not political. It's absurd, but they get a pass. If we could just make a game out of auto hoaxing, maybe we could get a pass. Like, I could put a scoreboard up here, and it's like, you spot a tear in a crisis actor, 50 points. First one to call out the next fake shooting, 10 points. Maybe if we gamify the whole thing, we can get through the censorship. Right now, we're really trying to use the satire parody angle at times. The intro song, that's MVP, The Hardware Vandal, The Flat Earth Report, the first theme song for this particular channel. And the sound bites are provided by Representative Swalwell and Rachel Maddow. So just to get started on this topic, this is establishment science. So when I put the title up here, are dinosaur bones a hazard for Starlink and the International Space Station? I'm referring to establishment science. I would never suggest in any way that dinosaur bones in some way could be a hazard to low Earth orbit objects. But science has said so. So this is from iflscience.com. We are pleased to inform you that there are probably dinosaur bones on the moon. So what they're saying is 66.6 million years ago, when the dinos were hit by a big rock, which, by the way, you know, I happen to think that story is just there to traumatize the kids. You give them these toys, you put dinosaurs all over their nursery, so they assume the world is filled up with these wonderful dinosaurs, and they're all like, you know, purple Barneys you can hug, because they grow up around talking cartoon dinosaurs. And as soon as they learn how to speak, they're told, oh, by the way, yeah, that ball right there, that's your prison. And all those cool dragons, yeah, they were killed by a rock from the sky. And it could happen at any time, blot out the sun, everybody dies, mass extinction. That's what they're told when they're kids. Anyway, the story is 66 million years ago, we had an asteroid impact, killed the dinos, and they became gasoline or whatever. But there are some memes that you may have seen that show this notion, which is meant to be ridiculous, and it's easy to find. It's a flat Earth meme with dinosaurs being flung into space, and it has an asteroid hitting the disk of the Earth, which is an absurdity, and flinging dinos out there, velociraptors in space. Now, of course, this was put up there as a joke to mock the flat Earth concept, which, by the way, doesn't include outer space, so this isn't even authentically a flat Earth concept. But establishment science has come out saying, oh no, when the asteroid hit, it made something of a vacuum. It says that it was traveling at such a tremendous speed that when it collided with the Earth, in the sky, where there should have been an atmosphere, the rock punched a hole into outer space, a hole in the sky, created a vacuum, and all the dinosaurs and much of the Earth, a lot of debris was sucked out into orbit. So, presumably the dinosaurs too. I mean, if you want to go by this logic, there's probably sharks in space. But they're saying that the bones landed on the moon, but I'm wondering, well, why the moon? What makes you think that they would make that long of a journey? Like, I think it's just as likely that there's a T-Rex skull orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour, and it could easily create a hazard for somebody on a spacewalk. Again, this is establishment science. Also, Mike Tyson's opinion on flat Earth is actually worth considering. We're going to go over that. And something else, there's 2 asteroids on the way to kill us next week. We'll talk about that because they said that these are the size of Boeing 747s. You know, this is like, okay, wait, what? We got 2 rocks. A few months ago it was, oh, there's a rock the size of Trump Tower that's going to kill us on Election Day. You know, then you see other ones. There's a rock the size of the Space Needle in Seattle. Now it's a rock the size of a couple Boeings, like 2 Boeings. You know, what are they going to do? Hit the New World Trade Center? Like they're recycling their props. So we're going to get a space 9/11. Trump's second insurrection. We'll be discussing that. And Whoopi Goldberg. Illuminati confirmed. We have some evidence there. But let's go ahead and start with Mike Tyson's opinion on the flat earth.
Human beings, boom, they tear you apart. That's why we can't live nowhere but here.
Yeah.
At least that's what they tell us. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only but people telling us. But
I think that's a very strong point. We have no evidence other than people telling us. That's my point. You know, so he sounds like a rational shape agnostic. A shape agnostic. What is it with athletes figuring this out? Is it because they have time to think about it? Anyway, this is Mike Tyson. Let me play the rest of this.
Round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only but people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm
huh?
not going to go
Say
for
it
that.
again?
You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead, what did you say?
How do you know? Again, this is the main point. Yeah, if you want to trust the authorities on this one, sure. You can trust their pictures, their images, their computer models, and you can live in a simulation if you so choose. You're free to join cults. Okay, here's something that I try to ignore this at first, but I think they have a point. So if you followed any of the drama about GameStop, which, you know, many already here have probably considered this to be some sort of a ruse. Maybe they're blaming a lot of people for what a few people are doing, but whatever the case, the characters here are very interesting. So the guy who sparked the GameStop spike, his name is Keith Gill. The CEO of Robinhood, who was, you know, kind of throttling people purchasing the stock, his name is Vlad Tenev. So again, we have Keith Gill on the left and Vlad Tenev on the right. People have just noted that they look identical. In his Keith Gill disguise, he's got contact lenses and a red bandana. Very clever, but not clever enough because if you look, it's the same damn face. Like, it's not even a good disguise. It's like in those movies, like those 80s movies where the villain is just the same. It's like the main character with a mustache. But it's the same guy. What does that make you think about any of this stuff? Now, it could just be a coincidence that Keith Gill and Vlad Tenev look exactly the same. It could be a coincidence. If you're a coincidence theorist, I would invite you to formulate a theory in which that makes sense. But, you know, the conspiracy theorists, or people formerly called conspiracy theorists, the media critics have noticed another, psyop, I guess. So make of that what you will. Also, this narrative of wrong information is dangerous is just getting worse. And, you know, the World Economic Forum, they're right out there in front telling us to be careful about what information we spread. They want you to put a mask over your mind the way you put one over your mouth. Listen to this narrative. Online misinformation can trigger violence. It's a short step from crude conspiracy theories to death. Defend your institutions against the corrosive power of disinfo and fake news. We'll listen to this for a minute. Listen to the panic. Now, they're not talking about a virus that's killing hundreds of millions. No, they're actually talking about memes.
We want the platforms to be transparent about how their algorithms work. Because we cannot accept that decisions that have a far-reaching impact on our democracy are taken by computer programs alone.
Now, one of the issues I have with this idea, too, is that they're so threatened by wrong ideas, they need to ban the wrong ideas. Well, if the ideas are wrong, they're wrong. This is the basic thing. But we know where they're really headed with this. But they're referring to the siege of 1/6, which, if you've paid any attention, it wasn't a siege, is choreographed performance art. There were more photographers at the so-called siege than actual Trumpers and QAnon radicals. It was so fake, so obviously fake, and yet the ramifications, it's like it was 9/11 all over again. They may, MAGAs may well have crashed a couple of planes into the Capitol for the effect that they got with the costume party. Anyway, let's listen to this individual from the World Economic Forum talk about putting a mask over your mind. Social media enables lies to spread fast. Spurred on by fake news and conspiracy theories, the storming of the Capitol. Here we go.
Of the Capitol came as a shock to me. I mean, we are always quick to say democracy and values, they are part of our DNA. And that's true. But we must nurture our democracy every day and defend our institutions against the corrosive power of hate speech, of disinformation.
And what is the definition of disinformation? In my view, the majority of what is published and promulgated is misinformation. That the misinformed are the masses. That's the norm. So it's a very subjective term, kind of like the definition of a cult is pretty much the church down the street from your own. And they're crossing certain lines now where even jokes, satire, is now considered to be a form of disinformation. And right now, there's an effort now on Twitter. They've unleashed something. They've called it Birdwatch. And the Birdwatch logo looks like something out of 1984. It's basically a bunch of snitches on Twitter who are going to go around and they're going to make sure that your memes don't have misinformation. They want to combat misinformation by looking through your jokes, hyper-analyzing it. Is this joke funny or is it hateful? And they make these determinations. And again, it's called Birdwatch. Probably not any different from the info volunteers that work for the UN doing the same thing. I think what they do is they bring in a lot of easily offended snowflakes into a telemarketing type situation. You have screens and cubicles. So it's a cubicle farm. And they're all just watching our content, reading our tweets. And when one of them faints, that's when they know, okay, this is beyond just a joke. And they go and they flag your account. Or somebody cries. They look at how much Kleenex they're using up, just weeping, reading our tweets. And how come that's not enough? I get it. Some of my tweets, some of my ideas might be considered hateful to some people. Well, why does it have to be taken down? Can't you just cry about it? Just cry, get it out of your system. I assure you, once you've cried over a meme, it loses its power to hurt you, and it's very empowering. So I would say cry about it cry about the book before you burn it. Because once they're done burning books, what's next? You can't get rid of us, and there's a lot of us. Once you burn books, you have to burn people. That's the old expression. And it's because, well, we're just going to republish these ideas. We're going to recreate the memes. You could take away all of our writing utensils and we will create petroglyphs of obnoxious memes just to do it. That's human nature. You can't rub out human creativity. And memes have a way of just getting through all the filters. Now, I wanted to show you something else too. We've been analyzing this rubber dummy that has been repeatedly traumatized in order to demonstrate the new form of COVID testing. They're doing COVID tests, not just the entrance, but now your exits. And someone noted that the dummy that they were putting the Klaus Schwab into is wearing a certain type of striped uniform. And it's been noted for its comparison to the striped pajama sets worn in concentration camps. So again, concentration camp garb, the garb of somebody who's getting rectally tested for COVID. And then, and I don't know if this is stretching it, but it also has a resemblance to the stripes of the 9/11 towers. So again, we're looking at iconography, symbolism, and these blue and white stripes show up everywhere. You got them on Epstein's temple. You got them at, well, Ellen DeGeneres' stage has these blue and white stripes. Zuckerberg wears them on his face masks. All right, let's move on. Just symbolism. And now this is an interesting piece. This is from The Rookie. This is January. I'm not sure what month this episode came out, if this is new or not. This is a TV show called The Rookie. They do a little parody of Mad Mike. It's not even so much a parody, except they get one thing wrong. But anyway, it's kind of a minor thing, but it's actually something of a tribute, I guess, to the spirit of Daredevil. Take a look.
Music Academy, how can I help you?
Hi, I'm trying to get my daughter into the summer program. Is there still room?
Let me check.
He's a flat earther. Says he's out to prove the world is a pancake.
No, not a pancake. A disc within a dome. Sir, you can't launch that. Why not? I have permission. From who?
So this is a TV show called The Rookie, where a daredevil goes against the authority, jumps in a steam-powered rocket, and blasts off anyway, which pretty much happened. There's a movie about it called Rocket Man. I haven't seen this episode, but interesting piece there. You can find the link at infiniteplane.media. Also, I haven't really got into this very much, but they are bringing up the double mask thing. And it reminds me of this leash they put on us back in March and April. This lockdown. At first the lockdown was, okay, you're locked down, you can't leave unless your face is covered. Then it's, well, you can leave, but your face is covered. So they put the leash on you, and then they slacken it, and then you forget that you're leashed. Well, now they're kind of reminding us again, because those people, myself included, who don't want to wear the medical mask but choose something else if it's required, just because they don't want to telegraph that they believe the science, establishment science on the issue, because it's a political statement. It's not a medical protective device. I think we can all agree at this point. But I thought we had an out, but they're trying to get rid of it. And now they're saying, no, you actually have to have a certain type of mask or wear 2 layers. So yeah, people are layering up multiple layers. I think they said it's 90% effective. Why not just do 3 layers? Make it 95% effective. Here's an interesting one. Lawyer Lynn Wood has been ordered to undergo mental health evaluation. We've been following Lynn Wood's trajectory on the world stage ever since he stood up for Kyle Rittenhouse. And in the meantime, he's been something of an insider. And I think he might actually just be a game player working for Big Brother, working to create the illusion that there was some kind of an insurrection. He was the one calling for Mike Pence to be hanged. So when you had these crisis actors chanting for CNN's cameras, hang Pence, well, they can point it to this guy, who was probably single-handedly the sole person responsible for Parler being banned. But now it's saying mental health evaluation. And this is because he's promulgating the leading QAnon stories. In fact, he was even saying that Tom Hanks killed Isaac Cappy. And it's all coming out now, that these conspiracy theories, and I figured this would be the case. I said this last summer, that eventually the media is just going to start saying these conspiracy theories radicalize people in a way that make them dangerous. And that's what's coming out in these headlines, that QAnon is making people dangerous. And why wouldn't it? If somebody wants to chop your head off because you're an infidel, they're dangerous. If somebody wants to execute you because you're an adrenochrome junkie, child trafficking liberal, they're a radical. It's the same thing. So that what they've done is they've reinvented ISIS, but now it's what I would call vanilla ISIS or white Al-Qaeda. And they've repackaged the whole 9/11 thing with a homegrown threat, styled off of a few things. I would say Turner Diaries certainly comes to mind, but I'm bringing this up because this guy is an insider and an insider, quite literally. It makes me really question the whole Kyle Rittenhouse story. I'm not sure how they accomplished that, as far as the cinematography goes, but I'm inclined to think that the entire scene might have been filmed somewhere else and superimposed 9/11 style. You know, someone showed me the image of the Space Needle in Seattle with the fireworks display on New Year's, how it only looked like that on TV. But if you were actually looking at the Space Needle, you didn't see anything at all because it's augmented virtual reality, right? Well, that's the exact same thing they did with 9/11. If you were there watching it in person, you wouldn't have seen anything. But if you were watching it on TV, yeah, it's quite a dramatic show. So sometimes the magicians, I think they give away some of their tricks, but usually it's long after it's relevant. I mean, who cares anymore? It's like you can show people, you can just show them direct examples. Hey, look, this is September the 11th. Watch the bomb go off. No planes. But at this point, it doesn't matter. And that's the nature of this world stage thing. It's a numbers game, and they've got the numbers when it comes to believers. It doesn't matter if you can show them things like, here's a picture of the so-called insurrection. And in the picture, I'm looking, and you have about a dozen people in the room. Well, 9 of them have cameras. 9 of them are cameramen. Like, how does that work? So it just shows you how the entire thing is more or less a production. And I happen to think that it, like the shooting, the so-called shooting of I think her name was the Babbitt, named after, I believe, Sinclair Lewis's The Babbitt, the novel about these hyper-conformists who are afraid of the commies, literally wrapped in the American flag. And here she comes out, Babbitt, wearing an American flag. She gets shot in the neck by Chucky Schumer. I think that scene might have been filmed elsewhere. Didn't match the chaos outside whatsoever. In fact, it was just peaceful. Okay, I want to show you something else I came across. This is really interesting. It has to do with the 33rd degree and the symbol of the double-headed eagle. This is something we've talked about on this channel quite a lot. We did some deep research into it last April. We were looking into the patterns, the strange, interesting patterns with events that take place 33 years apart, symbolic meaning. And here's one we found. We were looking at this double-headed eagle and what the meaning of it was. And here's something that I came across from mindcontrolledblackassassins.com. As the adept knows, the double-headed eagle, the phoenix, is a hermetic symbol representing the divine generative potency, the productive capacity of nature. And it goes on to say, like the human with 2 heads, one male, the other female, God and nature, the Egyptian, Osiris, and Isis. Now, it goes on to say, and this is the part that I found to be noteworthy here, that their God visits the land every 19 years. They're talking about this sun worship. Anyway, I'm just finding a lot of interesting things correlating with a lot of the patterns that we're seeing within predictive programming. For example, on the 19th anniversary of 9/11, we talked about this at the time, there were 19 million recovered COVID cases, 911,000 deaths on the 19th anniversary of 9/11. So we've noted these interesting patterns and these numbers with many of the main transformative events of our time. And I'm finding a lot of hints. And so anytime I find any clues, any interpretations, I bring it up because it's out there. They put it in your face. We might as well learn how to read this occulted language. It's the reason why I took note of the prisoner wearing the stripes of Epstein's temple on his uniform as he gets swabbed. Now, this whole thing here about a second insurrection, I think it's absurd, but listen, this is something that they're setting the stage for. This is former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner speaking to Dean Obadella about the crimes that Trump committed with this whole insurrection thing. Again, they're still treating this thing like an insurrection. I find that to be stunning.
I do think we're waiting for a law-abiding Department of Justice to gel. The acting Attorney General is actually a friend and former colleague of mine at this moment, but I think he's a good man. He's an honest man.
Now, what he's talking about is, are we going to be able to arrest Trump before he launches a second insurrection? And they're speaking about this like this is a real
Flip
fear.
side of the coin, because making everything sound pretty dire. I do believe that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, my former professional home for decades, is in the grand jury aggressively investigating the insurrection. And Dean, every day around the country, FBI agents are locking up insurrectionists. And what they do is they take them back to the local FBI field office. They Mirandize them. If they waive their Miranda rights, they interrogate them, they get them to confess, and all of these insurrectionists are weak human beings for the most part.
So these insurrectionists, the one with the buffalo horns, I believe he's going to testify against Trump. But, I mean, how can anyone take this seriously? That's what I find so strange here. What insurrection? The performance art piece actually started before the speech was over. But you see how they always run with their narrative that they decided to run with in advance. They never let facts get in the way of a good narrative. Here's an interesting one. Speaking of 19, because COVID-19, of course, it replaces 9/11. We have 19 years war on terror. You can expect this for 19 years. Another one, FDNY firefighter who responded to Ground Zero dies of COVID-19. It's a fascinating topic when you get into the correspondences within the patterns between 9/11 and COVID, between 9/11 and the George Floyd thing. Very interesting, undeniable. Like, check this out. On 9/11, there was a dog, a canine from the canine units there. I think his name was actually Sirius, but this dog, Sirius, died on 9/11. And of course, Sirius is the dog star. And he was the first dog, therefore, to die in that 19-year period, represented by 2001 to the present. So then when COVID takes over, the first dog to die of COVID is a little Pomeranian who dies at 17. So 17 in dog years is 119. A lot of things like that. Some of them are a little more blatant, but these patterns exist. And predictive programming, like, for example, I refer to the pandemic as 3/11 because that's the day they declared it. So we've been talking about this one. If you go to, in the Matrix, he has a passport, and this is often pointed at as a prime example of predictive programming. And the passport scene has September the 11th marked out. And so, people are always noting these things in movies and finding that in many of these same movies, there's references to something to happen on 11/3 or 3/11. But it's, again, overlapping predictive programming, showing that the things that they're planning are planned decades in advance. So my guess here with a figure like this is that he probably just got recycled as a crisis actor and was like, yeah, you can use my identity one more time, use my picture. Because how many times do they try to conflate the pandemic with 9/11, especially in New York? They recycled much of the rhetoric. And they're all in a cult when it comes down to it. The people who are participating in these things, their secret identities, their world stage personas, fake. Nobody died, nobody cried. This is a Prince Hall Mason jersey. Kind of a strange thing to be worn by Whoopi Goldberg. Not sure what you make of it. People in the comments section have drawn a few conclusions from it. Maybe she got it from a rummage pile at a thrift shop. Or maybe she's a Prince Hall Mason, which raises some other questions. Tricky Who says, all right, stop, collaborate, and listen. Vanilla Isis is back with a new mission. Well, it's not a new story, actually. Talking about predictive programming, you go back to Sum of All Fears, and the movie Sum of All Fears, I think it came out in 2000, but the book, 1991. Political thriller written by Tom Clancy. This book was said to have predicted 9/11. That's how it's known. Tom Clancy also predicted the dark winter we're supposedly living through. Some of all fears, the forgotten 9/11. It tests our 9/11 threshold. But the thing is, this is being done by a white Al-Qaeda, so it wasn't done by Islamic terrorists. So they're kind of revisiting the original storyline with this. Lloyd Miller says, can women be in Prince Hall? No, I don't think they can. So I don't know what that means. You know, how did Whoopi Goldberg get into the men's club? I'll let someone else try to figure that out. Okay, so again, we've been covering a few things here. A number of topics. This so-called insurrection, which, where was the first insurrection? Like, what are they planning? Whatever it is, I don't imagine it's going to be all that convincing with these cartoon characters. And then we have this thing with GameStop where the same guy who sparked the spike is a clone of the CEO of Robinhood. Like, how does this happen? And last night, for a time, we were talking about this theory that Beau Biden never died at 46, but just left the world stage and put on a rubber mask and came back as his own father. And the original Joe Biden, and everybody's been wondering, who the hell is that guy? It's not Joe Biden. I think they just retired him. He's probably living out some island out there in Terra Mar. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, his son is the president. And he even said, weepingly, into the mic, if you watched Biden's speech, he said, Beau should be president, not me. And I'm like, that's got to be some kind of inside joke. And I know that Obama and the others behind the scenes are laughing. They know it's funny, just how absolutely mandoozled everybody is. Asteroid bigger than 2 Boeing 747s to pass. NASA's calling it hazardous. Put on your helmet. And if you don't put on a helmet, you're a science-denying flat earther. So put on a helmet because there's an asteroid going to pass on Monday. You could get sucked up into space if it punches a hole in the sky and you could end up on the moon. If you don't want your skeleton on the moon, get in your basement and don't leave your house without a helmet and a mask because COVID. By the way, COVID could have come from space. We had C-19, a comet that broke apart as it passed right before COVID-19. Notice the 19s, 19 hijackers. 19 years later, COVID-19, C-19. So the near-Earth object, the NEO, as they call it, is going to make a close approach, potentially hazardous. And what does that mean, potentially hazardous? And here's the thing, too. Like, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of somebody even sneezing on me. I don't remember the last time I was sick. I'm not scared of space rocks. But right now, you're supposed to be afraid of these things. So if you're afraid of COVID and you're not afraid of space rocks, you're a hypocrite and you don't make any sense. Now really think about this. The same experts that tell you the seas are rising are the same ones that are telling you about the virus, are the same ones that are telling you about the space rocks. So do you pick and choose which things to be threatened by? Something else to consider, they are 100% accurate. If you say, hey NASA, I have an iPhone here, can you go ahead and launch this thing and tag a comet 200 million miles away? They'll do some maths on a spiral notebook. They'll do some sciences and they'll launch a rocket. You'll see it on TV and you'll get some pictures back as your phone tweets back to you from 200 million miles away. Because they can't miss. They said it's the equivalent of landing a fly on a speeding bullet. That's how accurate these guys are. Yet, they're always wrong when predicting the incoming. I think that's a major contradiction. How can you be right 100% of the time when you're on a moving object, hitting a moving target? But when you're predicting incoming, you're always wrong. Like you don't know where your position's going to be. I don't buy it. That's why I'm not afraid of space rocks or any of their predictions, which they make all the time. But for those people who believe the earth is a ball, why aren't you cowering in fear? I just think it's kind of a glaring omission out of all your safety protocols. And I think even I think he stepped down even, Bridenstine. NASA Chief Chicken Little, he said that the greatest threat to our survival isn't climate change, isn't COVID, but it's actually space rocks. He said it's no longer science fiction. It's time to treat it as real. Now, he's been hyping this thing for some time. NASA chief unveils an incredible plan to land spacecrafts on the dangerous impact asteroids. So now they're really going to send Bruce Willis up there to space and have him land on an asteroid and save us. And that's the whole thing. They're getting us used to the idea, I think just through acclimating us to it, that space rocks are a thing, they're always happening, and we need to be protected from it. In fact, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, the guy from the meme, he was once in a movie called The Titanic. And now he's in a movie called Don't Look Up about an asteroid. And I think this is really interesting because he's known for The Titanic, which is about icebergs, you know, the dangers out there. And now he's in a movie about this other threat, dangers out there. A similar overall theme. It's called Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up is an upcoming American political disaster comedy film. It's a story of two astronomers who must go on a giant media tour to warn humankind of an approaching comet that will destroy planet Earth. Now, this is considered to be science, establishment science. This is the same establishment science that tells you that there are dinosaur bones on the moon. It's just amazing how this gets a pass. How is that not a dangerous conspiracy? How is this not dangerous misinformation? If you get people to believe it, it could turn them into dangerous radicals. You know, this is eschatology, doomsday stuff. The media has obviously, put this as an acceptable end of the world scenario to believe in. You can't believe Christ is coming back, but you can believe in Apophis 99942, which is scheduled to kill us all in 2029. Really quick here, I want to take a moment and say thanks to everybody who has pitched in on Infinite Plane Radio this month. As you know, D-Live cut us off because we have some topics we cover, I think, that are considered to be too political for their platform. And a number of people out there have been filling in for the lost lemons, and we all appreciate it. If you want to join, it's $2 a month. You get live stream notifications. Just go to Patreon, Infinite Plane Society, or just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. It's a new hub. In fact, let me go ahead. I want to take a break here. We have a new track today that was premiered. JT33 featuring Allergic, Call 42. And if you're on the text message list, you already heard it. If you're on the Patreon, you probably would have heard that one first. But I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and I'll put a link in the chat below. Again, this is called Call 42.
What's this JT33? What's that with the one eye? Who's this?
Unfortunately, every time I'm going to look at JT33, all I'm going to be thinking of is that fucking picture with the one eye. 33.
42 years on this earth since my birth, ever since been searching for worth. In the worthless sea of NPCs, preaching a vision with drivel and drool, tossed helpless and naked into the pit of the zoo. 42, like the chaos created and authored for you. Don't panic, it's an appeal to consensus sort of fallacy. You've now entered the auto hoax's guide to the galaxy, so just get up out of my business if you don't want to be in my shit list. We're speaking loud and carry a big stick. It's like, Jay, you're cutting your wrist despite your arm. Open your eyes, these humans are being farmed. Media compliant fakery, setting the stage for the doomsday. I pushed away all my fears and now I'm doing things my way. It all started when I started questioning my faith. Like a wraith in the night, the lies pushed me away from the light. Raised Christian, turned atheist to antichrist. I was always fascinated by the darker sides of life, but I'm never the panic type.
This life is a test, sir. You're never given more than you can handle. It's all about how you handle the situation. Always look for
to spite my mother. Yeah, she was a Roman Catholic, him an atheist who didn't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Instead, he had his own version of events, and hence 'twas a recipe for disaster, which cast a dark shadow upon my path. And as I walked it, I heard the demons laughing and talking absurd obscenities they spoke. I awoke only to take yet another toke, living in hope, my clothes soaked from the sweat of my obscene dreams. I asked God, what does this mean? Is it that I am a fiend for the forbidden fruit? God-given proof, I've been huffing and puffing ever since I was a little youth, staying true to my roots, doing as I do, whilst others salute. All these fickle troops spewing poisonous venom, bitter as a lemon wine, got me climbing walls like a wild vine. A sign of the times which had even my mother saying, you are no child of mine. 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 You are no child of mine. No child of mine. No child of mine.
You know, I struggled for a long time with depression. I would always find a scapegoat for the situation. Someone or something to take the blame. It wasn't until I started looking deep inside. I had to really analyze who I was and remove blame from my life. Nothing in this life is meant to last forever. You must be able to change paths along the road.
All right, it's Call 42 JT33 featuring Allergic. I put it in the chat box below. Also, if you didn't know, InfinitePlaneSociety.live. It's a 24/7 radio player. Pretty much any of our sites will have it. And I'm loading it with all of the music that I possibly can and only the most recent replays. So anytime you go to that link, these songs will be... In fact, if you go to that link, and I'll show you really quick because it's kind of a nice feature. It has a comment section. I'm talking about InfinitePlaneSociety.live. On the right-hand side, you can leave your comments, tells you who's playing, and links to the tracks, etc. Okay, dinosaurs on the moon. Just more establishment science I had to share with you. My question is valid, I believe. I mean, they said on the moon. What's more likely? Dinosaur bones traveling 238,000 miles and landing there, or wouldn't they stay in orbit? Why would they leave Earth's orbit? I think it's more likely that they're in low Earth orbit, and that's where paleontologists ought to be looking. Is there a field? Could I call myself an astro-paleontologist? I think so. I see these astrobiologists, and it's like, you've never studied anything. An it's like calling yourself a cryptozoologist. Well, have you even studied a specimen? You know, that's a hypothetical thing. But no, I'm an astro-paleontologist. I'm out there with my telescope looking for dinosaur bones in space. And you could make a career out of spotting objects in space, according to what NASA shows us. It's like, Halloween's coming, you have a skull-shaped asteroid. Christmas is coming, oh look, it's a snowman asteroid. Heart-shaped asteroid for Valentine's Day. Nobody questions it, except for us. AJ206 says the new track is fire. Both vocal deliveries are excellent. Oh yes, and if you watch South Pole, 8th episode is in production as we speak. The music on there, you hear a lot of the music on it comes from these two, JT and Allergic, and a few others too. But some of the songs, if you listen, you'll be able to figure out who does what. I'm not going to let anybody know. You're free to believe that Chet Hanks is actually rapping for South Pole. Or Eminem is doubling as Karen M. I actually think that South Pole's Karen M is a better rapper than Eminem. And Bill Gates is a better rapper than both of them. Again, we'll be putting a lot of time and effort into the South Pole website, so it's going to be unveiled here shortly. Again, episode 8. A couple of, well, I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but it's going to deal with the Mandela effect. I mean, the Mandela affected are either poor researchers, bad spellers, or they're dishonest and just lonely. You know, it's like, okay, form a club of the people who are bad at spelling. I get it. You know, you have like the different cliques that develop, and here's the clique of the people who take pride in being wrong about everything and never want to admit it. Because it turns out that there was a movie where Sinbad plays a genie. It's just not called Shazam. It's called The Edge of Tomorrow. And he says Shazam when he turns objects into other objects to entertain. It's like an old Disney movie. I think Dylan Roof is in it, you know, still bowl-cutted. But it's like the movie happened. It's just not called Shazam. So the idea that the movie happened in a parallel universe and only the Mandela effectees know, well, what do they have to say about it? How come it takes the non-affected to correct them? Or is it the case that the Mandela affected are correct and they've been right all along, and finally the universe has veered back into its previous track, into the spot where, yes, Sinbad made the genie movie? And if so, if that Mandela effect is no longer a Mandela effect, which other Mandela effects are now real? Is Ed McMahon going to show up to my house tomorrow with a big check? Is my Jif peanut butter now Jiffy? Are they going to find a well somewhere in the Midwest with some bones, and it's going to be Timmy? Because he did actually fall down the well. Oh yeah, Fruit Loops is another one. That's one of the reasons why I think this entire thing, the Mandela effect, I think it's a psyop by the intelligence agencies so they can get people to make extremely insane sounding claims about Fruit Loops. It's like a joke. Okay, if you're looking at the screen, someone's asking, just take a look. Keith Gill and the CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, both names sound fake and made up. You know, it's like he's obviously playing both sides. This is some sort of scripted Masonic drama. I notice he's got the red headband on one side, the blue shirt in the other. This should raise some serious questions. Commenter says about the Bill Gates character on South Pole. I can hear the Bill Gates. Yeah, when I watch South Pole, I don't even think that I'm hearing anything other than Bill Gates. Oh, it's Bill. Like, I don't even think of it as being a character. And in the last few days, Bill Gates has actually started kind of pushing back against how he's represented in the media. In fact, he acts confused. It's the strangest thing. He's like, I don't understand why there's conspiracies that call me, quote, crazy and evil. Forbes.com, Bill Gates says he's surprised by crazy and evil conspiracy theories. And then you have, and I played this last night, Anderson Cooper talking to a QAnoner who says, yes, Anderson, I want to apologize to you. I was convinced that you eat babies. So now these individuals who have been at the center of these conspiracy theories are now publicly responding, and it's helping to make the case that QAnoners are crazy. Not only crazy, but dangerously crazy. Crazy anti-vaxxers who are going to cause the plague to continue. Now, my position on this, of course, as you know, if you listen to this channel, we're pro-vax. We want to vax the media. I'm glad Bill Gates got a vax. I think doubling down is fine. Joe Biden got 2 vaxes. Kamala Harris got 2 vaxes. Anyway, here we have Bill Gates sounding like the sanest person in the world compared to his opposition. Meanwhile, he's throwing hints, making jokes about the final solution. Says here, big numbers, 8 million views on an anti-vaxxer conspiracy video called Plandemic. See, this is the thing. I'm not anti-vaxxer. I knew from the beginning anti-vaxxers were probably led by government agents, that it's just easy to trigger people about a fear of getting poked. But ultimately, it just leads to their censorship, and it leads to them being discredited in the eyes of mainstream because it makes them look like they're anti-science. They don't allow you any distinctions here. It's black and white, there's no gray. What about anti-establishment science? What about questioning establishment science a little bit because maybe the scientists are whored out to some purpose, much like the people in the media are. You know, the prostitutes that we're all very familiar with. The scientists aren't any better. They'll point at a cartoon and say, yep, that's real. And people will believe it. But anyway, just because you call it a pandemic doesn't mean that you're afraid of needles. But this is their false dichotomy they set up so they could pigeonhole you. And when it comes down to it, the whole needle thing, I think, is more or less just a psyop. They need stuff to... It's a fearocracy. Left-wingers are afraid of climate change, and right-wingers are... This is how it works. You trade one fear for the other. It's like, I'm not afraid of the coronavirus. Why should I wear a mask? But I'm afraid of needles. I'm afraid of Bill Gates. I'm afraid of 5G towers. They trade one for the other. But what about those of us who are legitimately fearless and are just, sane? But no, we get lumped in. Says, of course, this is guilt by association. But it says that these videos are the cause of people not trusting the authorities and prolonging the disaster. Like, they would have solved climate change by now if only people who weren't influenced by the propaganda of big oil had just complied sooner. It's an interesting tactic, and it does seem to work. Elon Musk is tweeting about Neuralink again. That's the next thing. It's this type of stuff. Neuralink, injectable nanobots. This is the stuff that has people terrified, and it sounds like science fiction. And I just have to bring this up. If they're not really sending things into space because they can't, what makes you think Neuralink is real? Like in the way they describe it, the way they science fictionize our reality, that is. Like, you look at these robot dogs and people are like, oh no, these robot dogs are going to chase us around. It's like, no, those things are remote operated. They're not even close to autonomous. I'm not worried about AI until it can solve CAPTCHA. That's when I'm going to be worried. I feel like I already have Neuralink anyway. Like, I know when I'm getting notifications without even looking. Now, I don't know if it's a real picture. I'm not going to scroll up all the way. But it has somebody in PPE at a drive-up, and they're doing a COVID test. Only it's not at the person's. It's the rear end COVID test. I don't know if it's a real picture. Are they really having people hang themselves out the sides of their cars for this stuff? It's like indecent exposure. I could lose my channel for showing it. Star Magazine, NASA tracking 2 giant asteroids set to collide with the Earth next week. So we're all going to die soon. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey, Tim. Happy Spin Day, if you know what I mean.
Hey, are you helmeted up? Are you concerned about the asteroids?
Which asteroids? The one that don't exist, or the little rock on the floor?
The asteroids that are incoming are the size of the ones that hit us on 9/11. I think they're Boeing 737s or something. That's how big they are.
Oh, yeah. You mean the same one that hit Malaysia, right?
Yep, exactly. Hey, are you wearing 2 masks? It sounds a little muffled.
Oh, my apologies. Let me take the headphones out. My apologies.
No, it's cool. Someone in the chat was
wondering.
All right,
so anyways.
No, thanks for keeping us safe.
Oh, no. I'm not even close to keeping it safe. I mean, these headphones, don't worry about me. I ain't mess typing. I have done bandanas before, but who does? You have to give props to people that legit wear masks 4 to 8 hours plus, 10 hours. Not just for work, but even for like the actual auto believer standards. You have to give props for that.
Yeah, I do. I actually do. And I just wish they were cohesive enough to understand that if you're going to believe in the virus and that your mask is a infectious COVID rag, you should be putting it in a biohazard container. And none of them are doing it. And that still bothers me to this day.
No, me too. People threw them on the ground. I wasn't sure if they were throwing on the ground when I asked the security guard. Yeah, you have to be concerned about that. Oh, so anyway, knowing today in history, 131, but so there's this document called The Great Pyramid, say 2019. This doesn't have much to do with anything, but apparently it managed to solve out the pyramid so-called mystery, putting the aliens away in exchange for it actually having to do more with chemical reaction and like a simplistic, it's a simplistic way of building it. Cement and all. But I mean, suppose the main point here is there's a lot of these years that they always pull out of their magic hat trick, the BC trick, and separating all the years and like purposely backdating it. I mean, the point is, I mean, there's a lot of this history right now that's still being more or less crafted. I mean, the helicopter yesterday.
How old do you think the pyramids are? Just asking.
Well, I don't mean to take this advice, but the natural, there's actually a version too. So there's a channel named The Natural Constantine, and his number 4 or his number 5, I don't remember. It has to do with the Aztecs and the pyramids and all. He mentions that most of those are dated all the way until like possibly early 1800s, and that's mainly with the Egyptian pyramid.
1800s, and they tell us, oh, these were created 3,000 or more years ago, or possibly with alien intervention. They mystify this
Oh
old
no, not
architecture.
even close. I mean, that's the thing. They misconcept it. I mean, it's 1800 AD essentially. I mean, because the pyramids, they don't exactly go back until somewhere around 1799, and that's another thing from a channel named UBTV, America is Egypt. He actually discusses a lot about how the Egypt over there was rather fraudulent, has some inconsistencies. Even the emperors, I mean, their feet are out of whack and so and so.
Wow, so fake history was the original fake news, right? I mean, I think that's how it works. Fake news is really eventually becoming your history. Day by day it aggregates. So when you take the historical narratives, it's written by the same people, and they can backdate anything. I consider every dinosaur to be a monument in order to set their timelines back. It's a prop, more or less. And yes, they definitely lie about time. Time control is what they're exercising here.
Yeah. Most certainly. I mean, most of these university charlatans, I mean, it's a shame that they have to do it for work to keep up this myth of ever being a BC. I mean, at most, this could just be 400 years back, but I mean, we don't know that either, so.
Well, look, we're given so much cognitive dissonance. You mentioned the masks on the ground. And it's like, the way the science goes, they'll tell you it's infectious waste, but we don't treat it as such. And the public doesn't know the difference. The public is spellbound, and they're told, oh, these pyramids are this ancient, and they have no reason to question it. And so, I think that that's not completely unrelated because, like I said, the media control is the mind control, and history is just media going back. But the idea that the pyramids would only be a few hundred years old, that is something I've heard from a few people, and it's more plausible to me. Now, what do you think their purpose?
Oh,
You
yeah,
alluded to
most
that.
certainly. I mean, also, not to disturb, but keep in mind there's actually a texture around. This is also some, not only the natural, but a few others as well. So if you were to look at the shots yourself of the Egyptian first, I mean, you will notice that some of the cement's starting to wear out a little bit. It crumbles down. And if you research the South American versions, such as the one in Mexico, Peru, and even some are scattered around other nations like Bolivia, so those ones are even much cheaper. The cement is even more worn out and lower quality. So that's how you can tell it's basically just a few hundred years old and only purposely back fascination.
So who is in on this? I mean, this is obviously a scam. I mean, this is a worldwide scam, I would guess, but I don't know. It's like with dinosaurs, I guess. It's one of these things where I guess they assume people aren't asking questions and you don't have any original source material. With dinosaurs.
No, certainly not. I mean, the dinosaurs in space thing, that is so frivolous. I mean, now they're going to suddenly find some, or my bad, they're going to plant in a chicken bone, which they probably already have, just scatter it in a so-called Moan, which, I mean, I'm just pronouncing it like that because, I mean, just double O code. So just bury it within the Moan. 10 years, 20 years later, they'll just rediscover it through other stuff and suddenly call it a dinosaur. I mean, it's really sadistic, really. I mean, it's hilarious, but it's sadistic at the same time.
Well, it's fantasy and mysticism, space rocks, these threats. It's all fantasy, but these various space rocks they tell us that are going to kill us, it's considered to be a real threat, and real money is going towards it. And I kind of think Space Force may even be repurposed towards a sort of space air defense to protect us against space junk. But it's ludicrous to suggest, I think, that dinosaur bones could be found on the moon without entertaining the possibility that they're in low Earth orbit. That's more likely anyway.
No, exactly. They are. I mean, and there's even a doctor or slash professor that mentioned in '65 that the muon is really nothing more than plasma.
Okay, interesting. Well, I want to go back into the dino hoax itself. I think that one's fundamental because, I brought this up earlier. When you're a kid, they show you dinosaurs, and they're all over your nursery. You wear them on your clothes, cartoons, you see dinos talking.
Yeah, the industry enjoys them.
But then, as soon as you go to school, one of your first lessons is you live on this ball, and all the dinosaurs got killed by a rock. It's like you learn about mass extinction before anything. Like, that's how basic this stuff is. They really want these fears.
Yes.
So now it's believable. You've known your entire life that it's eventually...
Yeah, just like Egypt, too. I mean, you've known that your entire life, the dinosaur. I mean, this is mostly where this fraudulent history slash creations go back to.
Yes, exactly. Well, it's an alternative creationism. Like they even have their own... Like, I bring up the rocks from the sky because it's doomsday. Here we have movies now where you have Leonardo DiCaprio and someone else.
Yeah, certainly.
Where the movie's about the sky is falling and it's serious science. I'm like, this is such a joke.
Oh yeah, I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio is such a climate change eunuch. I mean, the way Leonardo in general. I mean, before this whole asteroid thing, but also used to do films on climate change, and this was in 2016, 2017 territory, and from there on out, I mean, people would somehow believe that. The debate was always little Luke climate change versus big Darth climate change. I mean, it was never anything in actual contrary, let alone anything that would disprove it outright.
Well, one thing they don't do, and this stands out to me, they don't take credit for their predictions not coming true. So they're saying,
no,
hey,
they don't.
The world's going to end in 5 years, and Florida's going to be underwater if you don't all start recycling and you pay taxes to Al Gore Leone. This mafioso protection. It's the environmentalist protectionist agency. Anyway, so it doesn't happen. Al Gore doesn't come out in front at the UN and say, hey, look, I saved the world. Can I get some props? They never take credit for it.
No, they don't. I mean, if I remember correctly, there's another, my bad. But anyways, I mean, climate change in general, it's that one topic that, it's establishmentarianism. They rub in one topic, and right when they supposedly reach their peak, they don't want to take credit for it, so they have to keep the myth going. Just the way NATO used to take, or they used to be said to take credit for getting rid of communism, but really, they haven't exactly done that, and they've kind of spread our so-called enemy slash war lines to the point where previously it was basically just Muslim terrorism, and they never really went away, and they never disbanded when they should have.
Well, to me, this is just an indication, though. The fact that they're not going to take credit for solving it means that their money or their objective is just perpetrating the actual condition. Although I kind of think they might give Biden credit for curing us of COVID because now we're collectively sick. They might give.
Well, I mean, that depends. I mean, which Biden? I mean, Bo or Joe? I mean, the inauguration was clearly nothing more than Castle Rock filmmetry, and as a certain Donna Scott has pointed out with exif images, I mean, the timelines within the mainstream photos are not only inconsistent but crafted more than a day before, which basically means we're basically just we're ruled by virtual creatures, for screw's sake.
Right. We have a CGI puppet show that is pretty much at the helm here, for all we can tell. So are you with me that Joe Biden might have been phased out and replaced by an actor, likely his son, just based on the bone structure?
Oh, certainly. I mean, on one part, I could have sworn Joe Biden himself may have been a reverso because of the oval head. However, there was one of the shots that came about within 1/6/21, and you couldn't help it. I mean, when you saw that denouncement speech, you couldn't help but notice more skin suit. I mean, the skin went from pale to some sort of shade of yellow, and Yeah, that also gave it away. And before that was the ear loop that you often mention, and the one that was researched within the past couple years. I mean, it's either Bo Biden or it's some other actor, someone much better than Christopher Ball for sure.
Okay, now you said reverso. For people who don't know that terminology, when you suggest that Joe Biden might be a reverso, how would you describe that in layman's
So
terms?
I just say that primarily because I noticed a lot of slopey shoulders. There was the shirt when it some days before he got his vaccination. So when you saw Joe wear the his plain black shirt, or yeah, the plain black shirt, and then there's a picture where you see a face diaper, and you see the face diapers on two sides of his chest. I mean, that may be possible indicative of estrogen, that maybe Joe wasn't really born a male. Now, again, this one's more in session, and nobody has actually done that as of yet.
So Josephine Biden, maybe could be. I mean, I don't necessarily.
And again, on the other hand, it could be a skin suit just to fool with us. Because I mean, again, that was very noticeable with Obama and Epstein. I don't think you've disproved that one. Have any side question?
You know, this is the thing. The burden of proof is on the person with the extraordinary claim. Status quo is that this person is who they report they are. But we've poked enough holes to where, no, it's still an open question. I think it's already come
Yeah,
out that
exactly. That's the thing. I mean, that's just my suspicion.
Right. And I'm going to keep it open, this question. And you know what's going to be interesting, too, coming up, is The Weeknd is spending something like $7 million on his Super Bowl performance, which is happening soon. And
You mean Justin Bieber and blackface, correct?
Right. For people who don't know, there's this huge conspiracy theory. It's blown up all over Instagram, and Justin Bieber's been in damage control mode since, that The Weeknd is actually Justin Bieber repackaged to sell himself to demographics that have outgrown his music. And it's inherently offensive because, yeah, he's essentially transracial in this guise. And that would destroy his career if it came out.
Oh, no, certainly. Just like Brad Pitt and Gary Durden / Benicio del Toro, blackface and brownface respectively. I mean, that could have ruined Brad Pitt as well. But I mean, since we haven't seen much of Pitt, I mean, for now, it's basically just The Weeknd / Justin Bieber.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. This one is hilarious because we're talking about actors, right? And for people who don't know, my view here is that the world stage is a real thing. It's not just a metaphor. And that the actors that we see on the screens, we also see them on the streets, we see them at these award ceremonies. I'm suggesting that they're always actors, that you never really know who Tom Cruise is. You know who Tom Cruise, the movie star, is and who he plays. But in other words, there's a layer of subterfuge here. Anyway, some of these actors play roles for many years, and not all the roles are on the big screen. Some of them are just world stage roles.
No, they're not.
And some of them play multiple roles on the big screen with different identities as different actors. That's the theory. So the present one here is that Benicio del Toro does not exist. It's not actually a person.
Oh, no.
It's a deep fake played by Brad Pitt, which is a hilarious proposition, but it's hard to debunk. And the more I look into it, it's well within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, and even one would also be George W. Bush, the son, and Charles Manson. I mean, that one's almost difficult to debunk. The voices are too alike. Suppose that one is more within the skin, face, suit magic, suppose you?
Oh, yeah, and the voices give it away with that one. Charles Manson having been played by George Bush, it makes sense for a few reasons within the way they played these world stage dramas out. But moreover, I would say that their word salad is identical. The way they just kind of speak off the cuff and cease to make sense. Yeah, Charles Manson was giving Bushisms long before George W. Bush was doing Bushisms.
Oh, yes, certainly. Oh, man. Anyways, these skin suit matters. So, do you recall when Donald Trump used to have more or less a double copy? This is actually one that's more or less bugged for a while within certain appearances where Trump would have a red tie, or my bad, Biff Tannen. So there'd be a red tie Trump and there'd be a blue tie Trump. Supposedly the blue tie Trump was a copy, and this was also noted within the 1620, not 1621, but I think within 1721, where they made this speech and it had this light blue tie and it was obvious CGI.
Yeah, I've seen this one, and I've seen others have pointed this out that there does appear to be a lot of body doubling, even involving Trump. And weirdly enough, and I don't know where this would come into play or how often, but there is this weird phenomenon where at certain times, but not all the time, but like Mike Pence does have a very uncanny resemblance to Christian Bale. Like you could literally see it in the expressions that if Christian Bale had a bit of a rubber hood, he would look like Mike Pence, who's got a really rubbery face, by the way. But I mean, you brought up the inauguration. And so this whole thing does have the appearance of being some kind of a grotesque show, a puppet show, quite literally.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be outdated in this one. But it is notable that we're ruled by virtuality for some reason. And in essence, that one within the inauguration was also a virtual, nonsensical creation.
Now, do you think that this is because there's a legitimate government that's about to be instated to replace our government, and it's going to be led by Donald Trump, who's going to arrive on March 4th in a tricorn hat? Are you on board?
Oh, that's very hard to tell. I've already killed off my bets for Quentin, just on 20 and afterwards. However, I have been following George News lately. Oh, yeah. Wonderful platform, by the way, on Telegram, George News Radio. Way better than that obvious establishment of Marcus Goldfinch. George News Radio,
thank you.
The equivalent of a Turner Studios. And within this planning to March the 4th, United States corporate finally getting banished out of existence seems very legitimate. So it's either March 4th, it's either March 4th is a nothing burger or some sort of interim is going to happen. This is what it seems to be.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And anything is on the table, especially now that we have people lining up to be swabbed in just a very uncomfortable place. Like this is
the ass swabs, as should be called.
Yes, exactly. We've reached peak stupidity, and I'm watching humanity
peak stupidity.
Marching off a cliff. I got this meme here. It says you don't care about your grandparents' starter pack, and it's just a person whose face is entirely covered in masks, and the mask shaming has now reached a new level where if you have one mask, well, now somebody could probably have you kicked out of a store because now it's going to go up to double
I guess
masks.
that means somebody will have to stack up on 2 bandanas, or better said, 4 mask diapers, 5, 10, 12. Who knows how far this ridiculousness will go? Talk about ridiculousness. Black Lives Matter getting nominated for a Nobel Peace. Oh, my bad. As I said in the Discord, Nobel Not So Peaceful Prize. The peak stupidity thing, you have a major point. And this is one that I definitely have to point out. I just recalled this one. My apologies. A little hesitant.
No,
However,
this is good.
Black Lives Matter, Bellum God of War thing, winning the Nobel Peace Prize is the biggest irony ever. Come on. They just protested, within June, July, August, end of May. We were not born yesterday. There was nothing peaceful about that. It was an obvious business forfeit transaction. It was an obvious Bolshevik operation. Possibly a bigger operation than Q. They seem to be in the equivalent. But nonetheless, Black Lives Matter has never been peaceful ever. Not once, not twice, no, 0. Just 0 times. And plus, they have already made their bow down to their masters. 1312, the Black and Yellow Holy Roman Empire Corporation, the all-white Black Trans Lives Matter, etc. They're controlled opposition, period. They deserve no award. Obviously, they were going to get it some way or another, but either way, they're not peaceful. They've never been peaceful, and they will always be the opposite of peaceful. They will be chaotic. They will be full of these controlled opposition, college student crisis actors / oldie crisis actors / et cetera, no freaking limits within them whatsoever. It's corporate controlled, no peace, just actual chaos, or should we say PIECE of the rest of us, taking down whatever's left of this so-called nation state.
Yes, very well stated. I agree with your sentiments there 100%. It's an affront to our intelligence for them to say that this group epitomizes peacefulness after what was reported, what we saw, what you can actually just look at it yourself, go to Twitter. And I think what they're doing here is they're gaslighting us, one, and two, they know that they're going to be able to purge the internet and get rid of anything that makes them look bad. So the only violence you're going to see is coming from the raid on the Capitol. And of course, I brought up at the very beginning that this is 1984 and always will be. Just because in 1984 they said
certainly.
War is peace.
The 311 being the new 911, I mean, yes, certainly.
Now listen, also, Babylon Bee, and Frog King points this out, Babylon Bee is satire. And I remember this summer they put out an article about BLM's going to get a Nobel Peace Prize. And less than 6 months later, that article is actually a leading serious headline. And this tells you why...
Oh, so they made their prophecy, though. So it is true. I mean, it used to be that The Onion, 10, 11 years back, it used to be that The Onion would unveil some sort of prophecy through some various amount of satire. However, since The Onion flip-flopped in 2016 by being bought by Hillary Clinton and stripping for Clinton, not ad hominem, but making ads and all, basically the Babylon Bee as a new creation took the place, and wow, no, this really didn't get predicted.
Right. Well, I remember at the time, Babylon Bee was so spot on with their satire that they were temporarily banned on Twitter. And that's when I subscribed to their mailing list. And they're back on, but I remember thinking, okay, now they're threatened. And I saw a number of establishment newspapers coming out saying, we got to do something about humor and satire and parody and jokes because it can be used as a vehicle to carry dangerous misinformation.
Oh, man. Jack Dorsey just needs to lay down, get his facts, and you know what? Get the con swab on both the nose and his bottom, of course. It'll help him relax. It'll help him deep down.
Yeah, Cardi B is apparently spending tens of thousands of dollars on COVID tests. And I'm wondering, which ones is she using? It's tens of thousands. That's how many. And that tells me, though, she got in on the scam.
Oh, man. I'm guessing that's where South Pole kind of more or less took the stand within, huh? Talk about South Pole. Wonderful episode on number 7, especially Braveheart, man, as I mentioned some weeks back. Wonderful imitation. A complete goat at that. And Cardi B vaccinating herself. That's no problem. Invest what they need to. As long as Cardi B and Jack Dorsey and Bill Gates recently, as long as they receive the gift of vax, no problem. That's in contrast to BLM is no problem.
Back in April, she came out and she called it a hoax. And then she said in this rant on Instagram that she thinks that all the celebrities getting it are faking it for money. And she said, if that's the case, I want in. And ever since then, she's been one of the loudest COVID promulgators, one of the big COVID hoax pushers. So, yeah, I think she's making a lot of money. And maybe she has stock in COVID tests, the home tests, because now she's endorsing.
Oh, yes. Yeah, she clearly asked to get paid. No doubt about that. There's no way some compromised star isn't going to get paid the moment they seek for it. Just like Paul Rudd in that sense. Unfunny act horror, very stale humor content, and asked for its Corona monies, and suddenly, suddenly he just got recruited.
Hey, what was your take on this character, Keith Gill and Vlad Tenev? And this, of course, is the guy who sparked the GameStop spike and the CEO of Robinhood. They look like the same exact individual, same bish. What do you think?
Really? So I'll have to look those two names up. I hope you don't mind just sending it to the number a little bit. But at the same time, this GameStop and this Robinhood, two sides of the same play. That is loud and clear, especially because the stock market was, and has always been speculative controlled OPS in that sense. And
Well, look,
the fact that
either it's the same exact guy wearing maybe even a little bit of a prosthetic nose bump, a very subtle piece. It's the same guy with a red headband and contacts, or it's a clone. But the fact is that, yes, the CEO of Robinhood is a spitting image of the guy that started the GameStop spike.
yeah, I'm serious, man. I mean, you got to send me those names. I'll look them up, and wow, that would be like the biggest joy. I mean, that would be the biggest time for the day. I mean, especially because especially because it's GameStop in general. Most people don't even care about it. I mean, it's nothing more than just this old video game industry. I mean, who buys physical games anymore? I mean, torrents were already sufficient enough. The downloads are already there. I mean,
oh, look at
but
the name.
Yes, I mean, if they are the same person.
The name Robinhood, is so like they use it unironically, but it's like, wait a minute, they're literally robbing the little guys here and blocking them from participating. So that's another example of how everything is inverted, just like the Nobel Peace Prize.
If they are the same person, I mean, that will be major hoax OPS, and Robinhood being the exact opposite of what it really is. I mean, that could basically just be anti in what people think it stood for. I mean, that could also play a major role right there. Wow.
Right. Well, I think it's a good sign that people on Twitter specifically are questioning the media at the level that we are. And like this kind of thinking, this sort of skepticism where people are aware of the magician's tricks. They know what exists out there. So they see this, and whether or not it's the same person, it's so close that the Matrix is trolling us if this isn't actually the same guy.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. Shout out to that Twitter account, Not a Glow. That's actually where I got that pyramid film from. Very interesting guy, very neat. But yes, Twitter really does have far more aware individuals than expected. I mean, those are the kind of people that you're obviously never going to meet near you. However, the moment you see them around, I mean, mainly in Twitter, of course. I mean, the moment you see them around, I mean, you just realize, wow, I mean, it's basically a new alignment that has continued for quite some time. And with this new alignment, we can just, how should I say, it can also just go in and further decrypt, decode all this nonsense, essentially.
I agree. Twitter gets a lot of crap because it bans whiny conservatives, but to me, being able to real time keep up with what's going on in the world is the new cosmic consciousness. I like being able to get briefed on everything without any filtration. And it's very useful as a tool. Microblogging, real-time microblogging. And Twitter doesn't own it. It's just one of the places where the world stage is mostly focused. But that's one of the reasons I don't leave it. If it wasn't for Twitter, we wouldn't have known about the violent riots this summer. The media didn't report on it.
No, certainly. This is where you have to give Jack Dorsey props. I mean, clearly Jack thought in I mean, despite the limited 140, which is the main reason why, personally, I was never really in Twitter, like ever since 2011, 2012 era. Well, 2011 mainly, but I was never really much into Twitter. But like recently, ever since I found your channel within July territory of 2020, couldn't help but know how vast Twitter really is. And this is serious something Dorsey isn't exactly willing to shut down, judging by the looks of it. I mean, Zuckerberg went all out and ended up banning not just your channel, but various other channels and various web pages and any groups, not just conservatives, because clearly they weren't around when the whole flat earth thing was being suppressed and when Owen Benjamin just kept shilling on for the whole anti-Jewish, anti-this, anti-that jargon. And every other platform is either compromised, a little bland, no offense to Gab, or they are completely totalitarian a la Facebook.
Right. Facebook hasn't allowed me to maintain any kind of continuity with the timeline. It's like, speak your mind. I do. It's a trap. I know it's a trap. I speak my mind. They ban me. Come back in 30 days. I don't know who any of my friends are. And every time I come out, I'm further alienated. So I don't get any use out of Facebook I don't know how
No, sorry,
anybody does.
Facebook is just useless. I mean, Facebook has for more than 11, 12, I mean, basically within the start of it, ever since 2006, 2008 territory, Facebook hasn't really been that free platform. Zuckerberg he had a various history of stalking people within Facebook during those years, believe it or not. This was before internet censorship really took off.
Well,
And
check
personal experience here,
Uh-huh.
2011 and 2012 was the king of Facebook bans. So that's something I needed to add as well. I mean, 30-day blocks were imminent for viewpoints that were not agreed upon by the establishment.
Well, they actually banned domains. Like, you cannot type infiniteplanesociety.com, theflatearthreport.com. My actual domain names are banned. That's why I buy other ones. infiniteplanesociety.live, infiniteplane.live. They have it out for my channel in particular, and it's not really fair from a competitive standpoint. I can't share the same links. I can't engage in the marketplace there on Facebook because of my opinions. So I don't even make use of the site. I've moved on. Minds.com, I highly recommend it. If you're just there for content. I mean, maybe you're on Facebook to meet somebody.
That's good.
Okay, so let me get back to this guy. You have to look at the picture. I want to get your take on the uniforms. Did you see the stripes that they have the dummy in that they're testing the Schwabs on?
Oh, no, I actually did not see the striped shirt. No, I did not.
Okay, the stripes.
So just describe what color they were.
Well, I'll just describe it. They look like Epstein's temple. The white and blue striped temple.
Oh my gosh, you mean Scottish Rite kind of symbolry? My gosh, they would do that. I mean, that's even seen on similarly on the Cultural Lodge of Hollywood as well. My gosh, yeah, right off the bat.
And also Ellen DeGeneres' stage. I'm like, wait, Epstein's design is the same one on the striped uniform they're going to put you in when they COVID test you. And I hope they're testing things in biohazard containers. Like, people are being so sloppy about it.
Oh, wow. Ellen DeGeneres, a clearly connected figure. He even had a shirt once with this bloody figure. And if you've ever seen the arguably debatable shot of some so-called minor getting chopped by the head, like half the head left over in the blood, I mean, clearly Ellen DeGeneres is connected into something. I mean, whatever Pizzagate/Avocado Gate really is, I mean, clearly Ellen DeGeneres is in that club. Tom Hanks is in that club. Jay-Z's in that club, etc.
You're talking about Frazzle Drip. I've seen that, and for people who don't know, supposedly there's a video where Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton are murdering a victim, ripping the victim's face off, and Hillary wears the victim's face. And later, this bloodied face called Frazzle Drip shows up in the darndest places. It shows up on a Tom Hanks movie, Castaway, on the Wilson volleyball. And then Ellen DeGeneres wears the bloody face on her sweater. That's the Frazzle Drip.
Yeah, and that's something we don't know about either. I mean, it hasn't even been proven real or anything. And really do like the way episode 7 of South Pole just depicts that. I mean, it's humor pieces like that we need, especially because we don't really know, but at the same time, it kind of messes with your head a little bit. And as a result, you just need to be a little more creative about it. Not really cautionary like establishments or even alternative media at times. I mean, just like influencers, they're full of it. But yeah, South Pole, one of the best creations right now.
Well, I appreciate it, and we're going to definitely have an episode out next week. We're focusing on the Mandela effect and also on the Twitter bird watch, which, of course, is just another... Wow. Yeah, so, yeah, you'll like this next one, I'm sure. Free speech is under attack.
Clearly.
And this bird watch thing is just another example. I could be saying stuff about, hey, we're going to die tomorrow because a rock's going to hit us. You could just parrot stuff. Oh, the astronauts are in danger because dinosaur bones in low Earth orbit, and nothing will happen. It's interesting.
Oh, no, absolutely nothing. I mean, the asteroids are never coming in. It's really ironic that NASA seems to have a niche for somehow predicting the right amount of force used for a so-called apocalypse. But whenever it actually comes for like the moment in the day and the time, the hour, the minute, the place, they're always wrong. I mean, it's never gonna happen. It really is ironic that they could just push that stuff out right in front of people's faces, and somehow it's acceptable fear mongering. Basically, it's that green lighted establishment fear porn.
Well, let me ask you a question, and this is a yes or a no in case he's listening. Do you believe that Anderson Cooper eats babies? Yes or no?
No, Anderson Cooper's too weak.
Okay, what about this? Don Lemon, Andrew Cuomo. Between these three, could you see the three within those three? Is there a do you think they're part of Club Adrenochrome? I guess I should be asking.
Well, either way, they are part of some sort of club. I mean, if it's not Scottish New York, then it's got to be something else. I mean, one for one, I mean, Cuomo, I'll give it to you on Cuomo. Cuomo does look like, and I'm talking both of them too, Andrew and Chris. They both look like they suck the blood, or my bad, they eat the pizza in essence. And Don Lemon, I mean, worst worst reporter ever. He looks like he's in some sort of other club, maybe a black eye club if there's a shot. Because the Cuomos do have it. Anderson Cooper has the black eye club. And I mean, the best with Anderson Cooper you could come up with, aside from being the worst CIA agent ever with the clap those tiny hands phrase, is basically either the black eye club, which is present, and or the just basically one of the lower Scottish Rite lodges, maybe I don't know, Knights of the Lemur or so.
Well, look, if people were, if let's say it's true, if it's all true, what better way to hide in plain sight than just to ridicule the idea? If I was being accused of, cannibalism or something, I would probably be the first one to make light of it. Like, it doesn't exonerate him. I don't think he's any less of a baby eater just because he laughed at somebody who may have figured out the truth.
Yes, I know where you're going with this. This is more akin to Tom Hanks supposedly not being a pedophile, but he keeps saying Geppetto. He keeps hanging out with teenagers and children, and even has hanging out with Oprah and another black woman. Even has a watch with sausages around it and a patty indicating minors.
Right. Yeah, there's way too much there to just discount it.
Maybe I'll see it through that angle of Anderson Cooper being a blood eater, like a thirsty carnivore, pedivore. Maybe from that angle I'll see it. But until then, it looks to be more of a black eye club kind of thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he's more of a gimp than anything. He doesn't seem like a high-ranking Illuminati insider, and he was born into the cult, so he may not even have any real merit. He's just sort of like he's in the position. But no, I don't get that impression. But I saw him mocking the QAnoner, and the QAnoner had no sense of self-awareness, and I think he tried to give.
Oh yes, no, that video I have seen, and it's some. I mean, they always have to use some sort of brute to prove their point. I mean, sometimes I feel bad for Quanon, and I don't mean to call him Quanon. I mean, that's something I got from Jake Gibson, which is, well, I forgot to tell you that. But so Quanon, I mean, I kind of feel bad for him because, and you kind of have to feel bad for him a little bit at least, because they were just made to look like an idiot by some so-called representative from Angleland, and the guy had the voice of a brute, and even said, "Oh, yeah, we're so sorry we called you a blood eater, Mr. Cooper."
Yeah, that's the thing they do. Like, the people who are on the news protesting the masks always look like Charles Manson. And that's it's an easy tactic. They can make it look unattractive to be a mask denier. And it works. A couple commenters are asking if you have a channel, a YouTube channel, or a blog, or anything.
Well, I mean, I could, however, I mean, I'm just a compromised individual. I mean, I'm sure there's a couple too. I mean, I've watched channels before where people really do get lensed out on them, and I haven't really been a fanatic of social media at all. I like to call it stockman narrative because there's just too many of these, if not establishmentarian, just a bunch of these scattered around agent types, just these organic portals, NPC types, and quite frankly, I just haven't been a fan of it. And when I saw your channel, I mean, at first I kind of thought it was a little skeptic. However, I couldn't know how much you proselytize. That's something that I see in you that other channels haven't exactly done enough of. And The number 2 I put on that would be Tim Truth. But you, I mean, you managed to get over the censorship. You managed to multiply. You managed to go to all these platforms and bypass it. And it actually inspires me to try doing one. I mean, had it not been for both compromise and just a little bit of a twinge. I mean, it's kind of like what you said with flat Earth in a sense. I mean, some people go with flat Earth, yeah, but they still think the Earth sucks, or flat Earth and it's great. But to me, I mean, it's flat Earth, but I mean, there's still a little twinge deep down.
Agreed. And after the Parkland shooting, I realized that, it doesn't matter if you figured out the Earth is flat, if you still believe the news, or if you still figured out the news is fake, but you think we're on a ball spinning through space. You have to pass both these pillars. And I like to think of it as like the twin pillars, like this litmus test, that if you can't see through both the fake news above and below, then you're going to be behind on the wrong side of the green screen. And yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, certainly.
I agree with you about the various accounts out there, the Sockmen. There's a really good documentary called Miragemen about how the Air Force has its own department, special agents who create conspiracy theories.
Yes, certainly the agent. So he's a baldy, he has the saggy eyes, and he was the one that ended up perpetrating these UFO myths. And he even got this poor military man. I mean, I wish the names were coming in. I mean, I had the names in the tip of my tongue, but Mirage-Men, something you recommended some weeks ago. Wonderful documentary. If anybody really wants to get down to this ridiculous alien myth, please watch Mirage-Men. I mean, please do so. It's such a compromised topic. It really is a nothing burger with some sort of hurdles and stints and even some wow kind of shows. I mean, yes, please watch Mirage-Men, and please never get into this alien stuff. It's just ridiculous. It's a distraction, and it's nothing more than a topic. Oh yeah, and a side note, I am still on Discord. I just go by Subscribe Star. Mainly, I go by Steady Air, and the Discord, I just go by this guy's Ear ZY initials.
Okay, cool.
But yes, please do watch Mirage-Men.
Yeah, Mirage-Men, the subtitle is How the U.S. Government Created a Myth That Took Over the World. And they created the alien abduction myths to cover up their own advanced aircraft. So if you were to live near an Air Force base, and this one happened at Kirtland Air Force Base, which is by where I live, some conspiracy theorists saw some craft, and in order to cover it up, the Air Force sent people into his life to say, yeah, you saw some aliens from Venus, they're going to invade, they're abducting people. So yes, all the UFO stuff, this is a government-approved conspiracy theory. It's a government-approved myth that they dressed up as a scientific belief. It's 100% made up by the Air Force.
Yes, certainly. I mean, it's just like the Jew narrative. It's just like the anti-communist narrative. Heck, I mean, it's even just like the whole anti-MAGA narrative. I mean, it's all establishment approved, nothing more than guardrails. And the Pyramid K is the same exact thing. That's actually why I talked about it. I mean, last time I'll mention it here. That's why I talked about it, because the timelines, I mean, as great as it was for how the pyramids were built, because it was not a mystery. It was really nothing more than wit and brains and masonry, which they don't say. But the whole BC timeline thing, it's just nothing more than an accepted, how should I say, a hoax. We haven't proven there's a timeline beyond, say, 400, 500, maybe not even 700 years back, for all we know.
Yeah, that's a great point. The title of this live stream, the Flat Earth Report, this podcast, every time I use the term Flat Earth, they put the Flat Earth Wikipedia entry below the video. And it's worth reading because it tells you about the history of cosmography around the world according to establishment history. And so modern pop scientists will say, well, there was never flat earthers. Everybody knew it was a ball because the ancient Greeks saw boats go over the horizon.
Oh, yeah, ancient
they say
Greek
that.
Man, certainly.
But look at the Wikipedia article and you find out that Chinese were flat earthers until the 17th century. So that flies in the face of this ancient Greek and this universal knowledge. And that's one of the things they're trying to convey to us, that there's been this universal paradigm shift that already happened. It's in the past. We can just move on. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. But again,
no, exactly.
they give it away on their own Wikipedia. Even they have to admit that their pundits
Exactly. I mean, it's not surprising that they managed to get some little details in. And personally, I'm not really much of a flat earther. I wasn't personally a flat earther, but I know that it's flat. Just like ever since August around there, at first I was a little iffy about it, but I couldn't help but notice that as guardrail as this document is, Apollo Zero, the fact that we never went to the station, the space station, the fact that we never went to the Moan, the fact that we never went to I don't know, say some ridiculous space vacuum that doesn't really exist because second law of thermodynamics. The fact that we never went to any of these outer space areas, I mean, that means that the whole thing is fake, that it's been set up. And for some reason, most people just don't want to kill off those guardrails. I mean, they really do need to just, if not jump over, at least just destroy it, blast it. I mean, I don't know, skim within it, metaphorically speaking. I mean, really, there's nothing believable about NASA at this stage in time. And the moment they do replace green screens or magic pink screens, I mean, either way, we're just gonna know it anyway. We know they're gonna make nothing more than a fake circus clown operation.
Well, look, speaking of a clown operation, so I'm looking at that individual who was speaking to Anderson Cooper, and he said he went so deep into the QAnon rabbit hole that he started to believe that the deep state was working with the blue avian aliens, and that the white hats were working with the Pleiadians, who were tall white aliens.
Oh, come on, that's so ludicrous. I mean, from right there on out, you can tell from those details that they made the guy look like a complete loony. It's really sabotaging in most manners.
Right, because I have never heard anybody espousing QAnon as a research, an area of their research or whatever you want to call it. I've never seen a QAnoner tell me that they believe in blue avians and reptoids and Pleiadians. I've seen a little bit here on the fringes, but again, I don't think that's real. But it's interesting that that's the guy that's going to talk to Anderson Cooper. Like, oh yeah, this guy's from QAnon. He's wearing animal skins and he's storming the Capitol. This guy's from QAnon. He looks like Charles Manson. He's accusing Cooper of being a baby eater, and he's worried about the blue avians working with the deep state.
Oh yeah, that's loud and clear, a complete narrative. It's well within your eye. It's well within your ears to make you know that, yep, this is nothing more than a stage setup.
Right, and this flat Earth topic, you bring it up, and I like shape agnostic. I mean, we're just trying to be completely honest with what we're saying here. But what flat earthers aren't saying is they're not saying that they figured out the shape, and the other guys have the wrong shape, and we're debating shape. The very flat Earth concept eliminates the idea of the Earth that we're on having a shape, of it being an independent object. The theory is
exactly. I mean, they avoid something among the likes of the infinite plane theory. They don't want to accept the fact that the Earth goes beyond just a ridiculous circle shape. I mean, well, the Earth could really be vast. It could be not absolute, but it could be, how should you say, unlimited. Absolutely no telling of where the oceans end, and possibly of hidden continents as well. There could also be a couple of those. But other than that, I mean, the straight ocean seems to indicate that there's absolutely no end to them. I mean, why would anybody even want to contain it besides controlled ops such as Mark Sargent, Simon Dan, Eric Dubé to some extent, and oh boy, conspiracy cats, what a joke. And no, there's no need to contain the Earth to some sort of circle square. I mean, our Earth, if they want to contain our Earth, it may as well just be some sort of handheld diamond.
My main, I guess, point of disagreement with the individuals you mentioned, Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, and others, is that they take credit for having invented flat Earth and compiled it and put it in an intelligible fashion, and they always slander the Flat Earth Society. And they say, those guys are evil. Don't trust them. They're deep state, but you can trust us. And what they've done...
The irony being Mark Sargent has membership in the Flat Earth Society, but tells turns around all 180 degree and tells you, nope, guys, do not go there. And also a side note for this one, Mark Sargent had a podcast within the beginning of December, and there was a fanatic of him that mentioned that he likes his channel, but this is also a fan that also likes your channel. And the moment the fan mentioned you, Infinite Plane Radio, the moment he mentioned Infinite Plane Radio, Mark Sargent and Karen B also controlled opposition military. Both of them ended up gasping a little bit, like laughing it out a little bit, but you could tell there was some sort of fear within them.
Interesting. Probably not really sure why. I think there is this.
Well, I mean, I know why. I mean, I don't mean to spoil this, my bad. But I know exactly why. Mark Sargent is nothing more than a dome. He's nothing more than a dome peddler. I mean, it's simple. Mark Sargent is not that innovative. He does not have that kind of energy, and he also looks to be possibly some sort of, how should you say it, because again, he carries Flat Earth Society card, but tells people not to go on. So he himself may be some sort of federal, beyond, above the chain agent, and it's obvious. I mean, Mark Sargent is nothing more than some peddler of a narrative. He's not really there for Flat Earth itself. I mean, he may say he likes it. I mean, he even played the commercial fool in Sports Bet. He may have been a commercial on McDonald's with flat pancake and blah, blah, blah. But either way, Mark Sargent, he's just another establishment star. Nothing more than something to just gawk at. And I actually checked him out October and beginning of December. And you know what? There's nothing major about Sargent after a while. He's just another guy that was given his channel. I mean, he was given his channel since 2008, and quite frankly, no, I'm sorry. I'm just not really a person to really...
I've heard this theory that this is a manufactured character who was set up before. I've heard that his own narrative is that he was just looking for more tinfoil hat conspiracy theories, and this was the bottom of the rabbit hole. I don't know, if he's a secret agent or not, or if he's the guy who lives with his mom, as you saw in Behind the Curve. But in either case, you have to give credit at least for the ability to promulgate a meme. And a lot of people are just really excited about the idea, and they like to share the idea. I wouldn't be surprised to see him turn up on a McDonald's commercial or something. I don't personally have anything against the dome model, if that's your thing. I just have...
Well, I mean, I'm not against the dome model, but I mean, as Matty Moses said, it's basically just going back to the same old ball Earth. I mean, in that sense, you're basically just surrounded by a piece of curvature either way.
But the issue here with me is philosophical. It's how can we put a model first? Like, just because you're rejecting the existing model doesn't mean that yours, therefore, can replace it. So we're actually premature to have any model. So I'm just
I mean, I don't know who'd want to replace the dome first off. I mean, that's ridiculous in its own right. The dome should basically just be left alone as just another idea. That's basically where this really goes to.
But
it's the idea to discard.
And then there's the other side of it too, which is I don't think that the concept of the Earth, the topic flat Earth, is an anti-scientific concept. Because you're asking questions. It's not even a model. But the point is that it's not anti-science. Fake science is anti-science. Fake moon landing is anti-science. Fake pandemic is anti-science. So when the domers and the Bible earthers take the position of anti-science, they're playing into the narrative and the stereotype the media set aside for anybody questioning them. Oh,
yes,
you're anti-science.
Exactly. So basically, they're just making them out to look like another form of loonies, just another group of loonies to discard. That's exactly the image that they portray.
Right. And so Behind the Curve was being filmed, and I heard about this, and I heard that the people behind it were the same ones who put out some hit pieces on people investigating Sandy Hook. So I made it a point to get in to the film, at least for a cameo, just to put Infinite Plane Society on the credits and to be able to say it's too early to assume there's an edge. And I managed to get that in there, but there was no other treatment whatsoever of the idea that there's anything out there. Instead, the whole thing was focused on really the personalities, and then they debunked themselves at the end, which, as you know, was kind of farcical, but it worked.
Basically just selfish narcissism in that sense.
Well, how crazy was it, though, that the end of the movie, they portrayed it as though it was a debunk when it really wasn't, but nobody bothered to really replicate that. Like, if they had inadvertently debunked flat Earth in that movie, that experiment would be replicated again and again by all of the anti-flat Earth channels, and that hasn't been done. The one with the laser
Oh,
pointer.
no, it hasn't. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he did mention a phrase. He mentioned a phrase where he basically specifically said to not give flat Earth any sort of cover. So that's why they're never going to disprove it, and that's why it's never going to be done. Though, glad you did at least make an appearance in some sort of film. Anything to promote that channel of yours.
Well, okay, that's a good point here you brought up with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says we shouldn't even talk about this. 97% have decided this is true. See, that is specifically anti-science. That is reality by consensus. So there's no greater purveyor of fake science and scientific illiteracy than Neil deGrasse Tyson. And that's what I mean. Establishment science is scientifically illiterate, and the people questioning it should be pro-science. That's what I'm saying. And somehow we've all been linked into anti-science or making arguments from ignorance, which is the opposite of what we're doing.
Yes, certainly. And deGrasse Tyson, knowing him as one of these mock puppeteer-looking types, well, puppet really, and Bill Nye and the relationship, and they're basically scientism stools. I mean, it's loud and clear they were never going to raise the topic of flat Earth to begin with. I mean, they'll do their best to suppress it no matter what. Just the way Bill Nye always claims to be anti-fundamentalist, but himself, by contradiction, is a fundamentalist of scientism.
Oh, sure. He probably wears 2 masks or possibly even more. And you're right about it. Scientism, establishment science, there's a big difference. Same with media. People use these terms like it means it. The media is the state church. They're not reporters. The only reporters you're going to find are independent, unaffiliated observers with their phones who capture something. Even the people who live stream professionally are often MSM plants. You have no way of knowing.
Oh, no, certainly not. I mean, there used to be this big live streamer. Yes, Jake used to make fun of this live streamer, Pedro Z0, just another still clown-looking creature. I mean, had one few concepts every now and then. You can't really tell what kind of puppeteers these are. I mean, the guy has 7 million views, and that alone was very, very cautious. I mean, just some are ridiculousness. But either way, I mean, you're right. We cannot tell who these shows are. I mean, I don't even trust stuff like No More News, and you yourself, you don't really trust in all too much in InfoWars at all. I mean, really.
Well, I study everything, though. Even disinformation can tell you quite a lot. But I think it's really important to know when it's appropriate to believe something. And it's not that you just automatically disbelieve everything. That's nihilism. It's more about extraordinary claims. No. And we've fine-tuned our methodology here. And I think that we are in touch with reality. And the people who are in touch with it recognize that all the various frauds and psyops and lies and deceptions that we see coalesce into a complete world view. That's why I reference this world stage, because the people who are spellbound are world stagers. We call them NPCs or whatever, but they're just world stagers. They are.
No, certainly they are. I mean, I personally call them organic portals. And you are right to say that you at least have to research it, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I mean, a lot of people really do give so much flack against searching up your own opponents, and for some stupid reason, they always think that you like them all of a sudden just because you search them and all that. I mean, take Eddie Bravo or something as ridiculous as Star Wars, for instance. I mean, if you were to research that, I mean, people just ridicule you. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, either way, you have to know your opponents more and more.
Yeah, otherwise you're in an echo chamber. And I openly, bait callers. Like, if you think you're on a spinning ball and the space station is real, please call in. If you disagree with everything we're saying, correct us. We would appreciate it very much, but nobody ever does. But the phones are open for people who disagree. And
exactly. I mean, you're the most, how should I say, you're the most straightforward type of person to reach, Tim. I mean, and I mean this in the most common manner. I mean, most people call you a shill. They even called you a tea drinker. I'm sure you already know what that is. I know you've had a cast before where you mentioned being accused of a tranny, but you're the most straightforward person to reach. And I mean, I feel to understand how these oppositional types like fight the tight shirts,
Wait,
red, not truly
okay.
rhetorical, don't want to reach you.
There's a YouTube channel called Fearless TV, and he did in fact say that he no longer wants anything to do with Infinite Plane Radio because he says that I am a woman. And I'm like, well, this guy's...
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, wait.
Chris...
but wait,
yeah.
Doesn't that make him a sexist?
Well, okay, yeah, it kind of does in that sense because he's probably one of those... because there's another channel named Shields v. Shields. He has the textile, and he also mentioned you as a tranny, and he had your bone shape. But you know what? I mean... And a lot of it does matter, but in your case, it can't matter if you're that reachable. I mean, it contradicts in a lot of ways. And in a sense, for Fearless TV, it makes him somewhat sexist because by then he's just ridiculing women in general.
Exactly.
Now, don't get me wrong. I have looked a lot into Tranny-gate many times before. I still more or less confine into it. However, I can't help but note that some of it is contradictory. And there's a channel named Nick Arcoya. His BitChute is 668 Neighbor, but in YouTube, he's just Nick Arcoya. He disproved some of the investigations. And in that sense, I had to do a devil's advocate. And so do you, and so do a lot of researchers. I mean, again, this goes back to accepting, the presence of your opponent in that sense of researching into them, mainly.
Yeah, agreed. And that's real reporting. Going into enemy territory or the opposition research. I listened to talk radio on the left and the right and the middle before I got totally immersed in the internet because I wanted to know where everybody stood. I mean, you can't really get a grasp of it if you only have the echo chamber's view, and that's why we always keep the phones open.
Exactly. I mean, I used to be a Breitbart, and that's exactly what it was. There was always nothing more than echo chamber. And don't get me wrong, I never voted, never ever in a day. But if you just refer to just one side of the bracket and not to the other side or let alone anything above or below you, I mean, you're just lost. And this was actually at a time when I was at college too, when Trump was first getting elected and I wasn't really into college anymore. I mean, the edumacations got in the way of my learning and being the opposite wasn't worthy in a state like California. And to this day, I mean, it still kind of bugs. But nonetheless, it's just better to research your opponents, your interims, your good side, and your I can't say good, but your side, and et cetera, up and down, left and right, front and back, west, east, north, south.
You know, I find it always educational when it happens. We have a listener out in El Paso. He's with ABC News, and I called him out as a snitch because on Easter he was going out and finding people who were hunting Easter eggs when they should have been locked down. Anyway, he called in, even though I called him an Illuminati shill, pretty much, a tool for the CIA, just kind of joking around with him. But, you know, he's mainstream media, but he listens. He knows we're wrong in his own view, and he'll call in and tell us why. And I'm totally fine with that, because then I can ask him questions, and we can see where they're at. And I tried this a few times. Like after Parkland, I called a few different news agencies, and I showed them some footage, and I said, hey, look, this is a witness who claims she was with the shooter. It's an alibi. And they didn't care. They said, oh, we just get whatever content from somewhere else and we just post it. So most of the people in media, they're just basically like serving content. They're not even connected to the big picture.
Oh, most certainly. Kind of like what Noam Chomsky mentioned. He did note that in terms of local news and sometimes state news, both local and state especially, he noted that that the majority of the people would come to be the ones to serve the same exact kind of tyranny/propaganda machine that would hypnotize the many by not only confining into them, but also reporting their same exact rhetoric, their propaganda, and their message/manipulation/takedown of whatever's left of this nation, state/corporation.
Well, we're going to know soon. March 4th is the day I'm looking at as the day that we find out if the American corporation is going to be replaced by something more authentic and idealistic, led by Trump. And this would be after successfully vanquishing the deep state. And I'm glad we don't have a long time to wait on this one. February is a short month, so we're 4 weeks away from the...
Oh, certainly. Can't wait for March 4th either in that case. I mean, if United States corporate, the same type that Jordan Maxwell and most of these libertarians tend to denounce, especially the likes of the creature on Jekyll of Skull Island, the Stephen A. Goodson. I mean, most of those people, the way they denounce it, if it's true that United States corporate is really dead, and I mean, we all know the virtual inauguration thing. It's Photoshop AF. If all that goes into account, then March 4th really does look like a day to really look forward to.
Yeah, I hope so. I was disappointed. No murder hornets, no alien invasion. The Capitol raid was a half-assed performance art piece. So I was hoping for some fireworks.
Actor out of 10, huh? Yep.
Oh, I got my fingers crossed that something goes down on March 4th or sooner. But if not, I think we have our expectations too high, and the Mars landing is probably going to be faker than Apollo 11.
Yes, Tom Cruise. Wow, can't wait for that action film.
Yep, Tom Cruise, and actually he's competing with a Russian film crew that's going to do a movie up there. Their show is called The Challenge, which is kind of interesting. The Challenge, Challenger.
Really?
Yep.
That's a little interesting. Well, back to that same old Cold War magic trick.
And they actually have called this one the new space race, the space race between Tom Cruise and the Russians. So anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much. Monday, Wednesday, and
thank
Fridays.
You very much, Tim.
Yep, and call back anytime.
Oh, and one more thing. Let's update the vax list. So please do vaccinate Steve Saline. Please consider vaccinating Future. Vaccinate Kanye West. Vaccinate Mark Sargent, Mark Dice. Consider vaccinating Vice President. Oh, my bad. So consider vaccinating the likes of, well, I'll update the list later. I mean, it's really such a big list. I mean, you can't keep track of all this.
I'll add the 2 marks for sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great night. Mark Dice and Mark Sargent, both on the Vax list. Mark Dice blocked me on Twitter. Here I am on Twitter. You'll see for yourself. By the way, according to this meme that's on my screen, day and night debunks the globe. So if you're looking at a map here and it shows you where it's daytime versus nighttime, and this is UTC time, Sunday, July 11th, 2021 at 23:40. So if you look, you can see which continents are experiencing nighttime, which ones are experiencing daytime. As you can see, the entire United States, Australia, China, and almost all of Russia and the entire Pacific Ocean are fully illuminated. And this is, of course, according to what we can observe. This is reported. You can look for yourself. Now you compare that to the globe. Guess what? Total failure. Doesn't match up. It is not lit that way. It could not be lit that way according to the globe. But it does work with the continents staggered as seen on the azimuthal projection arrangement. Not map, not model, but arrangement. So there you go. Now let me get back to this point here. Mark Dice blocked me on Twitter. Not sure why. Yep, you're blocked. I mean, this guy's followed by 350,000 people. He wrote a book, The Liberal Media Industrial Complex. He's offending people for a living. So he gets a lot of hate from 300,000 followers. So what made him block this particular channel? I don't know. You think that he would, reference us or something. But block us? I don't know. Maybe it's because we brought up the theory that he might be River Phoenix. Okay, really quick here. This is from Men in Black.
Anything about that seem unusual to you?
So the scene here is they're sitting in a car talking about the news. And again, this is Men in Black. This movie is about a covert alien takeover that already happened. They're in Corona Park. Remember the first UFO crash, Roswell in 1947, Corona Field. The word Corona has a lot to do with alien invasions, internal alien invasions. But here you're going to see something here that says, oh, this is truth in plain sight.
These are the hot sheets. Best investigator reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They get lucky sometimes. Thanks, Manny.
Cannot believe you're looking for tips in the supermarket tabloids.
So, yes, the tabloids is where he goes for the truth. And I remember comparing Weekly World News to the mainstream news, just thinking, you're probably better off. At least it's more creative. And I didn't know back then that, you were literally better off reading the tabloids than the quote, real news.
Not looking for. Found.
Again, Corona plays a lot in this particular one. Somebody here doesn't know about River Phoenix. Now, this is an interesting one, and here's what got me banned from Mark Dice. So the theory is that River Phoenix is a death faker. River Phoenix, of course, is the brother of Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. So this would make Joaquin Phoenix a left-wing fringe activist into the brother of a right-wing fringe activist. That's what's kind of interesting about it. So here you have the two of them side by side. All it really takes to get a Mark Dice out of a River Phoenix is age, lying about their heights on Wiki, and a little bit of a addition to the nose ridge. Not a whole lot. It's not a huge stretch. Somebody said no sound. Let me see. Did they cut off our sound? I hope not. Anyway, not a new theory. It actually makes sense if you go through it. The pattern here is pretty consistent as well, where you have death fakers reemerging as political agitators on either fringe. So it would make sense that these brothers would be fringies, one on the left, one on the right. But again, Mark Dice, right-wing agitator. I said, hey, you might be. I said, are you brothers with River Phoenix, with the Joker? I put the two of them together. Within minutes, I was blocked. So what does that make you think? You can all laugh about Alex Jones and Bill Hicks. Nobody cares anymore. But this tells you something about the bigger infrastructure of media and the various personalities that they use to influence you and how connected they are to big media. The last caller brought up Frazzle Drip, which happens to be in the news today. Bill Maher tackles Frazzle Drip and Jewish space lasers. Now, these government jesters are there to make sure that everybody laughs at the people who don't watch as much mainstream news as they do, the conspiracy theorists. So it says, during his opening monologue, Bill Maher said of Marjorie Taylor Greene, she never met a conspiracy theory she doesn't like. He highlighted one of the conspiracy theories she shared about Frazzle Drip, the strange belief that Hillary Clinton drinks the blood of children. He jokes, it sounds like something Lil Wayne uses to get high. Now, that's what we're saying, though. We're saying that they all do it to get high. But he says, I think aliens probed her. Her brains fell out. Of course, everybody's laughing because aliens are real. Hardly worth picking apart. However, Bill Maher made this joke right before the Walmart shooting in El Paso, the summer before last, where he said, somebody in the audience was kind of trolling him because he said something bad about Trump. And Bill says, hey, security, check that guy. It's a Trump voter. Make sure he doesn't have a gun. And everybody laughs. And the next day, a QAnon-obsessed Trumper shoots up a Walmart in a racist massacre. I mean, fake news. But my point is, you have Bill Maher setting up for the fake news psyop the next day. Let me just perfectly coordinated. Illuminati playing card, Imposter. There is a card called Imposter. It says this card permits you to play from your hand a personality which duplicates one who has been assassinated. You must spend an action for... This is, again, Steve Jackson's card game, and just seems like just when you think they're out of Illuminati playing cards. And this is a very common one, this technique. And we had brought this up before, and it's my contention right now that Beau Biden didn't die at 46, but he was exiting the world stage, becoming an actor, skilled at portraying his own father so he could portray President 46. All right, thanks everyone for joining. Go ahead and subscribe. We're going to be live tomorrow morning. It's going to be very interesting this coming week. I think you'll like the new developments, which I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but go ahead and subscribe below. Again, I want to say thanks to everyone who helped bring the channel back up. We fell kind of behind on a couple of things because DLive took away our lemons. But I think we're not going to be saddled with any sort of issues with regards to keeping the channel funded. People are subscribing. It's just $2 a month, live stream notifications, newsletter, and there's enough people to keep this thing going and hopefully metastasizing. And this is Dystopia. Have a great night.
Life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But a waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is bliss to me. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. Control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imposters are only used of innocence. They're trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance has got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. Why they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus? If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Dude, I think I got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cooties. Now my life is like a movie.
Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big
Hi, thanks for joining. That's Dystopia, Allergic to Bullshit, featuring JT33. You can find that music and all the music we play. Go to infiniteplainsociety.com. Everything there is linked. It's a hub. All right, it's now midnight Eastern Time. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Mostly open topics. There are a number of things I want to address. Some interesting information came across my desk here. The other day I incorrectly stated that the conspiracy is that Michael Jackson faked his death and was subsequently spotted wearing the skin of Dave, who's one of his friends. Well, no, it turns out that, no, the theory is that Dave is a disguise that Michael Jackson wears. So it's not totally Hannibal Lecter material here. But the story is this. Yeah, he appropriated the persona, the identity of someone he was known to be friends with as a perfect cover to then go on TV and, do the duper's delight thing, which has to be part of the big ritual that they all do. I mean, they all do this. Again, phones are open. Numbers on the screen if you want to call in. I'm going to check and see if I have any voicemails. I am trying to get to a lot of the messages I've missed. And if I see interesting comments on any of our 50 YouTube channels, I will usually screen cap them and put them up in the Minds account for those of you who are interested in seeing. For example, here's a comment regarding our investigation into Shazam, the Mandela effect that isn't a Mandela effect. It's just a movie title that the Mandela affected got wrong. And as usual, they don't take responsibility for making a mistake. They blame the universe. So this is a comment from Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I wanted to talk about this GameStop stuff a bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, by all means. And did you happen to catch yesterday's live stream about where we mentioned at the end the peculiar resemblance between the GameStop guy and the CEO of Robinhood?
Yeah, I saw that. I feel like a lot of this stuff is put out there just to kind of gaslight us as conspiracy theorists and be like, oh, this is so obvious, but really no one's going to listen to us because we're saying, crazy shit like that, even though it might be true.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because you have this legitimate criticism of what is obviously a psyop, probably to scapegoat freedom in some way. And yeah, they have obviously the same clown playing both roles, and if you point it out, you're the crazy one. The ultimate in gaslighting.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say was this whole GameStop thing, it kind of reminds me of Occupy Wall Street. And so I go on Facebook and I see all my liberal friends posting about how the little guy's getting at the big guy on Wall Street. So I kind of already smell that this is like a psyop because those memes are going viral. But the point I want to make is the guy on Wall Street really isn't our enemy. It's the government regulators that are bailing out the Wall Street hedge funds and working with them, to corrupt the free market.
Great points. I mean, I've looked into Occupy Wall Street. I hadn't made the correlation, but I can see where you're getting at. If their argument is the 1% have hoarded too much of the wealth and it needs to be redistributed. It's this Marxist concept that they got it through some kind of a crime. They deprived the rest of it just by owning it. And yeah, they're largely scapegoated, the 1%ers. And I haven't seen that in the rhetoric, but it wouldn't surprise me if this wasn't some sort of digital Antifa.
Yeah, I see it as just a misdirection of where we need to focus our energy. Like I said, it's really the government regulators, and what I see is it's the poor people going after the rich people, when really, they may be more scumbaggy than us, but really, there's some people up there that are just trying to navigate through the game and get to somewhere where they can actually do something. And
right. I think we should not be demonizing the so-called rich. And this is something that I also think pertains to the QAnon line of thinking, where they're able to scapegoat some group that they never meet and they can't defend themselves. And they build this case that all of our problems can be ascribed to that group, and if we get rid of them, society's better. And what they're doing is they're definitely conflating criminality with the normal due course of things. And so again, they're definitely blaming the free market for what the government intervention is responsible for. And the free market always gets blamed.
What was I gonna say? Anyway, I can't remember what I was gonna say, but I just wanted to drop a solution because we always talk about.
Hey, one second here. I mean, we appreciate you keeping Grandma safe by wearing multiple masks, but you're kind of muffled. But yeah, I want to hear your suggestion.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so the only solution I really see to everything that's happening is entrepreneurship. Honestly, the only way I can see us, getting away from mask mandates and I just feel like the future is you being enslaved by your employer, and you're not allowed to speak out like on Facebook or anything about your real political opinion. You got to wear your mask. You got to show up on time. You know what I'm saying? Like the only way I see it out is to start your own business.
You know what? That's a great point. In fact, I was speaking with someone about this today, how if you play into it and you act the victim, you quarantine, you cover up your face with multiple layers of cloth or whatever, if you go through it and you literally just give up on life, well, then you're playing into the WHO's global Munchausen syndrome by proxy operation, which is what it is. They want you to be sick and defeated. And you're right. The answer to this is to be an entrepreneur, to become independent so that you're not even worried about what the government tells you can and can't do, because you're
exactly.
And that is the solution. Instead of waiting for the storm, which apparently it's going to happen on March 4th. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, man, I don't know. Like, the way I see it is if there's people behind the scenes doing something, like, okay, that's a good thing, but at the end of the day, we still got to keep doing what we can. That doesn't mean we don't sit around and do nothing. Like, I want to say it's called the QAnon supporters. I live in California, and they closed down the beaches. We didn't have to vote to get the beaches back. The way we got the beaches back is we went out and we civilly disobeyed. They told us that we couldn't leave our house without masks. We didn't have to vote to leave our house without masks. It's just so many people disobeyed. So really the answer, in my opinion, is just to educate people, but to do it in a way where we're not attacking their egos, because that's really what the problem is people are digging their feet in on their position, and you know what I'm saying? We're all guilty of it. So
no, I got your point here. And I thought when the protests against the lockdowns first started, at first I'm like, okay, this is interesting. However, if you're going to gather around like sheep and gather around government buildings and just baa all day and ask for permission, you're never going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
You're at that point, you're negotiating away your freedoms. What they could have done, and I'm not telling them what to do out there in Michigan, their protests were great, but what if all those same exact individuals just went back to work and pretended that they never watched the news? They could have ignored the thing out of existence.
Exactly. And I guess that's what's happening in Italy right now is all the businesses are just reopening and ignoring the rules. And that's actually, what's funny is, so the California government, they just said they're opening up the restaurants and stuff again, but there was already restaurants opening up before that in my neighborhood. So it was kind of like they're trying to show that they didn't lose power, like, oh, we're actually letting things open up, but really the people were already opening up.
Yeah, I could see that. They wouldn't want to lose
Despite
face.
the lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. Because they want to get us accustomed to the idea that your rights are actually privileges that are granted and can be taken away. Getting people acclimated to that kind of relationship with Big Brother. And yeah, I saw the disobedience in other countries, in Denmark, all over the place, really. And in America, though, it wasn't so solid. And I guess it's because it's an election year, but there was no solidarity here across the aisle with regards to the lockdowns. In fact, the left here, they're diehard believers in all the fake science. They're so scared of asteroids, half of them, I'm expecting to put on helmets at some point this year.
Mm-hmm. And there, have you noticed that a lot of these people that are pro-mainstream and don't care about, these lockdowns and businesses being forced to operate at like half capacity, a lot of them are gamers. Have you noticed that?
Oh, describe demon. I know what you mean, but I think I know what you mean. But go ahead and say what you mean by demon.
No, oh no, gamers.
Okay, gamers. Okay.
Like video gamers.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, the video gamer, exactly. That's part of the culture that's been coddled and babied and prepared to go to Mars. And their entire life was lived through computer models, not just their entertainment. I thought you said demons. And, to that point, I do think there is something demonic about replacing your individuality and joining with the hive mind, where it's like 6 feet apart, goose stepping, hide your human features.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was saying a while back, but they're probably on YouTube and they're talking about how we were entering the Mars age, and how we're all going to be suiting up and stuff, kind of like what's going on now with masks and visors and things. And going to Mars, I don't know what's going on with Elon Musk. I don't even keep up anymore, but I suppose he's going to Mars, and at the same time we're kind of going to Mars with this attire that we're going to be this is going to be pushed on us.
This is an interesting point here, because I've caught a number of storylines that they say. One of them is that Mars used to be like Earth, and then a rock hit it, and biomatter basically flung panspermia style, hit the Earth, impregnated it. Now we're here. So it's like we're actually going back to where we came from. But they've been making this correlation between Mars and Earth. But they have said, and Bezos explicitly said this, that before we go into space, we're going to have sustainable authoritarian control here on Earth to keep Earth stable. So, yes, we're going to Mars here and out there.
Oh, man, and people are going to want to leave Earth to go to Mars, and then really go into a fucking underground FEMA camp or some shit.
It's sick. And you know what's interesting, though? The New Age movement, not just Wicca, but the whole occult thing, and even, I guess, the Masonic thing, because these things all overlap. Their whole movement is about this transition from the age of Osiris to the age of Horus, who is the Egyptian god that correlates with Mars. So we're entering into an age where the dominant influence is no longer Apollo, but Mars. So the occultists and the or the space program have the same kind of timeline, which is very interesting. And I predicted last year that 2021, we're going to see people in spacesuits, and it's starting to happen.
Who did you say predicted that? The occultists? The Masons? Who?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. The Aeon of Horus is the backbone of their narrative, the Thelemites. And when you get into NASA and the space program's origin, Jack Parson was the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley. And his book of the Law, about the transition into the New Age, specifically said, that the world would be undergoing transformations into the age of Mars, or Horus. So I find it interesting that now their next stop, and they've moved the timeline forward to 2026. The next timeline is, that's right around the corner, but that would be, I think, a defining moment if this is a transition into this new age. And I think the new age and the space age are the same thing. It's just not as overtly occultic. It's disguised with science.
Yeah. Doubling back to the entrepreneurship thing, what are your thoughts on Gary V?
Never heard of it. What is it?
No way! You never heard of Gary Vaynerchuk?
Go ahead and fill us in.
Man, that's crazy. Gary Vaynerchuk is he's a entrepreneur, really biggest guy on the internet for social media marketing. He's always posting content, always positive, good stuff. And I've tried to look at him through a conspiratorial lens and see what's going on. He's Jewish, but other than that, I can't really see what his agenda could be besides to get people to spend time on social media, even if it's for business purposes. But if you don't know who he is,
let me
look into him a bit.
What's his? Spell his name, his last name for me.
VaynerChuck, but he usually just goes by Gary V.
Okay, I know who this guy is. I used to watch all of his videos when I was learning how to do fulfillment by Amazon, and kind of a drill sergeant-y motivational speaker type, very bright guy. And I think I remember him last year. He said he had something to say after Kobe's crash. But yeah, I know who this individual is. I just never heard his last name.
What do you think
before.
about him?
These individuals are influencers. I think that his whole approach and all that, I can't really find fault with it, but I would have to look deeper.
Yeah.
I haven't found anything specifically wrong. I mean, what's wrong with having the attitude that you can succeed? I guess a lot of people, especially conspiracy theorists, researchers, are so jaded that they think everything's rigged.
Yeah.
And why try? That you're stuck where you are because you don't have reptilian blood or whatever. And I'm like, no. I've never found that to be the case. And I've always liked people who are entrepreneurial because they're the ones who don't really care about what's happening. And I try to do that too. I see everybody masking up and it's like, well, maybe I can sell plague masks for a minute and make a dumb statement. It's like you can look at situations for silver linings.
Yeah, and I just want to say, if you really are on your 86th channel, I respect your hustle so much. Like, personally, I'm trying to start an agency right now, and just like just your persistence. Like, I see you do your 24/7 streams. You got the chats mixing. Like, I see you're putting in work, and like, I just feel like people who do these channels, these conspiracy channels, and they're just constantly starting over. You guys have the actual will and drive, like superior to others, because a lot of other people just give up because they're having to start over all the time and shit.
Yeah, I think in a way this channel as a network has evolved, and that was an important thing with the becoming decentralized early on, because I'm thinking eventually, if we're right about many of our different theories about what's to come, they're going to kill the internet in some way. So we kind of made it a point early on to kind of create a real network. And without that, yeah, you lose one channel, it's difficult to build it back up, and it's disheartening if you put time and hours and work and they pull the plug on it. It's like being fired, but you don't have a boss that fires you. It's some anonymous collective. It's like digital Antifa's burning down your site.
Yeah, man, big salute for real. But what else do I want to mention? What are your thoughts on Nipsey Hussle?
Okay, this is an interesting one because I don't think Nipsey Hussle is dead, based on my analysis of the actual death scene. And there's other layers to the story that make me think that he was portraying a character on the world stage like a movie, kind of like any other Hollywood movie, but portrayed through entertainment media, TMZ. So they create this fictional persona and they kill him off. And I noticed that they announced he would have a posthumous album release, and they announced it on the solstice, this winter solstice, which is kind of
this winter?
This last winter solstice, they announced that there's a new album coming out by Nipsey Hussle. Well, it wouldn't be new, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Nipsey, he makes me think, like, what was really going on? Because I didn't know who Nipsey Hussle was until after he died. And when I looked into his life and how much work he put in, how much work he put out, and what his message was, it's just another one of those things like what I was kind of trying to get at with you with Gary Vaynerchuk, is these people seem like the message they put out is so correct that, are they like the good Masons? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are they playing on the light side within this duality, or?
Oh, interesting point, because there's definitely a lot of Masonic stuff around Nipsey, a lot of Blue Lodge symbolism, and we've discussed this on this channel. But yeah, his message overall isn't a really negative one, and the whole marathon store and the whole thing was really entrepreneurial. I thought maybe by killing him, they were sending the message that there is no way out, there is no hope, and if you succeed off your own work and merits, they're going to kill you to make an example. I thought this was done as a demoralizing psyop.
Yeah. I always think just trauma-based mind control, like you do the right thing and we're going to kill him off. But like you said, I think he's alive. He died at 33. He was supposedly shot in the head. There was no blood at the scene of crime. We have this shitty camera footage, and it was in his parking lot where he had cameras and stuff. So.
Oh, look, yeah, I did a piece on him. It's an ebook. It's called, I believe it's called Nipsey's Not Dead, The Jesus Christ Shuffle. And it's about how his entire death was portraying him as like a Christ figure. Even the whole Holy Week narrative was attached to his highly ritualistic death and the marathon-length funeral procession. A lot of interesting symbolism around this character. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's alive. And it turns out that the highest selling rappers of 2020 were all dead. So that should tell you something.
Yeah, yeah. It's crazy. His mom even said at the funeral thing, there was no blood at the scene of the crime. That was like the only thing she mentioned, and that went straight over everyone's heads. But one more thing I wanted to talk about was one thing I've been thinking about lately is this all this lockdown shit and all this accelerated tyranny? Like, are they moving this quick because of blockchain technology?
You know, it's interesting because I'm looking at this as possibly the case that they were planning on this and that this is all controlled demolition. Because a lot of indicators to suggest this, specifically pointing to the emergence of Bitcoin. 33 years ago, they had that Economist cover with the cash burning and the Phoenix is holding the coin. They've been very blatant about this having been planned in advance. And then we had the Black Monday market crashes 33 years apart, 87 and 2020. Both of these highly ritualistic things that tell me how contrived the stuff is.
Yeah. Man, it's hard for me to see holes though in blockchain technology, because the way I see it is, I think it is the way out, but the only like when I listen to people who seem to understand the technology and they're honestly criticizing it, the only real thing you could do to stop blockchain technology would be to destroy the internet or to make it illegal in every country throughout the world, which would mean you need like some type of one world government, which COVID is somewhat exposing how united everybody is.
Good point. I didn't realize that until, I saw this happening with the PSYOP in Wuhan, the overacting, and I thought there's no way. And then 3/11 comes and it's like, wow, we're going to fall for this too. I thought we had some measure of autonomy. And I'm like, well, if we're in a new world order, why should I continue to have this particular president? I'm going to go with Bolsonaro, the guy in Brazil, because I agree with him more. At least he's pushing back. So yeah, the new world order it's definitely in your face now that there's this unified control and there's no autonomy. It's kind of a joke. So as far as this blockchain being a bad or a good thing, I'm not quite sure. I do know that this great reset has been planned in advance, and it's making the case, I think, for most people being obsolete. And I don't know if that means people are going to be phased out slowly or overnight.
Yeah, I think it's going to force us all to be entrepreneurs. I think we're all going to have to just utilize all this automation to basically just create what we want. I don't know. I think I see a bright future. One thing I want to mention is, have you checked top news feed under YouTube recently? Top news?
No, what's under it? What's happening now?
One thing I noticed, so I'm pretty sure you covered this, was that all the White House videos were getting thumbs down like crazy ratios.
Yeah, I have seen it.
Right?
I have seen it, and YouTube was trying to cover it up. It was also just underwhelming as far as attendance, and they try to hide that as well.
Yeah, so I went over Top News, which is under the home screen, and they have all these different popular news outlets, and every video was following that same trend of thousands of thumbs down compared to the thumbs up. And that really gave me a lot of hope, just seeing like people are seeing through the bullshit. And even on Facebook, when I would look at these, I like to go in the comment section and just see how people are reacting to these COVID posts and stuff. And people, I think we may be the majority now.
That's something 2020 has caused this maybe probably unintended effect of, instead of people being cowed by the media and its stories, there's been a lot of pushback and non-belief, and auto-hoaxing is all but mainstream as a way of appropriating the news for people on the internet. And now they're having to put out the bird watch on Twitter. The UN has information volunteers by the tens of thousands trying to control us, trying to dilute our conversations, because I do think the majority know on some level that there's fakery, but it's just a question too of how many people are just so complicit or apathetic, and what's worse, the ones who know it's fake and don't care because they're winning. So there's a lot of it's worldview warfare, I guess we would call it right now. It's like a religious war going on all around us, a war between real and fake's in control at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right about creativity, entrepreneurialism. One of the things with this channel early on is we focused on that because, you do filter out a lot of naysayers and people who are expecting the world to end when you reach for people who are, trying to think not necessarily positively, but, creatively, productively. And recently we've been putting a lot of our energy into the South Pole cartoon series in order to get our most offensive, politically incorrect, and fact-based ideas out there in an uncensorable format.
You play that on this 24/7 thing, right?
Yeah, it gets cycled through once in a while.
Yeah, I keep hearing you mention the South Pole thing. I need to watch that more.
Yeah.
But yeah, we need to be more white-pilled for sure. There's too much black pilling going on, red pilling. We need to understand the truth, but we also need to be optimistic and creative and trying to, we can sort these people. We just have to believe that we can.
That's something I want to bring up too. Black pilling, for people who don't know, red pill is seeing through the matrix. Blue pill is being a total sucker. Black pill is coming to the conclusion that it's all hopeless. And it's a very toxic way of looking at things. But I want to point out that black pill is actually the bluest pill, just looks black. Because if you go along with all the blue pill programming and you follow it through to its conclusion, it is a black pill. So it's not something that somebody of discernment would arrive at.
Yeah. Bro, you should make some auto hoax t-shirts.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I have to do a few. I have a request, and then I owe somebody a shirt. In fact, I have a few, but I'm going to consolidate them and put them up on the store. So Auto Hoax and Auto Believer.
Auto Hoaxer.
I have an Auto Hoaxer mug. Here's one. Just Auto Hoax it. If you go to darkmatter.radio, I have a mug out there. It just says, just Auto Hoax it.
Are you on Shopify? What are you using?
I use Shopify. I've been using it for years, and I use WordPress as well, but their store sucks compared to Shopify, and there's just a number of integrations that you just can't get anywhere else, and I'm actually a true believer in this platform.
Have you been able to run, Facebook ads without them, I'm sure they're coming after your account, you've been able to try that at all?
I've done Facebook, Twitter ads, banned on both. I've been demonetized on everything. Last week, DLive demonetized me. But I have found something else. It's called CC Tip. And it's a way of using cryptocurrency to give micro payments or tips to people in exchange for retweets. And it's all automatic. So you just throw down, $10 worth of doggy coin or something, and you could have any tweet with any message, hashtag, video, retweeted 500 times. So it's a way of getting around the platforms advertising whatever they have. They all have their own advertising system, and it goes over their heads. I've been using it and getting some interesting results.
Yeah, that was one thing that made me look back at the blockchain stuff, is because I'm noticing, so people are leaving YouTube, they're going to DLive, they're going to Parler, all these different platforms. But what I'm noticing where people aren't getting censored again or demonetized again on the new platform is if it's a blockchain platform, like I guess Library is decentralized, I'm not sure, or Tether. I'm seeing people on Tether doing good, which is, I don't understand this technology entirely, but that's what made me question. I was like, this is probably the future for conspiracy theorists, is to move to decentralized platforms where not, the ownership, not one, you can't, I don't know how to explain it.
No, it is the
but
future.
You understand what I'm saying?
We've had to arrive at this conclusion out of necessity, where Infinite Plane Society is engaging in essentially asymmetrical warfare. We cannot be in one place because they will ban us and delete us. And what's happened is we've kind of created a more decentralized presence where I've actually replaced my website. So if you go to infiniteplanesociety.com, it goes to a link tree where it has everything on here at its different link. And you're right about the blockchain stuff. I've moved to Minds from Facebook. because I'm not censored there, and this is
Yeah.
something that's based on the Ethereum network and absolutely censorship free. It doesn't have the same number of people posting endless selfies all day, but the content's good.
It's coming. All right, brother. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, hey, appreciate you calling in and being a listener, and definitely call back anytime.
All right, see you later, brother.
All right, excellent caller there. 833-311-1984 brought up a lot of interesting points. I agree with him entirely about the black pill. I think it's time to just properly categorize the black pill. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going? Lickety Split, how you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, what's your take on the previous caller's take on the black pill?
The black pill part, I didn't hear as much because I was so taken by the chat. But I heard you guys. I did hear his, I wanted to talk about his, he was talking about how GameStop and all these, the whole thing with Robinhood, and basically he was talking about how they're taking over, just like with YouTube. It's kind of like they're taking over the whole entire trading and policy system. So like with YouTube, they start to do soft censorship through YouTube. So you privatize a platform, now they can, block you and everybody else. Same thing with COVID. Now corporations can start telling us, to put masks on or maybe to take a vaccine eventually. So now they're doing the same thing with these trading companies where it'll be privatized and then they can just cut you off from trading just like that because, it's private. We all respect private rights. And so they're taking advantage of that whole notion of private rights. So that whole thing stinks. I just want to make one more connection with that. BlackRock. So the government directly did this whole thing. BlackRock, which is BlackRock Inc., it's a hedge fund. It's the world's largest hedge fund. The government just assigned them the duties of the Federal Reserve Bank for our country. So they kind of run the country basically at this point. Anyway, they hold 13% of GameStop shares. So they just enriched their own private company with this whole thing. Meanwhile, they just started this whole firestorm of, left versus right, this Antifa, this is great populist takeover, or, this is bad, or this is good, blah, blah, blah. So a lot of shit just happened with this little Robinhood GameStop thing. So yeah, I just wanted to comment on that.
Now, did you happen, I know it's probably a minor point, but Robinhood's CEO, Vladimir, how old is he, do you think? Take a guess.
Vladimir is the name? Jesus Christ. I guess 33.
That's correct. And Vladimir is,
oh man.
Not only that, but he's a spitting image of Keith Gill, the guy who kicked off the whole thing on Reddit in the first place, the initial instigator here, who sparked the spike.
Yeah, there's 33 is all over this thing. There's also, so the unsellable shares, the shares that won't be sold of GameStop, it's also 33%. So these are shares held by BlackRock and Vanguard and something else.
Now, let me say
something.
They
add up to 33%.
Let me say something quick about BlackRock. I'm glad you brought that up. So for people who don't know, I brought up that there were two consecutive Black Monday market crashes, 87 and 2020, 33 years apart. Each of these were preceded by a Burning Man in front of the White House, a guy setting himself on fire, 33 years apart.
Yeah.
Burning Man is code for Phoenix or Christ 33, and it means reset. So you had the Burning Man, and then you had 33 Burning Man festivals from 86 to 2019. Now, here's how it all connects.
Yes, and Burning Man. Go ahead.
Well, you probably know it. Burning Man happened at Black Rock, Nevada. So
Black
Rock City. So the story here that we're being told, though, is that they were ritually burning the man. This was ritually, they were about to destroy the financial system. And I think that ritual in Black Rock and the ritual burning of the guy, because the guys who burned themselves in front of the White House, and the last guy who did it was 33 years old. You can look this up, 2019, at the election.
And everything, this is everything that you've talked about for a while, and it's true. And the BlackRock with Burning Man is so important because that's where you have your big connection with BlackRock, because BlackRock also goes further. BlackRock is also like a metaphor for like an asteroid, so it's something that destroys. And then once something is destroyed, as you know, the Burning Man would symbolize the rebirth.
Yes.
So we have all these little things connected just with this BlackRock and this Burning Man and 33.
Yeah, two more things.
Everything is, it's just...
The two guys that actually protested were protesting capitalism. So they were protesting one guy was against Reagan, the other guy was against Trump. And then, of course, you said that BlackRock retained 13% shares of GameStop. 13 is the reset number, the number of death and...
Oh, exactly. Yeah. When I saw that 13, I'm like, oh, here we go. And then I saw 33, I was like, oh, great. I mean, there's so much more. The owner of BlackRock Inc. is described in Business Week. I just read it. You can go look it up. He's described as a technocrat. Like, his name is Larry Fink. So, terrible last name. So there's just so much shit that stinks about us. I mean, Robin Hood, like, who the hell's Robin Hood? Like, Che Guevara? Like, it's the same socialist bullshit.
Dude, listen to this. Robin Hood CEO, 3:30 a.m. to put up $3 billion. Lost 33 million.
Oh, triple three.
They're all over the place.
Triple three. That's even more evil. Yeah.
Oh, and check this out. One other kind of a side note, but related. Bill Gates' father was an attorney for Black Cube, the intelligence agency.
Yes, and okay, I'm glad you said that, because BlackRock, and we're getting back to the asteroid and destruction and rebirth myth. BlackRock is also the Saturn. It's a reference to that rock in Mecca. The Saturn, which is the black cube, is a symbol of Saturn, and they all walk around it and do whatever the fuck they're doing. But inside of the black cube is the black rock, which is supposed to be an actual meteorite. So that's what, it's not just like a symbol, it's like a literal, that's what they think. And if you go look at it, it looks like a vagina, of course. It starts to, because everything ultimately comes back to this whole...
Yeah, that's right.
People
will look at these occult ritual things, and they'll notice the obvious obelisks, shaft of bell, shaft of ball. They'll notice the obvious things like that. But no, there's lesser obvious features. But it's definitely God and Goddess. And you're right about Saturn being symbolized by the black cube. I also want to point out that CubeSats, I think ultimately is just part of this Saturn worshipping cult. It's not a coincidence that Elon Musk wants to put 42,000 CubeSats in space. 42 is a code for Saturn. And then, of course, Mr. Satan is an anagram for, well, what is it? Starman, who's the guy in the Tesla Roadster. So the man who fell to Earth, Mr. Satan, all this stuff is very much encoded. You'd almost get the idea that these technocrats are a bunch of Satan worshippers.
Yeah, and apparently they're visually literate, as you were talking about also. But also I got to point out, somebody was talking about in the chat real fast, something really quick about Pizzagate. I just have to make one point about Pizzagate. It's all bullshit unless they talk about foster care and DCFS and their involvement in any kind of pedo ring. If you don't hear about that when you're hearing about Pizzagate, it's bullshit. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, that's appropriate, because I was going to bring this up. Now that Q has dropped the ball, apparently, I mean, maybe there's a chance for Trump to come back.
Oh my God,
yeah. If Q dropped the ball, who's going to save the children? Are the people who stood down while the white hats did it, are they going to continue to stand down, or are they going to save the children? And I'm very curious to see, are the QAnoners going to continue the mission, or are they done?
Yeah, John Podesta is going to rescue the children. That's who's going to do it, probably. QAnon also, I don't know if you ever saw that. I just want to throw this out there, too, that they had, there was an article about a QAnon killing a sovereign citizen. So I found that really, really fascinating. I don't know what that means, but it was something interesting. But anyway, that's pretty much all I got.
Cool. Appreciate the call very much. No, you're right about the this foster care thing and real victims being overlooked with this sensationalized stuff.
Oh yeah.
So that's important. Like, I mean, the truth is, a lot of it's just virtue signaling. I mean, you look in the back seat or in the passenger seat of Greta's car, and it's just trash and rappers. They don't really live sustainably. It's all just a show.
Yeah.
We'll see. But anyway.
Yep. Yeah, and again, Robin Hood, again, all that's a good example of all the COVID era money printing. All that shit just went to Wall Street. One more thing, too, is Robin Hood, let's remember in the story, he was a lord. If you're a lord in England, it's just one lord versus another lord. That's all it was. It's just a bunch of Wall Street guys versus a bunch of Wall Street guys, the biggest hedge fund being BlackRock. So anyway, all right, that's all I have for now. I'll talk to you later.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, I don't really hold up Robin Hood to be up as a hero anyway. I'm more of a John Galt. Because Robin Hood, I guess it makes sense in that context. They live in the woods, they're being exploited. But the idea of robbing the rich and giving back to the poor, it's very Occupy Wall Street, very Marxist. And it assumes that the wealthy are wealthy because they took from the poor, they stole from the poor, and that it's taking back. But that's not necessarily the case. Now, I haven't seen the article about the QAnoner killing the sovereign citizen, but wouldn't surprise me. The media right now is roasting QAnoners who are openly coming out saying, we're sorry, Anderson Cooper, for believing that you eat babies. And in fact, I have something about that. Someone sent me a comment. Here it goes. The apology to Anderson Cooper sounds like it may have been under duress, if not controlled opposition altogether. No one exists in media as long as Anderson Cooper, surrounded with pedovores. It would make too much sense for him to instead actually be ultra dark, portraying a worker of light all these years on a national stage. Adding to the fact that they would let predators they caught go after an interview because I don't know what he's talking about, but what he's talking about here is Anderson Cooper is actually still a baby eater, and that the guy who confessed to being, apologetic for concluding that Cooper was evil, that it was a confession under duress. I'm thinking more like crisis actor. The guy went too far. He said, not only do I believe that Cooper is a baby eater, but I actually believe that the blue avian aliens have sided with the deep state, and then the white hats are siding with the Pleiadians. The space war narrative was very much built into the QAnon thing if you go deep enough. And it's not over yet, just so you know. Many who are following it closely still believe that there is no president, that Biden is doing something akin to a reality TV show, while they hope we forget about the whole thing, but that Trump's going to emerge on the world stage on March 4th and become the first president of a brand new America. Not sure if you've heard that. We may get into that a little bit. Coronavirus vaccines are the new selfies. I have coronavirus fatigue. I think a lot of you do. But there's always more. Now they're having people take selfies while getting their vaccines. I'm waiting until they start having people do selfies. We've had selfies on the hospital bed from day one. Have you noticed that? How many patients have you seen, on the hospital bed dying of the disease, but they still log into Instagram? Like, where do they charge their phone? And how unsanitary are smartphones? So you're on a smartphone, unsanitary, in the most unsanitary places on earth, hospitals, and you're taking selfies while you're dying? Doesn't make sense to me. I'm waiting for people to start taking selfies when they get Klaus Schwabbed, the new style of testing. I'm not sure what you would call those. If you have any ideas for what you would call a COVID test selfie, put it in the chat. Commenter says it's April the 3rd or March the 5th. See, the thing is, the goalpost with QAnon keeps moving. And at some point, the QAnoners are going to stop standing down, and they're just going to take over the whole movement, this military operation. And they're going to save the children. Let's see. Let's move on. Steve Vasilev says, Tim, do you think Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Larry King were the same person? No. I've heard that many, many, many times. Like they both wear glasses, similar age, similar hair, combed back. But no, I don't see any connection between the two of them. For one thing, Larry King's skull is like twice the size of hers. There's no way. Now, she could be Larry wearing a big skull headpiece thing, but that would just be awkward. So, no, I don't think that's the case. Commenter said Hunter Biden started a rap label after Bo. Oh, yeah, Hunter Biden becoming an artist. Great pivot into something sensible. Like, you have no context for a guy who goes around the world whoremongering and smoking crack, living like he has no cares in the world. But now he's an artist, so he gets something of a pass, I guess. Tim, did you talk about Biden's slave creature yet? Oh, during the debate, the slave creature that was sticking out of Biden's arm, supposedly it was a crucifix that he put there to remind him of Bo. And we're jerks for bringing it up, supposedly. I've seen it. I think The Fly was augmented virtual reality. I wouldn't be surprised if that little thing you saw was an AVR crucifix. It looked like something you'd see on the space station, the way it was moving. Although it kind of, if you don't know what we're talking about, Joe Biden had a thing coming out of his sleeve. And I have a lot of people sending me more evidence, by the way, regarding who Joe Biden actually is. Okay, here we go. Fact check, Biden was wired using an earpiece. Okay, so people thought he was wired because he was acting like he was wired. And they did see this thing in the wrist. It says here, social media users shared what they believed was evidence that Biden was using some sort of electronic aid during the debate. It says here, after he pulls his hand out from underneath his blazer, there's something on his wrist. And I have a couple images of it. They think it was a wire. I think that's what most people thought. I didn't think it was a wire. I jumped to alien, appendage, tentacle. And if you see it, it does look like a microphone. It also kind of looks like a small snake head, like something that would come out of the mouth of Alien in one of these movies. Definitely an appendage. It's prehensile. It's intelligent because I think it saw the lights, saw the audience, had a little bit of stage fright, and it went right back in. Very strange. But here's what we've concluded about Joe Biden. No Lobes Joe, we'll call him. Because there's Lobes Joe and No Lobes Joe. And I believe that Joe kind of told on himself with a little joke that he made when he was accepting the position. He was talking about how it should have been Bo as president, not me. And, of course, Bo is his son who died at 46. So my contention is Bo was phased out. He was removed from the world stage at 46 to become president, 46. And that Joe Biden is not there anymore. I don't know what happened, dead or alive, Epstein Island, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure his son took over, and plastic surgery doesn't explain all the differences. Not even close. Plastic surgery has pretty much caused a lot of people to overlook some of the strange anomalies. But no, the more I look at it, and you're probably going to agree with me when you start comparing their skulls. And I'm talking about Bo Biden and the new version of Joe Biden. Bo Biden looks a lot like the new version of Joe Biden. Like quite a lot. Within the skull structure. And that's the other thing too. Plastic surgery doesn't change your skull. And I would say that the new Joe's got a smaller skull, narrower, consistent with the size of Bo's. Okay, so this is Greta Thunberg. Well, it's a comparison. A lot of people thought that she looked like the guy in the Capitol with the funny double goatee and the big stick. All these characters are actors who are sent in by Jimmy Kimmel to create the illusion of a siege. But I can assure you, there were more cameramen than radical QAnoners. I'm not sure yet. Is that Greta in a, again, with a fake double goatee, or maybe a real one? She just didn't shave it. I don't know. But she did say she's through with her handlers now that she's 18. Right after that, the riot at the Capitol happened. Others have compared Adam Lanza, aka David Hogg, to Senator Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. So if you're looking at the screen here, they do seem to have more than just a passing resemblance. Same arms. See, David Hogg gave up his arms. All right, let's see what else we have. These people are all just so phony, if you ask me. This one here, though, has been debunked. Stop sending this. This is not me. A picture purported to be Greta Thunberg smoking a cigarette. Not her. Art Cook says maybe Bo is playing Joe because Joe has been locked up by Q. No, okay, so if you look into this thing, this whole death faker phenomenon, this would have been pre-planned in the script long before they executed it. That would be my thoughts on it. That this wasn't something unexpected. He was trained for it. Thus the age. And it also fits in with this duality. You know, you have the two twin pillars, J and B, Jacob and Boaz, the black and the white Masonic pillars. And every time you see pictures of Bo and Biden, or Bo and Joe, they are, I'll show you. They're often side by side with their arms stretched out, his left, his right. And it reminds me of the double-headed eagle thing that we're always seeing. And it would fit in with the duality. One dead, one alive. Their weird Kabbalistic spell seems to fit with all their numbers and everything else. But what I'm saying is, if you look at Joe Biden's face when Bo was still around, that was Loeb's Joe. Different skull. Then you look on the left, and you can't tell me that Bo doesn't look much more like the new version of Joe. Strange, right? Maxwell Cooper agrees. Bo looks more like Joe than Joe does. 100%. I mean, this would explain it. This would explain why he's very Joe-ish. And it also explains a few other things about his the shape of his head, even the temples. Like, I see it. I can't unsee it. I think it fits. I think it explains a lot. In fact, someone, I think it was... If it had played radio, hey caller, do you think that Joe might actually be Bo?
Hey, Tim, hey, it's Quincy the pilot.
Oh, awesome. Good to hear from you. So everyone who is listening, this is Quincy the pilot. You've called before on the flat earth topic. I hope that's what you want to talk about today.
Well, guess what, Tim? I just spoke to a pilot that flies a U-2, okay? And this pilot said that when he's between 60 and 70,000 feet, that there are so many weather balloons that he has to dodge around them. Meaning there's weather balloons that are higher than the commercial air travel.
Okay, so
that makes sense.
That is incredible. No, actually, this is what I would have expected, but I've never heard anything to corroborate that. But I figured, well, outer space orbit, low Earth orbit, is usually the explanation for these satellites, and I'm suggesting what's more likely, that they're dangling from balloons or that they're zipping around at impossible speeds. And people have seen balloons falling down. In fact, just the other day, someone sent me a Simpsons episode where the Fox satellite was hanging by balloons. So it's always been an inside joke. But you're saying between 60 and 70,000 feet, they've got to deal with balloons up there, aka satellites then, right?
And he tells me that it surprised him, and the first time he starts to fly that high, and that he has to dodge around them. And then he showed me pictures of him at 120,000 feet, where the sun is close. It's right there. Yeah. So I wanted to say that, and I want to say too that the AE map, right? the AE map, the flight instruments that are based on navigation are still degrees in a circle. So the AE map is literally based on what we use to fly as our heading.
Okay, that's interesting. So for people who don't know what the AE map, he's referring to the map where it's centered around the North Pole and everything is scattered outward. So you get a visualization of it flat on a flat map. You can see all the land at once. It's not hidden by the curve, which someone in the chat here mentions that in the stealth simulator, there's no curvature on the Earth.
Okay.
Interesting point
That
there.
would make sense. Also, Tim, I want to call out hoax on dancing robots, CGI.
Okay, yes. I know a lot of people on Twitter were falling for that one. I happened to watch some videos by Boston Dynamics, so I knew that they were using CGI to present things that they just can't do right now. And I was watching it just stunned, like everybody's falling for it. They're actually questioning.
Okay, good. Yeah. Because I think the idea is to put it out there and give people the perception that they're further ahead than they really are. To almost have it seem like we need. They always need our consent. So for them to put out these fake CGI dancing robots is going to allow it to do for us to make that possible.
Yes, I see what you mean with that. A lot of what they do with CGI, though, is so sophisticated these days that people don't know the difference. And I think that this is one of the major deceptions of our time, how the multitudes have been rendered visually illiterate. And anything they see on the screen, they assume it to be real. They don't reality test it. And I think this is creating a schism. Like, quite literally, our society has had like a schizoid break from reality as a result of this. And hey, I've got a couple commenters here. They heard you say you were a pilot, and we're having this conversation about high altitude. Why don't you briefly here explain to people your background as a pilot, just so they know where you're coming from?
Well, I'm a flight instructor. My name is Quincy Carr. I've been flying planes over 20 years. I used to fly for the news. I used to fly banners. And now that I teach, I actually incorporate flat Earth into all of my students' knowledge. For one, it makes them better pilots, because if you're not flying it, if you're not flying the plane flat, you're not flying it at all. I mean, I had a student for the first time, never been in a plane and he flew it, and I say, look outside, because your eyes are natural gyroscopes. So your eyes can perceive the horizon better than the airplane's instruments can.
Okay, interesting. I hadn't thought about that. And the horizon, even at that height, if you're watching the news or in any sort of movie, they get above 30,000 feet and the horizon's bent. And that's why people think you can see a curve. And it's such a common misconception, but we constantly got to bring it up.
No, Tim. There's pilots. Pilots are telling me I've seen a curve, even though I know that they have it. So it just goes to show you how strong, because I used to be one of those pilots where someone said, "Hey, you know what? Q, the world's flat." And I said, no, it's not, because you can see the curve. The next day, Tim, I went flying and looked for the curve and didn't see it.
Right.
Okay.
Right. You know what? It's powerful.
So
what you can have though as a preconception. So like Felix Baumgarten did that jump where he's in New Mexico and it looks like he sees the whole world, but it's just part of he's really just a few miles up. The point is, I remember thinking, okay, this guy went to space, and I just never questioned it. So that's a blind spot for a lot of people. They never question some of these basic things. And the idea that they've given us a false perception of the Earth's curvature. I mean, and this is one of the things that they're constantly trying to reaffirm. Oh, it's curved.
Well, see,
I've seen
too,
the curve.
Tim, the more that I learn about what I don't know, it's the idea that, and because I'm a flight instructor, I'm a teacher, right? So you can't teach someone something if they think that they already know it. And so a lot of people think that they know it's a ball or they know it's a sphere. So it makes them like, it's hard to almost unlearn or humble yourself to say, hey, you know what? I don't know this. So until anyone can admit what they don't know, then you can't find out what to know.
Yes, you're right about that. It's like Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. And this explains why people get lost. You know, they don't want to admit they're wrong, and they can find their way back, and they just get worse and worse. And yes, it takes you have to be humble enough to say, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I can consider it from a different point of view. And I'm always testing stuff. Even from my window, I can see this windmill farm. These things are 262 feet tall, and they're 85 miles away, and I can see them. And when it's near the evening, and they are not leaning away from me. So I'm thinking, at a minimum, if I'm looking at towers 85 miles away, shouldn't there be some sort of a tilt or something? But no, they're completely vertical, no matter how far away.
Well, Tim, get this. When it comes to navigation or planning or time, right, or landscaping, no one ever, like, when do we ever use the globe model for any sophistication measurements? Never. But if the world were really a globe, everything would have to be taken into consideration. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's
the model of the globe is just a model. So when you design a house, or you fly a flight plan, or you're in a ship, or you design train tracks, none of that stuff comes into effect. And if the world really were a sphere, that would have to play into effect. But because the world's flat, it doesn't. A globe is just a toy for small minded kids. You gotta see how they always treat us like children.
Oh, you know what? Every single time the ISS opens itself up for interviews, they only take questions from children. And it's always done in a very condescending way. I decided to become an astronaut when I grew up because, or this is what we had for lunch today. They never ask serious questions. They never have adults do it. It's always condescending. And I think it's because they want us to have a childlike epistemology.
And then, Tim, too, as a pilot, like, I fly with a lot of pilots, like, it's professional. Like, we have to go through procedures and checklists, and like, it's like, if the folks that they send to space are always just regular people having a fun time up there, it's like if you were really at space, like, that couldn't happen. Also, I want to call out Elon Musk with his rocket Falcon 9 that landed in the ocean the other day. He's busted. I told that to all of my students. They had no answer. I said, hey, why is Falcon 9 landing in the ocean? I'm done, Tim. Because they always go in the ocean.
Right. This is the old trick. Even with this new Starship, it looks like a blimp when it moves back down. We're supposed to believe you have this massive monolithic tower, this massive edifice, just landing gently and elegantly like a ballerina. It's like, no, it's CGI. They're using airships. It's all a magic show, and people.
Well, again, there's model planes and there's real planes. There's model rockets and there's real rockets. Show me a model rocket that lands straight down vertically. So somebody online tried to design a model rocket and land it like the way they do it, and they couldn't do it.
Okay, I found something.
You know,
I found something regarding the space shuttle program where on one of their videos they were claiming that they were recording their external tank as it fell down to the earth, but they were using a handheld camera, and from the point of view of the handheld camera, it actually looked like you were looking up into the sky, not down through the clouds at the ocean.
Right.
And the external tank looked like a blimp just kind of casually floating. Well, somebody found in one of these old NASA videos on their own footage, you can actually see a blimp recovery plane pass right by the space shuttle's external tank.
Again, you're the one that told me NASA is invested in what? Helium, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Helium
so
and
now
I mean, really,
so
that
now
tells
we
it
got
all.
the weather balloons that are up there with helium, and then we have these external tanks. Also, on the space shuttle, the older space shuttle, right? I'm not quite sure if you know about the code in NASA about what the 6 space shuttles mean.
Actually, why don't you? I remember William Cooper had put something together, but yeah, why don't you recite that for us? Because yes, there's a code
there's
there.
6 space shuttles, right? And and I'm gonna put them into a sentence so that you understand that the 6 names tell a part of the plan of this whole space, cult program. It's a Colombian enterprise to endeavor the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed.
Right, and that's the names of all of the different shuttles. And this is all very significant, too, when you look at the dates. For example, Challenger explosion happened this week, about 35 years ago. That was the 19th anniversary of Apollo 1, where they also burned.
Oh, wow.
Then this was also the anniversary week of the Columbia explosion. And then last year, this week, SpaceX... Yeah, and last year, this exact week, SpaceX blew up intentionally. They blew up Falcon 9. They said they were sacrificing it to the Dragon. And it was also the week of Kobe Bryant's crash. So like the last week of January, this period of time seems to be a time that you have a lot of these fiery deaths where they fall. And this has been the case with all of these various NASA hoax explosions, fake deaths. These things are ritualistic, is what I'm saying. And they're taking place at the same time of the
exactly.
year.
And to me, I wonder if part of it falling into the ocean is a part of it too. It's that Phoenix, that rebirth, or how many times did you hear a story where did they found someone dead in a pool? So I wonder if like these, them falling down or sending these rockets up into into the ocean is also still ritual.
I think it would have to be. I've looked into this quite extensively at the various ways of the sun worship cult, how they represent their sun god, and one of their main symbols is the obelisk. And my contention is that the rocket is the new obelisk, same cult, just new outward appearance. And so the story is the sun god challenges the darkness. He's the challenger, and every night he gets destroyed.
Wow.
And then he's reconstituted.
Wow.
Okay. So the challenger being destroyed is the
which is why the challenger, well, the folks from the challenger are still alive because it was never about them going in space. It was just about ritual.
Exactly. I think what they've done here is if you look at the symbol of the obelisk around the world, how it's represented, it's not a coincidence that all these rockets from Saturn V, the Apollo mission, these are all referencing sun gods. And on the 50th anniversary of the Apollo mission, they actually projected the Saturn V onto the Washington Monument. So yeah, I'm suggesting it's all ritual.
Wow, really?
The burning obelisk, you have to look into this. Over there in DC, there's this thing called Catharsis at the Mall, where they do a Burning Man festival at the obelisk, at the Washington Monument. And the Burning Man, the obelisk, these are both symbols of the sun god. And the phoenix represents the same thing. And this is where you get, of course, reset. The term reset they're using, it refers to this destruction and then the reset. And I kind of see America as the challenger in this story. In order to rebuild Atlantis, to solidify the New World Order, the way they're telling the story, the challengers to the system need to be destroyed. And so I kind of think that's what we're looking at as well.
Nice, Tim. That's good, Tim. That's good. Good. Okay. Just also, do you have any info on Biden? And is this him or is this not him? Is this a super deep fake, or where are we in terms of the world stage?
Yeah, this one's a tricky one. I mean, this is the thing. We're supposed to accept what we see on the screen, but what happens when it just doesn't look like the person and their explanations don't add up? And I'm still looking at this thing so critically that nothing's going to convince me at this time that I wouldn't place a bet on it right now that this is the same guy that was Joe Biden. Many think it's a body double. I'm sort of leaning towards this explanation that possibly Joe Biden is being portrayed by his own son, Beau Biden, who supposedly died at 46.
Beau Biden. Portrayed by his son. Okay.
I know this is far-fetched. I know that. However,
hey. It's a clown world where they want you to wear 4 masks. So I mean,
yeah, exactly. Who here is making more or less sense? And if you look at the two of them together, I'm looking at Beau, who supposedly died at 46. Now, when Joe got his nomination, when he was giving a speech, he cried and he said, "It should have been Beau as president, not me." And it seemed like a duper's delight moment. So I kind of think, I'm like, if anybody could portray his own father and the ears, the whole thing, I'm like 90% on it.
Wow. Beau Biden is Joe Biden. Beau Joe. Interesting, sir.
Yeah, interesting theory here. I'm going to stand by it until somebody can prove otherwise, because what else we have to go off of? Joe Biden's apparently a hologram at some points. I mean, this whole thing is so fishy. Lack of transparency.
And where do you see them going? Like, do you see them trying to play the Joe Biden, Joe Biden to the Kamala Harris, or how do you see it playing out?
Yeah, I hate to say this, but if I'm reading based on my readings of the story, the Metascript, and all these different narratives, I would not be surprised if this whole thing was to bring about Kamala Harris 47, and maybe they'll do something drastic and blame it on right-wingers to make that happen. But yeah, I think that we're being set up for a major psyop. There's just...
Okay, exactly. And I'm right there too.
Right, okay. And even Alex Jones, he went out there to DC. He met General Flynn, who's like one of the main QAnon figureheads. And while he was there, he gave a speech and he said, "We're going to get Joe Biden out of the office one way or the other." So he already put it out there narrative-wise. So I'm waiting for President Kamala.
Right. And suggested if there's any Q people that are on board, I knew Q was a psyop 3.5 years ago when they asked Q, "Is the earth flat?" And Q said no. That's how I knew, okay, you're a psyop.
Hell yeah. Ultimate litmus test right there. Ultimate litmus test.
And again, this is 3.5 years ago, Tim. So...
Awesome. Hey, you saved yourself. I mean, you really did. And I was the same opinion. I said, if he's not going to call out the crisis actors, I'm not going to believe that he's an authentic source, because that's an even deeper secret than anything the conspiracy theorists are talking about.
Right, exactly. Anything else? Well, Tim, Cool beans, man. If I find any more flat Earth pilot clues or anything else, man, I'll be sure to keep you informed, sir.
Absolutely, Quincy, and definitely call back. Our chatters here love hearing from you, and what you brought up about the balloons is quite stunning. So I'm glad I can add that to the list of things to look into. Thanks again.
I'll definitely talk to you soon, sir.
Awesome. All right, everybody, that's Quincy Carr. He's called in a few times. He's a pilot instructor right now, and he was describing how a friend of his, a U-2 pilot, had remarked that there are balloons that they have to watch out for when they get above 60,000 feet. So how do you make sense of that? And what's more likely? You know, I think Occam's razor really solves this one. What's more likely, that you have orbiting routers going 17,000 miles per hour, just whizzing around, completely covering the globe with internet coverage, or is it more likely that these things are just dangling from balloons, which is much simpler? Lickety Split says, nice to hear from you. I think the balloon thing is hearsay. I don't know. I think it's one step removed from hearsay. The guy with the U-2 pilot didn't call, but what would be the incentive there? You know, I don't think there's anything challenging about that proposition at all. In fact, I think we could substantiate it, which is why I want to look into it. My take on Beau Biden, obviously, this whole election, well, I have election fatigue. I have COVID fatigue. You know, here's something I wanted to bring up with Quincy, and I didn't get to. In 1955, the U.S. Air Force International Geophysical Year Satellite program, called Needle in the Sky, was performed across the world for thousands of amateur astronomers, volunteer astronomers across the world, to practice observing low Earth orbit satellites. In other words, before there were any satellites, they were being simulated with flashlight lamps dangled from airplanes. And this just proves that it's possible. Take a listen.
Of the familiar household tool known as the plumber's helper. $2 worth of parts you can purchase at any hardware store. When this strange and unglamorous device, endearingly called the bug, is towed through the night skies behind a civil air patrol plane, it appears almost exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth.
It looks exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth. Wait a minute, this was 2 years before Sputnik.
Parts you can purchase at any hardware store. When this strange and unglamorous device, endearingly called the bug, is towed through the night skies behind a civil air patrol plane, it appears almost exactly like a real Earth satellite hundreds of miles above the Earth.
So, one, it's possible to fake these things. If you have any doubts about whether or not it's fakeable with regards to the space station, people say, well, there's no way you could fake a light in the sky. It's called a flashlight. And it's really easy. And this was done for the benefit of astronomers. So you had people on the ground going through a simulation of low Earth orbit.
All across the country, the volunteer Civil Air Patrol crews began flying training missions for their fellow volunteers of Operation Moonwatch. In more than 100...
Operation Moonwatch. Again, simulated satellites.
100 isolated locations throughout the country, Moonwatch stations like this were set up by volunteer astronomers. And it takes the help of hundreds of volunteers the country over to collect the data which becomes available from a satellite streaking around the Earth in outer space.
You may be wondering why all the excitement.
See, there you go. Again, we're looking at simulation. So you're supposed to believe that 2 years after this, they did it for real. And it worked exactly the way they thought it would. But I want to introduce this word into the auto hoaxer lexicon. The word is fakeable. Is it fakeable? Because that opens up all kinds of cans of worms, if you think about it. Because some people don't think things are fake. Oh, there's no way you could fake the moon landing. Somebody would have told somebody would have spilled the secret. We would have figured it out by now. You know, they say this stuff but Let's see. Let's move on. Just showing you. Yes, it's fakeable. It can be done. It has been done. A follow-up too. This is a channel I like to promote on this as often as I can. This is Sturgio Studios 10. Difficult to wrap one's mind around, I think. I watched all of his videos, and it's an interesting theory because he's put a lot of work into it. It deserves a thorough debunking. If you're going to just dismiss it, I think you're missing the point. Because what he has done is he's come up with this interesting concept of the moon, where the moon is actually something of a projection, or rather a reflection of the Earth below, which is a very simple way of putting it. But anyway, he's correlated the craters on the moon with land masses below, suggesting that the lit areas of the moon are where the water is. His explanation is pretty succinct here at the beginning of this video, but my point is this. He has put a lot of time into these correlations. So you take the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, and superimpose it over part of the moon, and it does seem to be the case that 6 of our continents, sans Antarctica, do seem to align with craters on the moon. What this would suggest is that there are many more continents than we're allowed to know about. It would suggest that there's a continent within the area covered by the globe that we're not privy to. And it also would suggest the idea of Antarcticas, plural, which is his term. One of his videos, Many Antarcticas, suggests that there isn't one, but rather multiple areas on the perimeter of the 6 continents that we inhabit. And then he's gone further to do measurements, distances between the supposed continents that he's identified and other continents to see if these arrangements correlate to what we see on the ground. And it looks pretty good. So it's one of two things. Either Sturgio Studios 10 is 100% correct, or he's a mad genius with a bad case of confirmation bias. But in any case, I think it deserves serious consideration. I would recommend the channel highly. Sturgio Studio 10. I'm going to put some links. See what you think. Cunify says, only morons think the moon face is a projection. Right. Well, I mean, I appreciate your open-minded inquiry here. The whole point of this, though, is that he's not calling it a, quote, reflection. There's a more nuanced explanation for the phenomenon which we observe as the moon. But whatever you think about it, you cannot deny, without being a reality denialist, that there is at least some correlation between the continents we inhabit and this section of craters on the moon. Worth looking into. If you can debunk it, please do. All right, let's move on. That was, again, something I just thought was worth analyzing closely, because it's kind of like with Mousegate. You know, people got really mad because they said there's no way a mouse could be in space on the side of a rocket. It's like, no, of course not. However, maybe you're not looking at an actual rocket in space. Maybe what you're looking at is, I don't know, a CGI representation, a simulation. So I have an image here from Mousegate. Now, if you know what Mousegate is, it's this. There is a mouse on the Merlin engine, and this is one of the SpaceX rockets. So the question here is not whether or not it's possible that there was a mouse on the engine. The question is, who put that CGI rat there? Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, man, it's Adam calling in. I was checking out that Sturgio's channel.
Yes.
Because I saw you mentioned it in Discord, and I've actually watched a lot of it. The music is actually pretty darn good. I just want to say that out front, so that if you're watching it and you don't believe in his proposition, hey, that's fine. But the music's great.
Yes, I was going to
so
say that.
Watch it just for the music.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
And what is your assessment so far?
Well, I wanted to call in because a buddy of mine just came over tonight, and we were watching the videos because just for the music. And I was like, hey, check out these cool maps. How he's got the maps, and we took a screenshot of one, which is really cool because he shows the North Pole and then how the Tropic of Cancer and then the equator and then the Tropic of Capricorn and then the Antarctic Circle, which was the most furthest one out, and it showed this flat, like pizza-looking Earth. And we were looking at it, and we looked at it really closely, and it was strange because I live in Canada, so I could see on the map it actually said Hudson Bay, which is, in Canada we know that's a big part of. It's a very important part. You instantly recognize it. Now, I noticed on the map outside of Hudson Bay, it didn't really connect with, Greenland and Siberia and Alaska seemed kind of like not really where they should be based on, say, if I had a poster on my wall of the globe on the flat, on a poster, or if I looked on a globe. And he was like, well, that doesn't look realistic. But I've watched a lot of his videos. So I've seen some of his videos where he shows how like flight paths, when you're flying from A to B, it's like a straight, it's not really around a curve. It's kind of straight. So I thought of it a little differently, but.
Right. And look, we're looking at this thing from your initial impression. Initially you're going to say, well, this can't possibly be, but we have to remember your frame of reference is already a distortion, one. And then two,
exactly.
Are we looking at foreshortening here? Like there might be some explanations for why the proportions may not be 100%. And of course, we're basing this off of a known fabrication and lie. So again, you trust the maps. Why not? We don't trust the media, so the maps might as well trust something, I guess, right?
And he's got a lot of really good maps in his videos. Different maps from different times, Tartary. I'm not certain he's got Tartary in there, but all sorts of different weird like maps before they were what we perceive them to be today. So I told him about this one video that I saw once. It was by a YouTuber way back in the day called Mr. E, and then his channel got banned like way back in the day, like probably when you used to get banned. You got like some of these old school people who got banned for saying things they shouldn't say way back in the day. Well, he had a channel called Transpocalypse Now. And he talked about like the androgyne stuff a lot, and Madame Blavatsky and Kabbalism a lot. But he did this one video which was about the globe. And so when I talk about the globe, picture a globe that you would go by and you would have it on your desk, and there it would be with a little, and you could spin it around, right? Well, someone actually invented that. And so Mr. E did a video about the invention of the globe. And it was very fascinating because it's totally fake. That's definitely by pedophiles and for pedophiles, if you know what I mean.
Well, okay, when it comes to the globe, yes, we have to remember that, like, this is always what puzzles me. You got these various projections. The one that you grew up with is probably the Mercator, who was friends with John Dee, which is noteworthy, the guy who coined the term British Empire. Very significant there. But you have the Mercator, then you have the Gauls Peter. We have these different projections, and they're very different. And I would like
a magician?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Astrologer, magician, spy.
Yeah.
But
he looked into black mirrors and stuff and talked to demons and shit. Yeah.
Or it might have been an iPhone.
You brought up John Dees before, and he's a very interesting character.
But the thing is, we have these different projections. And my question for any die-hard globe believer is this. Which projection do we see when we look at NASA's photography of the Earth? Is it the Mercator or the Gauls Peter? And there's no answer for that. And I'm wondering, why don't we just let NASA take a picture of the globe and then make a perfect globe based on what we actually see from space. And they don't do that. We're still stuck with these very screwy attempts to force the continents into this limited area.
Well, everybody knows that every single image out of NASA is fake, you know? And when I say fake, I mean, at the very least, it's got a watermark on it and it's been edited. You know, it may not be fake, but it certainly isn't authentic.
Well, it's beautiful.
You've never seen a single authentic image out of NASA in your life because every single one of them goes through a bureaucratic process of processing.
Well, you know, if you go to,
they remove the things they want and they keep the things they do want. You know, it's like
go to a
everything else.
temple.
So I shoot straight to COVIDs, and I say COVIDs. If you see inconsistencies in COVIDs, which everyone I know does, then I say, well, look. If there's inconsistencies in one, and maybe they're lying even about this one thing that we're currently experiencing, because we haven't experienced, 1969 or whatever when they landed the man on the moon, or the 9/11s. A lot of the millennials and whatnot, they haven't actually experienced any hoaxes, but this is the one we're experiencing. So I say, look, if you can grasp concretely, that this is a hoax, well, look, that 9/11 was a hoax. Everyone knows that.
But let's bring up the statue.
And then you can say, well, Sandy Hook was a hoax.
The images,
too.
though.
Okay, and
Look,
then
the
moon
images,
landing,
though.
then you go on.
This is the thing. When people see pictures, it automatically has a sense of authenticity. Statues, iconography, this stuff carries weight. Like body language communicates more than words. And I think there's just a power in religious art. And when I look at NASA's art and SpaceX's CGI, I look at this as religious iconography selling us on heaven. So we go to those priests, but you have the Pope in the past praying to the obelisk, and you go to his opulent place, he can tell you about heaven. Well, now you go to the guy with the rocket, and he can tell you about the new heaven, which is, of course, Mars or whatever. So
it's definitely a fair enough argument, because everything is, for me, there's two things that I look, that I know about, that I look to, which are, transhumanism, that's one, but the other one is astrotheology, right? I mean, these are the bases of the foundation of the Kabbalistic mystery schools that run the world. There's two things that you need to look at: transhumanism and astrotheology. And when you can learn enough and try to pair the two and figure out the agenda, why is space a hoax? Why is COVID a hoax? Why is the financial system a hoax? Why is the education and medical system and blah, 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 blah,
wait, just today, I got a tweet from Elon Musk where he was tweeting about Neuralink, and he's trying to hire people who know something about it. That would be your transhumanism. And the space age is this transition into the new age. And you're right, it's all astrotheological. It's based on the precession of the equinox or whatever, this bigger sky clock that they go by. But I invented a new field of research the other day. It's called astropaleontology. Have you heard this yet?
Astropaleontology, right. Oh, man, I tell you why. Okay, you put something in Discord. I gave you a tip on PayPal, and you were like, hey, I'll paint a picture for anyone that gives me a donation. Okay. If I could get a picture from you, like a painting, it would be the bones flying into space after the comet hit the planet and wiped out the dinosaurs, because that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. So for people who don't know, that's establishment science.
It's ridiculous.
They'll tell you this is science, though. Not what we're. I mean, look, this is they'll say we're crazy for questioning science, even though the scientists are claiming that the asteroid actually sucked the dinosaurs to the moon.
It's tough, right? Because science is, it's actually, unfortunately, the most original religion of all. It precedes religion.
Oh, it's the
You
biggest.
know?
It's the
And-
biggest
and
religion.
so-
I say this. It's the New World Order's religion because it binds everybody. Christian, Catholic, Muslims, and atheists are all going to the space heaven. It's called, Mars or this utopianism, a space communism, because it's also it's not just a geographical change. It's a lifestyle change, and they want to change the way we live here as well. Back really quick to the Sturgio Studios 10. If this is true, what do you think? I mean, what does this make you think the outcome would be if you could prove this thing to be true?
Okay. It's an interesting concept because I heard many, many, many years ago that the moon was plasma, and that's not a crazy thought. That's a very scientific. People are doing a lot of work on that, and it seems to be mostly true that our universe is electric. It isn't. The sun isn't a ball of fire. You know what I mean? It's an electric thing, and it goes back to Zeus and the thunderbolt. Now, there's no such thing as a thunderbolt because there's lightning and there's thunder, right? There's a lightning bolt, and thunder makes a sound. But we have this mythological idea of the thunderbolt, which is unquestionable. And so what is the thunderbolt? And that's sort of this idea of a mythological concept of the sun and all these plasma events in the so-called solar system, right? Now, I question if the Earth is if flat. I don't know about the word flat, but if the Earth is flat and the moon and all the planets are projections on the rounded circle up there, which is Sergio has his diagrams, I'm thinking, how about the solar? Like, if you go further, right? Solar system, galaxy, universe, and all the things. Is it any of it? So let's say it's all kind of weird and flat, and none of it. Because think about it this way.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and let me bring this up really quick though. So for people who want to know what we're talking about, Sturgio Studios 10 is suggesting that the moon is actually telling us what we're on, and that the world is about twice as big as we've been told, if not more. So that's a starting point. Establishment science does say the solar system's flat, with the exception of the 17 degrees off that Pluto would be, if that's a planet. The galaxy's flat, and the universe is flat. So I see the flat cosmography with Earth as just being an extension. And Sturgio Studios 10, his model here would kind of suggest, at a minimum, at least twice as much landmass as we've seen.
I love it. And it really goes straight into the question that I have, which is the question that my friend had when he came over, when we were looking at the map, It's like, well, what happens when you get to the edge? And I was kind of like, logically, well, you would, like, some people don't know, but when you go to the North Pole, the compass goes wild,
So
or so we're told. I haven't been there, but that's what we're told. So wouldn't it be the case that you would just kind of walk near the edge and keep walking? You would keep walking, right? You keep walking. You think you're going east, let's say, but the compass goes wild, and all of a sudden it points to the fucking west or east or whatever. And you're like, oh, I'm still going east, and there you go.
Hey,
but
did
no,
you see what NASA did? Last year they did this thing called, it was for the 50th anniversary of Apollo. They called it Over the Poles Again, or something like that, where NASA actually sent some of their astronauts to go over the North Pole and the South Pole. And this was to prove, again, that we're on a ball. And this was done on the 50th anniversary of Apollo. So I watched this thing.
Astronaut, much is it?
Well, I watched this thing.
It's not really an astronaut.
I watched their flight, and you know what? It was a stage. It looked just as staged as what they gave us. What they give us.
Well, like that video you just showed before I called in about how, like, oh, they're doing, they're going to hang light bulbs up there first to just real quickly check whether or not, they could monitor satellites. Like, really?
Okay, look, here we go. This is from July in 2019. They set a circumnavigation speed to honor Apollo 11, and supposedly they flew over the North and South Pole. Well, I watched this thing, and just like with the space station, they don't show
I have not seen that video.
They don't show you what's going on outside the craft. They don't look out the window. What they do instead is you see the astronauts taking pictures. And I was there calling it fake, and my YouTube channel and my Gmail account was pulled that day. So NASA was controlling this production, even through YouTube. Yeah. They had extra ability to censor us that day.
Extra ability. Well, that's fabulous.
Well, look, you think that when they're on Mars, when they start sending people to Mars, they're not gonna want us on the same internet, mocking them. Like, hey, you guys are obviously beneath Los Angeles or something. They're not gonna let that happen. So I think they're gonna try to censor this idea before 2026, which is the expected date for the Martian trip.
Man, remember back in the day, they had this idea of they were going to send a bunch of people to Mars. This was years ago. I made out with a chick on a couch who apparently qualified for appearing on the show. They have a show in the UK where the people thought they were in space, and then they were like, "Hey, we're not in space," and yeah.
Was she extrovert? Was she an extrovert? And was she also ignorant about science fiction? The reason I ask is that if you look into the show Space Cadets,
I knew nothing about her. We made up on.
Okay, yeah, because in Space Cadets, this was an actual TV show where they convinced 5 out of the 10 people that they were in space. And it said that when they auditioned people to get on the craft, they had to be extroverts who had no interest in sci-fi because they would be easy to fool. Uninhibited.
Interesting. Oh no, she had no. No, she was no. She was not. She didn't read. She was probably illiterate.
Right. Exactly. So she would make a perfect space cadet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they even said it was like just civilians, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This was like 20 years ago, man. So anyway.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the call. What was your original?
Well, I had one more thought that I wanted to share. Okay, so this is why I wanted to call in the first place. Was like I spent a lot of time before the COVID hit speaking to a friend of mine, and he used to live with Jordan Maxwell, right? And we got into some really high level stuff. We talked about a lot of stuff, and we really explored a lot of ideas. And I talked to him about what it, because I heard about this saying a few times. I don't know whether it was Jordan Maxwell or somebody, but they would say some people go through their whole life and they never have an original thought, right? And I heard someone say that, and I was like, geez, I wonder, have I ever really had an original thought? And I don't know, I can't say for sure that any of us ever have, okay? And I don't want to put anything on you. You're a very open-minded guy and explore a lot of ideas, and I think, you've probably had a couple of original thoughts. So explore the idea, and we were talking and we were talking, and it's like, it's through communication between two human beings or more that you get to this point, and you hash things out with each other and you debate, and you don't like this idea or you do, but it's where is, physically the original thought. To me, the original thought is kind of like in the ether. Okay. So that's a word some people may be familiar with. And It might be literal, but it also might be allegorical.
When did that word get phased out? I mean, I have a couple of books. I was doing some research, and I have a couple of books that were talking about these secret societies in Germany in the first half of the 20th century. And one of their rituals makes use of the Tesla coil and also speaks of the ether. And this is, of course, one of these, it's not the Thule Society, but it's something like that. I'll see if I can find the book. But yeah, it's an interesting phrase. We don't hear it so much anymore, the term ether. I hear a lot of mudflutters talking about this and Antiquitech. What's your thought on previous civilizations being more advanced than we are now? Are we a fallen species, or is it maybe just the elite? Did they trip us up 100 years ago and take away all of our best toys? Like, what's the deal in your mind?
Well, the evidence is pretty clear to me that when I go around in the world and I see people wearing masks while they're jogging or on their bicycle or just 24 hours a day, I don't know. I guess they wear them at home. I don't know. I can tell you for sure that we are not any more advanced today than we have ever been in the past. Now, if you say to me that, oh, we have an iPhone, really? Is it really a supercomputer? I'm going to give you an example. If you go on your Windows computer...
Did you hear earlier what I had said about John Dee? Because so John Dee, court astrologer, advisor on the English Voyagers, he coined the term British Empire. But this guy was also known for doing something called scrying, where supposedly he had a black mirror and he was communicating with interdimensionals or beings of light. And it sounds like an iPhone when I hear this scrying mirror. It looks like my iPhone when it's asleep. But, I kind of thought, in a way, it could be alluding to something, like maybe we aren't actually, when they say we are. The year, of course, they might have... that's an interesting little rabbit trail there. I've looked into it quite a lot.
Well, it's fair because let's say these things exist. I mean, I do not question things exist that we don't perceive with our senses. That's common sense. If you've ever looked at
that's not common. Wait, hold on. Let me start with this.
Spectrum.
Let me start with this. Hold on a second. There's something here brought up a second ago. Okay, so whatever people think about the topic of magic or any of this stuff, the fact is, I'm not the one bringing this up. I'm not the one making occult symbolism a part of my life. We're just interpreting what we see. And the astrotheological side of it, the alignment with the dates in ritualistic ways, that's just a fact. And I draw people's attention to the death of George Floyd because that is a very encoded ritual event, and the sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. He's choked for 8:46. 9/11 started at 8:46 a.m. And we've uncovered, through analyzing the media objectively, real patterns, and it all points to the same symbolic system. So I constantly find myself reading into what they actually believe and what they wrote about in the books that were only accessible to people who were a part of these secret society networks. And now we can all access it. So I want to know, what do these crazy people believe? And what are they really doing while they're pretending to prepare us to go to Mars?
I think I can answer that. There is how do I put this? A certain faction in the world that is old. And in the past, and I'm talking about like a long time ago, I'll give you approximation. It's slightly less than 100,000 years ago, but not much. They actually had a war in space. Now, space, I don't know, man, but whatever. They're here today, and what happened was they lost that war. And so they're building back better. I'm going to say it, but that's dumb. Well, why not?
Wait. Building back
There you
better. A minute ago, we brought up George Floyd, and we're talking about ritually encoded events. It is the case that I can't breathe is an anagram for a better China. And I'm like, back then, when it happened back in May, I'm like, a better China, what does that mean? And then I see build back
Well, of course,
better.
you
And
know,
I'm like,
they
okay.
said that this was going to be the century, the Chinese century. They said that like not years ago.
And what's
Right
more,
after 9/11.
okay, build back better ties into this thing of the phoenix, the reset. It has to be brought down first. And then you can also spell build back better with sixes instead of B's if you're using the
I was
lowercase.
watching a video earlier today, and I forget exactly which one it was, but it was older, like, you know, old newsreel stuff. And they're talking about reset, just repeatedly. Reset. And I'm like, oh, God. You know, it's just, so it's what this is. Again, I go back to the 201, you know, this is a reset. It is the reset. Well, what are they resetting? You know, they're resetting humanity because they're going somewhere. They're going to space, right? Why? Because years ago, 75,000 years ago, you know, they fought something in space. When I say something, well, fuck it, man. It's Yahweh, dude. They had a war. They had. And I'm not making this up. I'm kind of telling you a little bit about, like, I don't know it's true, but this is from someone who's, you know, more important than me. It was a long time ago. There was a war against the God, and it was a faction that exists today on this planet. Well, it's the Canaanites. Sorry.
No, don't say sorry. I mean, look, when we look into the symbolism, we look into the nomenclature and all this really flaunting of the order that's behind things, I'm drawn to the conclusion that, you could pretty much point at a certain set of characters or actors on the world stage. This space war narrative is very fascinating because it's a modern take on an older concept. You know, for example, I look at the space station as the Tower of Babylon. All the nations in the world, one language, internet, on a mission from Earth to the heavens, going vertical. And in the Bible, this was the Tower of Babylon, and at this point, God wanted man to spread out, not to go up, and so he tears down the tower. But, you know, I'm looking at these, or something else I'd like to point out, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's the group that tells us we're going to get flooded if we don't correct our pollution. And they're basically repeating the myth of Noah and the flood. So much of what we're seeing today under the guise of science, specifically the doomsday stuff, it's just straight up biblical all over again. And so you're talking about space wars correlating with this war in heaven, and it somewhat rings true with how everything else is. Like angels are obviously being replaced by the modern concept of aliens as these intermediaries and these higher beings that might save us if we're worthy or judge us if we're not.
Well, that's classical philosophy right there. You know, something that's going to save us. That's classic philosophy. Because you know what? No one's going to come to save you. And not only that, but they've done studies on human beings. You know, it's like, hey, if you believe someone's going to come to save you, you're going to be a failure in your life. They know that as a fact. But if you believe that you are the one who's empowering yourself, you will actually be able to do stuff in your life. You know, be a productive human being, possibly moral and ethical as well. Who knows? But if you believe that God's going to come save you, you know what you're going to do? You're going to say to me, and I've heard this fucking brutal, that I'm going to burn in hell forever because, you know, whatever, make it up.
Well, look, in the modern age,
I'm not reborn.
You will.
I'm not a reborn Christian or whatever.
No, look what they've done.
And it's like, oh, I'm going to burn in hell. So wait, so Christians, a lot of Christians I know, they're like, hey, you know, they say to me, I'm going to burn in hell. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, the fucking first thing I know about Christianity is that thou shalt not judge, lest thou shalt be judged. And it's ridiculous. And I'm Canadian, so I don't know a lot about like Americans and Christianity in there, but I feel like it's been extremely corrupted by what we call Judeo Christianity. There's no such thing.
I'm not quite sure there,
Christianity.
but look, there is something here about the Savior thing you're bringing up, because it was the case that you would go to the church for salvation from the world to avoid the fires of hell that you bring up. But today, your Savior, if Noah's right, and we're going to be flooded because of the pollution, our Savior is now the space program that can take us to heaven to save us from the world, which is what? Overheating, global warming. Eschatology. They reinvented the same fears. Like, if we don't let the scientists purify the world with this scientific holy war, we're going to have plagues, global warming, war, and systemic racism. You see what they've done? And it's a new salvation. You're right. And the vaccine will save us from the new iteration of the devil, which is, of course, COVID-19.
Well, you know, no one in their right mind could possibly believe that the vaccine is going to save them from the COVID-19. So, like you, I'm pro-vax, you know. But,
I'm pro anti-vax.
Let
me say this too. I'm pro. I don't want to alienate people here who are vaxophobes. I am pro anti-vax. So if that's your position on it, my position is stick and let stick.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of people think that this first vaccine round is going to be a placebo. But I got news for them, mate. It ain't going to be a placebo. There's no placebo. There's no ROI on a military DARPA project for a placebo. It's not sugar water. It's mRNA technology. It's gene therapy, period. And a paragraph. That's what it's designed to do. I guarantee it. I'll bet my life on it. It's not a vaccine. It's a gene therapy. That's what it is. Period. And a paragraph. They didn't design a virus in Wuhan. When you saw that picture of Obama and Fauci standing around in a Wuhan lab, they weren't designing a virus. You can't make a virus. They were making a vaccine technology. It's called a software program. It's on the Moderna homepage. You can go check it out. Everyone's seen it.
Speaking of Wuhan,
but what I'm saying,
this is actually another example of predictive programming. If you watch the original Indiana Jones movies, you know, the Harrison Ford, whatever, he had a sidekick named Wuhan. Well, Wuhan was the Asian sidekick.
His name was Wuhan?
His name was Wuhan, but not only that, but here's a direct quote. His parents and sister died in an influenza outbreak. And so that's from Indiana Jones.
What? Are you serious?
Yep, exactly.
Because I know about all the pedophile stuff that went on in that movie, but I never heard that.
Now, I don't know about that. I do remember child slaves, people having their hearts ripped out, the usual Hollywood stuff. I didn't catch any pedovore stuff there.
Oh, well, when Harrison Ford said that he loved to do his girlfriend, you know, back in the day when they first met in the bar, but she was supposed to be like 16 at the time, so therefore it would have kind of, hinted towards that he fucked her when she was a child.
Well, look, that's all.
It's a scene in the movie.
I'll have to see. I mean, I remember someone pointed out something else. I think it's A League of Their Own, where Tom Hanks is making a joke to the actress there. I've got her. I think it's whatever her name is. He's like,
oof, Tom Hanks.
She says,
"Were
you ever married?" And she said, "Married, children." He said, "Yeah, the first one was a child," or something like that. So they make these jokes like that, which in retrospect aren't so funny. But Tom Hanks,
right,
is implicated in a lot of this stuff. Is your opinion on this Pizzagate that it's real, or do you think it's a psyop to make conspiracy theorists look crazy?
That's a tough one, you know. I mean, the paintings of the Podesta families that I've seen and all that stuff is absolutely, you know, atrocious, and I don't understand why these people are even like doing what they're doing. But whether it's pizza related, I think the encoded language is a possibility.
Okay,
Because
let me
that's
ask
what
you
they
this:
like to
yes or
hear,
no?
You know,
I want to nail this down.
Right?
Yes or no? Does Anderson Cooper eat babies?
Right. I remember you asked us to a caller the other night. Does Anderson Cooper eat babies? No, but they got the facial cream, man. No, listen, no, fuck that, all that shit. Okay, listen. They talk about weird shit all the time about life extension, and they make jokes, like you're saying about how, some people have been alive for a long time. And I've seen, like, Cindy Crawford, man. I used to have a poster of her on my ceiling when I was like 16 years old. You know what I mean? Like 25 years ago. And it was like, and she looks the same today as she looked back then. So I'm just wondering, I just have an honest question. How did I look old?
Okay,
old.
okay.
How do they not look old? I just have an honest question.
I got you there.
How do they not look old?
I saw a comparison between Tom Cruise, and the actress, the blonde woman in Top Gun, from 33 years ago and today.
Right.
And he looks mostly the same, and she looks like his grandmother. And I'm like, okay, yeah, somebody's got the hookup there on the adrenochrome. Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very
That's all
much.
I'm saying too, you know.
Yeah, I got another.
I don't know
person trying to
whether
call in,
they
so-
eat babies or I don't know what they do. They put foreskin cream on their.
All right, and phones are open 833-311-1984. I also want to give a shout out here to Wilson. I appreciate the support of the channel here. Really helpful now. For those of you who know, because we engage in political speech and hate speech and dangerous misinformation, this channel has been demonetized. We no longer get lemons, Ninja Guineas, ice cream, or bananas from DLive, which does trade for real currency. So they defunded us, but we're going to build it back up, bring in some more subs, and it won't make a difference in the long run. If you want to subscribe and get live stream notifications, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. That's the hub. We're live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes more, depending on how much time I have. Let's see. Yeah, he was about to talk about something else. A lot of this stuff I don't believe. Like, look, some people just believe stuff that I think is interesting to believe, but like, I don't think it's plausible. Like, for example, I've had callers tell me that they think that there's baby meat in the breakfast burritos at McDonald's. So it's like, okay, stick with the biscuits, don't take the burritos because you're getting baby meat. And it's like, if you really believe that, wouldn't you call the cops? You know, there's a hair in your food, you get your money back, but these people are serving baby meat and you just opt for something else on the menu? Like, I don't think they really believe it. Oak Lake says, I'm offended about them shutting off donations for this channel. Well, the thing that bothers me is that you had a number of people who had paid subscriptions. So they actually opted in. And that decision was reversed. I hope they got refunded. If you were a paid subscriber, email DLive and tell them you want your lemons back. Tell them you want your lemons back because Infinite Plane Radio subjected you to hours and hours of dangerous misinformation, and you're going to have to go through re-education. Okay, so let me see. There's a few other things I want to get to. We were talking about Michael Jackson wearing the skin of Dave. Quite a lot there. Michael Jackson is not dead. And it's likely that one of his disguises is, as you'll see here, I believe his name is AJ. Michael Jackson has so many faces. I'm starting to wonder if, you notice how he kind of went extreme with the cosmetic surgery. He might have had his nose practically removed so he could more seamlessly disguise himself. And anyway, this is just one example. Michael Jackson's not dead. You know who else is likely wearing a mask? The Weeknd. And this is something that's going to come into play next week, so we might as well bring it up. The Weeknd's going to perform at the Super Bowl. And if you watched his last video, it's a plastic surgery disaster piece. Nobody knows why he did it. it doesn't make sense. Originally, he said that his character was bloody and beaten up because he was drunk driving, and he's trying to send a warning out to his fans against that kind of behavior. And here you can see his face looks like 5 pounds of silly putty packed into like a catcher's mitt and then put back on his face. Like, what the hell? There are many who believe that this isn't even a real person, but this is in fact Justin Bieber wearing a mask. And the more we point this out, the more he messes with his face, probably to distance himself. Like, here he is at the Video Music Awards, and his nose is busted, and nobody understood. Hey, what's with the special effects? Like, how many of you listening right now have a special effects department in your basement? Like, I want to have a convincing broken nose today and busted lip. Something else worth pointing out about The Weeknd, nobody has ever seen his arms. He's 30 years old, one of the top-selling R&B acts, never gone shirtless for the ladies. And he has been piling on the silly putty in recent days. Very bizarre. Again, nobody can understand why he's doing this stuff. His last video makes very little sense. But it does lend credence to the theory that what you're looking at is Justin Bieber, and this is some kind of subterfuge. If you're new to the theory that Justin Bieber, in order to be relevant to demographics that outgrew him, would have adopted another persona, if you're new to this theory, it's basically that simple. Justin Bieber put on a mask and for several years has been portraying himself as somebody else. And there's quite a lot to this story that actually adds to it, but I want to show you one more piece of the puzzle. The most recent video by Justin is called Lonely. I'm not going to torture you, so I'm going to mute it. Now, if you look at the first 23 seconds of this video, he's looking in a mirror. It's a young Justin Bieber. And he's singing about how it's somebody else's face. He says, everybody knows my name, but something about it feels strange, looking in a mirror and seeing somebody else. So again, he's alone. Now, the next part, he goes out into an empty auditorium. So I think this is suggesting that nobody sees him. And of course, it's not empty. It's just that he's not there because he's covered up in a mask. Now, the very next line, after remarking on how he doesn't see himself, he looks to the right, and his manager comes in and tells him it's time to go perform. And his manager happens to look exactly like The Weeknd, or whoever that is in the video. So The Weeknd actually comes in, and in the lyrics here, he says something about when he's older, it's all going to come crashing down and it's killing him now. So it's like, wow, does he feel guilty for having bamboozled his fans and millions of people around the world? And is he subtly kind of giving it away? And with this video, Lonely, I would say the answer is yes. Oaklake says he could be an MK Ultra victim or a reptilian. Well, there's more to it that would lead to this conclusion that Justin Bieber and The Weeknd are the same. We could delve into that. Mutual girlfriends, identical pieces of wardrobe, many other things line up with that. Of course, then you have the strange history of this character called The Weeknd. Symbolically, there's quite a lot there. The light and the dark, the duality, J and B, the names of the Masonic pillars, relates here to somebody playing two roles. The name The Weeknd. Well, what is the weekend? Saturday, Sunday, Saturn, and Sun. These would be the same, the pillars, the black and the white. So it could be some ritual theater. And one other thing, he put out a video called Blinding Lights. And this video came out before the lockdown. The thing about it is, it takes place in an empty Las Vegas. So he's the only one out. So it was already locked down by the looks of this video. So many thought it was oddly and eerily prophetic. What's more, he's portraying the Joker in this video. And then later, this song, Blinding Lights, became one of the first trending songs of the lockdown, and the dancing nurses were performing the Blinding Lights Challenge dance. That was one of the dances they were doing when they weren't twerking. Overthought says, the most used dance song for the dancing nurses. Precisely. And viral, as a commenter here points out, means whatever they decided to go viral. Exactly. Even the phenomenon of viral. You know, they use the terminology of epidemiology to describe thoughts and ideas now because they want to essentially quarantine society against information that they find inconvenient. I want to go through a few more links and headlines here, make sure we haven't missed anything. I think I figured out where the astronauts are when they're supposedly in space. There's a place called Star City in Russia. It's a small town to the northwest of Moscow, and it's the big cosmonaut training facility. This is the place where Space Cadets was filmed. So, you know, I also think, too, that this whole concept of faking space with underground bases, I think it's already well developed, and Mars is probably in Siberia. I think the Gulag system simply went underground. All right, I'm going through a few more comments. If anybody here just got here, if you want to catch the replay, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, get on the newsletter. If you're on the newsletter, the archives will show up in your inbox at like 4 o'clock the following morning. There's still a lot of hope out there, a lot of hopium with the QAnon narrative, so I'm following that very closely. If any of you are following it, we're looking at March 4th as the day that the new America is inaugurated, as the old America is replaced and the deep state is unmasked and unveiled. I don't necessarily believe this, but I'm following these stories as they go. These narratives, I'm following their trajectory. And the goalpost was moved from January 20th, or rather the 19th, which they said was Popcorn Day. It's been moved to March 4th. We're not going to let them take it any further. You don't get to push it to April. I'm very open to the possibility that Beau Biden is still alive and is playing the role of Joe Biden. So debunk it if you can. Another side project. We're going to be working on southpole.lol this week. So if you want to contribute to that, definitely join us at Patreon. Get in the Discord server. Episode 8 is going to be the Mandela Effect special, which, you know, the Mandela Effect for some reason still exists. I was talking to someone about this earlier. I'm like, how is it that the Mandela Effect is still alive at this late in the game? Like, there's no new Mandela effects. And in order to even be effective, you have to be of a certain age. It's at the point where someone's going to name a Mandela effect, and all you're going to hear in response is, okay, boomer. Because all the Mandela effects are pretty much 80s and 90s pop cultural references. If there's no new Mandela effects, you're not going to have any new converts. All right, so this is One-Eye Jack and the Shells, Ed McMahon. Have a great night. Thanks for joining. Thanks to all the callers.
And sang It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had races, only knew that it could save us all. What is real, I don't know, hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Epic man, shift us to the new timeline. Epic man, bring me a giant check next time. Well, the trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Crescent's acting opera man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I've seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, feeding Bates and Smiley, a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
Take a look at South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, just guessing, way over to the right, way over to the east. And, where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is heated flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist, you've been faked out? No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. And I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say, called everyone knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Ryan Staley goes around and says everybody knows that we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
No, that's absolutely okay. I'm fine.
Okay, great. Well, I've done a bit of research, and so let me go ahead and just introduce you to the listeners. So everyone listening, and how do I pronounce your last name? Is it Gaud?
It's Gauld. Gauld.
Oh,
Gauld.
Gauld. Okay, they got it wrong in a couple articles here, but man, they've given you a great deal of coverage over this project. You've been described as an annoyed Scot. So why don't you describe, how did you get that moniker?
Right, well, it actually started off, let me tell you something, right? It actually started off as a bit of a joke between me and a couple of flat earther friends that I've got that I've never really paid attention to before. But what happened was they were talking about something on Facebook that was, to me, just was complete nonsense. And I thought, right, so I put up a comment on Facebook that said, I'm thinking about starting a GoFundMe page for sending a flat earther to space so they can tell the rest of the flat earthers that they're being silly. And then it just escalated from there. So once I started getting a bit of grief back from the flat earthers, I thought, you know what? I'm going to make a GoFundMe page anyway. So I made it, and then this is the point we're at now.
Okay, so you've had some friends who are into the theory. You never paid much attention to them. And your thinking here is you send one of their own, because obviously if you send somebody they don't trust, they're not going to go along with it. So have you come up with somebody? Has anybody volunteered yet?
Yes, well, I've actually been researching it, and there's a TV studio in Britain that's wanting to put me on next week, and they've given me a name of a guy called Mark Sargent. Now, Mark Sargent is a flat earther who, in my opinion, has he's a bit it's hard to explain, because Mark Sargent is the kind of guy that he's more like a cult leader, and he's like bringing people in with the COVID thing and everything else that's going on. Mark Sargent he's seen as one of the high-ranking flat earthers. He was on a TV studio in Britain a few weeks ago, but in my opinion, I believe that he knows deep down for a fact that the earth is round. He's doing it. He's telling people that it's flat simply for money, publicity, and pulling people in.
Interesting. Interesting take. Okay, so I don't know him very well. I think I've spoken to him once or so. I've listened to everything he's had to say, and his whole theory is that we're in a artificial construct that's topped by a dome. So if he were to go to space, he would, if he does believe there's a dome, obviously, he would think that would be a problem. So he doesn't believe space travel is possible. But if you could get him to volunteer to go, he's probably somebody that I think that they would believe, I imagine. I don't know what kind of shape you have to be in to go into space. Have you spoken to Branson or Musk? Are there age limits? Do you have to be of a certain physical fitness level?
No, there's no age limit. There is a fitness element involved. There is some certain tests. I think there's about 600 people who have paid $250,000 to Richard Branson for his project, Virgin Galactic. 600 people of them, including people like Justin Bieber, Leonardo DiCaprio. But the first woman who paid for this space tourism with Richard Branson is a multimillionaire businesswoman from the UK or the USA. I can't remember exactly which, but they took her up on this, the zero G flights, where they dip and drop the plane to give you zero G gravity. Now, the problem is, right, there's 600 people paid, right? And since I brought this up, I've been getting a lot of stick from people like, oh, Virgin aren't ready. What planet are you on? And I'm like, it's a round planet that I'm on for a start. But I've been getting a lot of stick from people saying that Virgin isn't even ready to go. So how can you get that price tag? And I'm like, well, because there's 600 high influencers, including celebrities, millionaires, it doesn't matter who it is. Richard Branson has accepted $250,000 from 600 individual people to go to space for tourism. He wanted to start the flights last year, but because of COVID, he's postponed it till later in 2021, hoping that the COVID thing will calm down, his test flights are finished. And because I mentioned that, people have been giving me a lot of stick saying he's not even ready, he's not even put people to space because he's only went to the thermosphere. Now, like, it's high enough. Doesn't matter how high he's going, he's taking people into low orbit. And he's took the money clean off of 600 people.
Yeah, let me bring this up. You're right. So Branson is offering a suborbital flight. This isn't like going on SpaceX to the space station. So they're not going to go far enough to see the whole ball, but they're presumably going high enough that if there is a curve, they would see one. Now, have you personally looked into the flat Earth theory yourself? Have you analyzed any of the ideas, or are you just trying to debunk it?
No. I have looked into it myself. Now, let me tell you something, right? You see, the flat Earth theory. Now, I've got no problem with people and their beliefs. I understand that people believe in this and people believe in that. Now, I'm a guy that's all for live and let live. Now, I've no issues with it. But the issues that I've got with the flat earthers is, since I mentioned this, they've been giving me memes, pictures, photos. And what they're doing is they're taking the round earth evidence and twisting it to fit their own theories. So I'm like, you show me a photo from high above the earth that shows that it's flat without taking one of a round earth perspective and twisting it to fit your own nonsense. That's the point that I'm making. Now, I'm not a scientist. I'm not, I'm just a guy that loves a documentary. I like science, and I really respect the guys like Elon Musk, Branson, Bezos, whoever it is that's trying to put people into space, NASA. I love all of that. Now, these flat earthers are saying things about people that have died in explosions with the Challenger, Columbia, whatever it is. And then they're like that. And then they're like that. Oh, it's fake. They're actors. Elon Musk's an actor that's paid by whoever. They're full of deception theories. Now, I like a conspiracy, but the earth being flat is not one of them. And I am really deeply offended by them taking the mick out of people like astronauts, Musk, Branson, who are the elite and the best minds of our age, trying to do something and progress, future space travel, tourism for us, but they are just downing them. And I think it's about time to put their mouth where their money is and prove it once and for all. If you think the world's flat, let's go and find out. It's as simple as that.
I understand your attitude here, and I was going to ask you, I was like, well, what is it about this theory that really irritates you? And this is the point that gets you the moniker of the annoyed Scot. You don't like these individuals who you describe as unqualified to be making these statements insulting, attacking the integrity of these individuals who appear to be doing great things. So we're dealing with some extreme skepticism, and you want to do something about it. Last year, was the year, actually it was last February, Mad Mike Hughes, who was on his own path to proving or disproving this theory. Last year, he crashed. It was his third launch, actually. Did you hear about that? And were you aware of his mission to prove the Earth flat or round?
Yes, I was fully aware of it. And on my Facebook page about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I actually was investigating myself because, as I said earlier, this started off as a joke. Well, not as a joke, but for me, the reason it started off was, right, and Mad Mike Hughes comes into it for me because about 2 weeks ago, these people that I'm talking about, personal, closer friends on my Facebook friends list, if you like, these people were talking about flat Earth. It's all connected to the COVID thing, the elite, this Agenda 21, all this nonsense, and they're fully convinced that we're being lied to on a massive scale. Now, I don't deny that we're being lied to in certain ways, but when it comes to the Earth being round or flat, there is absolutely no reason to lie to us and set up agencies like NASA, SpaceX, Bezos, and Virgin Galactic. There's no need to set these things up to prove to us that the Earth is round for no apparent reason. Now, I brought up the Mad Mike Hughes thing. I actually put a post of him up standing next to one of his red rockets on his site, and I was like, that. This is the first time I came across him, and I was like, I'm going to contact this guy. Once I tried to contact him, I got a message back from close personal relatives saying, if you're not aware, he died recently, like a year or two ago, when he was like filming a stunt for TV. I was deeply saddened by that, and I was like that. So I put a post up on Facebook saying, I respect Mad Mike Hughes because he was a flat Earth diehard, and I've no problem with him believing in flat Earth. I've no problem with people believing in it. But he was trying to do something about it and ended up getting himself killed trying to prove it. Now, that to me is fully respectable.
On that point, though, let me go ahead and you're right on everything else. And but he had a 30-year history as a daredevil. He was on Jimmy Fallon, jumped these like limousine jumps, multiple rocket jumps, and so he wasn't in the midst of trying to debunk the globe. That was during a stunt he did to break a height record of 5,000 feet for a show he was doing called Homemade Astronauts, and it was a TV show in progress. But he did have a capsule and plans with this thing called a Raccoon, which was meant to take him 62 miles up. And so, yeah, that was last February. And I think I saw your post on Facebook. I knew him. He was our channel's the one that got behind the Research Flat Earth rocket, and then you can see the Rocket Man movie. And so, yeah, his intention was to end the debate and expose the truth for whatever it is. So now you're the next person that I've seen, the only person I've seen, to stand up and try to make this happen. So we don't have any daredevils on hand. As far as getting somebody up there, are you taking any kind of applications for people who want to go into space?
Right. Yes. Well, that's the next thing. Now, I'm not silly or stupid. I know that this is a long shot that I'm trying to go for here. I mean, I'm asking for people to give me $250,000, which comes to around about £340,000 sterling, right? Now, I know I'm asking for a lot, but if they're willing to try and prove it, and then let's go back to Mad Mike Hughes here. He was a guy that was literally and did put his life on the line for it. I respect that guy highly. I really wish I could have spoke to him and had a chance to collaborate with him before I realized his situation. Now, I just want to prove it once and for all, simply because if I can get a high-ranking flat earther in orbit with this fundraising campaign, and they can tell the rest of them yes or no that it is one or the other. Now, I'm willing to put my hand up and say, if it's flat, which I know for a fact it's not, but if it's flat, I will hold my hand up and say, you know what, I was wrong, but I am willing to go that mile to prove it, so this debate can be ended. Because the flat earthers always say the same things. Now, I'm not trying to ridicule flat earthers. You know, the posts in the press have ridiculed. Have taken this out of context from what I originally said, from the original press report. They made it sound like that I was like deeply against flat earthers, but that's not the case. I don't have any problem with people believing in what they want to believe in, but when they take science fact and twist it to suit their own theories without, you know, coming forward and saying, right, well, here's a picture of flat earth from 20 miles up, but they take pictures of round earth theory from 20 miles up, twist it and say fisheye lens, this, that, and the next thing. And I'm like, well, stop that. Give us some real evidence and prove it from the same point of a science point of view. I mean, you've got the top scientists in the world. You've got Brian Cox, Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc. And they're all saying the same thing. Even Bill Nye, the science guy, you know, they take the mick out of him, but then they use him in other situations to prove their point. And I'm like, well, you either hate him or you like him. So what's your problem here? You either come with me on a mission to the ice wall, or you come with me on a mission above Earth so you can prove it once and for all. And when I see these things, I get it's like tumbleweeds. They go by. They skim over the top of it and then give me a meme that's like out of context. No skill.
This is almost deja vu for me, because in all of my talks with Mad Mike, it was always, why aren't the flat earthers getting behind me? Because my channel, Infinite Plane Society, we got behind getting Mike up there the first time, but the broader flat earth community was more or less about the Bible and memes and their community, and they tried to ignore him, which is kind of strange. So at one of the conferences, a bunch of us got together and we brought Mike over to the conference in Denver. He brought his rocket into the middle of the conference, and we just kind of butted our way in because they were trying to ignore him and keep it about this biblical cosmography. And to me, this is about science. It's not about religion. And we had to almost force him in there. So I'm hoping that what you're saying makes sense to enough that you can get that $250,000. And I don't think it's unbelievable that you could get that. There's enough interest in this topic, and this is the only way you're going to put down the skepticism, and in a way that's credible, because you know how people move goalposts when they're already set on believing something.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, I must point out here, I don't know if you've been following what's been going on my Facebook, right? But there's been a couple of diehard flat earthers just in my local community that the minute that I put this up, they've been giving me, a lot of grief, if you like. Nothing abusive, nothing over the top, but they come out with this. There's a video on YouTube called "The 10 Things That Flat Earthers Always Say." And that video just nails it. They always say the same thing over and over and over again, but it can be debunked by real science, real people. Now, this is what I've got a problem with. The real scientists. Now, they think that Elon Musk is an actor who has been paid to, make everybody think that the Earth is round. Why would he be doing that? Why would NASA be lying about the Earth being round when it's not? Who benefits from that? Who gains anything from that?
I have one possible theory, and the only explanation that I have, but I have no way of proving this until someone can go the distance, is my thinking is the only reason why they would misrepresent the world is they're hiding something. Like maybe they're hiding land. Maybe it's bigger. But the whole point of it is people are thinking that what we're being told is the world is a deception, and they're not going to trust the people who gave us the pictures of it. They're not going to trust anything from NASA. So you're pretty much the best hope right here because you're an objective third party.
Yes. Now, I totally agree with you. Can I ask you something? Are you a flat earther?
My channel is very open to the topic, but I'm not a flat Earth believer. What I'm saying is that I would say this: I'm a ball Earth skeptic, maybe even a shape agnostic, and this is for reasons having to do with doubts in the stories told to us by establishment science, which I happen to think is as corrupt as establishment journalism, media. For example, I don't believe in global warming. And I don't think that's a very controversial thing to say, but it used to be. And that's because I don't trust those politicized scientists. So I think that the flat earth topic is about distrusting establishment science. And if we're all wrong, we're going to have to admit it once the contrary facts are presented. That's being, of course, you getting somebody high enough to see the curve.
Yeah, now I totally agree on everything you just said there. So, I mean, I'm just a normal guy from a normal little town in Scotland. And the reason that I've got to this stage that we're talking to now is simply because of this. I challenged the flat earthers. They wound me up to the point where I was like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go for this. So I set up the fundraiser and then boom, boom, boom. The conversation we're having now is simply because of me saying, I might start a GoFundMe fundraiser to prove once and for all to flat earthers if it's flat or round. But since I've done that, I feel although that the flat earthers that have been in touch with me deep down, it's almost I feel like deep down they know that the world's round. And this is why the kind of grief I'm getting. They're like that, this, and the next thing. And then people are telling me that if you do get like Mark Sargent or I can't remember the name of the guy, but these people that put on the conventions every year for flat earth in like Texas or wherever it is, but all these flat earth communities, and there are videos online of I can't remember the guy's name, but he's known in the flat earth community. He's an ex-engineer. I can't remember his name.
I know who you're talking about, and I'm familiar with many of these individuals. And so earlier you brought up your thinking on Mark Sargent, where you think he's doing this for the fame, the money, the attention, but that he doesn't really believe it. And there are others who've said the same thing. My contention is this: I don't believe that the globe model is legitimate. I just don't. However, I can't say that I know exactly what it is with a dome on top, with a turtle on the bottom. I can't draw any extrapolations from my doubts. I need more evidence. Like I think we have to keep this thing science-based, observation-based, and that's where I differ from Mark Sargent, who's anti-science. They actually say it. They're anti-science. I'm pro-science.
Right. So what is your actual thoughts and beliefs on this? What do you think the eventual outcome could be if I managed to be able to document a full trip, one way or another, whether it's SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, whoever it is? Would you be willing to accept the outcome regardless of what it is?
Oh, yes, and publicly. Because if whatever is presented contradicts everything that I've come to think, then I would have to reverse engineer it in order to remain sane and credible. And I think it would be a service. So what you're doing is a service. Now, what happens on the contrary if somebody goes up there or they buy the ticket and they're told by Branson, hey, it's just going to be a simulation. Can you sign an NDA? And they say, I don't want to sign it. Like, what if something like that happens? Are you open to maybe there is a conspiracy?
Yes. Now, let me tell you something. Now, as much as I believe and know 99.9999% that the earth is round, because I can observe it, see it, listen to it, to me, I can't see the reason for every massive global government agency to lie to the whole world. Now, I can understand why they would lie about other things, certain things, other issues, but there is no gain whatsoever to lie about the earth being flat. That is it in a nutshell. Why would they not just say the earth's flat and then focus their attention on convincing us on other things, other lies? There's no reason for it. I mean, you've got the ISS, you've got this, you've got that. People believe the moon landings is fake. Okay, yeah, fair enough. There's loads of different things to look at here. But why on earth would anybody or big government agencies go? I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands, even 1 million people being in on the lie here. Now, that's a hard thing to keep lying about with all that much people. Now, for example, like you'll hear about this, I'm just going to use this as an example, like UFO crashes, Roswell, and all the rest of it. You get people that say, but they come out of the blue like deathbed confessions. Yes, there was aliens. Yes, there was that. But not once have I ever seen anything about people going, oh, by the way, the Earth's actually flat. It's not round.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point, because for decades, the conspiracy theorists have been about people from other worlds, aliens, alien invaders, and the speculation always had to do with them coming from someplace out there, assuming space to be real, Earth to be a ball. Now comes the flat earthers, and they don't believe in aliens. In fact, they believe the flat Earth. If you go in, if you ask any one of them, the consensus would be that aliens are just a construct to keep us believing in the ball, and to give the elite sort of a replacement for angels. That it's just sort of a mythological creation.
But why would they go to that effort to, I mean, it's as simple as this. I mean, there's like, how does GPS work? I watched a documentary called, it wasn't Beyond the Curve. That was another one. It was another one where they were trying to prove that the Earth's flat, but it was completely made up. They were talking about things, and it made the flat Earth theory look really bad, considering the Beyond the Curve theory on Netflix. I'm sure you've seen the Beyond the Curve program that I'm talking about.
Yes, I had a brief cameo in Behind the Curve. I was the only one there who wasn't asserting that we're under a dome in a biblical model flat Earth. I was just there to say, hey, we don't have enough information to say there's an enclosure above us. So I'm trying to maintain the integrity of the scientific method here. Meanwhile, we have this belief system being pushed. So there's really two groups when you say flat earthers. You have the religious ones, and then you have the open-minded skeptics who are more like globe doubters than flat earth diehards. So there is a distinction there. And Behind the Curve focused on the believers, the people who are there for the community and because it's their religion. It didn't really focus on the ones just really dead set on the answers. And that came out, of course, right before Mad Mike Hughes started making more of a public, more public appearances. So let's go on from there a little bit. Yeah.
Can I ask you something, right?
Sure.
Now, these, the people that have lost their lives on space travel, the Challenger and Columbia, etc. When flat earthers use that situation and then try and say that these people have not lost their lives and they're being hidden or they're living secret lives now to this day, and pretending that they were involved in something that killed them, and then you get these posts online where you get a lookalike of what they were like then, or a picture of what they were like when they died in that situation, and then 30 or 20 years later you get a picture of that. Well, this is them now, but it turns out to be their brother, family member. This is all being debunked. Now this is what gets me. The flat earthers use this types of things without really thinking that people lost their lives trying to do these things, but then they try and turn it around and say, oh, it's lies. NASA's pretending that these people have died. And then look, there's pictures of them now, but really it's like their brother, their sister, their mother, whoever it is. How do you feel about that?
Okay, I know what you're talking about. The Challenger disaster, Apollo 1, there'd be Columbia, there'd be the Endeavour shuttle. And these are all, and then there's even the first one, Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, who had a fiery explosion. So it's not just relegated to flat earthers. Most who have questioned NASA, who, like the moon landing, for example, the people who don't believe the moon landing believe that all of the major public NASA disasters were in fact PR stunts to create martyrs and to influence the public. So what is being suggested here is that these are in fact crisis actors, and these are staged or faked explosions. So either we're looking at one of two things. We're looking at heroic people who deserve all the praise, of people who essentially martyr themselves trying to better humanity, and that's their sacrifice that's always being discussed, or we're looking at a charade and crisis actors that have been playing mind games on humanity for generations. So either this is a massive conspiracy or this fringe group of people are wrong. And I'm fine with either answer. I just want the truth, and I think you do too. And I think
I'm exactly the same. I want the truth, right? But I mean, let's look at it deep down here, right? There is absolutely no reason, even if there's an elite organization, a dark government conspiracy, and yes, I am a guy that can see reasons for covering up this and that and the next thing. But what is, in your opinion, if they're lying about the Earth being flat, why would they be lying about that? Why would they not just tell us, oh, the Earth's flat, then move on, and then use whatever, and then lie about the other things that they don't want us to know about? What is the purpose, in your opinion, of them lying about the Earth being flat?
Okay, that's a very good question, because you'll get different answers. For example, Mark Sargent has answered this question saying that NASA went really high and figured out they were wrong and found out there was a barrier, and so they're trying to hide it because they don't want science to lose its authority. That's his answer. I completely disagree with that thinking. I don't think they're wrong. I don't think this is an error that they mistakenly thought the world was a ball. I think that if it's flat, they've given us the ball as a prison. In other words, if all of the math supports the ball, if all of the media you get, all of the science is contorted to fit that model, then you effectively have put a leash on the human being so they don't go beyond the perimeter, whatever's beyond it. My channel, Infinite Plane Society, has just a question mark there. Like, either there's a lot more land, because if you go into official establishment science and physics, they'll say, well, the universe is flat, the galaxy's flat, the solar system is flat. I'm just suggesting if the Earth is flat, it's an extension of the bigger universe, and we're being more or less quarantined in a very small area. That's probably far out there. We might just be on a ball.
Yes. Now, in a way, I see what you're saying there, right? But I mean, what you're saying there is, right, let's look at this on a large, deep down scale. This would mean what you're saying, that every single scientist, scholar, people in the past, your Teslas, your Edisons, your Einsteins, your Newtons, right? You would be saying at this point that all of that has either been drip fed to us to make us believe the Earth is round, right? Now you're talking about a lie that has been fabricated for thousands of years in a way here to make the whole world believe that the Earth's flat. Now, you see, if it was about aliens, I can understand why they would be lying about that to save the breakdown of humanity. But at the start, if they discovered this, like your Greek scholars, everybody that figured out thousands of years ago that the Earth was round, they would be making all of that up, making up all of these conclusions, and then it would all be the biggest lie ever. They would be feeding us fake history that they've just been sitting down going, oh, wait a minute, we better make sure that he said it was flat, he said it was round, and all the rest of it. Do you see what I'm trying to say here?
I do. Look, one thing you brought up here, and this is a very valid point, out of all the conspiracy theories, whether it's aliens or 9/11, flat Earth is got to be the biggest can of worms, because if it's true, you're right. It overturns everything else. But one thing I want to point out, because if you look at any YouTube video on this topic, there's always a Wikipedia below it that says, flat Earth is an archaic concept that's been debunked. It gives you like basically a warning label. Well, if you read it, you find that the Chinese were flat earthers until the 17th century. So the idea that there was this universal acceptance of a ball model thousands of years ago isn't necessarily true. In fact, it's more or less, I would say it's more recent than that, but the idea that it's universal. But now, with the space program and the moon landing, it has become universal. Because of the moon landing, everybody has reason to think we're on a big ball, except for the people who don't trust those who landed us on the moon. So we're at a point now where people are about to have access to space tourism, and that's what you're taking advantage of here. And so this thing with Richard Branson, that's going to be here in New Mexico. What altitude is it going?
Well, they've done tests. I mean, I looked into this. I mean, after I actually launched this situation that I'm in right now, as I said, to start with, it was more of just like I was looking at flat earthers things online, and I was like, that the things they were talking about, to me, now I don't want to disrespect them, but to me, I thought, how silly and nonsense does this sound? So that's why I brought this up. But Richard Branson was actually ready to take the first tourists up in 2020, but he couldn't because he finished his tests, but he couldn't because of the COVID pandemic and all the rest of it. Now, this is why I think flat earthers are pulling out all the stops here, because the COVID thing, and in this day and age with technology and everything else, I feel although flat earthers are simply programmed and they've been molded into the point where they feel that there's deception in every single point of their lives. It's not just about flat earth. You speak to any flat earther and they'll think that that every single thing around about them is being lied to them. Now, you understand what I'm trying to say here? There's no skepticism in them.
Yeah, it's the Overton window thing where it's if the Earth is flat, then everything's on the table. And you're right; it's the ultimate conspiracy theory. But I'm looking at things objectively. I don't hold on to any of these memes that are passed that pass on ideas that seem to support a flat Earth that are ridiculous.
An example here of what made me not laugh at flat earthers as such, but I was having, 2 weeks ago when this started, I got a meme. I know we're talking now. The meme thing, flat earthers love to use a meme to try and prove their point, but memes can be made by anybody. They can be scaled to anything. They can be manipulated into anything to make somebody who is impressionable just to be like that. Oh, no way. That must be right. This is the one that completely sealed the deal for me, that they are completely irrational. And this is it. I got a meme sent to me. The top half of the meme was the Earth from a distance, and it said, how can air pressure be contained if it doesn't have a tire around about it? Now, when I say a tire, they were using an alloy wheel from a car as an example here. They said, why does an alloy wheel not hold air pressure to it, but the Earth can?